But of course, if
I'm following you.
you could believe that, right? Or you could say none of that's true whatsoever. But that's the idea. That's what the James Webb is about. It costed $10 billion, so we've had people working on it year after year after year, right? They have a huge facility when they work on the James Webb, and they make it in a certain way that has, it's has a big turtle back to where when the sun hits it, it's insulating down to 7 degrees Kelvin. So the other side of the telescope is as cold as possible, so it can get the best, clearest images of the microwave background radiation, right? So if all these engineering feats are put together, and all these man hours are put together, and all this time is put into it, and if the James Webb Telescope didn't go into space and it didn't actually make it up into it and it was just some big conspiracy, then what was the logistical, what is the logical reason why they would spend $10 billion and thousands of hours and all this effort into creating this telescope if it wasn't actually real?
The question I should ask you is, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
It's just a logical question.
You're asking why they're going to defraud.
It's an economic question.
You're asking why they're going to defraud people for tens of millions of dollars a day?
For billions.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. Billions? Yeah, I would say that, they probably lie about what they really spend that money on, and then they just keep it. Yeah, I would say that's probably, I don't know, but...
Well, not lie what they spend the money on. They spend the money on creating this telescope that has very specific, aspects to it. So if you take somebody who actually engineered the telescope and you tell them, okay, so it's got a thin layer of gold, that's not where most of the money came from, but it's got these huge beryllium mirrors or reflectors, right? So you could talk about the engineering of it. It obviously costed a lot of money and a lot of manpower and a lot of testing.
What if they
every
were
time
just
they add a lot of stuff to it?
It cost a lot of money and it was really just aluminum foil and cardboard?
Yeah, and they've just been taking 63 million taxpayer dollars a day to do this. They gotta look busy, right?
No, the idea is that it's actually made for what they say it was made for.
That's the idea.
Because if you'd ask an engineer that worked on the James Webb Telescope, they would tell you what they did to, create it to where it can do its mission properly, right?
Okay. Let's see if they can step up their CGI game this time around. They didn't do so good with Voyager or any of the last ones, so I guess we'll just have to see what they pull out of the hat.
So how would it be CGI if you have the actual room of where the telescope is? It's about a 2.5-3 story tall telescope that they worked on, and there's tons of footage of them working on it, right? That's on Earth. That's people working on Earth all together on a telescope.
Yeah, okay, but let's just see the product that it yields is what I'm saying. That's really all that matters. That's what this is about, right? Who cares how much money they put into it or what they claim to have built? We just need to see what they're gonna give us with it.
This is just a really long why would they lie question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's why
this is a long why would they lie question. But
yeah, let's just see the product.
It's just something interesting to point out.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
Hmm?
Yeah, I just think they produce with it.
Huh?
Let's see what they come up with it.
What they come up with. It's supposed to be the follow-on for the Hubble Space Telescope. But of course, if you say anything that the Hubble Space Telescope has taken, and that's all a farce, right? Then you'd say anything that the James Webb would take was also computer-generated graphics. So of course, it'd be nothing whatsoever. But it'd make the whole process of creating it, and you see the people creating it, and they make this thing, they roll it out, they put it onto a rocket, and we can physically see with our eyes that the rocket goes up. But of course, you could say, oh, it doesn't even go into orbit, doesn't release anything. That's all just computer, whatever, right? but you can see it go up. So the money of taking this huge, massive telescope and putting it onto the fairing of a rocket ship, taking this rocket ship, this massive rocket ship, because it needs to be huge to be able to launch this massive telescope, launch it back up, and see it fly out. So again, this is still a why would they lie question, because the money involved, but still.
So they put on this really cool show about this really cool camera they made. Well, let's just see what pictures they take with it.
Sure. Yeah, it's going to take a couple months, and then you can. Hopefully, these pictures are, it's supposed to give us what they say is greater detail than anything we've ever seen before, which sounds great, right? But it's much cooler to know that if that's actually pictures of space, because instead of people just sitting around, right, you'd actually have to take a person, sit them down, and if the pictures were fake, you'd have to take them. It's like, okay, how can we make pictures that look even better? Okay, let's make up some galaxies, blah, 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 and let's like spiral them around, and let's set them out to the public and say it was actually the James Webb Space Telescope and Lagrange Point 2 taking pictures of outer space. And let's just lie about that because we can, I guess, because we want to, because it's funny. I don't know. There's literally no motivation.
Well, they have a
no
huge
motivation whatsoever
for them to do that. Sunk cost position in telling us that we live on a ball in space because they've been doing that for decades, and that's their entire modus operandi is to generate so-called proof for this. So they have a huge motivation to do that. Also, the $63 million a day is a pretty good reason to do it too. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the $63 million a day? Enlighten me.
That's what NASA takes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still, logically, it doesn't make sense.
Well, is NASA after everything that they after? I mean, their entire modus operandi, their entire purpose is to explore and to study space. Are they going to turn around and suddenly go, sorry guys, space is a thermodynamics violating vacuum. It's an impossibility. It doesn't exist. We were never there. Everything we've shown you is just cartoons. Like, well, they're not going to do that. So, of course, they have a motivation to tell you that they're launching the coolest, greatest telescope of all time into space, and they're going to get you the coolest pics that they've ever had.
No.
There's absolutely no motivation to go the other way and say, yeah, we just lied all those years.
No, they'll just create another entity that's like NASA to come in and sweep away and say, oh, we figured it out that it's not really out there. They faked it. It'll be something like that where we already have tried and true and already believed in this new company or this new, entity. That's what they'll do.
The sunk cost fallacy of continuing to say that the Earth is
well, what motivation do they have to expose themselves? What motivation do they have to come out and say, we're liars, sorry, everything we've ever produced or shown you is bullshit? They have a huge motivation to not do that, right?
What motivation do they have from the beginning to even do anything that wasn't what motivation did they have from the beginning to say to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Hold on a second.
It looks like
Hold on
they're
a
taking
second.
a lot of money from us to lie to us about where we live. I guess they want to deceive us about where we are and what this is. I don't know.
Hold on a second.
How do you? Sorry.
Why are we even ask the question of why would they lie? That's totally irrelevant here. Can you show us gas pressure without a container? Because otherwise, the space place that you're talking about, the fairy tale, the Narnia, doesn't exist, and it's all a lie. So you know they're liars. After that, we can figure out why.
That's why I said at the beginning of this, what difference does it make and how does it change anything?
Well, going to a thermodynamics violating vacuum and taking really cool pictures, what they're telling you is basically on par with what he just said, which is we're going to go to Narnia and get you really cool pictures, and then you're coming back and going, hey, they say they're going to Narnia and they're doing this. Why would they lie? So they must be doing it. So that just doesn't really work.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they're deep into the lie already. So, I mean, I guess you don't think they're lying, but we obviously do. So, from our standpoint, they're deep into the lie already. Why are they going to just reverse course?
Yeah, I was pointing out and I understand the outcome of this, of me saying any of this, because I understand it's asking why would they lie. But each and every engineer on the ground working on this thing would be spending all those years, all that dedication, all that manpower for absolutely nothing.
Well, they got
Right?
paid.
Sure, they got paid, but they're working on a lie.
You don't think
Right.
the government's created busy work for people before?
Yeah, they have.
And,
Yeah.
and they're working on a show.
And let's not forget, every time you go to work, you
Well,
are working on a lie for the government, okay?
Mhm. A lie for the government.
You do work for the government every time you go to work. The job that you have, a portion of what you work for is paid to the government for interest on loans that you didn't ask them to take out. You are working for the government every time you go to work, every day.
I work directly
had a
for the
job.
government because I work for the Space Force.
Great. So you work directly for the government, and then they still take a portion of what you earn, quote unquote, and pay off interest on loans. So you're doing it every day for the lie, the fiction that is the United States corporation. You realize that, right?
But he doesn't believe that, obviously. Do you believe in the Space Force just because you get paid to do something that supposedly is involved with it? That's my question.
Well, yeah, I believe in the mission. So I work in missile warning, right? And unclassified level, how do we protect ourselves from missiles? How do we protect ourselves from nukes? Right?
Do missiles come from
We have
space?
satellites that do infrared, and so we get advanced overhead persistent infrared warning.
So you're
When a
working
rocket
on
goes
protecting
out,
from bombs and missiles. What does that got to do with
missiles.
it?
Well, do satellites exist? Do they orbit the Earth? Are they
Something
in
does.
geosynchronous orbit? Are they in low Earth orbit? Are they in medium Earth orbit? Are they
where they're
revolving
at.
around the Earth to give us warning on missiles approaching? Because that's how we warn ourselves.
We did that with balloons too.
Maybe the James Webb telescope could get us a good pic of a satellite. The first real pic.
They're called satelloons. They're just basically weather balloons with a satellite hanging from the bottom of it.
I don't think
course they
so,
could come.
because it's not electro-optical. It's infrared. Its mission is not its
What
mission, so it won't.
What difference would that make?
Unless there's something I don't know, which it probably is about James Webb. It could be. Yeah.
Do you know about
I think there's probably
electrostatic tethers?
lots of stuff, but
I don't know about
again, what does that
electrostatic
have to do
feathers.
with-
But
what does that have to do with why would they lie? I don't get it.
I'm saying that a job. So if my job's a lie, obviously I'm part of this big lie, right? But missiles go up, missiles go down. They kill, they explode, right? So how do we know? Especially intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? They're going a little bit farther up, they're going down. And how do we track? How do we protect ourselves from these ballistic missiles, right?
With radar. I mean, yeah, the same way we've done it for years.
We have radars on the ground, yes, but there's both
You
ground
have them in the air,
and
too.
there's space-based assets for warning, right? There's both kinds.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Who's firing missiles at us? When did this happen?
Well,
I
we
was
had
mad.
most of these satellites during the Cold War because of Russia, right? So the Cold War era, Cuban Missile Crisis, we sent up these satellites, and these satellites have infrared capabilities, so we can get warning on whether they're sending intercontinental ballistic
when did
missiles towards us.
Russia fire a missile at us?
It's the Cold War. There's a reason is to defend ourselves. It's the Department of Defense.
There was never a shot fired. There was never ever a shot fired. So how do you know these things actually work?
Well, we know they work from theater ballistic missiles in the Middle East. Theater is within the region. within a specific region, like CENTCOM, right? Central, Middle East, right? These are missiles that are going within the Middle East. We see those on, you see those. The plume, it's called the plume of the flames coming out the back. That creates heat. That heat is infrared light, and we get that data, and we get to warn people on the ground, right? So this isn't just about lying. This isn't about people dying, right? How do we keep our troops from dying on the ground? Army, Marines, in the Middle East. How do we keep them from getting exploded? How do we protect them from missiles, right? So that's how we do it.
By not putting them in that position in the first place. That's how you do it.
Sure, yeah, I completely agree. However, if they're in that position anyway, how do we protect them, right? This isn't me agreeing with them being there or whatever. It's not like my knowledge on this whole Middle Eastern war stuff is that in depth. I don't have any degree on it, but we have these things to protect them anyway. So, unless you could make the argument, okay, well, in the Middle East, how do we protect them from missiles? Oh, well, we have a radar and it's in that region, and so therefore it could protect it because it's in that region. But what if we don't? If that doesn't exist, if you look all around the Middle East, it's like, okay, we don't have a radar. It'd be in space. That wasn't a very good argument, but
I'm going to have to just kind of like respectfully back you up on all the fantasies that you're begging the question for.
Sure.
Tell me very first who we're at war with, what we're protecting them from, why we're involved in these conflicts. But even before that, you've made assertions that we've sent rockets to a place that doesn't exist called space, and you haven't given any evidence for that. So we're going to have to start at like square one. So how do you have gas pressure without a container, and how can you prove that anything went to this place called Narnia? Space.
Well, there's different ways. On a technical standpoint,
okay, there's different ways. And go ahead and explain.
If you would take this thing called telemetry, right? So we say that a satellite's over a certain area, and then at a ground station, we would get information from these from the satellites to see how their health, like a health status update, stuff like that. We get that information back down, and it tells us. But we can only do it over a certain amount of time because that's where the position of the satellite is, right? And then there's
so
hundreds of other ones.
You're not giving me any evidence for where the satellites are and how you can prove that they're there and whether or not that medium exists. We call it space. Can you prove gas pressure without a container? Because we live on Earth, there's gas pressure here. And of course, that requires an antecedent called a container. So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Because if space exists, then there is no life on Earth, and there never was. Make sense?
Well, container. So you can have a container on Earth, right? And
So
you fill up a jar. So are we in the section where are we calling Earth and its atmosphere is not a container, right?
He's saying that it would have to
How does it contain air? Can air contain air?
Well, heavier elements fall down, So
what are you trying to tell me? I'm asking you about gas pressure. Air can air contain air, or do you need an actual solid barrier to contain it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
There might be a way.
Have you ever experienced a time where you had a flat tire and you went down to the tire shop and you told the guy, hey, listen, I don't have a lot of money, so can you just go ahead and put air around the rim of my tire and just don't even worry about the tire itself. Put air around the wheel and I'll drive out of here. Has that ever happened to you? Or do you actually need something to hold the gas?
You'd be very hard pressed to contain air with another gas. That'd be extremely difficult.
All right. So if we have gas pressure at 14.7 psi at sea level, why do we have gas pressure on Earth without a container? Because we're supposed to be next to a very, very, very low pressure system called space, near a vacuum, and we have gas pressure here. How does that happen?
Well, this goes to the gravity question.
There is
And
no
you know
gravity
it goes to the
question.
gravity
There is
question.
no, well, obviously, but there's no gravity. You guys don't have gravity unless you want to make a claim about it. What is gravity?
I would say, what is gravity? Do you know?
This goes to the two types of gravity. Einsteinium, Newtonium. Which one do I side by? You know.
Two types of non-proven, non-existent gravity do you want to attach yourself to? Go pick one. I don't care.
Right. If I say Einsteinium, you have a disproof for that. If I say Newtonian, you say, well, science doesn't, it's out of date because it's Newtonian, right?
It's not a matter
the whole
of
existence
disproof.
with the fabric of space and the more mass something has, the more it bends space-time and the more things follow that trajectory as if there was a force or there is a force pushing down on it, that whole Einsteinium gravity theory. And where I'm at now, I'm inclined to side with the Einsteinian theories, the idea, more so, even though it's not a complete picture, even though that it's not completely there. There's some inconsistencies and we're working out,
Well, okay.
just the whole idea of the site. Yeah, go on.
Right. So, listen, I want to be as respectful to you as possible. It's the internet. I don't know you, whatever. So I just want to walk you through this. You say we're not all the way there with this idea, and you're sort of right because it's an idea at the beginning. You have two concepts. One of them is time, and the other one is space. Neither one of these exists in reality. So you have two non-physical ideas that have no bearing on the physical world. So why would you lean towards something that is just something that you think about in your mind? It only exists as an idea. It's a non-physical thing. How do you kind of want to lean towards things that are non-physical to explain physical things?
So I'm confused how space and time, these things that we've given names for the phenomena that we experience in real life, is like as real as reality itself. How are both of these things only ideas and not real things? How do you tell the difference between one point in time to another? What do you call that, and what is that?
So are you telling me that Wednesday next week exists, or does this moment right now only exist?
Well, the crazy thing is, and I don't know this perfectly well, but the whole thing with the whole gravity and time thing being interconnected, the being near a black hole slows or speeds up time, whichever one it was, and funny enough, like Interstellar, basically the point of that movie, good movie by the way, very entertaining, but that whole thing with how gravity and how much gravity there is messes with space-time, right?
Now, see, that's begging the question.
So
you're using gravity to explain what it is that you're trying to prove. You are begging the question again. Don't use gravity when you're trying to prove gravity with the space and time that are conceptual and non-physical. What color is time? And show me how much space you can put in a box. These are two non-physical ideas. They are conceptual only. And you're trying to prove something that was thought up by basically a philosopher who married his cousin. Okay? So if you're going to say, well, it's really kind of crazy how it all works together. concepts that we can't prove and there's no experiment for, and it's all just thinking up in my head. These are the reasons that I believe in gravity. All these ideas, but nothing physical, nothing proven, nothing tangible. How do you do that?
I feel like it kind of depends what you would call tangible or not. So this is kind
Now
of
we're
like
going to go to word definitions. Okay, tangible,
yeah,
physical, something that you can hold in your hand, something that you can actually see. Can you see time?
No, but I feel like you can see the effect time has on
Can you manipulate
reality.
And what
Can you slow down?
what effect does time have on, let's say, concrete?
Not much unless you just poured it and it'll dry.
It
will
dries
harden.
because of time, or does it dry or harden because of the release of moisture and the adherence and the chemical reaction of the glue inside the concrete? Is it time, or is it the chemical reaction?
I feel like everything in my concept of it, you can't, all those things happen within the concrete, but without time, they wouldn't move whatsoever because nothing will happen without time. It's like adding like the X, it's like having like a graph and then having like a point on the graph, but without like the X-axis being time, without it going, like you're not going to get the line. So nothing's actually going to happen unless time passes.
We're back to concept. So we're imagining a line that you're calling time.
Okay.
But, okay. See, you see how we always kind of circle back to something that's an idea, but not actually concrete, physical, tangible in reality? You're talking about ideas again. So until you can actually prove that ideas make things happen, then we're going to be at an impasse in this particular conversation.
True. Like there's the before concrete drying and there's after the concrete drying, right?
Yeah.
And if you say, well, no time has passed whatsoever because time is a concept, time doesn't exist. All that's happened is that the chemicals in the concrete or the evaporation and whatever concrete does took place. And before it didn't take place and now it has taken place. But time doesn't exist because it's an idea. So what has taken place? Just it's doing its thing.
So we use words to describe moments, right? We use words to describe moments that happen. We call them even that they happened or will happen, right? But in reality, we're discussing something that is already gone. Like every word that I'm speaking right now, it will no longer exist except for on a recording. Like the closest thing that we could ever get to as far as time travel is concerned is recording, right? Video recording. But that's only a 2D representation or possibly a soundbite of a moment, right? But it can't encapsulate the entirety of that moment. There's a lot going on in that one moment in this creation. So we can't even sufficiently describe what time is because it's a concept, right? All we know is that right now exists and then it's gone and the next moment comes and the next moment comes. So assuming that next Wednesday doesn't exist and last Wednesday doesn't exist, let's talk about how we can have gas pressure without a container, all right? And if we can't have gas pressure without a container because we don't have any gravity, there's no gravity to be involved in all this, all that conceptual medium stuff, all the spooky motion at a distance stuff, all, you know, the experiments and sheds with torsion bars and balls and ropes and stuff that man made, okay? None of that stuff is real. So how do you have gas pressure without a container? If you can't explain to me how that happens, then I think space is a total fantasy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with the limitations set by what I think is the, you know, the empirical versus the rationalism or the rationalist, right? Like with set, it's like saying gravity non-existent, space-time non-existent, time itself doesn't exist. Then I don't know if you can. Thing is, we believe in a lot of other stuff too. right? Like, okay, we have the laws of physics can prove work on Earth. And so we believe in all those because we've seen it, right? We can test it and then we can prove it's true. But anything that's conceptual to fill the gaps, if we can't consider any of that to be real whatsoever, then I don't know. I feel like this is the trick question where you actually can't say, you can't prove it unless you, yeah.
Outer space is nothing but conceptual.
Well, yes, I agree with that. But let me ask you a question. Are you okay with the idea of just there are things in this world that we can't explain and can be okay with that? Like, is it necessary to make things up that are just total nonsense to cover up for what it is that we can't explain? Wouldn't you rather just go, I don't know, instead of believing a lie?
I feel like if the ideas that we come up with, even though they're not the full picture, they can get us closer to the full picture. And if we don't do that, then we'll be forever ignorant. So we've lived partial lies in general education forever. There's stuff we know that's not completely the truth. What we know about, like, how many chromosomes we have, like how many, like what chromosomes cause these diseases, what the whole medical field, like, what do we know, not know? Oh, bloodletting. It's like we tried, but then we improved, right? We were wrong, and now we're less wrong. But if we didn't do crazy, just retarded shit in the beginning, then how would we do anything? We'd be just cavemen, right? What does striking a rock against a stick do, or flint? Well, you're just hitting a rock against a rock. Of course, it's not going to do anything. Don't be stupid. But it's like we have to do crazy stuff to be able to create fire. And then this fire can create more things. So, yes, I think we should come up with stuff that seems absurd, is potentially wrong, in order to get closer to the truth.
There's not an equivocation there. You brought in a lot of stuff. They're like cavemen and bloodletting, and none of that has anything to do with the question that I asked you.
Exactly.
I'm asking
Thank you.
why don't you just go ahead and answer the question? If it can't be explained, then why have this concept or lie or something that is totally unreasonable, unlogic to explain something that we don't know how it happened? Why is that better?
What else do we do?
Well, that's even worse than knowing nothing.
We
Now
can
we're going in
sit-
a different direction.
We can know nothing, right? And then we can have no chance whatsoever to ever know or understand how this works. Or we can come up with an idea to help try to get closer to what the actual truth is, even though what we have isn't technically true. Because when we do that, we create things. We're able to generate, great things that improve the lives of people.
Were you thinking about space when you were saying that? Because, it's a little bit uncomfortable hearing the stuff that you're saying.
Yeah, so what if we're just going further and further away from the actual truth? Wouldn't it be better to just start at baseline, know nothing, and go from there, instead of digging ourselves a hole?
That's what we are doing. We're starting from nothing and trying our best by fact-checking each other and doing, scientific inquiry to get to a closer truth. But we know that it's all partially incorrect to some extent. But if we don't have anything, nothing is worse than anything at all.
So nothing would be worse than having a completely false story.
Well, if you believe it's completely false, then...
Well, it's 100% conceptual. Space, everything to do with it. I mean, what direct experiment or measurement has been done to validate anything to do with space? You can't even establish the first step that it can even exist without, that it can even exist next to a non-vacuum.
Well, that's only when you that's only when you throw all the other stuff out the window, which we've already discussed. Gravity. If you throw gravity out the window, and then it doesn't make sense because you can't conceptually figure out, or you can't really just doesn't work.
So if we throw out all the other conceptual stuff that we're backing up our conceptual stuff with, it doesn't work.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's the whole, because you say, how does this conceptual thing work, right? It's like, okay, well, let me bring in this idea. It's like, okay, that idea doesn't work. Okay, well, the point you said doesn't work, so let's move on. That's kind of how the argument's going here. When
Well,
let's see,
how
what was
about
the
this?
mass thing? The whole mass thing. Oh, go on.
How about this? So you have, which I think you agree, everything about, Einsteinian or Newtonian. Newtonian is a little bit different. Einsteinian gravity, which we're leaning towards, is based on concepts, non-physical, non-tangible. And then you have Newtonian, right, that is based on spooky action at a distance, right? Mass attracting other mass, large things attracting smaller things. And that, of course, is bunk. All of these things violate the laws of physics. And you talked about physics a little bit ago. So we've already shown that physics erased these two ideas. Then we have physics in the other end of the spectrum that says, hey, you know what? You're going to need a container for that air pressure. And that works every single time. In fact, it works so often that we don't have anybody coming in here telling us how they can have any gas pressure without a container. So logically, reasonably, because I know you brought up logic earlier in your conversation, I think that logically, because physics supports this, that we would need a container around or over the Earth, however you want to think about it, right? Because I know you're big on concepts. Keep the gas pressure here, and that would make space a complete fantasy. Would you agree or would you not agree?
Like a gigantic container, like a giant glass container covering the entire Earth.
Never said glass, but you can think of a snow globe if that helps you.
Sure,
But as a
snow
concept,
globe.
sure,
Or it could be a terrarium.
Big terrarium. Yeah, that would be pretty absurd, because where would this
Sorry, I
container come
apologize.
from?
Why is that
No, it's
absurd?
fine.
We don't know what the container is. It's
Because
just
it's material, it's physical material. Just they're
Yeah,
saying
we can't say exactly what that material or its composition is. It's just a logical deduction from the fact that we have gas pressure that points to, the antecedent of the container.
Oh, I see.
That's absurd, and it's not absurd to have a ball in a vacuum. That's not absurd.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I guess to prove that, we would have to send stuff up past our atmosphere and see if there's anything actually like physical there. If there's not, then maybe the theory isn't as good,
It doesn't, the barrier doesn't have to be, the container or barrier doesn't have to be what we would consider physical. Who knows what's up there? It could be semi-permeable.
Okay.
Nobody's locked into one particular thing because it's not a claim that can be made. Do you understand?
Right.
So,
Yeah.
But
So
you have to have a barrier, a container for gas pressure to exist next to a vacuum. Or near a vacuum.
Yeah, the claim is... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say like a giant Earth force field.
Well, physical barrier of some kind to hold the gas pressure here.
Right.
I don't know. Ask the U.S. government. Check out Operation Fishbowl. They probably have a thing or two to say.
I think
Operation Fishbowl. Make sure to check the databases for that one.
I think they probably have one or two thoughts on the matter.
Operation Dominic as well.
And I think it's, so that would be Fishbowl of the Lord. And I think the fact that they named it as such, I think that's a little bit of Duper's Delight. Is that what that's called, you guys? Or what would you call that? I mean, coincidence? I mean, pretty weird.
No. I know about this. Where we detonated nukes in very high altitude.
Firing nukes in the sky, basically.
The cool thing about this one is that at the time we did this, I think it took out the vast majority of satellites that are already in orbit. Like they were just eviscerated by the radiation, not the radiation, but the power of the blast. But there wasn't that many satellites up there to begin with in 1962, so it wasn't as bad as it would have been nowadays.
Well, without gravity, my count on satellites is 0.
Yeah.
Although they easily, well, I mean, there could be satelloons and stuff that they took. Yeah. So.
And so we say that like, oh, satellite phones are from like little towers that are in the ocean, and GPS are also from towers in the ocean, even
Just
though
because they call it that
we
doesn't mean that it
do we really
uses it.
have physical evidence of these towers existing with the amount of GPS, the amount of satellite phones we
Yes,
have
we do.
around the whole
Yeah,
globe?
those towers do exist.
Huh? I said, like, do we have like physical evidence for these GPS or satellite phone towers if they're not satellites?
You've never seen a phone tower?
Sure, there's phone towers, but like,
There you go. That's a satellite phone.
but like around, like in the middle of the ocean, you still use satellite because it's satellite phone.
We got pictures
Right,
of those. I'll link one.
Did you hear
People
for
are
a
having usable shit.
But do you have
Did
proof that that's what it actually does? What if someone's like, hey, you know what? These actually don't do that. This is what they are. Actually, like, this is not even classified or anything. This is like something that, what if this was just like something else,
Okay, but then
not
we're
satellite,
back-
not GPS. So
Yeah, we're back to the
But
original
we can
question.
satellite.
When you show gas pressure without a container, we're back to that again. If you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, you're in a real tough spot with those satellites in Narnia, man. I'm just letting you know. You can't keep backtracking to something that you can't prove.
Another
like
thing
I
you
said,
need
you can't.
for orbital mechanics is the Earth's radius too. So you're hooped on quite a few levels there.
Can all that story form the curvature in reality?
What?
Can all that story about satellites, space, whatever, can form the curvature in reality? Can do that?
Hey, Sasha,
Sorry.
if you don't shout, if you actually just talk normal, I don't think your mic will cut out. You don't have to yell. We hear you really good, buddy.
Yeah, because I have no headphones. I thought that it's bad.
So what about the curvature?
I'm saying all these stories about satellites and space, can that form the curvature in reality?
Yeah, we need R to launch anything into orbit.
No, I'm asking you, can that, what we launch, can that form the curvature in reality?
Can it do what to the curvature?
Form that we can see, can that all this story, what we are saying now about space, can that form, make it curvature in reality?
Can it like make it over the curvature of the Earth?
No, make the curvature real in reality.
What is making it real in reality? What does that mean?
That means that sphere will be sphere. Do you understand me? Then sphere will be sphere.
Sasha, it sounds like your mic is in your mouth.
Sorry, Jenny. Sorry.
Sphere
No,
is,
you're good,
I'm
dude.
sorry. I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. I can't.
I'm asking you how this story about satellites will form the curvature in reality.
Okay, the story about satellites form the curvature in reality.
Yeah.
So, like, do we have like images? Do we have like images from space, from satellites, to show the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no,
No,
what
I'm
he's
not
asking
saying
is he's asking if you keep saying the word satellite, will it give the Earth any curvature, which has not been measured, not detected, and not demonstrated in any way, shape, or form? In fact, quite the opposite. So
Okay, I
you
see.
can keep saying satellite, but if the Earth is not a globe, all of this is for nothing. So do you have any evidence of the radius of the Earth?
Oh, like curvature of the Earth, that whole thing, the oil rig.
Measurable.
Yeah.
No, just do you have any measurable curvature of the Earth? I mean,
Not
there's
me
a lot of money
personally,
being
no.
and okay, so but I mean, there's ballistic missiles that are supposed to be transiting, all the way around, quote unquote, the planet, quote unquote. That would require a radius. But if that doesn't exist, then the job is kind of for nothing. You know what I mean?
But we know the missiles exist, and we know they have certain trajectories, right?
Yeah,
and the
but we know,
trajectories are
listen,
based
man,
off of.
listen this, hey, listen this, but we know that curvature does not exist, for example.
Yeah, I've heard that argument.
For that argument, but isn't let's say like this? Can aeroplane be aeroplane without wings?
Probably not.
Can sphere without curvature?
No.
Okay, that's it. If you want to look into that, put yourself on the ground and watch the all operations, not fishbowl operation. Water operations are the better. You know, you take the photo, whatever, you make the measurements. You can do it yourself, you know, and check if that radius is correct or not.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's
And
one
then,
thing.
And then after that, when you realize there is no curvature, then you can speak about satellites again.
Sure. Yeah. Because like I can't say satellites orbit because that doesn't even make sense with a flat Earth. It doesn't. Because what the hell are they orbiting? So, but when it comes to curvature, here's one thing I never understood. The whole idea of, all right, bottom of the boat disappears before the flag does, right? It's like, well, that's not curvature, that's light. I never understood what was meant by that. After long distances, what is light doing that does that specific thing? I don't understand that. Can anyone like fill me in on if it's not curvature that makes large disappear bottom first past the horizon? What about light is making it do that?
That is not happening. That's what you are saying now.
Yeah, how could that be Earth curvature if we can see them apparently disappear over the horizon and then we can get out a camera and zoom it right back into view? Where's the physical Earth curvature obstruction if we can do that?
Yeah, if you zoom in far enough, so I feel like that's kind of not okay. I'm gonna say
it should be gone, right? If it went over a physical Earth curve, it shouldn't come back no matter how much.
No, I understand
that. Down a hill, right?
I'm saying most of the time it should, or in scenarios it should do that, but then you have on the forgetting the word, the whole mirage. It's called the superior inferior mirage, right? So the superior mirage is where when the light hits the bottom of the boat, bounces back up around the curve that's supposed to be there, and you can see the full boat even though it's further than the curvature of the Earth, because it's a superior mirage based on the atmosphere you're looking at the light through. Yes?
Man, can I interrupt you? Because can you tell me which kind of mirage extending the horizon?
The superior mirage extends the horizon.
Can you post the citation of that?
Well, that's the point of the superior mirage.
Yeah, I want to read that. You know, you need to like this superior mirage extending horizon. I want to read that.
Sure. I might be wrong. I don't know, but I know you can see the bottom of things, so it would prove that. So if it's not the horizon, then maybe it's the just the objects you're looking at in the beginning. That's like
objects.
The light hitting.
That's the point, man. That's the point. Objects, not horizon.
Yeah, but if you're
but listen this, if Earth have the radius of 3,959 miles, we cannot have horizon 20 times further than where should to be.
Okay.
Is that true?
20 times, yeah, that's a pretty big number when we're talking about horizon.
Yeah, can somebody can somebody show him that we have horizon 10 on 20 times further where should to be? Not
probably the
horizon
Black
itself.
Swan or whatever. But
what that mean? Whatever.
Whoa. I'm saying that's probably what the Black Swan was pointing out.
Yeah, and what is wrong with Black Swan?
The appearance of the oil rigs based on they should be much
oil
lower.
Rigs, man, again, you are wrong. They are nothing about oil rigs. Are only measuring the distance.
Yeah, they're just a marker. It's the horizon itself.
It's the horizon itself.
Why is there a background repeat?
I want to know what is wrong with the Black Swan.
So Let me look this up here.
Here we go. He's looking stuff up again.
This is the first time I've looked anything up in this conversation.
Well, you've gone quiet for 10, 15 seconds, plenty of time. So you could have been.
Are you saying?
It's
Are you
because
saying
I
that you
think
first time?
before I speak.
Are you saying that you first time?
All right.
I guess that works.
Have you guys got him to concede on anything?
No.
I don't think so, really.
Why don't you just like stay on like one point, right? I heard you speaking the space and the time and the space, gravity. It won't work without gravity. So many different things have been brought up. Gas pressure without a container.
Mhm.
Just stay on one of those points and actually concede one way or the other. Make a decision. And
Yeah, I'm not.
go
No.
on from there, because otherwise, I mean, it's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts or something. It's kind of weird.
You don't concede, you get a greater understanding. If I concede, I'm throwing my brain out the window, right?
What's your greater understanding?
believe-
Is the horizon? Is your greater understanding is the horizon an apparent position or a geometric location?
Geometric location, but the appearance of it can change based on environment. The appearance of things, that's why it's called a mirage. It's
Are
not
you seeing the
full
geometric location or the apparent position? Which one are you seeing?
the apparent position. The apparent, because
So
that's
is
why
that
it's
a
a mirage.
concession, or is that just an understanding
My understanding is of a mirage
that
is
you've
that
conceded?
it appears to be further based on the environment you're looking at it in.
Okay,
That's
but
why it appears.
Can you demonstrate that black swan image is a mirage?
Yes. Black swan image is mirage because if you just look at the shape of the oil
wait a
rig, you
minute.
can see it's clearly
Again, man, you're
mirage.
speaking about oil rigs. That's not the point.
May I?
Yes.
See, the problem is that we're dealing with known distances from authoritative sources.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what you're talking about. So when you apply that distance to the math of spherical geometry, it doesn't fly. We see too far somehow.
Yeah,
You're saying that we have all these optical illusions happening everywhere?
I'm also not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything inverted, lifted up above sea level or anything like that. So it doesn't look like any kind of a mirage I've ever seen.
The waves in the background could be a mirage, right?
Okay, I'm
That are
looking at
past
the
the-
image. Yeah, the way, just the shape of the oil rig is. This
Again,
picture's a
man,
little- yeah, you can see the bottom of the
Man,
oil
are
rig
you
is like all like horizontally shift. It's just shifted incorrectly because of the atmosphere.
Can you stop it, please?
Yes.
Can you stop it, please? Jenny said to you now, this is only distance, not argument. Argument is horizon, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, so it's the horizon that you have to say is being lifted up and inverted and all that stuff, which is not apparent at all from looking at that observation. Like look at a Fata Morgana or any of those, or just a regular mirage. Like it's not like the Black Swan. That's just a flat, open horizon, straight. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You want to say that this is looming? Or you want to say that this is maybe?
I'm not finding
You will not find anything because that is not happening. You will not find anything about extending horizon, my man. Because of that, we are telling you.
But water's also an object.
You have objects on horizon. Horizon itself cannot extend 10 times further. Are you listening?
But the horizon's also an object because the horizon is made up of the water if you're looking past the ocean.
Horizon
just like every other object.
Horizon is an object.
Mm-hmm.
You are saying the horizon is an object.
Yeah, because it's made up of water. If you're looking past the horizon, it wouldn't. You're supposed to treat everything the same, right? So, like, if it happens if a Fata Morgana,
Horizon
superior
is
mirage
made
happens to a oil
with
rig, it should happen
water.
to the horizon at the same time, because that's what the light is doing. It's reflecting off the object. So the horizon could appear
Horizon is,
further when
listen,
the light is bouncing off.
horizon is not the object. Horizon is a apparent location where the sky meets the ground or water.
Is it water an object?
Is it horizon apparent location when the ground meets the sky or water meets the sky?
Okay. And I'm saying
Is
that can appear farther, like with every other object in view, with a superior mirage. And so therefore
No, it
you'd see
cannot
further.
appear further. No, it cannot. You cannot. You are saying now bullshit. That is not true.
Why can it not? If it's also an object, if the light is doing the same thing to the oil rig as it is with the water, why would it not appear further?
Okay, great. Now you will put John Smith, 1973. Then after that, Miller, 1999. They proved everything, citation, experiment, everything that's what's happening. It's extending horizon because of superior mirage. Can you do that, please?
I mean, if I could find a source.
Oh,
but,
really?
Yeah.
But
I'm just making a logical guess, right?
What is
My educated
logical
guess is that
here, man?
a light would act the
is
same on the
logical
ocean
here?
as it would with objects.
Listen, this you're saying something logical. What is not logical?
That's called making it up as you go along.
Okay.
Can you have your cake and eat it too?
Maybe.
Okay. You've lost your mind.
I don't think I've lost anything.
Well, you've lost your ability to reason.
Logic.
I don't know
Speaking about
how.
logic. I want
can't
some side goal logic.
See, I don't
Once you
know
eat your
how
cake,
it would
it's
be
gone.
illogical.
You won't
I
know
don't know how.
it.
I'm not sure how it'd be illogical to
You
say
just
that.
you just said the horizon is an object, and then said it's apparent, and then said, well, it's apparently geometrical, and we can apparently see the object further than what the object actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Is that logic?
If the light is hitting I think it's logical if the light is hit. Yes, if the light hits the water of the ocean and the oil rig and reflects at the same way based on the atmosphere, hits your eye, then it will appear further than the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but you're saying that what we're seeing is not actually what's there. You're making the claim that basically that the image itself is a hologram. You've got to substantiate that. Otherwise, we're just what it is what we're seeing.
Yes, it's a mirage. That is what a mirage is.
Okay, substantiate that because I've just posted a picture of a mirage. That's not what a mirage looks
Are you
like.
fucking idiot? Are you fucking idiot? You are saying that horizon is a mirage. Are you fucking idiot?
I'm
I need to speak now like this. Sorry, because this is too much, man. You are offending me, man. You cannot speak like that. This is too much. This is not. This is nonsense.
Okay, there's the picture. If you look at the oil rigs themselves, it's obviously a mirage because of the shape of the freaking bars. When it comes to the horizon, my guess is that.
Hold on. Once again, the oil rigs are not really part of the argument. The argument is about the horizon. So let me just, if you want to say that the horizon is a physical position, right? Mm-hmm. The problem with that is that I'll give you an analogy, right? So say that there's a hill, like a physical hill, right? Mm-hmm. We're on opposite sides of it. The hill's blocking our view of each other, right? You still with me? All right, cool. Now there's kind of inverted air layers, refraction, temperature, whatever. At any point, are you going to see the hill appear behind me because the light is bending? Because if it's supposed to be a physical object that is at 1.2 miles, then how could it be appearing behind the distorted rigs that's 9 miles away? That's almost an order of magnitude of difference. And there's also that if the rigs appear in front of the horizon, right, that means that the light reflecting off of those rigs, which you mentioned, is reaching the camera first. Now, how does that happen when the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles?
Can I tell you something honestly? That oil rig about what you're speaking need to be 66 or 60 feet under the water, but doesn't matter,
this is just another hand wave. It's another hand wave of the Black Swan because they don't understand it. They refuse to accept the implications of what the Black Swan shows, or any of the
And
Black
so what they
Swan.
basically have to claim is that the obstruction is appearing behind what's obstructed because the light's bending. It's like, okay, cool, but you can't even demonstrate something like that.
That the light is. My assumption would be that the superior mirage is happening to the whole image at the same time, and that's how you'd get the effect.
Well, that's the problem. You're making an assumption. Can you demonstrate?
Well, you guys are assuming that the Earth is flat by looking at the image.
We're not assuming. We're making an observation of it and seeing that it is flat. You are making the assumption that what you're seeing is not what it actually is. So you're going to have to substantiate that.
I wouldn't even go so far as to say flat. I would just say that it proves it's not a globe of the size.
Right, it can't be a globe because it's not curving at that necessary 8 inches per mile squared rate, at any rate.
How can you prove it's not curving at all just by looking at the image?
Well, okay, look, so do you know where the geometric horizon is supposed to be if it is curving at that necessary 8 inches per mile squared rate for it to be the ball that you've been saying that it is the whole time in order to get orbital mechanics and all this stuff you've been talking about? Do you know where that horizon should be?
Yeah, it should be a shorter distance than what's shown in the image.
Well, there's a specific distance.
But the
based on the geometry of your ball Earth, there's a specific distance. Do you know what it is?
Nope.
Okay, it's 1.225 miles.
1.225 miles.
Right, so where is it? Where is the horizon?
Horizon would be in front of the oil rigs.
It's out past the oil rigs. It's behind them. The furthest one is 9.4 miles, so it's somewhere out there around 10 miles, maybe even further for all we know, but we'll give you 10. So you're off by a factor of 10. And you want to just hand wave that all away as if it's just an illusion. What we're looking at is just a mirage, even though mirages don't look like that. So that's a problem. A factor of 10. We have an observation from that same location where we can see the island 30 miles out. Now it's off by a factor of 30. Is that all just an illusion too? Why? Like, how are we the ones making the assumption here? You're the one looking at something and assuming that it's not what we're seeing.
He's got a much bigger problem as well, though. He said orbits wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth. Actually, orbit means to wheel or circuit, only possible flat surface. And the only way demonstrating this is through quantum levitation or magnetism, and it only works on a level surface foundation. That's how orbits reality.
Only works on the flat Earth, not using gravity.
Yeah, you can't even demonstrate their sort of magical ball orbits don't even exist. That's only in cartoons. Real orbits require a flat surface on a foundation. There isn't even another option.
Well, they kind of do orbit on a flat surface. It's just they're orbiting around, a slice of, the circumference.
No,
they're not
you don't
like
even
wavering
have
in
a- no,
orbit.
they're
The
not.
orbit
They're-
goes
they're
in
orbiting
a
on
circle.
the flat Earth. No, they're not orbiting, but if they were, they require a flat surface. That's what every demonstration ever presents itself as, a flat surface with a foundation. There's no such thing as balls orbiting at all. You don't even have an example.
Yeah, well, I
Livestream voice
mean,
check right there. It's in the
if the
livestream
Earth
right
was
there.
flat,
There's your
then
example. No, there's
if
no
the-
if. It is. It's already proven. There's no if. That's how it works.
it'd be like all the objects. There couldn't be any satellites whatsoever, right? Because
There are no satellites. Yeah, there are no.
right.
You
So
don't
that's
use
what you're
them.
saying. Because
Yeah,
how
in
would
the-
they be
right,
curving?
In the military, yeah, in the military.
Why would they be
we use
traveling?
right. Satellites. Exactly. If there are orbits, again, in order to have an orbit, it requires a flat surface on a foundation. There isn't even a claim otherwise. And then the military, you can ask Battle Mod, we use J-stars and air warning and control systems. There are no satellites transmitting signals to us. We have to use literally $1 billion aircraft system of dozens of aircraft to give us information. If we had satellites, we wouldn't need hundreds of aircraft giving us the information through radars and sonars and that from the air. J-stars is the land-based, right? It shows you what the land
Mhm.
looks like, and the AWACS shows you what the objects in the air and where their locations are. So there are no satellites.
That's called redundancy. We can have both at the same time, just like ground-based and
There
space-based
are no
infrared.
satellites. It doesn't matter anyway. That's why you have to hide from curvature anyway. That's why you have to hide. You have to go to other things that are in your imagination and hide from what we can prove. So that's it's all begging the question. You don't have.
All right.
Yep, known satellites are just they're hovering via balloons because there's no such thing as perpetual energy machines that can just magically float around. That's why they have to buy all the helium.
Well, an object in motion stays in motion. Do we believe in that?
Yeah, in real life, planes fall down.
How that will
Hold on.
change the curvature again?
Hold on,
Big
Sash,
and sick of that. I need to take that up. How does it change the curvature again?
What'd you say?
The same question. How that question will form the curvature in reality?
Do you know planes, when they turn their engines off, bro? You know when planes turn their engines off, they start to fall? Do you know?
I mean, I guess. I mean, if you wanted to glide them, could
You're
you
not
glide them?
sure? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not a
still lose
pilot.
energy, and eventually you cannot glide forever. It takes energy. That's why we have to have engines on airplanes. Yeah.
Yeah, because of drag, which is apparently there, which is obviously there. Atmospheric drag. That's
Maybe
why
it's time
birds
now to
are shaped
that
the
you
way they are.
ask now how tides work on flat Earth, huh?
Hmm?
Maybe it's time that you ask now how tides work on flat Earth. That would be good question.
How do tides work on flat Earth?
Well,
How
they
tides
require
work
flat
on
Earth.
globe Earth?
Huh?
How tides work on globe Earth?
Oh, how do tides work on globe? So you can see that the gravitational pull of the moon is causing the wave.
You can see the gravitational. Listen, this you can see the where we can see gravitational pull.
But what I can see is that the moon appears to pass, but there are two high tides.
Yeah, I was just going to
This
say.
means that you have a high tide on the opposite side of the ball, right?
Well, maybe then the sun is doing the rest of the work.
How about birds?
Maybe. That's called. Hold on, relax, Sasha. Hold on.
No, I cannot relax. I observe birds, and they are flying every time near the tides. I think that birds causing that tides.
What? I'm sorry.
What? Sorry?
Sasha, I agree. I'm going to translate.
Gravitational pull. Where we can see that? On television, nature, underground, in the water, where?
Sasha, can you ask me what type of birds cause the tides? I want to tell you about it. It's my new study. I want to tell you about my bird study. They're called penguins. They cause the tides. They're birds of the water. You're welcome.
Pegasus causing.
Pegasus.
You know, it's very very near to unicorns, but they don't like Pegasus. You know, they're not so good with them.
Pegasus. Oh yeah, well Pegasus, that's a stretch.
Yeah. Because unicorns they disproved all gravity shit.
Pegasus are the best. Yeah, they disprove gravity. But real quick, I mean, that's the thing is that he just said maybe. I mean, this is again the belief of the outer space religion. The evolutionist just literally hangs everything on maybe. It just must have happened. It's in the imagination, Sasha. It's not a real conversation. You're
and I think it's better that he speak with me. If you continue, I know where this will finish.
Okay, you take it away, Sasha. When you need me, let me know. I'll just stand on the sidelines. I'll go back to cleaning the bathrooms. You go ahead.
No. I need you now. I want that you speak with him.
Okay. Well, I think penguins cause the tides, bro. They're in the water and they're birds in the waters. Anybody want to disagree with that? That's my opinion. I think penguins cause the tides on the flat Earth.
Dodo birds.
The penguins, the dodo birds, they're causing the waves. Right. I have proof.
Right. Well, the point is, at least I have a flat Earth I can prove. I can prove the flat Earth. Why the tides are caused, I'm not insane enough to hide from what I can prove. A way object. That's the point.
Wait
so
a second.
In reality, we go, wow, look, there's the ocean, there's the flat Earth. I can't tell you how the creator made the tides work. I'm not an infanticist living in a cartoon. You'd have to be crazy to think you know how the tides work when you're scared of Earth curvature. If you're scared of a straight line, how could you claim you know how the ocean works? That's way more complicated.
So, what's the flat Earth theory on why there's tides?
I don't have a theory. I don't have a theory. I'm not a person
Yeah,
living in a
not
cartoon.
making claims like idiots, you know?
Right. Well, okay, well, hold on, Sasha. What's the theory of why the Earth is flat in the globe Earth religion? That was easy. You like that, Sasha? That's how it's done. Yep, that was easy. Thanks for playing.
Ask him about morality.
Ask me about morality.
Now, do you believe in morality a way object, or do you think that it's okay just to have your own personal subjective morality?
Oh yeah. I believe that morality is based on kind of like we kind of like came up with it based on
you can do
our
it.
evolution.
Come on, you can do it. There you
go,
man.
Based
evolution.
on evolution,
you got it, Sasha.
Yeah,
Evolution
it's completely based on evolution. It's based on our best interest to remain human and reproduce
believe
more
battle
human.
mods. I can't believe battle mods letting me do this. This is called a shooting gallery, but battle mod just has too many heads on his wall. He's taking out too many people. I cannot believe he's letting me do this. This is unbelievable. Yeah, Sasha, that's it. Evolution makes everything. Evolution makes chia pet balls in space, and it makes internet heroes, and it makes morality too. Sasha, you didn't know that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you have it. If you believe in evolution, Sasha, there's no such thing as any rules unless you believe in reality. Now you have to have explanations to why things work that we can't prove. The evolutionist will then ask you, how do tides work? Because I'm trying to show you I can accept my senses. I now have to go beyond my senses, Sasha, and tell you why things that we can't prove, how they work. You see, that's what the evolutionist doesn't even know anything about his own belief system, but he thinks he knows how cartoons and outer space work. So I can't do anything, Sasha. So
let me give a little bit of backup to my claim, right? So every animal.
Does information also evaluate it?
That's right, Sasha. Yep, information.
Does
information made itself.
Was like how to say? I know my English is bad. How to say that also information was made by how to say it in good phrase?
Exactly. That's called spontaneous information. Yep, spontaneous generation information, Sasha. You got it.
You know, information came from nothing. You know, exploded in an information. We people have information. Do you know what is information? We have information. How that fucking came from the space?
How did information, how did consciousness come from like nothing? The great freaking quantum soup, you know.
Presupposing quantum soup. Evolution, relativity, morality.
Anti-morality, sophist morality, old house.
Anti-morality. I'm not like anti-morality.
It's all relative.
Let me give a big a little bit of an explanation of what I mean. So my idea of morality is that people in general, like we want to continue on humans. Humans like humans and humans like to reproduce, right? So our moral is to treat each other nice, and all that we all know the morals of how to be a good person.
So if I have
we're
more
good people
Sasha,
to
okay. No,
each
we're
other.
not good. So you don't believe in words anyway. So if I get together and I create a consensus and a majority of the population agrees with me, it's okay to, of course, take your resource.
Yeah, it's all relative.
Good and bad is kind of just based on how well as a human race we can do.
Can you tell me one answer, one question? How we get that? Only what you say. How we get that?
Oh, the whole evolution thing? I mean...
No evolution thing.
Morality?
Yeah.
Morality is in our DNA. Morality is just what we call our human nature.
Do you have any... listen, this is better. Do you have any logic information that some morality came from somewhere? Do you have any information that maybe came from somewhere?
It came from ourselves. We made it up. We created it because we had to, because we're people.
Yeah.
It's inherent within ourselves to be good people, or else the human race wouldn't exist.
Written in one book. This.
Where do you think you got that information? Where do you think that comes from?
I just think it's basically self-explanatory, right? We're here because we're good to each
How
other.
is it self-explanatory? There's people that go out and do evil stuff that weren't taught things that you're talking about. That it's self-explanatory, but there's people that go and kill people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
How is that what you're saying? It has to be taught.
It's those people, since if they're a net negative on humanity.
I'm gonna stop now so you can explain your stupidity.
I was explaining it. So they're a net negative on humanity, so they're immoral people. There can be both moral people and immoral people, but the reason we have decent, good morality is that, it's for ourselves. It's so that the human race can survive, because if it wasn't, then we'd all be killing each other, and that would be evolutionarily completely ridiculous, because then we wouldn't exist, right? That's against life.
When was the moment that people realized that it's time for morality?
Huh?
When was the moment when one man realized that it's time for the morality?
There was never a moment. It was within us the whole time.
Really? But we have some kind of moments written that somebody telling us to be like that.
Where was slavery morality?
We were freaking wrong. We were wrong.
Whoa. Hey, can I ask some of you guys to not shout into your microphones, because it is killing me. Okay, and you're because you're shouting. Relax.
I agree, guys. Listen, one at a time, nice and slow. I'm going to let somebody else speak. Okay, so either Sasha or Master Chief or the evolutionist without a claim, one of you can speak.
Yeah, I apologize. It's just I was triggered.
I know what happened. So
I just have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
How do the amoral and immoral squirrels survive?
Well, the moral squirrels are going to go on and reproduce and make more squirrels and have, a decent living, while the immoral squirrels are probably just going to shrivel up and die, and it will be worse for the squirrel population. So, over time, squirrels exist, and if all the squirrels were immoral, then there would be no squirrels, and therefore it would be a failed species, right? Humans are not really a failed species because we are mostly good to each other, and we can survive, and we can, so it's kind of the whole.
It sounds like you're equating morality with survival. It sounds like you're equating morality with survival. Would you say there is any such thing as an objective moral truth?
There is no objective moral truth whatsoever.
There is.
Because
it's wrong to kill babies. That's an objective moral truth.
You just said they were
not for the aliens. So if I was a super advanced alien species, and I was in it for myself because my evolution told me so, because that's in my DNA, and how much would I care about killing like an infant baby? I wouldn't care that much. That wouldn't be inherently immoral. It would suck for the humans, and for humans to do that to a infant would be immoral for the humans.
We're way in the
but
weeds.
It would.
Too far.
We're not even in the weeds. This is my explanation.
We're so far in. This is pure insanity.
Sir, you didn't even give an
insanity. That is exactly
the
my
horizon is physical or apparent.
Listen, bro. Listen, let's get back to your religious point of view. You believe in evolution. Do you think evolution is scientific, a way object?
Scientific? I guess so.
You get guess. So no then. So I guess would not.
Oh yes.
Even that answer is not okay. There you go.
What does it mean scientific? Does it follow scientific method?
No, that's what I'm saying. In your opinion, I'll even let you use. Do you want to choose a type of science? Because I know atheists have their own viewpoints on science. So what would be your scientific definition? Again, you're talking to me, not somebody else. I will allow you to have it real quick. So go ahead. What science?
Evolution we call evolution as a science because whatever. I forgot what it is, what they
fine.
call
No.
it.
I'm so lackadaisical. I'm so liberal. I'll take that. Perfect. Evolution is science. Great. Can you give me one example of evolution science without a presupposition?
One example, like what, the Darwin finches?
That's going to have a presupposition. So you can't use that. You'd have to use something without a presupposition, which would be science, even objection. Like you can objectively experience something that could, like this was evolution, or I saw this, or I experienced, or there was an event away, right? An event happened that I'm assuming you believe in, and that's why you believe in evolution. What was that event or scientific experience?
Oh, like I literally see evolution take place? No, sorry, it happens too slowly. I can't.
Okay, so is there such thing as an example of evolution that has happened in history without a presupposition?
An example of evolution happening in like modern history over the course of what would that be? A couple thousand years?
I'll just let me make it even easier. Let me make it even easier. Okay, I don't know. That's a good answer. What is the reason you believe in evolution? How's that?
Because I feel like when we compare ourselves to other animals, the similarities are just really vast, and so you can say, okay, these people or these animals kind of like changed into these animals. They kind of split off into their own.
So it's okay. That's a presupp. So because of a presuppositional belief system, because of your preconceived belief, because things are then similar, therefore it proves a preconceived presuppositional assumption, religious belief in evolution. See, that's still a presupposition.
That's why it's the theory of evolution, baby.
It's a theory, right? So is it a scientific theory or something else?
It's good enough for science. I think it's a pretty good one.
Okay, so then we're back. Since you use science again, what is the science of evolution? Just give me any example of science.
If you take over a long span of time, you could, but you can't do it in a short span of time. So what are you trying to make me say?
But that's back to your imagination. That's back to the religion again. You're going back to your imagining point. So again, you'd have to actually have an event recorded. Did somebody else record it? Okay, I'm going to give you another limb. You said the Darwin finches. So you're saying birds making birds is evolution. That's what you're saying?
Well, if they evolve different kinds of beaks, maybe that could be evidence to support the theory of evolution because of how similar they are, but their difference, right? So that would just be evidence towards that, right?
Okay, so if you're saying, so that's fine. Watch, I'm going to go along with that non-claim. Watch this. So you're saying if birds make only birds, in fact, not just birds, you're saying finches only make a variety of finches, let's say over a 5,000 year time span, that's evolution.
If they make something that is genetically different, then how would it not be evolution?
No, they're the same. No, that's the point, is that they're genetically the same. Even
how are they genetically the same?
You're not listening. You got to listen. So you're saying I'm genetically different than my parents that are both different looking than me?
Very, very slightly, but that's not evolution.
No, they're not. I'm 100% based off the already existing gene pool. There's not even an ounce of gene. There's nothing, not even hypothetically different about the gene pool. That's why it's called a gene pool. So my two parents created my gene pool that's based off of an already existing gene pool, and I'm very different than both my parents. I'm much taller than both my parents, okay? For an example.
And your genetics are from them, but it's a combination of them, so they're unique to you, unless you have a twin.
It's called a gene pool, so there's no new information. So that goes back to the finches. The finches only making finches based off of a finch gene pool for thousands of years. Do you consider that evolution?
How would you know if they're exactly the same if there's genetic mutation? Because if they're exactly the same...
No, they are. No, listen. Wait, I didn't say they are. This is a hypothetical. I'm saying, do you consider this evolution if finches stay literally within the same gene pool for thousands of years? Let's just say 5,000 years. 5,000 years of finches making the same birds, same combinations, different colored feathers, slightly different beaks, right? Just like I'm slightly different than my parents. That's within the exact same gene pool. You consider that evolution?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you admit that evolution is actually just not changing and staying the same kind, literally, not even changing speciation to you as evolution. You see, Sasha, they actually believe that they actually don't even believe in evolution. They call normal reproduction evolution.
The problem is they actually did change because they changed for a reason. they
No, they
have
didn't.
different shaped
Nope.
beaks
Man,
because
man,
of the shape
man,
of fruit.
you
That's
can
the same
speak
no,
about this,
exactly.
you
They're
know,
different
like
Hold on,
kinds.
Sasha.
speaking,
Hold on.
speaking,
I know.
speaking.
Relax. Hold on, Sasha. I'll give it back to you, Sasha. But watch, that's the point. He is saying staying the exact same breed, not even a different breed, is evolution. That's what they're claiming now. They're claiming that staying within the exact same gene pool, having the variation, remember, it's called a variation within the kind. The variation already exists. It allows for slightly different color. Like my two cats, I have a mackerel and a tabby cat. They made white cats, orange cats, and mackerel cats, all from the same gene pool, orange, white, and dark. All from the same gene pool, all cats only making cats, and they consider cats making kittens evolution. Finches making finches evolution. Horses making only horses, they consider that evolution. That's what this magical paradigm does to them. It destroys their ability to think, Sasha. They don't even understand their own religion.
But don't forget. Wait, I need to speak with Ixo. Don't forget, Ixo, that everything started before in water, you know? And amoebas, you know, and everything. And when amoebas and whatever, that first animal when it came out from the water, you know, then do you know what's happened? Then they get organs, liver, heart, you know, all these organs. What they have function, you know, what you know, when they come out from outside, they kidneys, you know, they got kidneys because they needed kidneys, you know.
Yeah.
Lungs,
Sasha,
and then lungs. Don't forget lungs. Lungs
Sasha,
was
I'm talking to you.
important.
Sasha, I'm talking to you. Watch this. He says that no, if they stay the same kind of fish and stay in the water, it's still evolution. That's the problem. He doesn't even know what evolution is, Sasha.
Are they the
he
same
says if
kind?
it stays
If they're
the same, right? He says if it stays the same, Sasha, it's still evolution.
They're
So
not
sorry,
the
he doesn't
same.
even need changes. They are
They're
the
not
same.
Is
Yes,
half
so
the
you're
litter of
saying
your
humans-
kittens are their legs
no,
twice as
stop.
long?
Yes, they're all the same kind. They're the same
Are
family, same
are
genus.
half the
Yes,
litter of the
everything's the
cats
same.
are their legs like twice as long? Because that's like a
No,
physical
they're
difference.
all
That's
the
a
same.
large
It
difference.
doesn't. So you're saying a small person is no longer human, or a really tall person is no longer human? Which one's not human anymore?
No, he's saying
They're both human. It's just it's
See, there's no,
genetic
right, so
diversity.
it's the same.
No,
It's the
no,
same. So
no.
is there? Hold
Same
on,
species,
Sasha.
but they still
Hold
have
on.
different
Nope,
genetics.
there's no such thing. Nope, it's the same. So you're saying staying in the same family is still evolution. See, Sasha, he doesn't even understand his own belief system. He
But
believes
he's
that it exists
changing.
now
It's
for
a
the
slow
10th time.
process. Like
Okay, Sasha, I'll give it up to you. Just for the record, for the audience, staying the same and the same
that is
family,
bullshit.
literally
Like
the
he's
same
saying.
kind. They're saying that staying the same is evolution. Audience, thank you.
I know my friend one. He wanted to be in water, and he bought his swimming pool, and he spent like 20 hours every day in water. And after 20 years of doing that, he became fish. He have no lungs, and he's still now swimming there and with other fishes. He's in river. He
So you're
don't
saying
like
that
salty. He don't like salty because he still didn't ever how to say evolution didn't give him more that he can also survive in salty water.
Does
But
he have a taste for sushi? Does he
But
have a
how
taste
did
for
his
sushi
genes change that
now?
much with himself?
They didn't. It's a joke. It's a
I know.
joke. They don't. Genes don't
Genes.
change.
So that's
They stay
exactly
within the
right.
gene pool. Which, again, Sasha,
And
he says that staying the same is evolution. For the record,
I didn't say staying the same is evolution because you're not saying the same. You're
finches staying the exact same family
not
of finches, not even a different kind of. Yes, they're all finches. They stay within the family, just like I'm
Yep.
not identical to my parents. Only staying finches is evolution to the modern age.
but on the end, man,
only
you
staying finches, but
only
having
you
different
have
variations.
stories. Only you have
That's
stories
normal
about
reproduction.
evolution.
Yes.
You
Not
don't have any
variations,
kind.
you
Right.
numpty.
There
You
are
don't have any.
variations
You might want to
of
help
finches
There's
him out.
not
based on the area
variations,
of
you
the
numpty piece
island.
of shit. They all have beaks, they all have esophaguses, they all have the same fucking song, they all eat the same fucking thing. Seeds.
But why are you so
But
upset though?
a long-beaked
Because it's not evolution.
finch, a
It doesn't
long-beaked
matter what there is
finch,
and what
It's not a
there
finch if
isn't.
it has a long beak.
a long-beaked finch is going to give birth to like a whole bunch of short-beaked finches
Shut
that
the
can't
fuck up,
survive
dude.
because of their island.
Yo,
Some might be slightly
Finch
shorter.
is a
yo,
fucking finch.
yo,
Fucking.
There's a
yo.
different types of finches
I
on the
know
same
you
island
guys
for
hear me,
evolution.
right?
Yes, let
So
Elijah talk.
Joshua, speak out of pocket again, and you're gonna get muted. You're not gonna be sitting here cursing all over the live stream when no one else is having that language. Be a leader. Okay, and anybody else.
All right, Elijah. My bad. That is uncalled for.
Okay.
You're good.
With the cherry story about evolution, it's story, and we don't have any scientific proof for evolution.
But Sasha, let the sleeping dog lie. He says staying in the exact, not even a different kind of bird, the same bird, staying the same type and kind of bird is
He can speak
evolution.
all the night, whatever he wants. He can speak all the night, and that is from his mouth. I will tell you, there is no scientific proof for evolution, and that's it. You can speak now for 4.5 billion years if you want.
So how's there different races of humans?
There
Oh
aren't.
my God.
Wow, you believe in wow, he thinks there's different they're not. That's the thing. We're all one human. We're all one of human, the same kind. It's called mankind.
We're
Yeah,
in the
and
same
you're saying that
species, but we have
no,
genetic
same kind. No,
differences.
they're same kind. All humans are the same, and there's no such thing as two humans making anything other than what, Sasha? A human. Is there any chance for two humans, a male and a female, to make anything but a human? Any chance at all?
No, they're gonna make a human, right?
And that's evolution.
However,
Yep, and you believe that's evolution.
but it depends. But two different kinds of humans are going to make
They're not different
a
kinds, so
combination.
that's a lie. No, that's a lie. So now you're lying because you're triggered. That's not. There's no such thing. As
I'm lying because
different
I'm
kinds of
triggered.
humans.
I'm not triggered, and I'm not
Yes,
lying. I'm
if they
speaking
can
what I
reproduce
believe.
it by necessary, yes, because you don't understand reality. You're stuck in a fairy tale. By necessary antecedent, if two humans bring forth, they are the same. They're human. Period.
Maybe he
Yep.
means to ask,
They're both
why are there
human,
different colors of individuals?
Why is there just different
Variation.
kinds of humans? Why is there different races?
No, they're not different kinds, just different colors.
There's different
It's
races of.
I think you're talking about different kinds of evolution, macroevolution.
I'm not going to get into like race
No, there's
theory
no
or
such thing,
anything, but,
Matthew. No, that's
I mean,
incorrect, Matthew. There's no such thing as either. They're both the same, Matthew. You can stop. Thanks.
You can hold on for a second.
Macroevolution is if you change species.
So
Hold
all
on a
races of
second.
humans and all
Wait,
races of people.
wait. Hold on a second. Now you see a way object. What just happened here is your religion made you step into a big old pile of eugenics. You see what just happened?
Yes, he says different kinds of humans. He thinks there's different human races. Yes, it's insane.
That's sick, bro. I'm just letting you know. I'm not like, you got to figure out what just happened in your mind. You went from evolution means different types of humans, which, eventually ends up in gas chambers. I just want you to know how that goes. You know what I'm saying? Think about that for a second.
Yeah, if you decide to be, a terrible person, but at least I have morals.
Well, now wait, you don't decide to have morals. You said that's baked into our genetic code because of evolution, remember? So you can't fight that you're going to be a geneticist, like a eugenicist. You get that, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have morals. He's
But the
already
thing
admitting
is,
this by lying.
the genetic difference between all races of people is so small that different races of people aren't even in categories of and I looked this up before, but of what was it called? Subspecies, right? So you know how like there's the Homo sapiens sapiens and then there's the Homo the Homo
there's no such thing.
Neanderthal.
They're cartoons
So
and
those
stuff.
are different
there's no such thing.
subspecies of the same
there's
species.
Absolutely
right?
no such thing. Sorry.
You're starting
Different
to get
humans
really
are
quick,
within the
dude, like-
same subspecies of Homo sapiens sapien because have how similar. Yet they're still genetically different. Because if they weren't, everyone would look exactly the
there's
same.
no such thing. Nope, absolutely wrong. No, they already have the ability to make different offspring based on an already existing gene pool. It's called variation within a kind. Allele frequencies are only variations of already existing genes. There's no new information. So 400 million years of horseshoe crabs staying the same is evolution, right? Away object staying the same for 400 million years.
Why the heck would they need to evolve if they can suit in their own environment?
There you go. So
they can remain the same. However,
so it's staying the same evolution for 400 million years? Is that evolution?
they wouldn't need to evolve much. Evolve is change, right? If they don't need to change, they don't need to change.
So is that evolution? Is that evolution staying the same for 400 million years?
It's an interesting case. I guess not, because they didn't evolve.
Okay, so are there any examples of evolution that you know of?
Well, at first he has to define it. Has he done that yet?
I don't understand how.
Orion, I agree. Now, Orion, you take over. Do your thing, Orion. But I would him his pseudo version. Yeah, he doesn't have a definition. So you start your type of conversation. Go ahead. Let's see if we can answer. Go ahead.
Well, let's see if he can find an official one. Do you have an official definition for evolution?
I'd say that evolution is when you take a small mutation of a gene and your next of kin that is going to help you survive in your current environment. So your children's children and so on are going to be better suited for the environment and they can survive better, because that's pretty much the meaning of life, is for your own species to survive, your own kind, and to thrive in whatever environment you're set in. And so that would be kind of my definition of evolution. Would be small changes over time in the genes, even if it's in the same species, to better suit the environment.
Okay, so I wasn't asking for your definition, your own personal one. I was asking for the definition. You know, like the kind that you look up in the dictionary.
I think that's
Something
closer
similar?
to the definition. If not, then what the
Orion,
hell
there's
is
another
it?
problem. I got to help Orion out. So Orion, there's another problem, is that he didn't describe evolution. He described normal reproduction. That's what staying cats and kittens and dogs making puppies is. Yeah. Thanks.
It sounded like he described adaptation almost, but not even that.
Adaptation is evolution. What are you talking? It's the same thing.
Right. No, he didn't. He didn't.
Oh, well,
describe
if they're
that.
the same thing, why would we need two words for the same thing? And if
They
it's
are
the same thing,
he's
can
right.
you find the official definition for it? Not your definition, but the official definition for it? Can you post that in the live stream text for us?
Sure.
So,
But
in
here's
your
hold on
mind,
one second. Just to Orion, he did not describe adaptation. He described normal reproduction. That's not even adaptation. He described something already having
It's
the
literally
ability
what
to
I just said.
survive.
Like I
Okay,
said, the
stop.
official
I'm talking.
definition.
Hey, I know.
Yeah,
Relax.
you
Your
know,
religion's
whatever.
being crushed. Let me explain. He just described something already having the ability. So that's not even adaptation. Thank you.
Already having the ability. How about evolution doesn't exist? It's just reproduction does what the definition of evolution does. How about
Is
that?
this your own personal definition again, or is this the official one?
This is the official definition, which is
It
what
sounds like
I
something you just
said
made up.
This I literally got this from Wikipedia. I posted in chat.
Wikipedia. I'm not. Can you get a source, maybe a little bit more solid than that?
NES.
You know, like
why
Webster's, or maybe
Webster's? Okay.
at least a textbook, a citation of some kind. You know, something that's clear cut, something that doesn't really leave anything to the imagination.
Question is,
So we're not about the imagination here. We're about objective reality here.
This is the main idea of evolution. Me finding another source that says it in a different way isn't going to change anything. I don't know, like...
Cambridge Dictionary, the way in which living things change and develop over millions of years. And then down it's written Darwin theory of evolution.
There, same thing. Evolution is changing heritable.
Okay, so now what evidence do we have to support
same definition.
Is it written Darwin scientific theory or Darwin theory of evolution?
Which theory of evolution it is?
You mean that theory and scientific theory are the same thing?
Is there different theories of evolution?
No. What he means is there's two different types of theories. So there's a colloquial theory, which could be me pointing up at the stars and saying, oh, those stars are just glowing unicorns clustering together far away. So that'd be a colloquial theory. Any idiot can come up with a colloquial theory. But a scientific theory is something that has evidence behind it. So is this a colloquial theory of evolution, or is this a scientific theory of evolution?
If it was just come up with by Darwin, then
it is.
It depends how. Like, I'd say scientific, but I mean, the theory is still the theory of evolution that Darwin started.
You will say scientific, but you will be
either
wrong
way.
because it's not. You know, you can say it's scientific, but it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a colloquial theory, dude. It means that just, anybody could have come up with it. There's no evidence backing it. And I'm not even entirely sure that the definition is a sound one at that. Well, there's no evidence backing it, so what difference does it make?
So any old Joe back in the day could have come up with that and been like, "This is my theory," and it would have been just as good as Darwin's theory of evolution.
No. What I'm saying is it would be just as valid as if I were to say right now, we didn't evolve from monkeys. We evolved from rats. That whole going from the rat to the monkey and then monkey human. No, it didn't work that way. We just came directly from rats. Now you see that claim that I just made right there, that hypothetical claim. I'm not really claiming that. But let's just pretend I'm claiming that. That claim that we came from rats instead of monkeys is equally valid to the claim as the claim that we came from monkeys. So there's just as much evidence for both, and they're both colloquial theories, not scientific theories. So do you see how it's kind of bullshit if there's no evidence backing it? It's a colloquial theory. It can be dismissed.
How would those be the same if empirically you could see that we look similar to chimps than we do to rats?
We look similar to bears. No, we have the same feet as bears as well. So which one did we come from?
We don't look facially the same as bears. Sure, we may have some.
I'm sorry. That's irrelevant. Then you just crossed the line into more theories and more imagination.
I'm just talking about like literally.
That's not empirical.
Literally how similarity, like how similar you look.
But that's an opinion. It's subjective. We're talking about direct evidence. So would you have any direct evidence that we came from monkeys? Yes or no?
So that couldn't be evidence. Looking at the similarities between us and species,
it could not be.
Theory
of
evolution.
Yeah, of course.
Dear God, no.
So how would you do it? You'd have to like.
That means that watermelon and melon are the same. They are spherical and they're similar.
Yeah. You could say, okay, melons, lots of melons, different melons look similar, so we'll put it in the category of melon, and so therefore they might have evolved or split off from each other at some point down the line. Yes, that would make sense. That would be some sort of evidence by looking and seeing things that are similar. They have seeds that are like this. They have flesh like this.
No, it's not evidence either. We're talking about direct evidence that this came from that. All right. So you'd have to show evidence for the process of reproduction having happened and something different coming from something else in the past. So like, again, I'll put forth the theory to you again. This is a bullshit theory. Let's pretend for a second I'm claiming this. We came from rats, not monkeys. So is the burden of proof on your side to prove to me that we didn't come from rats? Or is the burden of proof on my side to prove to you that we came from rats? Who has the burden of proof if they make that claim?
You have the burden of proof, yeah.
All right, and I would have to really solidly demonstrate to you that we came from rats, right? Like I'd have to really prove it to you, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you got to really prove it to us. We came from monkeys. And when I try to find that evidence myself, I come up completely empty-handed. That whole Lucy thing, the skeleton that they named Lucy, that they dug up in Africa allegedly, turns out it's just a mixture of different animal and human bones mixed together. They're not even from the same skeleton.
That's true. That was a pretty big meme right there.
And even that
mean there's not other
wouldn't be
skeletons.
evidence enough. Even if it was a legitimate skeleton, even then it wouldn't be evidence by itself. Sufficient evidence by itself.
Sufficient. So it wouldn't be any. Would it be any form of evidence whatsoever by seeing this and then making kind of like inferences? But the more pieces you have, doesn't it kind of like fit this puzzle that makes sense?
Well, what pieces, man? You're speaking about million years ago. They don't know what is 4,000 years old or 200 years old. What are you saying about?
What do you mean?
What's happened? What they're saying about dinosaurs? When was dinosaurs? Let's say
65 million years ago or greater.
65. Okay, what happened between 34 and 33 million years ago?
30. Oh. Like after the dinosaurs?
It's 1 million years happened between 34 and 33 million years. What happened in that 1 million years?
Well, if we find, hey, hold up. If we find bones that age at that date, we would have a greater understanding of what.
Which bones are you speaking maybe of carbon dating?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Is carbon dating fake?
Oh my God.
No,
yes,
it is fake. They've taken some samples of.
Yes, it is.
Okay, real quick, Sasha.
Let's just explain to them how it's fake.
I want to tell you why. I even don't know, but my wife explained me this. That it's only guess.
Sasha.
You
okay,
like
carbon. Okay, real quick. So carbon is
okay.
obviously a way object. Hold on, watch, Sasha. Watch. Give me 20 seconds. Count to 20, Sasha. So again, a way object. You gotta wait. Count in your head. A way object. Yeah, carbon dating only dates back to 50,000 years. So you think dinosaurs are 50,000 years old now? So that was easy. Also, radiometric dating is based on another presupposition. The other radiometric dating methods don't even have any science. They admit they're based on religious presuppositions that were invented before radiometric dating existed. They came up with the dates 100 years before the dating system existed. You have a religion. Thanks for playing. See, that was less than 20 seconds. Wasn't that nice, Sasha?
Listen, this is so. They're carbon dated something in 65 million because they find it something 65. They didn't find anything 20 millions, 90 millions, 80 millions, 730,000.
Sasha, watch this. Sasha, Ace card. Sasha,
man, this is
Sasha,
sick.
watch this. I'm trying to impress you, Sasha. Ready? Watch this. Hey, a way object. What if dinosaurs still exist? Does that change anything at all if dinosaurs still existed? A way object?
Does it change anything?
Yeah.
No, because there'd be different kinds of dinosaurs.
There you go. No. The same dinosaurs existing today that we find in fossilized. Same exact everything.
Oh, same exact dinosaurs?
Yes, same exact everything. Yes, same exact anatomy. 100% the exact same anatomical features.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy because you'd assume that majority of them would change over time.
Okay, so how about if I find creatures that are older, like a horseshoe crab? Horseshoe crabs are supposed to be much older than dinosaurs, and the exact anatomical matching horseshoe crabs still live today. So again, it's just a fictitious evolution religion.
But that's an exception.
No, it's not an exception. You don't have a claim. Every time we show you that the animals are still alive, you just change your mind. See, it's over.
How many skeletons we find of dinosaurs in the world?
It doesn't matter. Some are still alive today.
No. It does matter. How many skeletons of dinosaurs we can find in the world?
A lot.
A lot? Are you sure?
A decent amount. I don't know.
Or maybe one bone?
One born?
Oh.
One bone.
There is no complete skeleton of any dinosaur.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, there's no complete skeleton of any.
Guys, did you guys not get the point? I'm trying to teach you flat earthers. Did you not?
We know how. But we know we will. No, I know. I want to speak this. We want to assume how animal looks like.
The point, guys? Listen, guys, I'm going to shut up, Sasha. I have to say this. Did you not notice, even if they're still alive today, he does not change his mind. It does not matter. There's nothing falsifiable about this fairy tale.
No. That's a good point. I think that would be a big hit against the theory of evolution. If the exact same dinosaurs and they're all the same, they existed today, that would be really... Because so many that wouldn't change. That would really change how we think about evolution.
You already said it's an exception away because horseshoe crabs, cockroaches, and dragonflies are found in older layers than dinosaurs, according to your religion. They're still alive today.
Okay, but
identical anatomy.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. People find it out.
Damn, they must have been in the exact same environment the whole time. Like, I don't know,
there you go. So again, staying the same for millions of years is still evolution then? A way object?
They were in the same environment. Why would they need to change their genetics if they're in the same environment?
By necessary, they don't change genetics now. That doesn't happen. If something already doesn't have the ability to survive, it dies. So all the law of phylum, the law of life that we witness shows that all things already have to have the ability to survive. There's no such thing as going to an environment where I don't have the ability to survive, then I magically survive. If I don't have the ability, I die. So some dinosaurs still exist. Crocodiles still exist. All right. We also have Chinese water dragons that are small versions of Gigantosauruses. They still exist. Horseshoe crabs still exist. I mean, I'm sorry, but we have thousands of animals that still exist that are found in older layers than dinosaurs. So it doesn't matter. You've been crushed.
So where'd all the variation come from?
Yeah, in 100 years, you can get literally hundreds of breeds of dogs, same exact kind, no speciation.
I think Saturn Ring has most influence.
Yeah, but why are there dogs and wolves?
Yeah,
because Saturn Ring.
Where did dogs come from? We evolved wolves to become dogs.
Dogs from the Saturn Ring.
necessary
It's
antecedent to
called
a deed
artificial selection.
That is artificial selection, but also you don't think there was like any kind of, I don't know. It's
So
probably
no claim.
mostly
So a way
artificial
out, it's
selection.
your claim, right? So again, you don't even have a claim for evolution. That's how easy this is.
Not only that, I want to point out, you just said we evolved wolves into dogs. Thanks.
We did artificially
that's kinda
select
weird.
the wolves. Yeah, that's not really true, but
It's not anywhere near true. Nowhere near. Not even in the same ballpark.
We're doing it
not
for
even
a
in the
couple
same fucking
thousand
country.
years, though,
Not
right?
really. Sorry?
How long were you doing it though? For like a couple thousand years?
I don't know. I wasn't allowed alive a couple thousand years ago. Do you want to talk about right now?
Well, you can write something down, and in 2,000 years, someone can read it. If it
Yeah.
Are you going to live 2,000 years?
Can you write
no,
something?
but the people in 2,000 years might.
Shut the fuck up.
Object
Oh, the
that
irony. Oh my
you
God.
remember again. From here on out, you don't have to think that, some story, some fairy tale you were told when you were younger. You don't have to think it's fact and there's nothing to wonder about. Now you can once again wonder to yourself, where did we come from? How did we get here? How did the birds get here? How did the trees get here? Where did the hell did these things come from? Because the truth is, they might tell you some story like they think they know how they got here. The reality is, I don't think anybody knows how any of us or any of these things got here.
Okay, that's. I can keep wondering. That's fine.
By
but
the way,
how are we gonna-
domestication syndrome is not evolution.
What is that syndrome?
When you domesticate an animal, that is not evolving the animal.
That's true. I made a misstatement.
Okay, thank you. That's all I meant by shut the fuck up.
You think you live on a globe, right? Away?
Researchers have been able to. Yeah. 15 to 40,000 years to create dogs.
Yeah, that's a nice little story, but
years ago.
Well,
15,000.
It takes a couple hundred years, again, a couple hundred years, and you get dogs from wolves. What are you talking about?
If you want to come back, this is more important because we find out that the black swan is superior mirage.
That's a couple hundred years, probably. What, black swan?
Yeah, it's superior mirage.
Just give me a second. I got to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay. He's enjoying.
TMI, my friend. TMI.
I'd like to ask him where he thinks genetic information comes from, because that can evolve.
Or maybe to ask him, is this information, no rotation, no curvature, and no gas pressure, is not enough for him, and maybe move somewhere else? Because if it's not enough for him, what to pick?
I would just like to meet an observational scientist that actually agrees with their observation. Thanks.
I would like to meet an observational scientist, period. What's that?
Yeah, exactly. There's one here right now. Matthew Learns is an observational scientist and then says you can't trust your observation. That's my favorite kind.
Well, so I would say marine biology. Observational science.
Well, I would say marine biology, psychotelemetry.
Hey, Gladflow, I would say, my gosh.
What now? Yeah, that's what I just heard. That's what I just stepped in. Matthew, so that was cute. So were you were going to challenge another Glober, but from our side of this specific argument? Pseudo flat earther. You're going to moonlight as a flat earther on this specific argument?
Yeah, he wants to be your friend. Gladflow, he wants to be your friend. I think he's already sent you a friend request.
I don't think Matthew's evolutionist, though, right?
No, that's right. I'm on your side in this one.
He just believes in millions of years and all the other parts of evolution, like the magical outer space religion that the Jesuits created. No big deal.
Oh, okay. Well, I just learned that. Sorry, Matthew. Carry on, guys.
I know natural selection can create in that.
No, you don't believe in evolution, but you think God lied to us in the Bible and that he fooled us by making a world we can't trust. That's much more safe, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
God lied. He lied.
Now, God, somebody writes that thinks
No, I
about
have more respect
that
for the
in Bible.
psychopath away object than I do someone that says God would lie to us and we can't trust our senses at all. That's a so-called God belief. Forget that.
No, you're right. God would not lie to us.
Oh, but you say he did. You say we can't even trust our senses or the Bible. What are you talking about?
God cannot lie. God does not lie.
No, you said he lies all the time, that he made us. We can't even trust our eyes. We can't trust our equilibrium. We can't trust our experience. And we can't trust the word of God. We can't trust Job. So anyway, more respect for away object. You keep up the good work.
God never
Away
lies.
Object. At least
We can trust his word.
At least
we can
you're
trust
staying
every...
consistent, away object. So thank you for staying consistent.
Oh, but Matthew, God didn't make spheres. That's for sure.
Can I ask?
But you
Can I ask
believe,
my question to him?
Please ask.
Yeah.
Matthew,
So
hold
away
on,
object.
hold on, bud.
I'm one of the unique globers on this server, so I agree with you about the shape of the Earth, but I disagree with you about some of the things that you said about evolution. So my question would be, where do you think genetic information comes from? Because it can't spontaneously come from genetic mutation. So where do you think information comes from, like new, the coding for new proteins, for example?
Coding for new protein, like if the genes change in like the next after like reproduction and the genes change, like how does that happen exactly? Like, because if you're creating new gene, well, if genes are just like made of those like 4 different parts, right, and they're just changed slightly, that would be a new piece, but it's all made up of the same stuff.
Yeah, but it's really difficult for a single genetic mutation to create a new protein, and so that's the problem that even people who believe in evolution say is a big problem that's unsolved in evolution theory right now.
Okay, so would it take multiple like gene things until they get enough in like a certain region? So
yes,
where
there's
all
not
those
enough
genes
time.
There's not enough time to do that?
That's correct. That's the current problem in evolution theory right now.
Okay.
You should
Yeah,
look
I
it
didn't
up.
know about that.
It's not me saying this. It's just that there literally is not enough time. In fact, the chief reason to believe in evolution is because you presuppose that intelligent design doesn't happen. If you presuppose that, then evolution and methodological naturalism is the only answer, and that's the only reason for believing in methodological naturalism right now.
Okay, that'd be the only reason? Because you don't believe that God created all humans perfectly and right off the bat?
No, I was just talking about intelligent design of life in general. I mean, the other big thing is that even before you get to evolution, you have to have physics working correctly, and the fine-tuning problem is that the force of the electromagnetism, all of these initial physical constants are perfectly balanced to create life or to allow life, and there's no explanation, no natural explanation for any of that type of stuff.
Yeah, the whole pi is this irrational number and e is this number and the speed of light is this constant and all these things, and it makes everything work. But I just think if all the numbers were slightly off and it didn't work, then there wouldn't be any universe in the first place. And
Exactly.
so there would have to be those numbers so the universe would exist in the first place. And I don't know if those failed universes were a restart because, like, I don't know. If time doesn't exist because there's no universe, then like you have infinite quote unquote time, you know? It's like anything can become possible no matter
So
how
after we told you about space and time being a concept, why do you still talk about it like it's real?
Because I don't know how you can take the change of something.
That's just our observed
the change of everything. Yeah, we
That's
observe
just from
things
our
to
perspective.
change.
So how is
and
it
then we
objective?
give it.
How is time objective? How is it physical? How is it measurable? Physically, right? So it's like ghosts, right? It's like ghosts. Do ghosts exist? Can you prove it? right? Big debate since the beginning of time.
Well,
earlier someone was saying, hey, do we have right now? Do we have last Wednesday? Do we have Wednesday coming up? Is that something we can get? Or is it just an idea?
Concept of Wednesday, but
there you go.
If we take two things, like the concrete example, right? With concrete drying, and we have another piece of concrete drying, and they're drying at the same rate, right? And rate is change over time, right? Just like speed is, how do we get velocity? Like distance over time is velocity.
Check this out. What if you were immortal? Then you wouldn't know what time was, and then you wouldn't be able to say shit like that. You'd be like, time? What's time? No, everything's happening all at once. It just goes in cycles.
What's a cycle? How long is a cycle?
Long. Doesn't matter. What do you mean how long? That's given how much time you have to count it. Okay, because your life is finite, so everything about your understanding has to be finite. You have to be able to, and that's what we're trying to do, actually. Can we put this in a box? Can we put space or time or space-time in a box?
I don't know if we don't want it to lock it away in the box. We just
what
want
flavor is Tuesday morning? What flavor? How does Tuesday morning taste? I mean, you're kidding me.
Can you weigh me up 7 grams of space-time?
It's ridiculous. So anyway,
7 grams of space.
I think you get the picture.
Up.
Yeah, can I get a large order of that, please?
No, people, you cannot joke like that because it doesn't work like that. It's work more on high level. You cannot understand how that works. That's the problem.
Yeah, got it.
If I travel like 60 miles per hour, an hour is a measure of time, then after I've traveled the distance of...
What did you say? What is mile? I don't know. What mile is?
Oh, kilometer, right. It's the standard measurement of...
Oh, standard. What is standard? Kilometer or mile?
It's the American measurement of
But I'm not the American, man. How we do? I don't know.
I'm traveling 60 kilometers per hour, and
I'm now American. Now I'm American. I don't understand what you're saying.
So after 1 hour,
no, it's not funny, man. I'm serious.
Hold on.
I'm just trying to give an example.
Yeah, but if we don't make agreement with the kilometers and miles, how we will get the point?
It's miles and kilometers, very close in measurement, kind of. They're just think of the same thing.
They're not close, even not even close.
Okay, that was a bad one to say. Don't say stuff like that. That was really bad for your.
They're not close. I'm sorry. They kind of mean they're not the same measurement. Okay, my bad.
They're different.
Of course they're not.
There are different ways to describe the same thing. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. When you say 3 hours, I understand you. When you say 3 miles, I don't know fucking what you're saying.
I jump in the car. I drive 60 kilometers.
You don't understand me what I'm going to say. If we don't agree on the measurement, that means miles, I will never ever know what are you saying, what that mile means.
Okay,
so a mile is a man-made construct. Go out and find me a tree full of miles.
I understand.
A mile tree.
It is a
fresh miles.
Are
sorry.
Measurements are based. They're made up. We made them up, all right?
There you go.
And then we'd make them smaller and smaller and smaller, and then until we were like, okay, what do we base the second on?
See, now this is just fucking weeds. And then you make up seconds, and you're like, oh, how much smaller can we go there? You can go,
and then we don't want to go
bigger or infinitely smaller in your head.
So then we base like the second on how long it takes for a cesium atom or whatever to.
But length is an opinion. Length is an opinion. Width is an opinion. Breadth is an opinion. It's all us going, hey, look at that. That's this. It's what I say it is. It's this over here. That doesn't mean that's what it is. A rose of any other color.
Well, it's going to kind of remain the same, but the way we describe the length of it is going to be...
You need to understand this thing. When you say 30 miles, I can say this is 48 kilometers. But Sean can say this is like 370 human... this is 370 Sean's.
Okay. It's fine to make any unit of measurement you want.
He will say, I don't know what are you saying. This is 370 Sean's. That means how he is height, you know. And his brain is working only like that, you know. He can measure only to understand me.
So we can't like compare, it's like, okay, what are you comparing it to? Another measurement you don't understand. That's why the freaking scientific community is like, okay, so we get down to a second or like a certain weight, and the same thing with distance. Let's compare it to something everybody can measure.
How heavy is 3 hours?
How much days has the year?
365.
How we know that? It was before 360, and before that it was even less. We had 10 months, we have now 12 months. How is that possible?
We changed how we measure it.
How we really? That means that we make some agreement on that. How is possible that sun is rotating all the time the same, and in every 4 years we have 1 day more?
Because it's not exactly 365. It's like 365.25 or something. And so
Yeah, I
every 4
know.
years it adds a day.
Sun is rotating
Well,
the same.
it's still a caveat. If it's divisible by 100, it's fine. If it's divisible by 400, but unless it can't
That's
be
exactly
right. So there's caveat to when it can be a leap year. So it's not really an exact science.
Yeah, and you can't make predictions with stuff that you've seen once.
Then you have like Orthodox measuring time like this. Then you have Jewish measuring time like this. Then you have Chinese measuring time like this. And then what time is it?
But we all agree like on the same time though, even if like
it's an agreed upon hallucination.
Agreed upon time. Sure, whatever. It's agreed upon hallucination.
You're fucking dead right it is, dude. Change my mind. I'm serious. Society itself is a well-programmed, agreed-upon illusion. I don't have to go there. I digress.
Like that, but can I let's round this out real quick because I think a ladies' night might start up here pretty soon.
Yeah.
So you're in here. You've been great, by the way. You've been calm, even though there's been a lot of shouting, and we've bounced all over the place. But every time we bring up a new topic, what you essentially tell us is someone gave me a story that's close enough, and I believe it. And I just got to ask, just help me out a little bit. Why do you want to believe these things, even though there's nothing empirical to support them? What is the bias? Where does this come from for you?
I can believe them to the point where I don't have faith in all of them. I don't believe them without like any like I'm not, if someone comes around with something better, then I alter, right? I'll switch it. I'd be like, okay, if this is better and everyone agrees it's better, then maybe it is better. Hopefully, right? So we switch the idea and believe it. But I'm not going to be stuck on like one singular idea.
There, right?
Yeah.
Horizon 10, 20 times further, that's not it.
Hey, listen, bud, I've listened to you the whole time you've been here, and you're smart enough to understand exactly what we're saying, and I think you know we're right about a lot of stuff. So if you're willing to set your pride aside, set whatever you thought this might have been aside, start fresh, you're going to love it. You're going to love what you learn, because it's the truth.
Shut the fuck up. All right. You guys have a good night.
I did ask for that. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Peace out.
Or you might find it to be terribly depressing that the vacuum of space doesn't exist and you're never going to be an astronaut.
The vacuum of space is depressing.
So is it ladies' night or what?
I'm glad it doesn't exist.
Hey, fellas, no more. Is it ladies' night?
Ladies' night.
I mean,
is it?
Yeah. Hey, damsel, what's up?
Oh, not much. Just back for another round of this since I missed last week.
Super
duper. Sick last.
You were sick?
Yeah, it was just that little cold-like stuff going around. So I was like, didn't get enough sleep, and I was done.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, man. Glad to hear you're back.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling fine now.
How long were you a medic again, and what branch?
Air Force, 12 years, and then I was a PA as well in the civilian side.
Awesome.
Cold light thing going around. Better call the sheriff.
Call the sheriff. I think I have a sheriff not far from me right now, actually, because he lives as a neighbor here. I've got new neighbors.
Well, it seems the only two ladies here right now are KJ and Damsel that I can find. If I'm not blind, there might be more. I think that's all
Karma
we have
said
right now.
she would be joining us later, so I know Karma's going to try to. She's got to run and get something called hard fish. Does anybody know what hard fish is?
Absolutely not. Never heard of it.
Me neither. I was trying to figure out what that was. Her mom needed it.
Huh. Hardfish. I'll look it up.
There's cuttlefish, which is for feeding birds. Maybe it's
Dry
something similar.
says it's dried fish. So they
Oh,
call
just
it
dried
hard
fish. Okay.
fish. What kind of
That
fish
makes
is
sense.
it, though?
I guess
Oh, look.
any fish, if it's dried, will be fine.
Well, look, she just posted a picture of the package. It says hard fish or something on there.
Ooh.
And then it says some other word that I could never pronounce.
Fish jerky.
It's like, what in the
No,
world
that's
is
like
that word?
gefilte fish. Yeah.
It's fish jerky. Dre says fish jerky.
Don't look like
I feel like I
no
probably wouldn't
fish
eat
ever,
that.
huh?
Yeah, I don't think I'd eat that.
Oh, I didn't bite. Okay.
How do you say Eyjabiti?
Eyjabiti. Eyjabiti.
Yijabit.
She says it's delicious.
I
I'm
probably
sure.
slaughtered the pronunciation.
Yeah. Oh, see, and the hard. How do you say that though, Trace?
Hardofistler.
You guys with your cool symbols and drawings in your language.
I know it's wild. I love it.
What is that?
Yeah, you say it as harðfiskur.
Harðfiskur.
Is the D with an R on it too, and that's why you like carry the R over into the D, and that's like the sound it makes?
No, it's not a D. It's a letter called eð, and it has like like a B sound.
E and H together.
Yeah.
Crazy.
T and H together, kind of. So it's harð. So both of them roll your tongue. So both the R and the both roll the tongue.
Harfiskur.
You did good.
It's very robotic. Anyway.
Well, we try.
Yeah.
So uncultured in here.
You think we would be, right? We talk to people all over the world.
So in Iceland, has anyone ever cooked food over the lava pits or used the geothermal heat to directly cook food?
That seems like such a tourist question.
It is a tourist question, of course.
Yeah, a lot of people took pans during the start of the last eruption. Currently, it's just filled the whole valley, and people are still like visiting it from a different angle now. You're nowhere near the opening. You're just seeing the leftover spills. But yeah, they lost a lot of pans trying to cook things on the lava. They would just melt into it, or you'd have to move because the lava was started to move. So yeah, they've done that.
Yeah, it's probably a lot easier to fry an egg on a rock in Arizona.
I was gonna say that'd leave blisters, wouldn't it?
That's high risk cooking.
We had people like go and stand on the lava.
Foreigners.
Yeah.
Tourister.
Foreigners went and stood on the lava like right after it just stopped moving and like barely sat on the top. He just stood on it, and people were like, "Get off there!" Yeah, it was not smart. Nobody got injured though, so.
Well, I've seen some not smart stuff when I went to Yellowstone. So people going up the edge of boiling pits of water and mud. So yeah, tourists, we're not that bright sometimes, are we? But even with the signs up, they still did it. There were signs all over it that said, "Go nowhere near it. Edge could crack. You could fall in and boil to death." I watched people go right up with their children and started yelling at them, "Get on the trail."
Yeah, get on the trail. You don't want to win a Darwin Award, do you?
No, I think they want to. It's just like them playing with the buffalo out there. People are always getting trampled by the buffalo too because they think they're like something to go up and pet in a park.
I have a thing saved,
from
which is
experience,
a
that's
news article I just posted, which is an Icelandic article about an American couple who went and walked on top of the freshly hardened lava with a baby on their back, even though they warned that this would be incredibly dangerous and there's lava underneath still. But they misspelled it because instead of what would mean allies, which is Banda in Bandaríkjun, which means, Americas or the state of Americas, they wrote Banaríkjun. And Bana means deadly or, killer. So they wrote the deadly states. So you guys refer the deadly states for a day.
The deadly states, okay.
Of course. And why not?
Very
I'm sure
dangerous.
that's how lots of countries refer to us.
Very dangerous doesn't mean don't do it.
In, what was it? Ace Ventura 2, when nature calls Sequachuocha! Sequachuocha! It means white devil. I always thought that was pretty funny. But anyway.
Diablo el Güero.
What's that?
White
devil. Something. Yeah, white devil.
Oh, okay. So I take it most people haven't seen that Jim Carrey movie?
I just don't remember it. I was pretty young when I saw it.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
I've seen it quite a few times.
Wow.
I remember
Well, it
when
would be
was
the,
coming
it would
out
be
of
only the
the
guys
fake
that
Rhino.
it would be only the guys that quoted movies instead of paid attention in middle and high school that said that. So
What about
Right to do that, weren't we?
we were those kids.
Chicago or Chicago? It's in the bone. It's in the bone.
It's in the bone.
You guys, easily amused by those.
I know. Hey, Jim Carrey's ace though. Come on.
Yeah, Ace Ventura. Yeah, The Mask. You don't think that was a little bit of
I'm sorry.
pre-programming? The Mask.
No, dude. And here they've found the most obnoxious actor to play the most obnoxious cartoon character, comic book character. Did you read The Mask? Even just like one of the comics, like what it was based off of. And I wouldn't expect you to, but I did read the comic as a kid, and the movie wasn't. I mean, there's no way to make it like totally spot on because there's crazy shit that went on in that comic, but they did their best, and Jim Carrey was the right guy to cast for that. Totally. Smoking.
I remember loving that movie when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think
It's about Loki, right?
Yes, it is a Loki version of character. Yeah, it's definitely based off of that.
God, I've missed you. Interesting.
He did say something interesting though. Jim Carrey was on an interview somewhere, I can't remember, just recently, stating that the electronic panopticon and the transhumanism that's about to come upon us is an awful thing in the way he described it. So he actually was warning about how bad it's going to be if we go that route.
I've seen him also hold a pretty interesting speech for some students at some point.
Yeah, he's been all over the place, but I love it.
Person.
Yeah, I love it.
So you guys want to hear my funny story about how I got censored?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You're going to tell your story that you said you had for us today?
Yeah, so Drace convinced me I should get Tinder. So I got Tinder. And I put in 2 cute pictures. The Spider-Man meme where he's stopping the bus labeled Big Pharma to protect it from the kids. The awakened ones are protecting the kids. No problem. Next day, I add the Menkel and Rockefeller quote. I have it. I can just throw it in here. And then I go to sleep. Literally, wake up next morning banned from Twitter since I added the Tinder. Sorry, I meant that. I said the wrong thing. Since I added the Mencken and Rockefeller thing. So either they have an algorithm that's like, oh shit, she's quoting truth. We gotta get rid of her. Or we found the blue pill triggered guy who just made 300 accounts to report me or something. But I thought it was hilarious. Trace got mad, but I thought it was hilarious because
why did Trace get mad?
You got reported.
Me. And I'm his sister. Nobody's allowed to ban me without him getting mad. It was hilarious.
It's true.
I even told my boss about this because she's been joking. She has to start a reality TV show and to find me a husband or something. And she was like, you must have broken some record getting banned this quick. She's like, what did you say? And I'm like, I hadn't talked to anybody yet. I got banned before I said a single thing to anybody.
You obviously talked about the wrong people there.
Yeah.
Or said the wrong words about somebody.
Did you put Rockefeller in the wordings?
Yeah, she's put. It says quotes by John D. Rockefeller.
I just posted that as a picture with one of my pictures at the end. Like after you look at all my pictures, this quote pops up as one of my pictures.
Got it.
Hey, you can't just criticize people on social media without getting banned.
I don't think you'll find a decent guy on Tinder.
Again,
also
I missed
true.
I
It's
said
all like
Twitter
beta
once, but I meant
snowflake.
Tinder this whole time, which is what I said the other 5.
And she didn't criticize anyone. She just quoted them. So you're not even allowed to repeat what anyone else says.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Also, don't use dating apps, please.
I just thought this would be fun to watch. Trace convinced me, like,
Don't let the easy portion of society convince you that there's anything
you don't
good
know what
there.
the dating scene in Iceland is like. Do you know what it's like to live in a country that has 350,000 people? It's always cold, and there every single Latino that shows up here is always like, "Where's the social scene? Why are people never like coming together and meeting people? How do you meet people in Iceland? You don't meet people here. You either know somebody who knows somebody, you work with somebody, or you find them online." For instance, one of my best friends, every single person she's ever dated, she met online, including her husband.
Husband, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I've heard that.
How are the bars in Iceland?
Bars?
Bars.
How are the bars in Iceland?
So are you going to get another app then?
Yeah,
Are you going to do a different one?
That's all truth there is.
Karma, are you going to get a different one?
I don't know. I'm not super excited about any of these dating apps to begin with. Like I said, Trace had convinced me to get it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm 28 now.
Yeah.
If I ever want to get married and have kids, I'd probably have to have a first boyfriend for the first time at some point. Go on more than 4 dates throughout my
Start
lifetime.
off with flat Earth.
Yeah.
Start with flat Earth.
Yeah, but at the same time, the next guy just could be the one dude that you should have ended up with in the first place. So you never know.
I've never had a boyfriend, so I've only been on 4 shitty dates. So who could you possibly
you deserve at
about?
least 4 regular dates now to make up for it.
Okay, to be fair, one of them was actually decent. There was one normal date that was actually nice. No,
Only one normal.
I can tell you horrible date stories if you want.
It's 1 in 4 or 5, whatever. You know, us guys, we take what we can get.
Sounds like your options are pretty limited in Iceland.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
Pretty much, especially if you want the critical thinker. I like every time I meet someone, like, okay, this could be somebody interesting, and then you're like, hey, have you seen anything about this? And cock this hits them so hard. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I have no desire to be with anybody that isn't on the truth path.
I'm going to plead the 5th. Isn't it ladies' night anyway?
It is.
It is.
All right.
Yeah, you're the one speaking, Glock.
Good night, ladies.
We haven't started any even our music, and we haven't checked to see if anybody's new in here either. Oh yeah. Somebody's roboting really bad. Can't understand you. Sorry.
A flat earther man for you.
Bad roboting. Bad robot.
I made a flat earther man, and that's about it. I didn't make anything else.
Flat earther man.
You need a flat earther man.
No, I'm saying
okay.
out of
Patrick's
the
like,
role
I'm
playing, the
single.
only words I heard was flat earther and then man, and that's the only thing I heard from the
Right,
sentence.
right. He's telling you he's single. He's a flat earther man.
There you go.
He's not a nice
available.
I'm single too.
Taken, but she should start off with the flat earther if she's gonna date.
The funny thing is, the only time I talked to a flat earther online, like something like this, he was like, "You must move to Tunisia and you can live with me and we can get married." It was like within 2 days, just because he found out I knew the earth was flat. He got very eager, very fast. It was very funny.
Not sticking around.
I think he just hadn't met. I think I must have been the first flat earth woman he ever met. So I ended up just giving him really like nice advice and like how to do better with the next girl in the nicest way I could. And I'm like, all of the luck to you, bruh, but I am never moving to Tunisia.
No Tunisia for you. That's awfully warm compared to where you're at. So what else is going on in your life, Karma?
Work has been a little stupid with all this COVID stuff, and now they're trying to inject the kids 5 to 11, and I've been just losing my mind. But, good. How about you?
Oh, yeah, they're trying that same stuff here, but it's a little slower in some places than others. But yeah, it's driving me a little crazy. But at least here in the South, most people are still anti-mask and leave each other alone and don't care what your status is. They're more about freedom, at least here. They're let people choose as they wish, which I agree with. So that's good.
Yeah, it's not a mandate, but they frame it in a way that makes it sound like you're supposed to get it and stuff like that to try to social pressure parents into it. And I'm not allowed to speak about these types of things at work. They've already put out a memo because we're technically government run.
Oh, they've put a memo out for you.
Yeah. One of my friends has been kind of taken over the, what's it called, like vice boss position, while the vice boss is on birth leave. And she told me about the email as soon as it arrived, and she's like, yeah, we're not supposed to talk to the kids, something about health anxiety, and we're not allowed to talk about these things, we're just supposed to minimize them, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I've been minimizing it since the beginning, bro. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's a good thing you're there, though, at least to try to help out those children. They deserve somebody like you to watch over that, at least while they have to go through this trial, whatever is going to happen.
I do my best. And I do try to sneak in little flat earth stuff every now and then. Like, they're doing their own thing, and I'm just all of a sudden start drawing on a board that's in there, like one sunset where it's flat like it should be, and one that's curved like if it was a globe. And then before you know it, 3 or 4 kids are coming over like, what's this? What do you do? What are you drawing? And I'm like, okay, what do you think it is? And then we start talking about this, and I'm like, okay, what do you think the difference is? And they're like, maybe this or that. And I'm like, yeah, it's just this one's a globe, and this one's flat, like how you see it.
You're sneaky, but that's good too, because you live probably close to a large body of water, I would assume, since you're on an island.
Yeah.
And it makes it very easy to teach these little ones to go look for themselves, and these older kids too, to go check for themselves. Go look.
Hell, like yesterday or the day before, I was explaining to a second grader what air pressure is and how it works.
Very cool. You're going to have to get into the laws of entropy so that they'll understand really well.
Maybe when they're in the 4th grade. That's why I want to start a science club, and the kids are super excited about that kind of stuff. It's just my biggest problem is I need to be able to explain this in Icelandic on a level that a 6-year-old can understand. And I don't have vocabulary in Icelandic to do that. But I need to work on that. I just need to find some old science books or some shit and find out what the terms are.
So you don't have the scientific language in that particular dialect?
I didn't. I learned some of this at school, but this was before I had an interest in it. So it kind of like over all these years, I'm like, what the hell was the Icelandic word for this? I've been using the English word with Drace for the last 10 years. So I don't remember for shit what the hell that was.
So you're gonna have to translate. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm also gonna have to think of some good experiments that I can do with the kids, so they can get a good like memory of it, so they remember it when they're grown up.
You'll have to do some on Coriolis with a merry-go-round if you have one.
We do have a spinny thing. We have a spinny clay thing when you get in and you can spin around like a crazy person. That should work.
Yeah, see, that'll work. Or do centrifugal force versus centrifugal, and all that craziness they try to get confused with.
I also want to teach them a little bit about light and how that works, but I need to learn that more myself. I'm counting on Drace to help me with that part.
Yeah, I already bought the crystal.
Yeah.
I bought a crystal to refract the light for you, and I bought some other stuff. We can still.
Yeah, Drace has already been getting my supplies ready. We have a vortex creating thing. We have a gyroscope for kids to play with. And what was that last thing you said? Oh, yeah, he bought a prism crystal. So
right, you can shine the light.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you can get some polarized lenses, so you can show them what happens when you put polarized lenses in series and things. That is really cool.
That would be awesome. Don't know where to get that though. We'll see once this gets rolling. I might be able to get work to order something.
Yeah, might have to find some for you and send them.
Yeah, worst case, I just have to buy it on my money, because if you can't use the request form that we used to pay, because we're, like I said, state run, so we are on a budget and we use these little paper slips instead of money, or a special card or something, and I'm not sure how all that works, so I'd have to talk to my boss about buying anything for the club. But I like that idea. And if you have any more ideas like this, always feel free to DM me.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll come up with a few. I'll remember back what I used to like doing when I was younger, since I was a science kid.
Oh, that would be so cool. I love any of these ideas. And I've had kids even ask me about this, like when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, I've asked, like, would you be interested in a science club? And they're like, hell yeah. And then later they're like, so we having science club or what? And I'm like, I'm not ready.
Yeah, they're going to be excited about it. That's good, though. Get them fired up about it, about learning how to investigate. Teach them the logic. Teach them what a real science experiment is. The difference between an observation and just an experiment even is a big deal. Consensus is not science.
Exactly. And you can even use like basic social examples to prove it.
Yeah, you have to teach them all the fallacies. You should go on and get those ones that are the Star Trek ones. That's how I've caught up on my fallacies, by watching those Star Trek cartoon ones. I'm sure the kids would like those.
Yeah, so I think the best way to incorporate that and teach them about the fallacies is to either create what's dinosaur in English? Bible has a ton of these. What's it called?
Parables.
Parables. Okay.
Yeah,
little stories where you can make them resonate with, like, I can put myself in the shoes of the main character and he's learning this and I'm learning alongside him and all that stuff.
Well, you have to laugh.
Relatable situation.
QE uses parables even himself when you think about it. What was it? Susie and the other character he had, the two characters on the ball.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like when they explain autism, they use a really good parable where they have, for instance, two pictures. One has two girls in a room and there's a box with a ball in it, and they put the ball in box A. Now Susie leaves the room, and Joanne, she moves the ball from the box A to box B. When the first girl comes back into the room, where does she think the ball is? Now, normal kids would be like, okay, she thinks it's in box A because she doesn't know what Joanne has done. But when you ask autistic kids this, a lot of the times they won't be able to connect that she won't know just because they know So they feel like she should know because they saw it happen and stuff like that. So they'll still think that she'll know where the ball should be, something like that. Something to do with the connections and how they think.
How they see the world, I guess. Yeah, how they see everybody connected. It's interesting, though.
Yeah, I love these kind of things. I love learning about this kind of stuff.
You have to
Really
name the science club something really cool.
Oh yeah, even just having it called Science Club would attract so many kids because they want to learn about science. This is before the educational system kills your curiosity, you know?
Yep, Science
Oh,
Club.
yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Way before that. Make them, they still want to ask questions and not have to be told the answer just to remember it, to memorize it for a test. Yeah, they want to know.
And because because it's Science Club, I can also teach them the difference between science and pseudoscience. And knowing that difference before you start science class in school is gonna be a good experience, I'm thinking.
I feel bad for their prior after you because yeah, they're gonna be like, oh no, these ones actually know what they're talking about. We can't just tell them. They're gonna ask too many why questions.
I love the why questions.
I do too. I think that's important.
I think that also shows the character of the person receiving the question. Whenever I find a person who loves the why questions, I'm like, oh, you're like me. This is a good sign. Because if you like asking why questions, you don't mind receiving why questions because that's a chance to explain and further understand it yourself even.
Seems a lot of people just want to be told the answer and just move on. They don't want to ask the whys.
Oh, but that's often trained in because they don't get to ask the why.
Don't ask why. Just do it. Or just remember it.
If it's not in the book, I can't help you.
Yeah, sad.
That's why I love like just having conversations with the kids. Like we have one of my most popular things at work is story time. And the kids will just, seek me out whichever club I have or whatever I'm doing, wherever I am, and just be like, can you tell me a story? Something like this or something like that. And I try to sneak in as much as I can into like good morals and good like lessons into the stories and sometimes skip certain things if I think that will teach them bad things. And I swear it really does help with these kids. It's so lovely.
Yeah, well, that's because they're pretty special kids. So I'm glad you get to work with them.
It's also just when you see kids using the logic that they learned from you with other kids, it's so endearing. Like you're like, oh, that's so cute. Someone's like, I want you to draw the exact same thing for me as you drew earlier for that person. And then a kid who's like been getting pictures from me for a while might be like, she's not a printer. It's not going to be the exact same. So you can't be disappointed if it's not.
Sounds like they're a fun group.
They really are. I have over 100 kids every year, so you always have, well, I'm not allowed to say favorites, but you have kids that you really enjoy hanging out with.
Oh yeah, there's always ones that you get along with better than others.
Yeah, the best thing even is when they grow too old and they start, a different thing, but they still come by to say hi and maybe tell you what's going on in their life or like just talk to you because to them, you're still best buds, man. Doesn't matter if he's not going to his thing.
Yeah, I remember going back and seeing some of my teachers too, from elementary when I was in my teenage years. It was always nice to go back and see some of them and talk. And then I met some of them again when I was an adult. It was kind of fun, just let them know how I did.
Yeah, I love when you meet good teachers like that because I always make a point of if it was a teacher that inspired me or made me feel comfortable in school or something, to go up to them because I didn't have the guts to do it when I was young and tell them how they helped or how they might have been the one teacher that I looked forward to going to class to or something like that. And their face when you tell them that, it's like Those are the moments that the kids give you where you're like, this is why I do this job.
Oh, it's the same thing when you have a patient come back and tell you did something good for them, that you made a difference. It's incredibly rewarding. So yeah, I know that feeling.
I mean, hell, I experienced that even when working in a retail store or that had grocery and clothes and stuff, which is not where I'd expect to experience that.
Yeah, but we be useful to people. It's important for us as, I think, human beings should be useful. It's just like when they were telling everybody they were just, they were not needed as employees this last year. They weren't important. They used to call us military. I'm trying to remember the word that they were using. What was the word they were using this year with people that they were laying off for the virus that was going around? Non-essential. Non-essential. They were calling people non-essential. They used to do that in the military too, when they had to shut down the government a few times here, and they couldn't pay our salaries as military. And so, depending on your job, whatever your job was, you were told whether you were going to stay home and work or not, and get paid or not. And yeah, they call us non-essential when they do that, and I think that's incredibly dehumanizing and degrading, and meant to do so. I think it's meant to do that and put people in to a state of like, I'm not worth anything.
Yeah, it's the same thing they do with the globe, but making you feel insignificant and like you don't matter.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing, and it's horrible for people to go through that. It really is. I want people to realize that that's being done to them in a lot of different ways, and it disconnects you from being, able to be a like-minded group or feeling satisfied as an individual, but also knowing that you're valuable to the group. They've done it to our elderly.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said that I heard, because I did disconnect as well. I connected again just before you said disconnecting. So after that, totally agree with everything you said. It's because I'm in the car.
Oh yeah, you still biting your hard fish.
Well, I left super late because Drace has been talking to a pretty girl and keeps getting distracted. So it's all his fault.
Oh, so Drace, that's why he wants you to get a boyfriend, so that when he's with his girlfriend, that you have somebody to.
Yeah, it's also just because I've been too avoidant of dealing with any of that shit. So he's always trying to encourage me to get out of my comfort zone and try to work towards fulfilling my dreams and that shit. We try to do that for each other.
What a good brother.
The best. Okay, I'm gonna stand out in the rain because I'm not gonna put a mask on.
Oh no, don't do that if you can help that. Or if you can help that. So no snow today, just rain.
Yeah, mostly rain. It's been kind of nice. Sorry, I was handing in Mom's card. My hands were busy. But yeah, I'm very happy with the rain actually. Although that means I have to wear size like 45 shoes, which are 8 sizes too big, because those are my rainproof shoes.
So you look like a cartoon character. Is that what you're saying?
Very much. But it totally fits once I have 2 snowsuits on. So it's okay when there's snow. I'll just look like a giant troll or something.
Like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Except I'm really short, so I look like a troll, because it'd be squished together. You know?
You look like a troll. Awesome. Well, I'm sure you look better than a troll. So.
Well, you can't see my face when I'm that well dressed up because once I got to 50 kilos, I got so skinny that I don't deal well with the cold anymore. So now I just overdress whenever it's really cold.
Oh. Yeah,
well, how about you? How's your week been?
Been really pretty good.
Like I'm having a nice chat.
Oh yeah, no, it's been a good week. Let's see, what have I done that's been different? Well, I moved into a new house. That's good for renting right now. And making new friends. Lots of new friends around here. I haven't flat smacked anybody recently, but there's more flat earthers around here than that have ever been around before. It's kind of interesting here. Oh,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been easier to convince people too. So, or not convince them. I don't even try to convince them. I just tell them the information, and they just get convinced, I guess.
It's like people are having an easier time like seeing the truth because it's being forced in their face with this whole Fauci nonsense.
Oh yeah, the last 2 years has gotten a lot easier to wake some people up. Not everybody, of course, but definitely more than it was before, where people were just like, I'm fine. I don't really need to know the truth, and it's, I can leave it or take it. It's not really necessary. And now it's absolutely necessary for a lot of us.
Yeah, because it's finally inconveniencing people. And then there's people who are becoming hard-ass truthers because all of a sudden family members are dying. And when you look into it, you're like, oh shit, they've been killed.
Yep. No, it's been quite a different experience the last 2 years. Can't believe we're almost down to half the month being over, the first month already. This year, I feel like it's going to go by very fast.
Same.
I know. We got a lot of
Sorry,
people that I was just going to say, we got a lot of people struggling, though. So, struggling emotionally right now. So I keep thinking about the other gals who aren't on right now. So if they're listening, just remember I'm thinking about you. Love you guys. I wish you guys were here tonight. If you show up late, it's great. If you can't, that's okay too.
Yeah, totally agree with that.
Yeah, it's been kind of hard to get us all together the last, almost 2 months.
Well, that's understandable because of the holidays. I mean, we are the ladies, the women of the family. There's a lot of cooking and baking and taking care of people and holidays. So,
yeah, we've done the same. Yeah, I've been busy too. Caught a cold, like I said last week. I was kind of just not well enough to come on. I was just too tired. I was exhausted.
I totally get that, especially when work starts being annoying because of the restrictions and mandates and stupid shit. It's just not everybody has energy. Like, for instance, this starts at like 10 in the evening for me. So sometimes I've just been too tired from work to join.
Yeah, no, I know because it's pretty late for you all. So, yeah, and it's really early for me. It's 4:00 in the afternoon when it starts for me. So,
Wait, 4?
Yeah, 4 in the afternoon where I'm at when it started. So we're at.
That's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's a good time, but sometimes it's hard to get here in time too, because I do a lot of stuff up until daylight is gone, and we still have daylight right now, and then summer, man. So I usually take my tablet with me though. That way I can do it on the run or doing what I'm doing.
But yeah, I get that. I'm usually not free until like at least 7.
So has Kai been around lately? I haven't seen her. I was listening to her music the other day again.
I think I heard Kai the other day, and Witsit as well, but I don't remember exactly when. My days have blended together.
Yeah, I heard Witsit last week when I was checking in, just listening while I was not well. But I haven't heard her for a little while. Wondered how they were doing with their. I know they're planning on doing a tour or extending out again and doing some kind of bigger tour this time, maybe more stops since they've got the new RV.
That sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's too bad you guys aren't here in the States because it would be fun to have everybody meet up at different places and go RVing or camping. It'd be fun.
Yeah, we should just have a meetup in Iceland.
I would go for that if I didn't have to do something to get there, like take any kind of medical procedure or test or anything.
Yeah.
I would come in a heartbeat. I'd
I
come visit
forgot
for
about the
good.
regulations for a second, okay?
And no, it sucks because I would come in a heartbeat. I really would. I've got plenty of time on my hands and it would be fun.
Okay, Trace just suggested a great idea. All we need to do is just go to Mexico and then just walk across the border.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's what people are talking about. I guess, yeah, Mexico is no restrictions at all. None at all. You can go there, which that's a good idea. I'm not that far from Mexico. Maybe I should take a trip.
Trace has been being hilarious next to me, and he's talking about, yeah, we can get a bunch of money from Biden, and we can vote.
That would be fun, right?
That would be hilarious, is what that would.
We could tour Trump's wall, partial wall.
I think Mom and Dad have been to America. I remember them getting a, what was it? Were they getting a Harley or? It was some kind of motorcycle. So they drove through America. Yeah. They had to drive through America on the Harleys to get them home or something like that. And Mom got pneumonia during.
That's a crazy thing to have happen. Pneumonia on a big Harley. That would not probably feel very well for traveling.
Okay, I don't remember it perfectly. Trace is correcting me left and right, but I know at least for a fact they were on bikes. They were in America. They went across, and Mom was sick. That's all I know for sure.
I'm sure that's
and
a
she
fond
experienced
memory.
the grace of God during that trip.
The grace of God. So a little bit of a miracle somewhere or something?
Yeah, they were driving through what was a little bit like a desert or something, just endless road, something we would not have in Iceland. And it just goes on forever and forever. And she has pneumonia. And she is so tired, and her butt hurts so much from sitting on the seat. And she had no energy. She's exhausted. And eventually she's like, okay, we gotta pull over. I gotta sit down and catch my breath. So she sits down, and she's just like, I don't think I can get back on the bike. Like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? And she's talking to herself and to God, and she's like, God, help me, or something like that. And then she looks to the side, and a few feet away from her is this big sponge, like the type you used to make a cushion.
Oh, yes.
And fits perfectly for the bike seat. And that got her through the rest of the trip.
So her prayer, and it got
her prayer was answered via sponge.
A sponge for her to sit on the rest of the way so she could make it before her butt was so tired. Oh, and I actually know how hard it is to ride that far because I've ridden horses and motorcycles before, so I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, and with pneumonia on top of that, that's not easy.
Yeah, and I was real bony back in those days too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was probably like 46 kilos at that time, or 47.
Yeah.
Well, but yes, we're all tiny and petite, so. But except for Trace, yes.
Yeah, I didn't get over 94 pounds until I had my first pregnancy. It took me getting pregnant to get over 4 pounds.
I used to be a chubster. I went from 75 kilos to 50 kilos in like a year or something. That's 1/3 of my body weight.
That's serious weight loss, girl.
Yeah, now I fit into clothes that a 10-year-old used to own. Literally, I have those.
No wonder you have to bundle up so much. You freeze to death.
That's why I wear double snowsuits when the blizzard came. Also had double pants and triple socks.
Yeah, I'm missing the blizzards in my former home state where I moved from, 7 months ago now. My son is still back there. They had something close to 8 feet of snow still on the ground, and the other day it melted and was warm enough that it rained, and then it froze, and they had like 2 inches of ice on everything, and the roads were just impassable. It was crazy. But I'm glad I'm missing it actually this year. I'm enjoying. We actually had to have the air condition turned on during Christmas time around here. It was 80 degrees in Arkansas. It was crazy hot around Christmas. So we had days that were in the 70s, and then we dropped down again. Like this week, we're supposed to drop back down at about 12 degrees. So.
I just noticed that CB said that he checked in Kashi. Says he knows Kavanikan. They might have some questions we could help answer, he said.
Good. I'm ready to anytime.
Hi, guys. I don't really have any questions. I was just listening.
Well, welcome.
Thanks. Where do you live in Arkansas?
Oh, in a little out of the way place called Lead Hill. Close to Lead Hill, I should say.
I stayed there once when I was like driving across the country. We stayed like, I don't know the town, but it was outside of like Memphis, and they have like a lot of tornadoes or something. That's all I know about Arkansas, though.
I'm in the place that's not tornado ridden. I'm in the Ozark parts, so it's in the northwestern corner of the state. So it's a little different environment up here, but not much different. But the tornadoes are much rarer up here, though they can still happen. But it's a lot of rolling short hills, high plateau, and lots of water, lots of lakes, creeks. It's nice. I like it. Lots of oak trees. Lots of trees.
Yeah, I've seen the show Ozarks. It's like nice up there. It's like a resort area, right? Kind of.
There are some resorts up here. I'm close to Branson, Missouri, so I'm right on close to the border of Branson, Missouri, and in the Ozarks of Arkansas.
Got you. I've never been up there, but it sounds nice.
I like it so far. I've only been here 7 months. I've traveled through here before I moved out here. I was from the Pacific Northwest. I grew up in Washington State and lived in Oregon and Washington mostly, and traveled all over Montana, Idaho. I lived on the Washington-Idaho border and was born and raised there, and then moved all over the place. But
wait, like Coeur d'Alene?
Coeur d'Alene, Spokane.
Yeah, my ex is from Spokane. I've been there.
Well, I'm sorry you had maybe a bad experience there, but or the person anyway. But yeah,
it's
very beautiful.
Pretty. It's very pretty in the winter. It's gorgeous, but
yeah, it is. But it's hard to dig out of, and I'm getting into my 50s, and I've decided I really don't want to dig out 8 feet of snow very often.
For sure. I mean, I wish we had more snow here.
So where are you at?
I'm in DC. I'm in DC, so we have like a pretty mild winter, but we got snow like 2 weeks ago. So.
Oh yeah. So you're up that way. Okay.
Yeah, full east and a little bit like in between north and south.
Yes, you are. Exactly. Almost exactly in between.
Yeah. But yeah, it's cool.
I visited there. Well, and as a military person, I've been through there too. So, but yeah, I visited and stayed there before. It's lots to see.
Oh, DC?
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I've lived here for a long time, so I'm just kind of over it at this point.
Yeah, you're not the tourist anymore, or not at all. Yeah,
right. And everyone else is.
For a tourist, it's annoying to you all that we all come there, and that's the same we had in even Coeur d'Alene's like that. A lot of people visit there, but Seattle has a lot of tourists as well, and national parks are the things I always laugh at. Is the visitors there? They're not very understanding of what a real national park means.
Right.
When you go to Yellowstone, like I was telling earlier, I saw some of the craziest behavior. People think that the wild animals there, since they're in a national park, might be slightly tamer or something. They're always trying to touch them, get close to them, put their children on them for pictures, and they end up getting very hurt or not surviving the encounters.
Yeah, no, that's actually, I feel like I've seen a video of something similar to that, like with a moose or elk or something. I don't remember,
but yeah. buffalo up that way is usually the one that causes the biggest problem. But yeah, people are really crazy. Back in the day, my dad tells me when he went through there, when he was a child, people were still putting garbage out they were allowed to put their garbage out of their cars for the bears. The grizzly bears would come up to the cars, and there would literally be people that would go and put their children on the backs of grizzlies and take pictures. And there are pictures of people doing that. And really dangerous, silly, stupid stuff.
Yeah, I bet.
And I saw a family that I think was from Japan, because I think that's what they were speaking. And they had two little kids, and they were walking up to the edges of these boiling pools of water in Yellowstone that have signs in multiple languages all over, saying, "Stay on the trail, you'll fall in and boil to death." And they were going up to touch the water, and it was just insane. I saw all kinds of insane behavior. So I know your tourists are sometimes from all over the place, and they don't know what they're doing either, and I'm sure they're very annoying.
Oh no, it's mostly just them driving.
They just can't drive.
Yeah. But the traffic's already bad, not without like tourists like doing U-turns in the middle of the road during rush hour.
Oh
But
yeah.
it's not too bad.
So are you a flat earther?
Sorry?
So are you a flat earther? I didn't look up your profile, so.
Oh, I just joined, but my roommate told me about it, and well, not the server, but just about like the concept. And I mean, I don't know much about anything, so I'm just kind of interested in learning more.
Oh, cool. Well, if you have any questions or want us to go over anything, we're more than willing. Karma's very good at explaining things as well.
Yeah, I mean, like a little background would just be interesting, I guess, if you don't mind.
Sure. What would you like to go over? What's your questions about it?
Like, I don't know, like core beliefs or whatever. I just, I'm not in that
Well, for
field. I
us,
don't do research really, but
yeah. Well, for us, it's not about belief. That's the nice thing about this. If you like empirical evidence and truth, we're not into trading of one faith for another. In our concept, it's if you can't be proven or measured or physically observed and or experimented on, in other words, empirical evidence, then why should I have to believe it? So, I mean, I believed in the globe, but that's because I didn't have enough knowledge about what they were telling me that I could evaluate it effectively and know that I was being given a story, a religious belief almost. So, for us, we've gotten to the point where we just don't accept that anymore. So unless we can measure it, experiment on it, find empirical evidence, observe it, we're not buying it.
yeah, I feel that. Like, just because someone tells you something doesn't mean it's true. And I've not seen anything to prove that it's true. So that's where I'm at.
Where's your your base level experience is when you walk out the front door. Do you experience a curved surface, or is it flat most of the time? Other than tropical plain, mountains, valleys, those sort of things, but over water especially, your experience is that it's one way. And then when you are asked, can you feel movement? Can you? Do you feel it spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and or not at all if you were at the very top of the globe? Well, I don't feel anything, and I know about the inner ear, and I know how angular motion is sensed in the human body as a medic and as a physician assistant. So I'm having a hard time believing that we can't feel the angular motions that are going on with multiple vectors, with this spinning ball flying through a universe being chasing down the sun. I just don't experience that. So once I realized all that, it wasn't very much longer. It started diving into what they claim is the truth and finding out a lot of it's just based on assumptions and not true measurements, not true observations, even, or considering all the factors involved, such as how the eyeball works, how we see things, how things react in a and an atmos that is filled with a lot of water or other particulates. I mean, it's just a lot of things that I hadn't thought about until I stopped for a moment and considered the stories I was being told, and why should I believe them if I can't find evidence for them? And I couldn't find evidence. I tried to disprove that this could be what I think and experience and measure it to be now. So
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's really interesting. Actually, I'm just trying to read like all of the messages too.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're talking about the black swan a lot because that's a good example of how we tested the globe model that they give us in school and everywhere. They say it's a certain size. So if it's a ball of a certain size, you need to have a certain drop rate because the curvature should be dropping away from you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just taking my brain a little longer to process it. I need to like read it.
I'm used to using my hands to visualize what I'm talking about as I talk to people. But if you think about it, okay, you think about, for instance, if someone's pregnant and you're 9 months pregnant and you have this big belly. Like, for instance, if you have your hand on top of the belly and then move it all the way to the bottom, there comes a point where you can't see your hand because the belly is in the way. So with the globe, the same thing. If it's a ball, eventually you should not be able to see something that's far away because it's behind the ball, the curve of the ball, or the curve of the belly, you know.
Okay, that makes sense actually. Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I needed that.
So
yeah, those parables again.
It helps to visualize it somehow. I don't know.
No, for sure.
But basically, we get these numbers so we can do basic geometry to see how far should we be able to see before there's a physical curve of Earth in the way. And we should be at 1 foot observer, we should be able to see, what was it? I have it. It's all written here. I'm just going to this up real quick. Okay, let's see.
6 foot.
So it can't be more than 1.225, square root of the observer's height in feet. So basically 1 foot means the max distance would be 1.22 miles. That's like the most basic math way to do it. And if you look at the picture, you can actually see that because we know where the oil rigs are placed because that's already what's the word for it? Damn, I hate my Icelandic right now. Yeah, it's mapped out and it's already like officially everybody knows where it is. It's been checked. We know it's at least 9.4 miles away from the coast, but he can see the horizon beyond that. Then where's that hump that's supposed to be in the way? That's like being able to see the hand at the bottom of the belly. Where's the belly?
Yeah. No, I see it. Oh, sorry.
And the biggest problem with this, which is funny, is because we can test this all over the place. And if you look up like the world record for long distance photography, like 200-mile photos, and then there's like all these places that are flatter than a pancake, whether it's Kansas or Australia or most of America. And when you have that many confirmed flat spaces, where's all the curve? And we keep checking everywhere, and there's no curve anywhere. And for instance, I've known this for like, 6, 7 years now. And the people here in this Discord have been challenging people, and some people have been searching for the curve for years because they don't want to give up the globe because that means they have to admit they were lied to and that they were fooled. And some people's pride is too big to accept that because that hurts their ego. So they would literally fight and fight against this. And they still haven't found any curve after all this time. And that's just one of the model that doesn't work. That's like 1 point. Then there's the gas pressure, and then there's the spinning that's missing. And we could go over any point of the model that you want. But the even funnier bit is the model contradicts itself. And I also recommend checking out NASA fail videos. Those are hilarious.
They are
I
funny.
laughed with tears even before I knew it was flat. The first thing I saw before I knew anything was flat was my brother just said to me, like, hey, come check out this funny video. And then starts showing me a compilation of live footage from NASA that's been captured and put together. And it's basically them fucking up on pretending to be in space. There's air bubbles. There's scuba divers in the shot. There's a rat running across the rocket that's supposed to be in outer space, and doors that accidentally bend and windows left open into space. And it just goes on and on. It is a great
dropping items.
watch. Yeah, dropping things or things going through their hand
Following-
because you can tell they're using CGI. It's so.
So how many times do they have to lie before you understand that they're liars? And you probably shouldn't believe them.
I say check everything for yourself. You can trust yourself over anybody who stands to gain or profit of you believing them. Like NASA gets how many millions a day? Was it 50 or 60 million a day?
That's something like, I think David Weiss said the other day it was like 62 million, but like it ranges, I think, depending on the budget.
So it's hard to keep track of how much it is.
And that's just the known budget. There's always the black budgets too.
True, true. But if you have any questions, Cassie, we can talk about any of these things. And I kind of rambled there for a bit, but I'll apologize for that.
No, you're fine. I'm listening. It's just like I have 2 dogs here, and they're not my dogs, and they're just being super loud. So,
Oh, you're babysitting. You're babysitting. Yeah. I'm babysitting one today too. So far, she's asleep though. So.
Yeah, they're very naughty, but like they're sweet. They're just loud and they bark it. They're not used to being in the city, so every sound they hear is like they freak out.
Nice. What kind of dogs are we talking here?
Of mutts. I mean, I can send a picture, but one's like an American Bulldog mix, and one's like I don't know what the heck she is. She looks like a dingo, but she's cute.
Cool. No, I got a border collie here. That's mine, and then my friend's dog is a little miniature Yorkshire Terrier. I mean, we're talking miniature, really tiny.
Yeah, they're so small. Like kitty cats.
She's so cute, though. She thinks she's real big, and she wants to kill every mouse and rat that she thinks she's finding with her toys.
The most confident dog that I've ever met was a Chihuahua.
The most confident?
Yeah, he thought he was the biggest guy around.
They do. They think they're like the boss of everybody. It's crazy how these little dogs.
And he was like small, even for a Chihuahua, so it was extra funny.
No, they will like go up to any big dog and like think that they're the boss, but I mean, usually big dogs are afraid of them too. That's the funny part because they're fierce, but they're cute.
Interesting thing about Chihuahuas, sorry, butting in here, they're serious ball biters. So like they'll just nip under the carriage of a bigger dog and go for the nuts. And I think over time, like bigger species just are terrified of Chihuahuas now because they're so agile, like they can't get to them. So they're right in there, teeth are into the nuts, and that big dog is down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've got the right positioning to do that.
That's pretty hilarious. I mean, since I'm small, I was also taught to go for the boss if you're ever in danger, so I suppose it makes
sense. Yeah, I think we were all taught that.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. It is play dirty, never play fair.
Or the eyes or balls, yeah.
Yeah, or my sister also taught me this weird like finger spread technique where you go for the face and you just try to shove your finger into any orifice you can when you're pushing someone off you, and then you run the other way. They're going like, my fucking eye in my nose.
I'm learning good tips.
Haven't had to do that though, so I can't verify whether it's any good.
Yeah, stick with pepper spray.
Oh yeah, I also forgot. Trace also did teach me since I was like very young. I think I was 6 years old when he started training me how to aim for the solar plexus. And I packed a mean wallop.
What does that mean?
The solar plexus, right in the gut.
Oh, okay.
Knocks the wind out of you. Makes you knock the wind out so they have a hard time breathing. They catch their breath. That way you can also have extra time to run. I'm a bit advocate of running because even if you do fight, especially if you have to fight dirty, things can go very wrong.
For sure.
So we may have another lady trying to join us here in a second. Jane Doe was looking to see if we were on, and she may be coming over. She was talking to me in our chat.
Hey there, I'm
Jane,
here.
there you go.
Yay! Good to have you. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I just finally got home from work, so I'm ready to wind down.
Well, good. Then hang out with us. Tell us how your day went, how your week has been, and anything else you'd like to fill us in on.
Just taking care of a 5-year-old. I'm a nanny, so my week has been very exhausting.
Wait, I'm also a nanny.
Oh, nice.
Wow, girl. Nice.
Yeah. The kids are old, but no, that's so funny. Cute.
I just recently finished a nanny job for 14-year-olds, and I realized like my passion is for little kids instead of teenagers.
Really? Because
yeah,
I feel like I grew up with the kids, kind of. Like I was really young when I started, and like now they're around that age, like 14, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm their friend, so it's kind of like I can like actually joke around with them, and I like that. But yeah, I definitely do love little kids too.
I guess it's a little bit different, like when you grow up with them, because like you know them and like you feel comfortable with them. But me, like I just had started; they were already 14. I didn't like grow up with them or anything. So it was really hard, and they're like their own person when they're a teenager. So it's kind of hard to like fit in with them, even though I'm like 10 years younger than them.
No, that's what I mean. I'm like, yeah, like that's kind of the same deal, and it's just like. But no, I can understand. Like, I would never want to. Like, if I was a teacher, I could never do like middle school or high school because kids can be assholes at that age.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you guys.
I would never do that. That's why teachers need to get paid
taking
more.
care of them since they're young. If
From
you get hold of
hero
them when they're
to
like
hero.
younger, you can make sure they're not assholes.
That's right.
Like I've been working with kids for the last, I think it's 7 or 8 years. I started 2013. Yeah, it's been almost 8 years now. And I started out with just first and second graders. And now I'm with third and fourth graders. And even just the gap between a second grader and a fourth grader is huge.
I believe that.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. Even I used to take care of a 6-year-old, and then he turned 7, and there's just such a huge difference there. And like during the pandemic, it was really hard for him to like socialize with kids. So first he was really sweet, and then when he started socializing with other kids, he was such an ass, and he actually like got in trouble for bullying other kids, which I felt really bad because I know he's such a good kid.
He just
He just needs social skills. This is just tools that he's missing.
Yeah.
And by doing a little bit of training with him where you help him practice and stuff, you can help him get out of that bad habits and figure out how to join a game without pushing yourself in or demanding it or taking control. Because a lot of times it's just, I don't know how to join in, so I force my way in. I don't like how he behaves. I'm going to
It's
stop
a little
him
bit more like
force.
peer pressure because the other kids, like there was the main kid, his father is in the military, so he's deployed all the time. And then he kind of like takes out that anger on other kids, and like for some reason other kids like follow in his footsteps. So
yeah, if this was in our work, I know exactly what we do. We would have a male employee preferably become his support guy, which is behind the scenes. And that person, whoever managed to bond with the kid most, will then start being the positive male model in his life and start helping him work out and be the discipline. So that when he does something, this is the guy who talks to him, but it's never going to be too strict. It's going to be like, hey, however works best for the kids, And then the one who was being, should I say, social pressured into it, help that person with empowering things and do a little like exercise with him and little projects where you do the secret king method, for instance, to boost his confidence, where you take every little chance you get when he does something good, or even if it's just something basic like he put all his clothes on himself, or he showed up on time to this, or he remembered to do something, and you're like, oh, good job, man. You're always doing so good remembering this. Like, can always count on you. And you pep them up. And then if you can, find a positive leader within the group of children. You can try to find a common interest and make either a club or some fun activity where they're both in the same group, and see if you can encourage friendship with them as well and try to upset the dynamic, while still giving support to the kid and helping the kid who is aggressive deal with that in a better way and make friends that are in a healthy relationship, because once they see the difference, they want to change.
Why do you sound so sweet? I feel like
and educated.
I just feel like when the boy was like 5 and he was like such a terrorist, like he would just like freak out and like scream, and like I would just be like, I'm not even doing you. Like literally go to your room. I don't even care what you do. Like go do whatever, because I can't. If you're screaming at me, I'm not doing it. So that was my take on, and then he would calm down immediately and be like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, okay, well then let's talk. Like whatever. I just don't engage if they're like freaking out like that. I can't.
Yeah, that's actually one of the techniques we use, because you don't want to give attention to negative behavior. So when it's not dangerous or sabotaging to himself, you don't reward that with attention. You're like, well, I'm not interested in talking to you when you're acting like this. I'm going to go do this fun thing without you. And then you can drag them into the other thing, and then you can have the conversation exactly when they calm down. You're actually doing it really well, because trying to engage them when they're in a state of upset, you're never going to get anywhere, because their mental state is different and they need to calm down to be able to understand the logic behind what you're saying, because they're completely emotion based when they're in that state.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's turned out to be a great guy, great kid. So I did something right, but like
he's been lucky to have you.
Yeah, it was iffy for a while, but yeah, no, I really thought he'd be the one that would like turn out a little funny, but he's great. So
I'll tell you this: the troublesome boys that act out and things like that, even if you have to be strict with them and put the foot down and all that other stuff and be like, hey, I'm not going to engage with you when you're doing this and blah, 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 and you feel like you're being a total nag, those are often the kids that need it the most and appreciate it the most. For instance, we had once a kid from 6 to 7 when I was working with first and second graders, and he'd gotten to the point where like a lot of staff would be like, okay, I can't even talk to him. And at that point, they just send me in if they can't talk to him, or I just initiate that and go that originally. But I could usually get through to him. And at one point, he literally just walks into the room I'm in. He wasn't in there at all. Comes up to me, hugs me, and says, I love you like I love mom. And then he walks away. And that was like the moment I knew, like, okay, I'm doing something that he needs.
See,
and
you need to be a mom. You need to be a mom,
This
Karma.
is why I need to send a good truther man. I can't raise a child with somebody who doesn't get this. But the cutest thing about this story is when he got to 3rd grade, he's not going to come to my after school program anymore. And the day after, I'm in an ice cream shop in the neighborhood, and he and his mom are in the store when I come in. And he looks super shy. He's barely looking at me. He's doing all the shy body posture. And then the mom speaks up. We barely know each other at all. And she's like, he was wondering whether he should say hi when you were on the way. So I'm like, are you kidding me? Come here, my buddy. We're still friends. I don't care if you're not in the after school program. We're still buddies, right? Aren't we friends? And he had the biggest goddamn smile on his face. He ran over, he hugged me, and he was like, okay, it's not just a staff member doing their job. This is a person who cares about me and what she said she meant. Because sometimes you just got to go to the personal level and be like, I care about you as an individual. Sometimes kids need that badly.
No, that's so cute. Like, I'm going to cry.
This is my passion. All the kids we can help like this. I've seen such transformations. I could talk about this all night. So stop me whenever.
No, I mean, I wanted to work in like pediatric ICU, and like I did for a while, but like I'm now in school and like finishing up nursing school, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do pediatric ICU. I love kids, but like, I don't know. It was fine in respiratory, but like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do adults instead.
Well, it's hard with children.
Yeah.
I did pediatrics as a physician assistant, and I've done a lot of interesting things, and it's hard when kids are suffering. But you know what I like about working with medical and with children is they don't lie to you. Children don't lie to you about their symptoms or whatever. They just don't. And
True. It's true.
adults, on the other hand, can be very deceptive about things.
Oh yeah, I'm a terrible patient.
And like Trace just said next to me, kids are also horrible liars most of the time, so it's not hard to tell when they
horrible.
are.
No, you're right. They're absolutely terrible at lying. If they're good at lying, it's concerning.
Yeah, that means
Yeah,
there's something wrong at home, and you
that's
always need
right.
to lie to hide what's wrong.
Yeah, and that's another clue that something's really wrong if they're doing that. So
Yeah, there's a ton of red flags to look out for. It's once you spot more than one, you need to start sneakily digging. But the sneaky part is you don't ask them outright ever. You just make them feel comfortable to talk to you, and when they do, make sure not to react too hard. You just act like, "Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad." Oh. You don't react like, "Oh my God, really?" Because then they'll be like, "Oh no, I wasn't supposed to tell." And now there's a reaction. I did something wrong. Because they might have been told at home, you don't talk about this outside of the house. But if you're just casual and nice about it and just sympathetic, they'll tell you whatever is going on at home.
well, as long as they feel they can trust you too. That's what I found, building trust, especially in the medical stuff. They've got to trust that you're not going to rat them out, in other words. They know that they can trust you if they say, yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody about these things.
But
If
like,
it's
you
going
can't
to
say
put
that.
you in danger, we'll be good. But if it's in danger, then I have to do stuff. That's okay, right? Yeah. So you have to make agreements too.
Yeah, we do that too at our work. We have to be like, but if it's something dangerous or something very bad, I might have to tell somebody, but it's still okay to tell me and stuff like that.
Yeah, building trust. That's a real big one.
I used to often stay like an extra hour almost every day when we had a kid who was being neglected. But because we documented everything really well and we work with child protective services and stuff, she was moved to her grandma. And she started showing up with clean, combed hair, wearing her own clothes that fit her, and just smiling like every day was great.
Yeah, after they go through things like that, yeah, they appreciate the good things, even the little good things.
Yeah. But I completely forgot we should be talking about flat Earth.
No, sorry.
Speaking,
Sorry. No, you go ahead. I'm opening boxes. So I'm gonna
I was going to. Speaking of children and flat Earth, when I was taking care of the 14-year-olds, one of them just goes, "How is it that we can see the sun and the moon at the same time, and the moon just seems so closer than what they're actually saying?" And I'm like, "Oh!" Like I really wanted to like tell her about flat Earth, but if I were to tell her anything about it, like her mom would have freaked out and fired me. So sometimes like being a nanny can be very hard.
Yeah, but you could have just, you can always say, well, you know what? That's a really good question. And you should go research that and start thinking about that. You can always encourage the thinking without confirming that you think one way or the other.
I kind of did something like that. I was like, you're probably right. There's something to it. But I usually just kind of leave it as minimal as I possibly can. Because I live in Northern Virginia, and people here are super liberal. And
Wait, you live near me.
Oh, cool. We're neighbors.
Yeah, I live in DC.
So you understand my pain. Like, people here will flip out over anything. Like, if I say, oh, I'm a flat earther, then they'll be like, oh my God, you're an anti-vax. And I'm like, that has
I
nothing to do
think
with
it's
anything.
I think it's the delivery. Like if you say like I'm a flat earther, people
Right, yeah, no. Even if I like question, that's the thing. Like even if you question the littlest things, people are like, no, that's not the truth. You have to believe everything you're told.
Agree with
we're not taught that in school.
I left a comment on a post from one of our news medias, and I mentioned how Project Veritas has been covering Fauci and the documents from DARPA.
Yeah.
And the first comment back, a reply was, "So, do you believe in lizard men or globalists?"
Exactly. People are just so stupid.
I'm like, I'm just telling you, there's literal evidence about Dr. Fauci doing all these horrible things, other than the dog torture.
Yeah.
And he didn't even want to look at it. He just wanted to go into lizard men.
Yeah, well, people like to think, if they hear, instead of like being open-minded and you immediately shut things down, like you're never going to get information that way. Like, you know what I mean? You have to be open-minded on both sides, like, or interested in like learning more because.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think you have to be willing to question anything and be okay with that, because that's what good science is questioning everything. Nothing is ever it's not consensus in science. It's about evidence, and you got to question everything to get there.
But the narrative that they're pushing so heavily is just believe it. It's science. Science is fact, and that's really hard. I lived in a generation where, it was so easy to just go online and look something up and have the answer readily available. Whereas in my mother's generation, like they had to go into books and research everything.
Yeah, you had to do your library time. You had to do some real work back in the day. Yeah, because I'm on the cusp of those two. I'm almost 50, so I was there for all the changeover, and it made a big difference in being able to get it so simply, because that makes indoctrination really easy then too, when it's presented to you so upfront, right there, mass media. It's hard to overcome the biases that you're already getting instilled in you if you keep on that stuff and don't question it.
Right.
The worst part is people don't realize how dangerous it is. What the hell was that? Anyways, yeah, they don't know how dangerous it is, because every
Blinded with
time
science.
horrible atrocity has ever been committed, it's because they had people believing in absurdities. And if you can, just like whether you look at cults or wars, or when they convinced people that smoking was good for you, or the 10 years where they kept x-raying pregnant women even though it was giving their kids cancer, and all this other stuff. There's so many different examples through every single field that human beings touch, where so long as you just do as you're told, you don't look into things yourself, things get progressively worse until, what are you going to do? Things have gone to shit.
Groupthink will kill you.
Hell yeah, it will. I think we should bring back
Crossing the road will
teaching
kill.
everybody about civil disobedience. And when it's necessary.
So I don't know either of you two girls very well at all, new ladies. Do you guys want to give your story about how you came to this subject and what your thoughts are still on it, or if you've pretty certain that you know that it is flat or not?
Well, 2 years ago, I went to go visit my dad, and me and him weren't really close when I was younger. But long story short, he kind of like red pilled me and basically told me the earth was flat. And then he just kind of like educated me on everything. And it was really wonderful. And I've just been trying to educate myself a little bit more. And recently I found you guys, and I just like to listen in and hear what everyone has to say about everything, because finding information online is very hard. So
Yeah, it is. Have you guys used David Weiss's app? Because he's got links to all the videos that are scrubbed from YouTube in one place if you ever need.
Oh yeah, no, what is it? I have an iPhone. Would it be on the Apple Store?
It's on the App Store. It's on the Apple Store as far as I know too. Like the highest rated app. It's the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, I think. think that's the name.
Sounds better.
And it's the one by Blue Water Bay. So make sure you get that one, not the other one. And I think it's what, $3, $3.50 or something. And you can even connect with other people. It now has a connection that allows you to see other flat earthers where they live, and you can even contact them if you wish.
Oh,
So
that's
you
cool.
can
I'm
find
sorry, what's it called
like-minded
again?
people. It's the Sun and Moon Zodiac Clock app, I think. I think that's the title. I always forget. It's a long, funny title. It doesn't have flat
Flat
Earth
Earth,
in it.
Sun, Moon, and Zodiac. Yeah.
So we'll know for sure.
There it is. Flat Earth,
Yes.
Sun, Moon, and
Found
Clock. Zodiac Clock art. Yeah, that's a good one. And like I said, you can connect with people, and when they have meetups, different groups are having meetups at different times. It's a great way to meet people in your local area. I've used it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm buying it right now.
Just make sure it's the Blue Water Bay one. As long as it's that one, you've got the right one, because there is a fake one out there, and it's not near.
Oh yeah, there's like 2 different ones. Flat Earth Clock, and then there's oh, it's the same one. Obviously, the one that's more highly rated.
The one that's top rated, and yeah, it's the Blue Water Bay, and it's fun. Makes it easier to share information with others if you want to talk about it, and also do your own research. If you go to that question mark button that has links to all kinds of videos, and then there's a video posted every day that you can watch.
That's so cool that the App Store has this, because like everything else is so censored. Even YouTube. Oh my God, YouTube is so heavily censored. I don't even go on it anymore.
He developed it for that reason, because he couldn't find stuff anymore. But it links into a YouTube channel that has all the videos, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, good.
So he makes it so you can find all that stuff that's been disappearing, all the stuff that was really great back in 2012 to all the way up to now. Yeah.
People are.
You guys
Sorry,
want to talk
I'm
about
just-
music?
What about the music, man?
Do you guys want to talk about music? Like
Flat Earth music?
I don't know. Yeah, like is there a genre? That's fascinating.
Oh yes, there is. There's a genre.
Really?
Who am I speaking to right now? Who is this?
It's Kavanigan.
Yeah, we actually have a bot, a music bot. You can go in and listen to some of the more recent stuff that people are posting that's Flat Earth related, or that genre. But yeah, you can find a lot of different groups. ODD is one.
Right.
We've got even Drace and his sister. His sister's on tonight. Karma. They make some pretty good music on SoundCloud and other places.
That's wild.
I think it's on YouTube as well, isn't it?
Well, when you think about it, a dance floor is flat, right? So
yes.
Why shouldn't the music be?
Yeah, I
Picking
agree.
up what I'm putting down?
Yep, I am. So are you a flat earther?
I have been told that I'm a globe earther by some dissenting voices on the server, but I'm definitely turning around a corner,
You're questioning.
Obviously
You're
not.
questioner. That's good. That's good to be
Yeah. I'll put it this way. I'm turning around a corner, not a curve. Picking up what I'm putting down.
Yes, absolutely. Nice. That's excellent, man. No, we want questioners. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything. You have to find out for yourself and know. I want you to know, though, not believe.
Right.
I don't need to replace the religion for you for anything. So.
Right. It's a fascinating war of geometry, isn't it? It really is a war of geometry, and maybe in 2,000 years they will call this, the Great War of Geometry. And
I think that's true.
Flat Earthers and Globe Earthers actually arm themselves and, go to bloody tumult, the casualties could be massive, but maybe what emerges from that could just change the game forever. I'm not saying that everybody should arm themselves, ready to start this
Arm yourself with
final
minds
stand.
and words. Minds and words are good arming though too, so we can do that.
Right. So, it's always been interesting getting to know the different discourses. But enough from me. I'll let the ladies take the floor.
No, more than welcome. We actually are always looking for somebody to talk to, so I'm glad you're questioning. I'm glad you're here. It is for the guys to ask questions that haven't been in here with us before, so it's not just for the girls. I'm not into whether somebody's a sellout or not. I just provide the information because he does provide at least a source of information. If you're worried about why I said that app is good, it has nothing to do with anything else but that. So discern for yourself what is a sellout or not. That's fine. That's cool, Karma, that you found somebody that's from Iceland. So that's the nice thing about that, resource. It's just a resource and a tool so you can find other people like-minded and find more information. Yeah, I suggest group meetups are best if you're going to meet with people, since you don't really know who's behind that screen. It could be a good thing, though. I've had group meetings with some other flat earthers here in this state, and it's been fun.
What state are you in?
Arkansas.
Oh my gosh, my dad lives in Arkansas.
I just moved here 7 months ago. I'm originally a Pacific Northwester from Washington, Eastern Washington. Yep. Moved here for the weather and retire. I was getting tired of snow and digging out every winter.
Fire. Oh my gosh, you sound so young.
Well, I'm not quite 50, but I retired early due to a military injury. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service. My dad was in the military also. Funny that he's not very good with relationships. And I'm like, you need to find like a flat earth community in Arkansas. Like, I'm sure there's some over there. He's like, no. He's a big homebody.
Yeah. A lot of veterans are.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so sad because my dad, like, he's the best person ever. And he's just been like so screwed in life. And obviously I just want the best for my dad. But
Sure. Where at? Is he in I'm in the Ozark area.
Okay, Fayetteville.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of flat earthers in Fayetteville, and actually we've had one meetup there that I've been to so far. I know they've had others, but I've been to one so far since I've been here. So
that's
yeah,
awesome.
you guys you'll have to getting the app, and then we can communicate through that, or you can come on here and I'll let you guys know when it's Helio Skeptic, who's a member of our Discord, who has.
Yeah, I talked to him once.
He's
He
in
was really
Fayetteville.
sweet.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
in
God,
Fayetteville.
no way. That's so
Yes.
cool.
So he puts together meetups every once in a while. So your dad is more than welcome. We go to usually a restaurant and hang out and just have a good
Oh my
time.
gosh, that's
Talking truth
awesome.
and hanging out.
And that's
So
with that app that you were saying, the one that was
we use,
$2.99.
you can use that, but also Helio will advertise it when he does another one on here. So he can do it from here too and find out what time and day and place. And yep, we'll meet up again, I'm sure, in the spring probably.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta tell him about it. I know he'd love to.
Yeah, and tell him I'll show up and then you can have another veteran to talk to.
Yay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I love meeting new people, especially people with common interests. It's great. I'd even like to set up sometime, since I live close to Bull Shoals Lake, which is really, I'd love to set up a flat Earth canoe trip down and do some canoeing or something, or
Oh, yeah.
kayaking. That'd be fun for somebody like him to get out and do if he likes the outdoors.
Yeah, he loves the outdoors. He has like 2 fishing boats and a bunch of outdoor equipment.
Ooh,
He
I
just
want to
never
be his
uses.
friend. I need to
Yeah.
be his friend. I'm a big time fisherman. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so we'll have to do that. We'll have to make sure he gets out and gets some fishing in.
Yeah.
I'll force him into maybe convince him it's worth it.
Oh yeah. It's just like, it really is nice. Like, this is my first time being on Discord and everything, and like being able to communicate with like-minded people is so comforting, just because like ever since I became like a flat earther, like I just feel, I don't know, I don't want to sound like narcissistic or anything, but like it's just when I talk to like normal people that don't really like know the truth, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's just kind of hard for me to talk to
It's
others.
hard to connect. It's hard to
Yeah.
connect because you have to hold back because you know they're going to react really badly to some of the
Yeah,
stuff you might
exactly. And then
know.
they just
I
like think
know.
you're crazy, and I'm just like, yeah, yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, I've been called crazy many a time. I've gotten
Yeah.
used to it.
I'm just like, you know what? When we die, we'll all know the truth in heaven, so it's not worth wasting my breath.
Yeah, exactly. So it's nice just to find people though that you can hang out with and don't have to restrain your speech about certain subjects. You can be okay with it. So I know how that goes. We all do actually here. That's one of the reasons I think we all come on here and do our thing.
For sure.
Not only to help get other people to question their reality, but just to have some camaraderie, and some time together and not feel like we're a bunch of crazy folks that have nobody.
Right. We can all be crazy together.
Yep, and I think everybody's a little crazy anyway. It's all okay. I don't have a problem with it. But I do think things would be better if people knew the truth. I definitely wish people would wake up to more truth.
I agree with that for sure, but everything is so heavily filtered on social media, and we're so censored. I really do believe that we are like a big majority. There are a lot more flat earthers than what we think.
Yeah, the closet flat earthers, there are definitely a lot of them out there. I've
Yeah.
met a few of them. Yeah, and they're more than I think you're right. Than they want us to know. I don't think they want us to know how big this really is.
For sure, yeah.
I think they're scared of it too. Some of us even think that was part of the reason for such a hard censorship, even with the Congress talking about our subject specifically. Talking about flat Earth specifically in Congress was bizarre, and having the president even use it as an insult is just
Right.
kind of funny. It tells you that there's something to this that they're afraid of.
No, I agree for sure. And yeah, it's just really sad that they just kind of like bully us into being quiet when
it's just frustrating, like the evil people out there just trying to quiet us. And it's sad because there's so many good people out there that want us to know the truth, but the majority, it really is silent.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear-based control, and it's sad because I think that affects your entire life, your health, your spiritual well-being, everything. So that's one of the reasons I do this. I come on here for this reason, to hopefully get people to think for themselves, get out of that fear-based lifestyle and being controlled by it, because it affects everything, including how well you feel about life.
Yeah.
And there's too much depression. I see so many people depressed and sad, and there's a lot of exciting stuff out here. It's a interesting, exciting place if you allow it to be and question it.
Right. I agree.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I was just
No.
a lot of the psychological things, like the depression and all this different stuff, it comes from the mainstream programming and the traumatizing of the children, because they try to break you when you're young. Just look at the Elsa Gate on YouTube, or the nasty things they throw in Disney movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it gets worse and worse.
Yeah, and it gets progressively worse, like Trace is saying.
Yeah.
So, of course, we're going to churn out more and more people with psychological issues if we're literally programming them to have them. I mean, my favorite thing about that show, Everybody Loves Raymond, is the fact that 90% of the cast are narcissists, and then the rest are co-narcissists. So if you're analyzing and trying to practice how to deal with narcissists, they provide good examples of narcissistic behavior. But they put laughing tracks on it as if it's funny when they're doing psychological abuse.
Yeah, my mom used to hate that show because she said it just made everybody look like terrible, awful people or really stupid people. And she couldn't stand it because I think she was pretty awake. At least that's why I think I was able to wake up so easy, because she allowed us to question anything we wanted, and was kind of one of those people that just didn't buy into the program.
It's, for instance, when you're very good at heart and you're kind, a lot of this nasty, evil shit, it'll feel disharmonious to you, and there's something off-putting about it. And then later, if you've learned about things like, narcissism and, fallacies, and then you look at it again and you're like, this is why I always hated this. He's abusing that person and everybody's applauding him. No wonder I hated this movie. That kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, people keep returning to their abusers all the time in this situation. The trauma-based mind control is very powerful, makes you return, just like it's a kind of a Stockholm syndrome almost.
Just like an abusive relationship. Oh, but he loves me and he said he'll change, and he only beats me when he's drunk. Like, those excuses excuse the behavior at all?
Oh yeah. No, and even in my medical practice, I saw such an increase in depression as social media came up and became so much more powerful within our societies. It's just the narcissism that it has created is sick. It's really sick for people to be that narcissistic. It's not healthy at all. And the way they treat each other because of it is horrid. It's absolutely horrid. And the codependency is not any much better. It isn't.
I'm very guilty of that. I'm a very codependent person. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. I've learned to fight through it. Yeah, me too.
But if you have to choose between a narcissist and a co-narcissist, I'd take a co-narcissist any day. If you have to choose between a codependent and a conformist, I'd take a codependent any day, because you can at least teach them independence.
Yeah, they can be pulled out of it. The narcissist, they don't even want to treat them in the psychological arena. They consider them incapable. It's crazy how they don't even want to treat it.
It's because it's so hard to, you can force somebody to have an ego break, but they have to break through all those delusions. So unless it's like a super talented therapist that knows either hypnosis or neurolinguistic programming, most people just aren't equipped to deal with this kind of shit. And it literally is training on the therapist, so I can understand why they wouldn't want to do that. We lived with a narcissist for 5 or 6 years, and the gaslighting, and I was starting to get PTSD from her. And I know what PTSD is. I recognize it. I had an anxiety attack at one point, and I was like, this is not good enough. Eventually, we for 5 or 6 years, we tried to help this girl. with everything we know, the whole, like, me and Trace. And she just kept getting worse. And eventually I just put my foot down and said, get the fuck out of our house.
Yeah, they actually feed off of it. You have to stop supplying the need. It's terrible, but that's what it is.
Hard though, because she gave birth to a baby, and we were taking care of the baby. So who has time to deny the narcissist? You have to take care of the baby.
Yeah, those are the hardest ones to be in. I've recently been trying a group that's dealing with that right now with a family of narcissists with a little baby, and it's so tragic and so difficult.
So tragic. I totally agree. But I'll tell you one thing, a little bit of distance, not having her in the house helped a hell of a lot. Because she was falling into routines and bad habits and bad, like, things that she used to do as a teenager that she'd gotten a bit better at over the years. She was a more functioning narcissist until she started spiraling. She started dragging mom into it. Oh, it was just dreadful. But everything's getting better. She hasn't been in our house for a while now. She just comes over and drops off the baby. We watched the baby earlier today. It was super nice. And I don't have to live with that anymore. It's very nice. I'm so happy. It's like being freed from oppression almost. It's like,
it is. It's terrorist. Living like within a terroristic system. I know, it's terrible. I've been there, done that. Got the t-shirt.
Oh, my mom just sent me a text. I'm gonna go brush her hair. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Awesome.
In a bit. Hey, damsel, I'm curious as to like how you discovered that the Earth was flat.
Well, I got some time off from my very busy life of being a medic and traveling and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, combat and that sort of stuff. And then I got ill from, actually, I won't say exactly what, but the same thing, kind of stuff that they're giving out now and people are suffering from side effects from. I ended up with a polio-like syndrome and ended up in a wheelchair for 10 years.
Oh my God.
On a feeding tube and hospice. I was on hospice for 2 of those years.
Wow.
And gave me time to really start thinking about things. And my son got me hooked on YouTube. And he was starting to look at truther videos. And so we started doing that together as part of me having something to do while I was bedridden and a lot of pain and not fun. I was on a feeding tube even, so I couldn't do much but just lay there and listen to stuff and think a lot. And I have several degrees in biology, and then also as an Air Force member, so I had a couple of flights that were interesting based on the globe wouldn't have had to make an emergency landing. And so these things were in my back of the mind when the first video about flat Earth. It took me less than an hour to figure out where I had gone wrong, and that, yeah.
Wow.
Definitely flat, because I had experiences even as a child seeing things too far that people told me were a mirage, and I knew they couldn't be because we had seen them from hundreds of miles away and we'd driven from them to home and still could see it. And it was like, that's no mirage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just a bunch of things went click, click, click. As soon as I watched one, I was like, yep, I was wrong. And, I was a scientist. I had science degrees. So it was like, boy, did I not question enough. I trusted my professors and all these things that I thought had been verified. And then I started going diving deep to see if everything that I thought I knew was even based on anything. And I even found it in medicine and other places that, nope, a lot of the things I thought were true were totally based on false information or something. So,
wow.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Exactly. That one did it for me too. So, but yeah, I ended up actually having ability to get healed by changing diet, going to herbal medicine, getting off all the pharmaceuticals, and
Oh my God.
had a
That's like my
miracle.
dream.
Final miracle happened in January of 2020, and I was able to throw the wheelchair away, and I can drive and take care of myself. And
Oh my God.
I am
That's
listed
so
as
awesome.
terminal. Still listed. I have no symptoms. So what can I say?
Wow. God is good. That's so amazing. I'm so happy for you.
Exactly what I can say is
Yeah.
I got closer to the creator through Flat Earth as well. It changed a lot of
Wow.
my ideas about things.
Oh my
And
God,
so,
me too. Me too. Like, oh, I totally agree with you. It's crazy. I just feel so much more closer to God and just like so at peace with so many things that have gone bad in my life. So yeah, it's
yeah, me
crazy. That's
too.
why like sometimes I try like there's so many like topics I want to talk about. I've been so sheltered for a couple years. Being in a relationship with someone who was the complete opposite of me. And
Yeah, mine told me I was crazy when I came to these understandings.
aw. Yeah, it's so like my relationship with God is like stronger than ever, and I'm so thankful for that. And yeah, I want to ask you, like, were you a pilot when you were in the Air Force or no?
Medic. I was a
Just a
medic.
medic. Okay.
Yeah, flight medic, and then, like I said, I became a physician assistant, and then that's when my disease really kicked off from
Mhm.
injuries due to I was given a bunch of shots just before I went to combat, and
Mm.
too many at one time, and whatever was in them
Wow.
sent me down the same path that you're seeing people in today, where they're shaking and
Yeah.
having seizures and neurological problems and just crazy, very painful, not fun, and nearly got me. Nearly
Yeah,
got me,
that's
but I made it. I didn't believe the doctors when they told me I was going to die, and I fought hard, and God was there through the whole thing.
yeah, amen. I think my dad was telling me about they were giving out vaccines to service members who went overseas. I got to ask him about it because I'm not trying to like put words in his mouth, but something about a vaccine and it like killed a bunch of service members or made
Yeah.
them really ill.
Yes, we've got a lot of us that have had gone through the same thing I have. We're real careful about using the V word here, so that's why I'm kind of
I'm
struggling.
sorry.
No,
Okay, sorry.
we're being broadcast on YouTube, and we want to be very cautious how
Oh,
we
okay.
talk.
You got to
Sure
speak in
thing.
code. Call it the juice.
That's right.
The juice.
So
Okay, thank
the
you.
juice, things like that. Yeah, so that's why I called it something else.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
yeah, there is a group that they claim are toxic injury vets, but they're
Mhm.
actually won't admit that the toxic injury is due to those juices.
Right.
Yeah,
Wow.
because they
My
gave a lot of us bunches of stuff just before we went, and a lot of us are sick. And even people who didn't deploy, who got a bunch of those juices,
right.
have ended up having major problems and dying. We've had a lot of death
Right.
in the military that people don't even know about. I would suspect Gulf War syndrome is also related.
Yes, that's what it was. My dad has the Gulf War syndrome.
Yeah, I'm classified with that as well.
Yeah, he like once a year he gets like strangely sick. It's like flu-like symptoms, but doctors can never figure out what it is.
Yep, it's residuals from that stuff. I think it is. So they were testing a lot of things on us, and I even gave vaccines that we didn't even know what was in them or what they were. They were just listed as letters A or B.
What? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the last time I got juiced was like in 2018 before I knew about all this stuff, and it was for school, but it was like tetanus and stuff. Like I don't know. I really haven't sat down and done research on all these different brands of juice, but I mean I'm still I'm not, you know, anti juice, but I do believe in some like Hepe and whatnot. I feel like those help, but then again, like they don't last forever.
Yeah, and they have side effects as well. So there's
Correct.
all kinds of problems. Yeah, if you ever want to do a deep dive, I suggest you go to a channel called Mag, just like it sounds, MIGMAG, and start listening to the scientists that have alternative views on certain theories that have never been confirmed. Actually,
Is
you'd
this
be
on
surprised.
Discord?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And they have a Twitter channel as well. So they have other. I think they're on Odyssey and a couple other places too. But I know you can find them on YouTube. But if you want to hear directly from some of the scientists about what is really what they think is actually going on with certain theories, like even how viruses work, you might want to check it. because it's quite. I've changed my mind about a lot of things, especially once I found the research that showed nothing had been confirmed. So, yeah, it's hard to say what I believe now because in the medical community, there's very few of us that understand that there was a takeover during Louis Pasteur's coming to understanding what he thought infectious agents were and how to treat them with certain juices. And I'm not so sure any of that stuff is very good for us at all. And I'm not so sure we need it. So, and after my own experience, I kind of have to say I've got personal anecdotal experience, but the research I found and the NIH studies that they never showed me in medical school. I went to 2 years of medical school and I didn't get shown these things. They never talked about it.
Wow.
And they should have, because it's definitely that we were being run by the big farm guys were even at medical school. So they were providing lunches and all kinds of stuff, making sure we gave credence to all their products.
Wow. Prune juice. Yeah, that's crazy. You were talking about also like doing like homeopathic medicine instead of
herbal and homeopathic. I did both, and I still do both, and it's been very successful, obviously. And organic food, making sure I got detoxed of everything I could, and heavy metals removed, and all kinds of things I've done.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry for people who are listening. I really need to ask this because I'm doing a lot of research on heavy metal detox. Like, I need help finding good products. Like, I'm currently doing colloidal silver, chlorophyll, and I'm trying to find like fulvic acid.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
What other things could you recommend for me?
I even did things like borax. There are other people that also do. I did one that's called childhood immunization homeopathy for removing all the metals. It's a special formula made by this naturopathic group, and you can get it at a lot of naturopaths. I think you might even be able to order it yourself. I'll have to look it up. I do biocell salts. I found that really helped. What's called bioplasm. So the cell salts and things like that have really helped. And then a lot of mushrooms. I did a lot of different kinds of mushroom blends that seemed to really help with the inflammation I was dealing with.
Like actual edible mushrooms or like
like reishi, turkey tail, lion's mane, combinations of a bunch of different ones. And I even did micro dosing of psychedelic mushrooms when I was struggling so much with the residual depression that was caused by all my long-term severe pain and being on hospice and all this crazy stuff that I went through. And it really helped. It really helped. I would have never even considered doing those things because I was military. I never did any of that stuff, but I found that even I was so sick and throwing up all the time, my stomach didn't work. Like I said, I had a feeding tube. None of their drugs would stop me from throwing up constantly. So I ended up using herb, smoking or vaporizing marijuana. And it helped medically, big time.
Wow.
Big time.
I bet. It's just so hard to like do certain things just because like I'm young and I'm trying to find like a job in the federal government. So, that stuff is a big no-no there.
Why they don't even let us officially use it in the VA system, even when I was discharged and all that. They couldn't say I could take it. They would just say quietly in my ear, "We think you should be on that." And my state was allowed medical use, so I was able to get help. And it made a huge difference because there was a period of time that I just didn't want to make it anymore because I was so sick. And it really helped. Didn't get rid of the pain, but it made it so I could tolerate the levels of pain I was at, because I was at 200 milligrams of morphine a day, wasn't even making it stop. So, understand how bad it really was, but it made a difference for me and reduced enough of the inflammation I could survive. So, and helped with the depression as well. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we have other places we can talk privately, and even on the Ladies Night channel, if you ever want to talk or have a question about specifics, what I've done, or you have your own issue and I can help you, I am always willing to help. Make
my God, thank you.
suggestions. I don't give medical advice officially, but I give
Yeah.
suggestions, the things that might help you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry for everyone listening. I know it's supposed to be flat Earth. I know I'm a stickler when I listen. Like, this isn't flat Earth. Sorry.
And, well, sometimes we diverge a little bit, but it
Yeah.
helps. If it helps other people, I'm all for it. So even if
Yeah.
it's just for a few minutes. So, but yeah, I try to help where I can now, since I don't practice in the allopathic field, and I'm, like I said, retired at this point. So, like, I've only been out of the wheelchair coming up on 2 years. So
Good for you. Congrats. That's awesome.
yeah, I'm really happy about it. It's fun to be able to walk and eat and not be in pain. It's awesome. And be able to drive again, get my license back. That was fun.
Yeah, I bet. Are you like walking back to normal? Do you need like assistance?
No assistance at all now. None at all.
Wow. Good for
Yeah,
you.
nobody can tell that I was that sick unless I tell them now.
Wow.
I can show my scars to prove it, but that's the only proof I have now. So it's awesome.
Going back on track with flat Earth. Do you know anything about like Tesla? Do you have like information?
I know some, and I know we had a recent show. I think it was this last Sunday that they presented on this channel right here a whole presentation on Tesla and provided a lot of links and information. So you may want to find out. Yeah, they did a whole program on it. So I would assume that somebody knows what timestamp or has that separated out so that you can go back and listen and find the information. It's all there. But yeah, I know a little bit about him. What I learned on that program was helpful, and I still want to research more. I mean, it's so interesting.
I just feel like I'm sure like you've had those feelings when you were younger, like there's so much more to like the world than there really is. And I feel very much that way when it comes to like technology nowadays. Like we've been kind of like at a plateau with when it comes to technology. Like just think about like all these prototypes of cars that are coming out. They're only prototypes. They're so futuristic. They have so much technology involved in it, but they don't mass produce it just because, well, sure, like there's a lot of money that goes into it, but I just feel like there's just so much more.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This place was created so that we could actually have energy that would not harm the environment. I think that's been hidden from us for a reason, because again, that would not make us reliant on these companies and all that. But I also believe that there's other ways to do things that would be much more beneficial and way more fun, I think.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I agree. There's something wrong with the technology when you say, yeah, we're going to switch everybody over battery driven cars. But what happens when it has a snowstorm and it's cold and everybody's stopped on the interstate for 24 hours? And
yeah,
what happens then? You're going to have a big, huge generator truck come out and recharge them all after they tried to keep everybody warm, or will they even start in severe cold weather for long term? I mean, batteries are not that great. I'm just like, what are we doing? What are we thinking here? Because I don't know what we're going to do if that kind of stuff, California doesn't want to have any gas vehicles by 2030 or something. Or
that's not going to happen. There's no way, because it's like it's you can't easily afford something like that. Like sure, like you can buy a Tesla now, brand new, somewhat affordable. Not I mean, if you're making good money, but like in 10 years, in 5 to 10 years, when you need a new battery, it's going to cost you over $10,000 to get it replaced without the warranty.
And who has that just laying around when they've got other bills and other things you got to save? So I don't know how they expect it to work. But
even Elon Musk knows, like we don't have the infrastructure for it, even by 2030.
Yeah, and I agree with somebody saying that. Yeah, you'll own nothing and be happy because you'll just rent everything. But the thing is that it restricts you from being free. I mean, that's one of the greatest freedoms, is being able to move without and go places without having to worry about somebody shutting or hacking the computer in it, which that happened to Tesla this last summer. They were out of commission for a day or several hours during one day, that the cars wouldn't even start. So I'm like, this is not good for control. How are you supposed to? Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I
Hey,
did see that article. There's an article of a guy in like Norway or something who wrapped his Tesla up in dynamite because I think it was $21,000. He needed a new battery, and he's like, it would just be cheaper for me to buy dynamite and blow it up and get a new car.
Well, you consider all the waste that's going to happen because
Oh
of
my
those,
God.
the mining in third world countries, the abuse of the people that have to mine it. I just
Yeah.
feel that this is just morally going to be just bankrupt as well.
Well, people don't care. Going green is the best.
And I would love to be real green where we didn't have to have still destruction of the environment and slave labor to produce it, and control systems that won't let us have the ability to not have to pay out the nose every so many years for a new battery.
I mean, it's the classic case of people who are like, I want peace. So they're like, okay, we're going to bomb in the name of peace. And you're like, okay, well, we want people to preserve their virginity. And they're like, okay, we're going to fuck everybody for virginity. They're still doing what they want to do, but they're just putting the name of what people want on it.
It's so true.
It really annoys me sometimes.
Yeah, I could tell.
Me and Trace have had many conversations about these things. And they're doing it again.
I know, I feel so bad. I definitely create this. That's why I always just like sit and listen. Because I really like, I'm definitely no Witsit. Like Witsit, I love listening to him talk because he just like always has an answer for everything. And I love that.
Flow. He's got the flow too. He knows how to
Man.
flow. So yeah,
He
he's
knows that.
definitely got his facts in order.
So
I want to have a brain like that.
Well, I think it's also because a lot of us truther types tend to be like the men are masculine and the women are feminine, and they have this like men are stronger in some things generally, and women are stronger in other things generally. Like with the hyper focus with the men, they can problem solve really easy and spot the problem in the direct causation with the logic and following this directly from A to C. Meanwhile, the women are more like, we can see the macro. We are seeing the picture of, oh, but if you're saying this, that implies that because the connection between this and then this person is doing that, and that means this. Where we can trace it, and you see maybe sometimes the bigger picture more. We're thinking about the how it connects to other things, and we often go into, for instance, how this affects people. Have you noticed that? A lot of the ladies are good at going into.
We're the emotional
How-
contact that the guys need, and then we also can somewhat see the future better than they do when we can see all the potential outcomes better, I think.
Hell, I've had future dreams many a time.
Yeah, we're just better at that. I think we were designed to be that help, that part of the help, so we can help each other. I think we complement each other when we fulfill our roles to their maximum ability. And everybody's an individual still, you know.
We complement each other by delegating roles because we complement each other like the yin and the yang. Because the yin has the lesser yang and the yang has the lesser yin.
I was
just like men and women are masculine and feminine. And so long as you're in accordance to your natural state, and so is the other person, you work amazingly well together. This is why my brother is my best friend.
Yeah, I know. You guys work so well together, even musically. That's why you guys do well together on that too.
Thank you.
Aww. Yeah.
That was one time I approved of that soundboard.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad, so long as it's not in the middle of your sentence.
Hey, damsel, when you were in was it the Air Force?
Yeah.
Did any of the pilots ever talk about like being flat Earth? Because they were pilots and they knew like the maps and the controls and whatnot. I'm very curious about that.
I never actually questioned any of them on it, so I didn't really do that. But I did fly up front with them a lot, and boy, was it flat.
Yeah.
So I think they subconsciously, if they didn't consciously know, that it
Right.
definitely doesn't appear to be curving in anywhere. And then, like I said, when we had an emergency flight, we had a window break on the way to Guam one time, and we had to make a change in direction to a safe landing spot. And it didn't make any sense to me because we were supposedly closer to Guam. And so I don't know why we didn't go there until years later when I understood what I was looking for was the flat Earth to explain it. The positioning made sense that we went to Hawaii, even though it was supposedly going to be a longer distance. It didn't turn out to be. It was crazy. It
Right.
kind of blew my mind at the time. I just filed it away in that file of I don't understand what we just did. And later on, like I said, when I watched that first video, those things all popped up, and I went, "Oh my word! I now know why all that didn't make sense."
Right.
Now it does.
That's the thing. Like my dad, when he had told me, like, "Oh, the Earth is flat," he's like, when you go back home on the airplane, pull up the map and see how they're flying, and see how like in the littlest ways they manipulate you to believe that the Earth is curved by the map being curved or using the spherical model, and it really is. Even flying, there, I remember I get a lot of my flat Earth information via Instagram, and who was it? I think it was like Jen Murray Flat Earth. She posted this video of like an emergency landing that they had to do from is it like South America? I don't remember the whole details, but it like basically what you were trying to explain to me about the emergency landing.
Yeah, it didn't make sense if you were
Yeah.
on a globe. It was further away, but on the flat Earth model, it worked and it was made sense completely. So it was like, okay. But yeah, but they do the same thing to our pilots. They got rid of the navigators years ago, just as I was coming into the Air Force. They got rid of the navigation position and it all became computerized. And so they fly with a laptop up front that shows a globe picture if you want, or it
Wow.
can go back to flat, but they also have flat physical maps as well as they're using to plot the
Wow.
course.
That's
But
crazy.
it's mostly run by the AI now, in the computer systems, so that, there's even less reason to question it. I'm sure when there was navigators, they
Wow.
probably were really picking up on the craziness of some of the flight routes.
One of the live streams I was listening in on to, one of the guys mentioned that when you fly, you technically have to fly at an upwards tilt. And I like planes, not like I don't know about helicopters, but thinking of that, like if you are on a curve and you have to constantly fly at somewhat at an angle upwards, like you have to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, or
And
you'd end up being at a different elevation within a few miles. Yeah,
you'd be in
constantly.
Mars.
And you notice how you can always feel when the plane's about to land because it starts to slight nose down and starts, descending, and you can feel it. It's like
Mhm.
if that was going on constantly, you would notice it. You would notice it. That's why I said the inner ear thing was one of my big clues. I was like, yeah, it can't be moving either because, yeah, we're not feeling it. Angular motion, you'd have to feel it. And downward vectored on your plane, you're going to feel it. When you land and take off, you feel it. You always know. So,
Yeah, for sure. And my boss, one of my older bosses, they were talking to their kid and they were like, it's quicker to fly to London than flying to London back to Virginia. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, because the Earth moves with us while we're flying. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure.
Sure it
Yeah,
does.
sure.
Well, it actually
No.
doesn't.
Yeah.
But it should. If their model was correct, then Coriolis would be a real thing instead of just a fictitious apparent thing that we see.
That's the thing, like flying, if the Earth is moving so fast, why can't we just fly up at a certain distance and just stay there for a little bit and then we would get to our destination much quicker?
Oh
Like
yeah, your helicopter flights would be like that. Yeah, your balloon flights, things like that.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to go around the Earth. Yeah, it's just crazy.
That's the thing is once
It's
you realize
because
how
you would put the airlines out of business if you use that side.
you would. You would.
Fly up, wait, and then come back down. They don't want that.
Yeah. They want to pollute the Earth and make more money. But yeah. That was my big thing. Like my dad questioned me like, have you ever seen the Earth curved? I'm like, yeah, sure. Like on pictures and stuff. He's like, no, that's all fisheye lens. And have you ever even seen a real picture of Earth? And I Googled it and I'm just like, wow, like if you like he really opened that like third eye in my mind, like, wow, like if you actually like Google Earth and look at pictures, like they all look CGI. And even like
They do to
Googling.
me now. I may have not noticed it before, but they now.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't really notice that they were that CGI looking until I woke up. Yeah, how did I miss that? Because now I can't miss it.
Yeah.
You can't tell they're not real.
You don't see it until you look at it with a critical eye, because until then your bias is going to make it look real.
Right. Even like if you
Kinda
Google
when
like
old
on
ladies-
Google Earth. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, kind of like when old ladies get pushed. They don't want to see how it's not fitting.
No, he's real. I just have to give him $3,000 more.
I mean, I swear he's from England. So what if all his writing is like, you give me money now, honey. I love you so much.
Like Googling on the Google Maps, not Google Maps, Google Earth, they have like if you try to look up Antarctica, there is no, it's just a blur. There's no photo of it. And why is it so heavily guarded? And people are like, oh, it's not heavily guarded. You can go there. I'm like, okay, try it. Try finding a flight to Antarctica.
Well, they can go to Deception Island, right?
Yeah, there you go.
That's it, though.
They even named it Deception Island. How funny is that?
It's funny. Yeah, I just
Kinda
if they
like
want to do a circumnavigate north to south, or even do like some have said, go one plane going one side around the Antarctic continent and the other one going the other direction, and if they don't make it at the right time on the opposite side, there's a problem.
Yeah, they tend to always be on the nose like that. For instance, what was it? Epstein's jet was Lolita's Express, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they shove it in your face so that to tempt the truthers to be like, look at this, look at this, look at all this circumstantial evidence that they've laid out for us. And the person's like, you just got circumstantial stuff. It's a trap.
Let's see. Oh, karma, that's who it is. I remember, I think last week you were talking about video games. And like there were like video games who kind of like expose flat Earth in a sense. If you look at like open map worlds, like for example Grand Theft Auto, and you go on a plane or a helicopter and you fly all the way to the top, like the model of the map is flat. They don't add curvature to it, which I find very interesting. And like a simple game, Animal Crossing doesn't do that. Animal Crossing has curvature in the game, and you can tell like such a big difference. Like,
yeah, it's so unnatural.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows, but like your eye is always level to the horizon. Even when you're flying high up in a plane, your eye level is always meets the horizon. That wouldn't be possible if the Earth was spherical.
Yeah, they even teach in art all this stuff about perspective. Like,
right.
I can't believe I didn't realize how much nonsense this was when I was learning about this in art class, because it just I didn't connect it because they decompartmentalize everything so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a painter and artist since I was like 6, and I took a lot of art classes too, and I knew about perspective and how to do it, but I never applied it to the real world like I should have. But it made it really easy. Like I said, when Flat Earth came around, it was like, oh, now I understand all this stuff with what I was seeing. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's the linchpin that ties in all the other stuff. You're like, now a lot of things make sense.
Yeah, everything just kind of like falls into place.
Yeah, I still remember that first week of finding out it was flat and how fun that was and how exciting and how overjoyed I was at the same time to have all these things that I had put away in this mind file I had of things I didn't understand why they worked the way they worked, because it just was what I was told. And so I was like, when all the things snapped in place, it was so good feeling. It still feels good, but it was a real euphoria time. I remember it. My son went through the same thing when he had his experience when he came to Flat Earth too, which was shortly after me. So it was really cool to kind of share that together too.
Yeah, totally. Like, just like as soon as Trace found out, he pretty much told me, showed me everything.
Yeah, I bet he could hardly keep himself telling you when he found out.
Oh, not a chance. He's always, whenever he finds something and he can verify it, he just always told us. And if he can't verify it, he'd often tell me about things that it's like, okay, I found something like this. It could be like this, but it's not 100% confirmed. So it's not, we don't log it as truth. It's just a possibility and goes into this theory and fits with this stuff. We we have been truthers since I was a kid. I grew up in a truther family, basically, because mom is a truther at heart, although she leaned more into the spirituality thing. And Drace is hardcore researcher, truther logic type. So it's been very nice.
Yeah, my mom and my grandmother were big time. And even my grandfather, my mom's side, were all really into truth, organic food, why we don't use pesticides and herbicides on the farm. I mean, just all kinds of things that I didn't really put all together until I came to further truth. And it was like, oh, they knew so much. They were so smart to reject a lot of the things that mainstream was pushing on them. And they were like, nope. So they were questioners. Like I said, my parents taught me to question. So, and I had that science background, and love for it. And it just made it really exciting and fun. And so, yeah, doing this stuff, it's just like coming back to childhood. It's great.
That's what we in Iceland would call góð vöggugjöf, or a good cradle gift, something you're born with that you're blessed to have, or that your parents gave you.
I like that. A cradle gift. I like that.
Yeah, something you've had since you were in the cradle or given to you in the cradle. It's hard to explain in English, but it's one of my favorites in the Icelandic vocabulary, probably. We have fun sayings, at least.
Yeah, you do. And you also have a very beautiful language that I cannot pronounce anything of.
You could probably pronounce something. Do you want to know how we say goodbye?
Sure.
Bless.
Oh, I can do that one. Bless.
Yeah, I figured that's the foreigner's favorite way that we say goodbye. That just means bye. We also say bye.
That one's easy too.
And if you want to greet someone, you can say hi.
That's true. You can always do that. That one works pretty universally. I found around my travels all over this realm. Plane.
Yeah, we have the harder ones. Like, I'm not going to make you say, "Góðan daginn, hvað segir elskan mín?"
Yeah, please don't.
But that would be like, "Good morning, how you doing, darling?"
It does sound very cool, though.
Yeah, I've heard, for instance, people often like Icelandic rap because it sounds hard, because it's like we have a lot of hard K's and R's and T's and stuff like that, so it can sound harsh. But if you're a native, the rap is mostly like, the fuck is this supposed to be, this lame ass shit? Because we have so much grammatical rules, it's very hard to make Icelandic rap, especially if you want to make it any good. So it's hilarious.
Yeah, you guys have way complicated rules. It's That's why I said it'd be hard for me to learn your language.
We're very forgiving on using them wrong, though. Like, we think it's very cute whenever foreigners try. We appreciate that.
Yeah. You don't laugh at us too much, huh? Like the French
Yeah,
do to
it's
us.
mostly like A for effort, Although there's always going to be the old lady who might correct you and tell you the proper way to say the sentence, but she'll be giving that, like, good job, honey, look, But there's always impatient people who are just going to go speak English. Every country has those. But if you ever want to learn a line in Icelandic, just hit me up. I'll teach you. Okay, since the air apparently died as soon as I spoke, do you want music or a bad joke or something? What do you want?
A bad joke.
Okay. Why did the pirate take so long to learn the alphabet?
Something about R.
Nah, he spent years at sea.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Jokes like that.
Those are like dad jokes. I love dad jokes. They're so corny. I love them.
We are gonna be good friends.
Yes. It was so funny. How many people are on here right now? On the 28. So last week was my first ladies' night, and I think on the live stream it actually said like ladies' night live stream, and there were like 60 people here. And then now it just says like regular live stream, and now there's only like 30 people. I just find it really funny.
Yeah, it's probably because the event thing that Dentline did last time helped remind people as well, and more people knew what was happening. Really helps when somebody hypes up. But generally, we get a decent attendance on ladies' nights. When we do have them, that is.
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Helio Skeptic, or I forgot how do you say his name? Helioseptic, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, he was telling me that there was a ladies' night, and I was like, oh my god, I need to do this because I just don't have a lot of lady friends, especially since I moved to Northern Virginia recently. But kind of nice talking online too with like-minded people. It's very comforting. Makes me feel like I'm not alone.
Yeah, I totally get that. It's very nice. Even just tuning in and just hearing people rack a fallacious idiot, and you're like, so satisfying to hear somebody just own someone with logic for once instead of emotional appeals.
Yeah. Was it last week after ladies' night? I still listened in, and then there was like these trolls, and I just got like so frustrated because like I knew as soon as they came in, like they sounded young and ignorant. But anyways, I'm just like, why are people wasting their time with the trolls? And then I think Dandelion, she was just like, well, it's still good to hear what other people have to say. Kind of just educating yourself, even though you have to listen to these trolls. But yeah,
They also prompt like points of conversation. Like when they say something stupid, the people watching the stream, for instance, on YouTube, a lot of the people who are skeptical about this are going to be like, wow, that is an extremely stupid argument by the Glober. And then they hear a flat earther actually break down the science, provide evidence, and give people an idea of what to look at to see how things work. So they're just giving us an opportunity to A, show how stupid they are.
Yeah.
B, show people how smart the flat earth stuff is. And just, see, fill dead air. So it's fun to play with the trolls sometimes. Although some are just so obnoxious, I can't listen to them.
Some of them, yeah, some of them are fun to play with. Some of them are awful.
Oh yeah, like we have really funny ones. Like, have you heard the clip where they took Pagus and put like techno music underneath when he was saying that like he could create a model to explain why his wife wasn't cheating on him after he walked in on his wife fucking his neighbor in his bed, and he was like, well, maybe she bought a sex robot and he is just a sex robot from Amazon, and that is why
No.
she's not cheating on me. And literally, one of the guys later on went like, starts like literally just fucking with him and making fun of him, but like being what he tripped and she fell, and they're joking like that, and he's like, yeah, that's a good one. Yes, maybe he tripped and she fell, and then starts using that, and it's just so funny. I listen to that sometimes when I'm walking just to have a good laugh and get those steps in.
Anything to hold on to their balls.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, even if you like know they're big time trolls and they're just like fucking with us, like at least we're giving them some information that we know that they'll eventually think about and question. And they'll be like, those people I trolled, like they said something that was kind of accurate of things that I've seen. Now I want to question it and look into it. And so that's why like I'm a little bit more understanding when we entertain and educate trolls.
Yeah, we're planting seeds. Plus, there's other people listening.
Exactly.
So I always look at it as somebody's going to get something from it, hopefully. And our goal is to make stuff that we present understandable, presentable, and show them up a little bit since they're coming in to see if they can stir trouble. Let's make it so they can't get what they want. Don't give them narcissists any any of their gratification.
Yeah, don't feed their supply. But it's also, there has been the case where we've had people defend the globe for years, and then eventually they do realize, like, holy shit, okay, it is flat. But that's also because you gotta think, some of these people are going through the 12 stages of grief. Because their globe is dying and their worldview has died, and they have to come to terms with, like, this new worldview where the government's been lying to you and all this other stuff. And not everybody's ready for that. But some people take years, like, no joke. But they still
Yeah,
get to it eventually sometimes.
we have people on here who did that. We've got some on here who've done that. But yeah, the pain that people go through to give this up, some of them go through tremendous pain. I'm just glad I didn't feel that pain much at all. Yeah, it twinged a little bit. It was like, oh, well, I guess I'll never be going to space and an astronaut and be weightless. That's okay though. I wasn't going to make it anyway since I was sick at the time. So it was like, oh well, that's okay. But yeah, it can be hard to give up. It's a real emotional attachment. I mean, it's deep.
I was like when I was younger, I've always wanted to be an astronaut and be in space. Like I wanted to go to the moon because like I saw it on TV and I knew it was possible. But then like when my dad told me about it, I wasn't. I was like in shock for like a good 3 days, and I wasn't sad or angry. I was very like shocked in a good way and like happy, and like my first instinct was like to pray to God and go to the Bible and see the truth in the Bible. Like, I mean, my God, like the first chapter, first Genesis, like talks about the firmament and the dome. And it's just like, I was like, holy cow, like I know the truth now. And I don't know, it just filled me with so much joy. And I wanted to tell everyone. And when I told my dad, I was like, yeah, I'm going to tell everyone. And my dad was like, yeah, no, maybe not a good idea. You need to be very careful with who you tell because people just don't take that very easily, like the way I did.
Yeah, no, I was more like you, and so it wasn't very painful. And my son was like me too. But other people, and I still have family members that think I'm just nuts, and even my daughter is still not okay with it at all. She thinks I'm crazy, and it's because she's a science fiction writer. She's written a book, and so for her to give it up is really personal, and it's hard. Someday she may, and I hope she does, but. Yeah, it's tough because you can really wreck people with this information as well if they're not ready for it. And you can wreck your relationships, that's for sure. Not intentionally. Not intentionally.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially because this can kind of ruin sci-fi for you for a little bit because it just reminds you of how much you've been lied to and stuff. So I can understand why she, resist heavily on that because it would be hard to be a sci-fi writer while going through the acknowledging the fact that it's all fake and all that stuff.
Star
Yeah,
Wars was
she has a
real.
lot of imagination from her childhood all wrapped up in it because that's what she's always wanted to do is write, and it's always leaned towards sci-fi. And she was in robotics. She likes robotics studies that she did, and as a high schooler built a bunch of things. And so she's thinking someday maybe she could be part of the NASA programs to build robots to go play. It's all tied up in this emotional and possibly career and life. And yeah, it's hard. So I do understand, especially people with professional educations that spent years and money and time and effort. It's hard.
I mean, it's kind of like having that friend who's in a toxic relationship, but you know you're never gonna get her to leave. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it has to have their own
But
time.
you can. But hey, you can always hold on to hope and keep trying. Just do it gently so they don't go into a cook this. I think that's also if you actually address the emotional investment when somebody's about to go into cook this, like help them go through the whole why is it so upsetting if this was flat and all that stuff. My hand the cat is meowing at me. I'll be back.
Yeah. Well, that's the unfortunate part is I wasn't prepared for the reactions since I was so excited and thought, that with my science background and me being able to explain it pretty well, that they would just get it. And I didn't really consider how impactful it would be to some people to have that ripped away. So, yeah, if I thought that way before, I do that now when I interact with people and tell people now, I'm more cognizant of that because I know it's hard. But at the time, because it wasn't so hard for me, and I was excited, it was hard to keep quiet and do it in a way that would have considered how much ripping away of a bandage it was.
Yeah, it definitely ruined my relationship. Like, my ex, like, I really thought he was an open-minded person like I was, and I told him, I was like, "Hey, like, the earth is flat, do you know that?" He's like, "Oh my god, you're fucking crazy." And I'm like, "Wait, what? No, like, listen, like, think about this, like, think about planes and, like, the formula and, like, Google," and, like, I was just, like, telling him everything like my dad was telling me to question, and I told him, and he's like, "Oh my god, you're fucking crazy," and then, like, started making fun of me, and then, like, we kinda made it a rule, like, we wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Yep, that's what
And
happened
then
in
it
my
was just like
relationship. Yep.
that's, like, when I knew, like, I was like, "Fuck," like, like, my relationship's over.
Yeah, because it is over because you have nothing you can talk about, you can't explore it, you
Exactly. Oh
can't
my
continue
god.
finding new truths because you know now that they're very limited, and if you don't talk the right way, you may totally cause a major blow up.
Yeah. Yeah, that really hurt a lot, but I know what I want now, and, yeah, things
Yeah, me
going up
too.
from here.
Yeah. Yeah, you move on, you have to do it, so, um, and that was just one symptom of my relationship that I realized this is not gonna work with others, but that one was probably the final straw that I knew things were never gonna be ever what I had hoped they would be in that relationship. The closeness
Mhm.
and all that stuff was destroyed by the fact that I was now crazy.
Yeah.
There's also, in my opinion at least, when you love somebody and you trust them, if they're very passionate about something, even if you don't understand it in the beginning, or even if you get a bit of cognition, you should at least give it a try, just on the basis that the person you trust and love actually is interested and passionate about it.
No,
Exactly.
I
Yeah,
thought
like
that that's what we would have with that when, especially since I knew I could prove that this was something that you could actually look at yourself and make sure you knew I was not lying or having some kind of mental issue. And no, and when you find that out, then you realize what your real relationship is. It gave me the truth on the relationship too, so that was good. I mean, I'm not that upset about it, because I would rather know now than late in life, really late in life, and go, oh my word, I spent even more years with a person that I'm not going to be able to communicate with or have no real closeness with. That'd be awful.
Yeah, better to find out right away. I mean, this also, what I was just said, it also applies more than one thing. It applies to everything. Like, kind of like Sanxia is a really particular type of books that's Chinese, and it's its whole genre. Like Wuxia is a genre, Sanxia is a genre. And there's a bit of a culture clash if you're reading it for the first time and you're not used to Chinese idioms and cultivation and all these different terms. And when Drace discovered these books, because they also talk a lot about the Tao and quality of man and a lot of very interesting things. So he ends up telling me a bunch of stuff out of this. And in the beginning, I'm like, the fuck is he talking about? I don't understand what the hell he's talking about, what he's saying. It doesn't, it's weird animals and stuff, whatever. But because I love him, I trust him, and he has good taste. I know this. So even when I felt literal cock this because of culture clash, come on, I consciously push that aside because I trust him to have good taste in this, and I give it an honest go. Before you know it, this is my favorite genre of literature. I mean, if you don't give it a chance, you're the one missing out, just in general.
And that's exactly what I understood from it, was like, I wasn't the one losing here. It was the person that was rejecting the information that was being given in such an excited person that actually loved them and wanted them to know the truth.
Exactly.
So their loss, not mine, really, but at the same time, it was hurtful, because you want people to be on your side. So yeah, but it was their loss. They lost a lot more than I did.
That's exactly how I feel too. I was pretty. That was like the worst thing about like learning about flat Earth, was like wanting to tell your loved ones, but like them not believing you or anything, because like of course, like you love that person, like you want them to know the truth, you want them to know like what you know, and if they're not willing to accept that, it's like, it's going to really suck, but you're going to have to let them go and let them, live their own life. The peace that I have is like, I know at the end of life, like we're all going to know the truth, and that's so comforting to know. So maybe not in this life, but in our next life, we'll all know. And we'll all live happily ever after.
Yeah, knowing there's a creator is a great comfort, regardless of how you look at him or her or whatever.
Yeah, that is an important part of it too. The spiritual part of this whole journey has been just incredibly good. I wouldn't change the journey for anything, even though some of it was incredibly painful and not fun. Some of it was awesome, and some of it has just continued to be awesome and never will be something I would want to give up or give away or go back to. I love the truth too much to do that. I really do love it.
And see, that's one of the reasons why I love you. You're just an awesome person, Medic.
Well, I appreciate that. That's what I love about the people here, because that's what they love. They love the truth. They'll do anything to get that. And I think that's a key in life, is to seek that, and you'll find, I think love is truth. I think they're so intertwined. You can't have one without the other.
I completely and utterly agree, because I think you can connect most to the creator when you fully try to embody unconditional love. And I mean, like platonic love or whatever. Doesn't have to be romantic love. Like that true love, when you feel like you love someone just for being somehow. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, but I get it. I feel that same way. I have a lot more it has changed even my ability to feel compassion for people and understand the pain that they're going through with this mental struggle. It's been able to experience people rejecting me for my understanding of things. I can kind of understand how they would feel if I rejected them, so I try not to do that either to them. But it's still hard. I wish they would be on the same page, but it's okay. They got to do their own journey.
Yeah. It's kind of like when I had the realization that all people are just kids, and they've matured a different amount. But everybody's just kids. There's no difference. And having spent so much time with these kids and learning from them and teaching them and understanding children, it helped me understand people. Because grown-ups are just children that have lived longer. Because most of them haven't grown up.
Oh, I so
If we
agree.
treat them with the love and the patience that you treat a child, things go so much better.
I would have to agree. We just get more stubborn. That's all. Older and more stubborn, but still children. And that's why our childhoods do impact our adult life so much. It really does. Why people have to deal with their childhood stuff badly. Most of the time, that's what their real problem is. This is something in the past they've drug along with them the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah, and have you seen Chinese face reading, for instance, when they resolve childhood traumas and wrinkles like literally disappear right after that trauma's been resolved?
Wow. What's it called?
When you use Chinese face reading, like for instance, David Snyder, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming guy that I watch on YouTube.
Yeah, you guys
He,
have
for instance,
posted
goes
some of
pretty
his
well into it.
videos. Yeah, you posted some of his videos in here, and I've watched him. He's very good. Yeah, he's got some real interesting stuff.
I loved watching that. When I discovered him first with Trace, I think Trace found it first. It was around the same time I found Wayne Dyer's 101 Ways to Transform Your Life. Both those had a really good positive change in my life, because as soon as you realize how important communication is and how to do it better, including communication with yourself, because self-talk is so important. Like, everything gets better.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't have the same bad days I used to because I've learned to change that mindset, and that took a long time, and it was a struggle learning how to do that. That was a battle in itself, and I think that's why that's how I survived a lot of the hospice and 10 years of really bad pain and all kinds of stuff, was learning to change how I saw myself in my head, even though my body wasn't cooperating, and even changing how I told myself I could make it. So yeah, it was crazy. When you can change your mind, you can change a lot of things about yourself, including the state of your health.
Yeah, you can change pretty much anything. It's amazing.
That's very interesting. I know, like, self-affirmation, like, people push that a lot. It's like kind of a new concept to me, because I never like had that as a kid. Like, oh, you're doing good, like you're good, you know. It's funny because I like, with the child I'm taking care of now, like I catch myself doing that a lot. Like, wow, like you did a good job, and like I never got that as a kid. And yeah,
Yeah,
like,
a lot of us are missing that, and it's just because our parents didn't know how to do that for us. They didn't get taught it either.
right. And you can't give your child what you never had. So
Yeah, exactly. And so it's really
But
hard.
you can, and you did. You just said it yourself. Even though you didn't receive this, you did this for your kids. Because
yeah,
even if we don't get what we need, we always strive to give the next generation what we got. And even
but
if we
not
don't
everyone is
know
like,
how to do it, we try. That's for the good people like you.
yeah. Oh, thank you. It's
We have
just
to
like,
try.
there's a lot of like generational sin in all of us, and you know,
We have genetic memory, so I get what you.
Oh
yeah,
yeah. Yeah, no, it's epigenetics. Yeah, it's very true that we carry those things from our family histories through generation after generation. It really does stick with us, good and bad.
yeah.
But positive affirmations are kind of like good hypnosis you give yourself, because we're always programming ourselves in a way. Whether we're letting it happen unconsciously by media around us, or whether we're doing it ourselves by monitoring our own thoughts and policing your internal dialogue. But I have a great example from work from how important this is, not only for you, but for the people around you, to have positive, good self-talk. The best example I know of this would be when there was a whole class of teenage girls, like a whole year of girls, that refused to go swimming. And it ended up being so bad that nobody could get them to go swimming that they ended up calling in a counselor lady who's absolutely amazing. Love this woman. And literally, when she pronounces her name, it sounds like "be careful" or "watch yourself." So her name is amazing as well. But basically, she comes in and she starts talking to the girls. And the problem is bad self-image. They're all super self-conscious of their bodies, and they don't want to go swimming because then they don't want people to see their bodies because they think they're fat and ugly.
Yes, they don't
Now,
like their appearance.
Yeah. Wait, hang on. Here comes the best part. She asks the girls, "Has anybody ever told you that you're fat or ugly?" And they say, "No, nobody's ever told me I'm fat or ugly." And then she asks them, "Have you ever heard your mom call herself fat or ugly?" And every single one of those girls said yes. They had learned from their mothers to judge themselves because their mothers judged themselves. They never judged the girls. They said, "You are beautiful. You are amazing. You are perfect." And then they turned around and said, "Oh, I'm too fat. Oh, I wish I was prettier. Oh, I'm too ugly." And what the girl learned there is, I am ugly. I am fat. I need to judge myself.
Yeah, because they love their mothers and they think their mothers are telling the truth. And so it must be true about them because it came from your mom. Yeah.
And your mom is beautiful to you. So how could you be more beautiful than your mom in that moment? And love
how
makes
devastating.
everything so pretty.
That is incredibly injuring and devastating. Yeah.
So even how you talk about yourself affects the people around you because it affects how you act. But yeah, I wanted to suggest next time we get that air, we should play Kai's The Matrix. I still love that song so much.
Oh, we'll have to finish up with it. I've got the play thing, so we could probably do that when we finish up tonight if you want.
Yeah. As long as we play it at some point tonight, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, I love this. One of my favorites still. I've still been playing that one pretty commonly.
I mean, it's even my mom's favorite song right now.
Oh, that's right. Your mom likes it too. I remember you saying that last time we played it. She's into that too. Your mom must be very cool.
She is. She has more tattoos than me. She loves motorbikes, and she's been a gamer since I was a kid. So I have the coolest mom.
You have
Yeah,
a cool
that's like
mom.
a really cool mom. I've actually never watched The Matrix, but I've always been told to go watch it. But I just feel like I even though I don't know I have a basic understanding of what The Matrix is, but like I feel like I would want to watch it with someone that's watched it before and understands it, so I know what's going on because I'm just really oblivious when it comes to watching movies.
We should
I
have a
miss all
watch
the little
party.
small things.
We should have a
Yeah.
watch party.
That is a great idea.
And do that because it's actually good for even people like me who I've seen it several times because I wanted to decode it again once I understood it. And it's good to watch again just to remind you. And there's a lot of life of stuff. I mean, the stuff in there is very much what's going on even now. So yeah, it's a good one to watch to kind of get a basis. Plus, a lot of cultural references are made to it, and of course, within the Truther movement. So, yeah.
I heard
the
that
fourth one does not count.
Which one?
The fourth one sucks.
The newest one, the
Yes,
fourth
I was just
one
gonna
was
say
a
that.
cash grab. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it
what
was
I
so
heard.
bad.
Yeah, no, I went and saw it on purpose just to see what they were putting in it this time. Again, I didn't go for just the view and get all excited. No, I went to see what kind of trash it was. It was trash. It's a mess. The first ones, I'd say the first one's the best, of course, and then the rest of them are kind of go downhill from there. But yeah, the fourth, absolutely not worth your money.
I
So
like
which
the
one's the
trilogy
best
in its
one?
whole. I think people have different favorites, kind of like with Star Wars. But I can tell you this: unlike some of those other films where people go, like, "Oh, you have to see it at least once," like Scarface, which sucked. This one's actually a pretty good watch. Keanu Reeves does very well in this, and there's a cute love story, good action. Bad guy is also a good actor. It's the elf from Lord of the Rings guy who was like, I don't remember his name, but good actors, good plot, and you would enjoy it even if you don't know anything about it.
That's right. You would. It's actually a decent movie. So
Okay,
I
well, I'll
used to watch
definitely probably
this
watch
on
it this weekend.
VHS as a kid, and I loved it as a child. So it's a good watch.
yeah, I've
Yeah, I'll
even read.
definitely watch.
You'll watch it. Yeah, I've read whole breakdowns on it about how it even talks about how our legal system is set up, and it's all part of explained in the movie too, that our legal and our monetary system and everything. It's really interesting if you go and look at different people's perspectives on it too. So I've read several different theses on how it applies to different parts of our world today that are so messed up.
I agree. I read somewhere there's something so crazy that Hollywood actually has to get like if they're going to do like a movie on the military or even like NASA or something, they actually have to get government approval of their scripts.
Yeah,
Have
they
you
do.
heard that?
Yeah, they do. If
That's
they're going to use
crazy.
anything military in it, that could possibly, they say, if they have anything that's too close to the technology that's possibly we've got or whatever. Yeah, I've heard that, and I've actually met one person that supposedly did some consulting for the government for movies. So
So is that like? I mean, I get how like I don't know. I just feel like it encroaches on our First Amendment right. But if it's gonna affect like military intel, I get it. But
well, that's a cover for all kinds of stuff they just don't want you to know. So that's the problem. It is your right to know everything, and it is your right. There is only so much things that need to be classified. The rest of it is classified because they just don't want you to know. It's not about safety. It's more about they don't want you to know what we got and don't have or what they're spending your money on. You know, think about all the research they've done on military personnel that you would probably want to know if they're treating us right and they don't let you know. That's not right. So, yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff that should be known.
Okay, I just realized I'm at 2% battery, so if I disappear all of a sudden, don't be too surprised.
Oh, miss you. You'll have to come back. Charge it up.
I'm looking for the charger. I'm just saying, if I suddenly disappear in mid sentence or something, you know what's up?
time does ladies' night usually end?
I think Helio has always asked us to go 1 or 2 hours, I guess, or so. I don't know. I know that they've used to around this time, but sometimes they go longer. And used to, we used to have a lot more new people that were seeking information, and a lot of Globers would come in, and we used to spend quite a few hours, but it hasn't been happening this much lately. So we've been doing more discussions with just ourselves or new flat earthers that already have their information, just want to discuss other things or discuss more details that they might want to know about flat earth, especially if they're trying to help convince or help educate somebody, I should say, on it. Learn the basics so that you can actually stand up against another person that's pretty educated on the globe.
Yeah, it's always crazy to me because when we were talking about kids and stuff, it's like children know more. Just there's how do I explain this? Like because children are still so young and aren't exposed to the evils of the world and like fluoride, which I feel like really affects the mind.
Their pineal gland still works.
Yes. My God, like it's amazing. Like we should get education from children. No, but not really. But like even when I was a kid, I was going through some of my artwork as a child. I drew the earth, the inside of the earth. And I remember thinking as a child, like, if the earth has all this lava on it inside of it, like, why don't we feel warmth in the dirt or anything? And I remember one of my teachers telling me, like, oh, it would take 50 years to dig up the, was it the outer crust of the Earth's mantle?
Yeah, that's what your teacher told you when we've only gone 8 miles and they couldn't even figure out with the radar or even any of the instruments they used that they were incorrect at every level that they dug. So yeah,
Yeah.
they'll tell you that, but it's like, yeah, it was like me being told a mirage was something that I knew couldn't be. As a child, I was like, nah, that doesn't make sense. But okay, they're telling me that, so I'll just file it away as I don't get it, but okay.
Yeah, they intentionally kill your curiosity.
But yeah, children are way more intuitive, and they believe the world and their senses that they're in. They just
Yes.
trust their senses because they have no reason not to. And unfortunately, they also trust adults implicitly.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the adult is not responsible and we teach them incorrectly or we've been indoctrinated ourselves, yeah, we're doing a disservice because they're going to believe us.
I feel like there needs to be a real honest experiment with children, like have a bunch of different children, put them on an island, and just kind of observe them and see how they develop and how they kind of just live life and what they discover. I think that would be like a really cool experiment, but
Well, if you could do it safely without them having
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
I would put on that.
Somebody to help them out.
Safely,
How old
honestly.
are these kids?
Yeah. Safely and honestly, for sure. Like,
Lord of the Flies.
yeah. No,
Well,
kids mean
I
the
think
world to me.
it would be very interesting if you could do it, but it would have to be very, very carefully done. Kids
Yeah.
have such an easy time getting themselves into danger because they have very little impulse control. I mean, that part of the brain doesn't finish developing until you're like 25.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they mommies quite late in life.
Well, it's like it's mostly there. It's just finishes up to 25. Some people finish maybe sooner. Also, some get tits at 12, other gets them at 16. Depends
Some
on the
are
person.
still adult children, trust me. Some of them don't get out of it now. It seems really bad, but we have a lot of irresponsible adults that are still way too. I agree with keeping your childlike sense of wonder and asking and ability to forgive and things like that. But when it comes to some of these people, they need to grow up and take some responsibility a little bit too for their lives.
Yeah, teaching kids responsibility was almost taken out of the raising kids, just like with the not teaching logic in schools. It needs more of it in the world.
Super off topic, but I'm curious as to like why this is live streamed on YouTube and on Discord. Like, what is the main platform here?
Well, we're just hanging out in Discord to be able to talk to each other, but the YouTube is to stream it so people can watch, because there is also limits on how many people can get in Discord. And that way, if something interesting happens, you have it on recording and people can go back and watch a bunch. It's really nice.
Okay. I didn't know. I thought, I mean, it'd be cool if Discord had like archives and stuff of, excuse me, live streams.
This one's just called live stream, so you know that if you're in here, you're on the live stream, pretty much.
Gotcha.
Although I think some other people who have their own channels sometimes, stream from this. It's kind of like just having a public meeting place where people sometimes show up with their phone streaming onto YouTube.
Yeah,
a little bit, except virtually.
and it's also because we have so many people who talk on here, but because of the one live stream, we can all just go back and clip that part.
Yeah, true. It's good for clipping parts, like for instance, the Nupty clips, and Otherwise, we would never have the masterpiece that is Pagus telling you how his wife could have bought a sex robot from Amazon that looks just like his
That too. It's also to educate the public. It gives an access point for people to hear this stuff without having to come on Discord as well, because some people don't feel that's something they can even do very easily. A lot of people have troubles with it, but also some people just want to listen in, and there's a live chat running, in YouTube, so they can say all kinds of crazy things, and it's kind of fun. It gives us a public forum, that people find, because YouTube does allow that still to show up. So
Right. Crazy. I was talking about this the first time I got on this live stream. When I was younger, I was like a little conspiracy theorist. I would go on and look up all these videos on school shootings and this crazy one about Obama being a terrorist, some crazy stuff. But it kind of all makes sense now that I'm older. Holy cow, there was so much truth going on, and why aren't we getting taught this? And when I became a flat earther, everything just kind of fell into place, and I understood everything, and I understood the how do I say this? I understood the evil in the world, if you know what I mean.
yeah, it makes you aware more. Yeah, definitely awareness comes to play when you get woke up to this stuff. So, and become aware. So at least then you look for the deceptions now that could be out there. So
yeah. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, so when people come in here and always question well, why would they lie to us? Why would they spend all this money? It's ugh. If only you really knew the true evil of this world.
Oh, I've known about this kind of evil shit since I was young. So I grew up knowing about this, and can you imagine growing up and being looking at all these normies and being I can't even begin to touch on how evil the world is. Have you heard of Bohemian Grove? 12 years old. But yeah, I get you, man. It can risk
that's
your faith
awesome.
in humanity.
Yeah. No, but at the same time, then you know who you can discern who you can trust too. That gives you the ability that some of us didn't have, and we were still being taken advantage of into our adult years by these people.
Still didn't realize it was flat though until Trace was like, bruh. Still got
I
me
would
on
have
that.
loved to have been a fly on the wall for that night and recorded that. I bet that was funny.
It kind of was. I kept going, really? Really? I mean, really? They lied about that as well? I mean, they would, though. But really? They did? Oh, God damn it. Or something like that. Bewilderment, and then anger. And then, well, shit. Can't be that surprised. Motherfuckers always pull shit like this.
It must have been hard growing up, Karma, if you knew all this stuff. Me personally, when I found out about flat earth, I got a little depressed because I'm well, who else besides my dad am I going to talk to about this? So I went on Instagram, but I would educate myself on it, but then I really just wanted to have a discussion with someone about it other than my dad. So then when I found this Discord server, I'm oh my God, this is wonderful. I can educate myself and talk to others.
Yeah, for me, I was very fortunate. My son was willing to show me YouTube, and he started a little truther journey. He wasn't deep in like me yet, but I got a little ahead of him. But then he would always share it with me. We would share back and forth like what Drace and Karma did. And so for me, at least I had my son that wasn't willing to say, "Mom's just crazy. I won't even look at these things with her." And no, it's been really good to have somebody that was family and right there for me all the time. So, but yeah, Discord was real helpful when he had to go and take care of his own family, and I didn't have him around as much. So it was nice to have somewhere to go, and that's how I ended up here too. I was looking to fulfill that need again, to find people I could talk to every once in a while instead of just having to hold back and not talk to people and my new neighbors and everybody else that I couldn't talk to about this.
Yeah, this has really been a blessing. That's so awesome. I love technology. I love it. I hate it.
It can be used for good or evil. It's a tool. That's it. And so, but yeah, there's a lot of people on this Discord that have said that this saved their lives because they were so depressed because they didn't have any connections with people after finding out what they needed to know, and then they needed this, and so it's been a lifesaver for some people. I know, at least they say so, and I believe them.
It definitely has for me. Like, I get very nervous or anxious when I don't have like background noise, and sometimes I get tired of music and TV. Like, I just want to hear like people talking about something that I enjoy talking about. So this is really awesome.
Yeah, I used to listen in on Trace's side for like more than a year, probably before I joined. Ladies' Night is kind of why I grew the balls to show up. That
Me
and Trace
too.
kind of kicked me in the ass.
Because I feel like as super welcoming as everyone has been to me here, like I like Ladies' Night because I can talk to other women and I feel a little bit more comfortable opening up and sharing. Like, this is the most I've ever talked, and I I don't know, I feel a little bit more confident being able to talk and ask questions.
Yeah, I think it's also because we go at a bit of a different pace. Because I've something with communication that we women tend to go a lot of the social cues that does with subconscious things, like whether it's the facial expression or body gesturing or where you're looking to indicate when the next person's going to talk and all this other stuff. And I often am like just sitting there like, I want to say something, but I don't want to interrupt anyone. And then I just sit there until the topic has changed and an hour has passed and I forgot what I wanted to say.
Yeah, same.
I've forced my way into the guys every once in a while. I haven't done it for a while because I've been so busy, but yeah, it took me a little while to get used to I have to run them over if I want to get anything in. Just demand
You just
it.
have to bring out your masculine side. That's the only way I can do it.
Yeah, but I enjoy the guys. I really do. I enjoy learning from them, especially, and getting sharper on my own arguments and that sort of thing.
Same here.
But at the same time, I love Ladies' Night. That's why I'm here. I do Ladies' Night because it is a different pace and it is less confrontational for some people to come in here and talk with us. So I hope they take advantage of it because who knows how long it will be going on, hopefully forever. But we even had some guys think too slow, not handling arguments right at times. And it's okay. We just have a different style. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. It's different for different groups and people and personalities and of course even genders, so sexes.
Yeah, I think a great example, for instance, is when Kashi came in earlier and she was completely new to the topic, and because we don't want to overload her with too much information, we just have a nice chat, and we even got her to talk about open-mindedness and giving things the fair view and and she got a real positive first impression of this. And I think especially with women, when it comes to bringing up topics like this, having a chill, cozy chat to begin with, just so they feel comfortable coming back, is really important. Because if they feel like it's confrontational, like I know personally, if I go somewhere and my first experience is confrontational and aggressive or too much at once, I'd be like, I don't want to go there. I like chill.
Yeah, me too. That's like when I I think I don't know if he's on here. Hold on. Helioskeptic. Oh my god, he was so sweet. Like, I just came out of nowhere. I think it was like really late at night and some random day, and I like accidentally hit live stream because I think I just wanted to listen, but then it like everyone knew I was in there, and I was like, fuck, like I don't want to talk. And then he's like, yeah, let's let this troll talk. And I'm like, oh wait, no, I'm not a troll. Like, I'm actually a flat earther. I just want to like educate myself. And they were like really sweet and opening, and like they were like, oh, how'd you become a flat earther and all this stuff? And I was like, yeah, X, Y, and Z. But yeah, no, this is super cool.
the one who started a ladies' night. He loves the ladies.
Aw.
You
have
and I
a
wanted to
bunch
start
of
it.
really great guys that are really good with a gentle approach, and they pull in a lot of people, like just like I was talking about how we did Kashi, by keeping it chill and cozy. Because sometimes just feeling like you're having a nice chat with someone when you're meeting them for the first time is all you need to want to come back.
Yeah, I just feel like I feel really bad because like today, like I was talking to Damsel, I just felt really bad that we were getting so off topic. And like for me, it kind of like last week when we were doing ladies' night, like I got a little frustrated because I'm like, why are there guys talking like on ladies' night? I don't like this because I really thought it was going to be like a closed group of just like ladies. So like like a ladies' Bible study.
Yeah.
I was
No,
like,
we're a little more open. We talk to guys too, so but yeah. But we try to keep it on topic and low key. But even if we get off a little bit, at least we have the excuse for ladies we can do that. The guys, yeah, they keep it pretty tight.
oh good, thank God. Okay, yeah. We'll talk about everything. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, so that's why sometimes I try to stay on topic, but it's just like the first time I'm talking to like-minded people, so I'm trying to like grasp all this information as all at once so I don't have to like ruin other live streams and go
Oh,
completely off
the thing
topic.
is, that's
I
what I
just say,
think is
to be fair,
yeah, you
that
don't
the
have to ruin it.
boys,
We
they
got other
do this
places.
too. They do this all the time, where the boys are getting to know each other better, talking about their cars.
Yes, they do. And late at night.
Talking about what they had for dinner or how they dealt with some guy and kicked his ass at a bar. They share all kinds of sweet and funny stories with each other and get to know each other, and there's nothing wrong with us doing the same, because this is one of the rare chances for the Flat Earth ladies to also get to know each other. And because we do this every now and then, we have a very active, very loving, adorable chat in the ladies' chat. And more women have been coming to Ladies' Night since we started becoming more of a tight-knit group. And we're not shy to be like, hey, are you coming? I'm looking forward to seeing you. And the more we get to know each other, the more we organize Ladies' Night better. So it's a win-win. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I like that. I don't feel bad anymore.
No, don't feel bad at all.
And there's a ton of guys who just love hearing your voice because you have a beautiful voice. So just talk as much as you want, honey.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You got a good voice on here.
Oh, thank you. It would be a lot better to hear about what makeup looks good on Glow.
I'm thinking mascara for sure. Yeah. Maybe some eyeshadow.
Some concealer.
Gotta do the smoky eyes, like popping red lipstick.
Some contour.
I don't know how to do that. I just do the basic shit.
I don't know. It's so hard to like have a conversation and read like all the comments, because it's like I'll be listening in the conversation and then I'm like, oh, I want to talk about something, and then I'll read something in the comments and then like completely forget what I was saying. I feel like it's all from my ADD.
It's not just you, it's so me as well. That's because those motherfuckers be interesting.
Yeah.
And your train of thought is going to evaporate. You're like, ooh, ha, 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 this guy's just owning this guy, or like whatever fun is happening there. Or somebody makes a horribly stupid argument, and you're like, on what imaginary planet would that even work? Because that doesn't even work in the globe model. And you're like, wait, what was I going to say though?
That's like one thing too. I get so nervous that sometimes I'll be talking and then I'll just go completely blank and be like, oh my God, what am I going to say? What was I supposed to say?
It's harder to keep your train of thought when you don't have the person in front of you. Weirdly enough.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, and in some instances, yeah, because you're looking all around and not focusing on someone's face.
Yeah, wait till you get somebody in here where you're having to almost argue or even debate a bit. Every once in a while, the women even get to debate. Some guys that'll come in, some Glober. And so wait till you do that. You won't be able to pay attention to chat at all because you're going to have to concentrate pretty hard. But it's fun. And when it happens once in a while, I don't like to do it all the time, but it's fun when it has happened. And we have the guys back us up in the chat so they can post what we need to be able to show them. So it works really well. We work pretty good as a team when that goes on. So if you haven't witnessed that
They're
yet.
like lightning posting that stuff. Gotta give credit to the guys. They got all the resources. It's really
Oh my
nice.
god, yeah, it's crazy. Videos, GIFs, pictures, everything. I'm like, do you have like a second phone or something to keep all this stuff on?
The ones I do have on, I never find in time. It's impossible to try
Exactly.
to do this on phone. I'm just like, I'm saying anybody who's dropping this fast at this rate has either specialized their phone completely for flat earth and has nothing on it else, or he's on PC. That's the only way.
Yeah. I am. I'm so disorganized mentally that I have about like a dozen lists on my phone. And like, if I'm talking to someone on the phone, I have to have like pen and paper next to me because it goes in one ear, out the other.
I don't know. I think it's also just nice to write things down physically rather than on the phone because it creates that physical memory that makes it
Yes,
easier.
absolutely. Yeah.
Kind of the same reason why you want to use questions and make the person, the glober, go through the logic of what you're trying to explain to them. Because if you just tell them, you can't be sure they followed along.
Right.
Like one of the things that I scream most at the screen when we're listening to Discord, and Trace can probably testify to this, is make him show comprehension. And then I shake my fist very hard.
I don't know. I've always been like a very I'm a very gullible person. That's kind of like a negative way of saying like an open-minded person. Now that I'm older, I always, question everything first, don't always believe everything I'm told. But I mean everything that I have been told, I never like was so closed-minded that I wouldn't believe any other thing. So that's really helped me a lot. I feel like my gullibleness has helped me be more open-minded.
I think rather than gullible, you should say you were too trusting.
Too
Because,
trusting.
for instance, with me, because people like us, truthers, that believed something, this kind of thing, like the globe thing, they catch you when you're young and you trust the authority figure that's telling you this. So they get you on the trust. Because even when you then later start thinking about things, trying to learn logic and use that, you don't go back to that other thing because that's already been settled through trust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
That's also why they use both NLP and conversational hypnosis and different types of hypnosis and stuff to actually fuck with you. Like they even use psychology and things to choose the song list in the grocery store to try to get you to buy more stuff. All kinds of stupid stuff.
That's crazy. The mind is so delicate and so complex that I'm sure we don't even really know everything about the way our brain works.
Not
Also,
at
there's
all.
always amazing things that we can do with it. Like, for instance, you can dream of the future. You can heal people with energy. My mom is a certified Reiki master, so she can heal with her hands with energy. And I grew up thinking all moms could do shukure or chakure and heal you with your hands and take away pain. Like your mom's hands don't heat up and melt away your pain. What's wrong with your mom? But found out later that was a specialist skill. And then there's things like I've seen a video where somebody hypnotizes someone to not see a person and then opens up a book behind the invisible person, and the guy reads the book through the guy.
Interesting.
yeah, a bunch of real funky stuff. Also, like, I've literally dreamt the future years into the future, and then, like, it happens, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? Oh, yeah. Now I know why I was freaking out in that dream. Because I was realizing that I'm experiencing the dream. Ha 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 ha.
That's so interesting. How we were talking about the pineal gland. When I was younger, I have such great long-term memory, and I had such vivid dreams as a child, and I still remember like my first nightmare. And I had like a future dream once, which coming true, but that was only one time, and it's so very interesting that you say that because I just feel I don't know, I feel like God tries to talk to me through my dreams, but I just never um understand what he's trying to tell me. But I do want to share this one dream I had was Christ's second coming and uh, how the world was viewing Christ's second coming as like the world actually ending, like global warming or excuse me, climate change. And it was just so bizarre and so surreal. Um, I don't know, like dreams are so important to me, and it's really sad that like some people just don't even dream at all.
But this is also a skill and like a muscle, or like a muscle you can practice this. Just like memory can be trained. And there are little tricks and things that you can do to help you lucid dream. And if you like look at your sleep cycle a little bit or change that up a little bit, you can go back to dreaming more because you do always dream. It's a question of do you remember it? And other things is like trying to remember it when you wake up. If you do remember any of it, write it down. And that'll help you remember both that dream and help you remember the dream because you're training yourself to recall the dream as you go back into your body as you wake up. And I totally agree that dreams can be very symbolic, and God talking to you through dreams or helping you realize truths, totally a thing. Like, for instance, this whole second coming of Christ, that could be symbolic for the truth and people looking at it as something bad. Like, this is classic. They always do this, the psyop. They do the, oh
Exactly.
no, the good thing is the bad thing, and everyone fears it. But if you know
Yeah.
what it is, you are not afraid. Like, one of my favorite lucid dreams I've ever had also helped me better understand God. And the funniest thing is, I remember having an epiphany and an understanding of God in the dream, but I couldn't bring all of that knowledge to my waking state. Because some of that state, because when you're in the dream state, you understand and you feel and you see things differently. And it's almost like when you're back in your physical form, it's hard to comprehend that.
Yes.
But the weirdest thing about it is because I enjoy making stories, especially in my dreams. And one of the things I loved doing when I was lucid dreaming is just playing along with the dream and making a fun story and whatever. And you can just change whatever you want and make things go the way you want.
Is
And
that
I've
what
even
a
had a
lucid dream
nightmare.
is?
Yeah, my son
Well,
taught me to lucid
when I
dream.
when
Control
I
your
say lucid
dream.
dream, I mean I'm aware I'm dreaming, and I control everything that's happening. That's what I mean by lucid dreaming. I don't know if I'm defining
Oh,
it
okay.
correctly.
I always
But
thought like a lucid dream was like when somebody is like awake. I don't know. Now that I'm saying it out loud, like I sound stupid, but I've had dreams where like I'm aware. I don't know if it's like I'm aware I'm dreaming, but like I can change things in my dream. And I like one thing I love doing in my dream is flying, but I haven't done that in such a long time.
That's how my son started lucid dreaming for himself. He taught me to lucid dream by teaching me how to control that flight thing and start to get, memories of it and such again. Because I had lost that when I was sick, the ability to remember my dreams. So he had kind of taught himself. He kind of intuitive learned how to do it himself. And he's like, Mom, I can control my dreams all over the place. I'll teach you how to do it. And he helped me do that. So yeah, it's about being able to take active participation in your dreams and then remember it too.
Is that any sort of like significance to lucid dream?
I think you just start dreaming more deeply. At least I have since practicing it again. It feels like going back to like what you said in childhood, because my dreams were very vivid and I had a lot of them when I was a child, and I lost that ability as I got older, especially when I was ill, and I had to regain it. So, but I also did a lot of stuff to try to decalcify my pineal gland, which helped and that kind of thing. And, but just, even working with my son a little bit, helping me get to sleep at the right times and making sure that I was in the right mood. He would help me get ready for bed, getting happy and excited and just doing some mental exercises to try to get myself ready to control it and have a good dream. So, yeah. And I also pray about my dreams. I ask for to be shown stuff in them now. So
Aw.
things get shown. So it's kind of interesting. So, yeah, ask for what you want.
Yes. You know what's so funny is like, I know the power of prayer is so powerful and there's so many things that I want, but I forget all the time that like, wow, I could be praying for this stuff and I just don't. And yeah, no, I definitely will. I had a girlfriend that I used to work with. She used to tell me like we all have a gift that God gives us. And she told me that dreaming was probably mine. But I always thought, dreaming is probably not my gift, even though I dream so vividly, because like I've never really been shown anything of value of my dreams. I mean, I have very
Well, it's value to you. There's something valuable for you in those dreams. You just need to believe you need to have faith that that's what's going on and then ask for it. That's what we're told to do all the time is you got to ask for
exactly.
your parents, you ask for the good things from them and they usually are supposed to give it to you, right? Eventually if it's
Right.
something good for you. So same thing.
Exactly. That's my mentality too. That's so funny you say that because it's like I say like, oh, if I think about it, God will bless me with it. It's like, no, like you need to pray about it and ask for it. Like God isn't just gonna give it to you. Sure, he'll bless you in some ways or another, but you have to ask. Ask and you shall receive.
If it's just like we're in the image of the creator, if we are that, then anything that we would like to be treated by our kids. So I love it when my children would ask me for something good.
Aww.
It made me feel great to bless them with that. So I would assume that our creator feels the same way when we ask humbly and ask just with a righteous heart, that he loves to give it to us. So ask away for the right thing.
Yeah, no, it's so funny. I'll dream and then like it and you're probably right. Like it might have some kind of significance because like when I wake up I just feel like, wow, this dream was vivid and interesting, like it has to mean something. But like one silly dream I had was like I was playing at a playground and then there was like this humongous wolf that was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't understand it. And I'll wake up and I'm like, oh my God, what does this mean? And it's just like, whatever. It's like a stupid dream. It means nothing.
Don't be so sure. It may play more part in your understanding of the world than you know. You just don't know exactly. And that's okay. Sometimes you might know, but other times it may be just playing into your working out fears and reinforcing something that's going to come up later that you may not even associate with it, but it may play into that. Because I think our dreams really do have meaning, whether they be showing us a world to come or giving us an impression of what the eternal life is like, the other side. I don't know, but I know that I have friends that do dream the future and do dream
That's
things
so
that do
crazy.
happen.
That's such a wonderful gift. I would love to have that.
I've dreamt, for instance, my job place before I started working there, and I didn't even realize because there were so many years between until I saw the exact moment from the dream.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I used to keep a dream journal. And I really need to start doing that now because when I wake up in the morning, I know what I dreamt. And then throughout the day and at night, by the time nighttime hits, it's like I completely forgot my dream.
Yeah, definitely recommend Dream Journal. That's a good way to train that, so you have an easier time remembering it. Although I've only once in my life had a future dream that I actually managed to change the ending of. And that really freaked me out.
Can you tell me one of your future dreams? Because I really like is it in the sense like future in your life or like future as in the world?
It's something I experience either from my view or there was one time when I viewed myself from an outside perspective, but it's to do with my life, and I usually don't realize until I experience it personally.
Okay, interesting.
Like, for instance, the first one I remember like very clearly is I walked into a grocery store in the dream, and I was looking at this happening. I was there with Trace, and then I start freaking out, and I'm saying something to Trace, but I can't really tell what I'm saying. And I'm waving my hands and pointing at the muffins and pointing at the bananas and just acting bananas. And I remember thinking, the hell was that about when I woke up? So a few years later, when the local grocery store changed and a new one came, and I walked in with Trace, and I go, oh my God, I recognize this place. Oh, those are the muffins. I remember the bananas being over there. And then I was like, oh my God, now I know why I was waving
Oh
my
my
arms.
God.
I was freaking out about knowing that I was in the dream, in the dream. And then I was freaking out so hard, and it was exactly like the dream. It was pretty funny, actually.
Now that you say that, I think I had a future dream once. And I think I do have them. I mean, there are times where like I in my dream, I remember previous dreams. And one time
Dream memory.
Yes, oh my gosh. And I'll be in
Different
my
mental
dream and I'm
states
like, I've
to
dreamt
access
of
those
this
memories.
before.
This is
Yeah.
totally a thing. Me and Grace were talking about this today.
Oh my God. So crazy. And yeah. So I'll dream dreams of previous dreams and I'm like, oh my God, I've been here before. I know I've dreamt this before.
I've had that so many times. It's also, I've had one where my favorite future dream would be when I dreamt of my workplace before I started there. Because I've been working with kids for so long, and I've had hundreds of kids in my job. And the only reason I remember that dream is because when I woke up, I was so surprised that I didn't know the two girls I saw in my dream, because I was standing in a doorway. There were two girls talking to me, like small ones, and there's a really weird wall behind them. And I didn't recognize the place. But the weirdest thing is I don't recognize the faces in these children. Usually, if I dream children, it's going to be a mixture of the kids I already know. But I definitely did not recognize those kids. And then a few years later, I start the job I'm in now. And those girls are in my job right now. They're just reached the fourth grade. And I think it was 2 years ago when I was standing in the art room and they came up to me and they asked me something. I turn around, I look at them, I answer them, and then I'm like, those are the girls. That's why I didn't recognize them. I hadn't met them yet. And they like one of them has a very distinct look and everything. So I was like, no wonder I didn't recognize them.
Wow, that's so crazy. Oh my gosh, super off topic. Kind of flat earth related. There's a game, like an online chat room game called IMVU. And you can buy like basically you create this character and you go in chat rooms, but the chat rooms are actual like places, like a lounge or like an island. But if you zoom out of the chat room, it's actually a dome shape. It's flat and then the sky is dome. It's so crazy.
But the funny thing is, a lot of people make flat Earth video games without realizing, because games simulate reality, and that's what reality is like. And when you try to put globe mechanics in there, try to make a shooting game with Coriolis, good luck hitting anybody, buddy. That would actually be hilarious, though. I'd want to see that. I want to play that and be like, you jump, you go to the side.
Have you ever played Animal Crossing?
No, I haven't.
So,
But my friend was obsessed with it.
yeah, so basically, like, they try to mimic the Earth if it was round. And it's like...
It looks natural, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so crazy.
Have you seen the little bit, the little funny skit with Coriolis Sniper?
No.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna ask Trace to post it. He's so fast in the links.
Wait, hold
on. Okay, it's in the chat. It's pretty funny.
Oh, okay. I'll save it on my YouTube.
We could also have the bot play it, but then you'd miss the animation, I suppose.
Oh, it's
Although it's just two guys in the bush, so we can play it.
Orion said that the movie Inception was stupid unless we find a way to share dreams. I heard that twins can share dreams. Or, like, can dream the same dream. I don't know if that's a conspiracy or not, but I believe all conspiracies.
You can maybe share a dream with somebody, because I don't know if it's true, but if there has been one weird coincidence where, like, I think, because when I was younger, before I knew how to conquer, like, nightmares and stuff like that, my brother Drace told me that if I'm ever in trouble, just call for me and I'll come rescue you in the dream. And this is something he told us since we were young. So during a nightmare at one point, I did actually just go, okay, I just need to go get my brother and everything will be fine. So I went and found him somewhere and asked him for help. And the funny thing is, I just remember a little bit of the dream. Then I talked to Drace and I was like, haha, I went to go find you because I needed your help in the dream. And he was like, I think you were in my dream actually. And I was like, God damn, did I go into your dream to go get help? But unconfirmed whether it was actually connected because we both didn't remember our dreams well enough to confirm or deny that.
I sometimes, like, when I was dating this guy, I would have dreams of him, like, irritating me or being mad at me, and, like, I would wake up and be like, remember this from my dream. Like, why did you do that in my dream? And I would just, like, press on, like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? And it's like, why couldn't you dream that dream and, like, explain to me why you did it? I'm just crazy like that, but it's just so
That's pretty
funny how
funny.
vivid dreams can be. Like, that's how much, like, I take my dreams to heart.
Like, I can't tell the story properly, so I'm not gonna, but basically, Trace, for instance, has told me an amazing story of a dream where I think he spent, like, years in the dream, and it felt like years within the dream, and he lived, like, a whole lifetime almost there. And wrote down
Wow.
most of it when he came out, and I remember when I was a teenager, and he told me about this after it just happened, and it was, like, one of the most favorite fantasy, amazing epics heard at the time. I was like, damn, I want to see that as a movie.
Yeah, I always thought it was such a crazy thing that when I was a kid, I was like, how is it that I can dream all this stuff in 8 hours, but I feel like I just slept for 5 minutes?
Or the opposite, where you feel like you've slept for 10 hours and you've been asleep for 10 minutes.
I never felt like that, ever.
Oh, dude, I had that happen as a child. I went up to sleep, had an amazing adventure, days passed, and I come downstairs because I woke up and now it's morning, I think, and mom and dad are in the exact same place I left them last night, and I'm like, you guys are still here? And my mom
Oh,
was
that's
like,
funny.
the hell do you mean? You've been up there for 10 minutes. Go back to sleep.
No way.
Yeah, that's the
I
way a lot
mean,
of my dreams are. I dream long, drawn out stories, days, and then it's literally been just a few minutes. So for me, yeah, time is not normal at all in my dreams. But I've had dreams too that have told me that he was mad at me or was going to be mad at me soon, and so those were kind of weird because I've actually had that happen where the next day the person was like blowing up at me, and I didn't even know they were going to do it until till the dream told me beforehand.
Yeah, I think because we can pick up on a lot of things, and this is our subconscious as well, and our subconscious picks up on a lot more than our conscious does. It's also a way of like communicating with yourself somehow. Kind of like you can have moments like this when you're awake, where you sense something like this, where somebody's either feeling bad or somebody's hurt. Like our family has a few cases where like you can sense when somebody else in the family is in trouble or hurt. Like I for instance, was at work and my boss is like, "Hey, you want to get paid overtime for an hour to do arts and crafts?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, are you kidding me? Yes, of course I want to do that." And then like literally the minute I'm supposed to I'm like, okay, 2 minutes until I'm supposed to leave, start doing the overtime. I just get this feeling like, oh, I gotta get home. I gotta get home. I gotta get home. I can't stay here. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. I was just like, hey, can I do this tomorrow? Is that okay? And she's like, yeah, sure, you can do it tomorrow. I come home, and Drace was sick as all hell. He was like very sick, didn't have anything to drink, didn't have no shit at home. And I was like, I'm going to the store. Bah, 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 bah. Fixed everything, and I was like, oh, that's why I needed to get home. He needed me. Or when you can sense someone calling before they call and you know something's happened.
That's so crazy.
Also, our mom can actually use tarot cards to predict the future. It's kind of amazing.
Isn't like tarot card reading like psychic stuff?
Sort of, but the funny thing is she doesn't do it the traditional way where you have the meaning of each card written down or something. She sees things out of the cards. She herself says, this doesn't work, keeps away from all hubris, and it's just, I'm just a medium, I'm letting things flow through me. And she often doesn't remember what she says about what she's predicting right after. And she's predicted pregnancies, deaths, and all kinds of shit, including and miscarriages. And there has been a case where one of my aunts, I think it's the woman married to my grandmother's brother, she had been going to the doctor because of pain in her midsection, and they'd been doing all kinds of tests, and they couldn't find out what it was, and the pain kept getting worse, and time was passing, and more tests. So she comes over to grandma like, oh, I got this pain. They're not going to figure out what it is. And the doctor's like, the next test is the one. This is definitely the thing. And my mom happened to be there, and she just looks at her, puts her hand on her midsection. It's like, no, this is the moderlivet. How do I say that? Okay, the lady parts on the inside, something. She says it's that, the tubes. And she goes to the doctor, our aunt, knowing how psychic our mom is, and she's like, okay, can you check this? And he's like, what could possibly be the problem with that? The odds of that being the thing is like so low. She's like, just check it. Turned out she had used a or what's it called? Like a tampon, the thing you stick inside you, and the tip of the end had broken off, and the blood was rotting, and she was about to get blood poisoning.
Oh my, yeah.
Wow.
And the doctor had no idea, and the only reason they checked this is because mom put her hands on her and said, this is where the problem is.
Mm.
And my favorite one is with the pregnancy and the miscarriage. That was a crazy one. You guys want to hear more crazy predictions?
Yeah, I'm listening. They're great.
Yeah, for sure. It's just funny to
yeah.
Like
Okay,
I was
so
saying, like God. Oh, so I was just gonna say something real quick. I was just gonna say, like, God gives us like so many gifts. It's so wonderful.
I so agree. So, did you want to hear?
I'm sorry, what?
So, did you guys want to
Yeah,
yeah, for
why don't you tell another one?
Okay, so basically, there was this exotic dancer that my mom met through dad's tattoo parlor, who she put down the cards for. And she says to this Dutch exotic dancer, like, oh my God, you're gonna have a little boy, blonde little boy, because he sees this like 2 or 3 year old blonde boy in these green overalls. And the lady's like, no fucking way, I'm getting pregnant. I'm an exotic dancer. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not gonna get pregnant and lose my butt. And a little bit later, she gets pregnant with a boy. So she brings a woman over that mom has never met, never seen before, her friend. And she says, can you do a prediction for her as well? And mom lays down the cards, reads out the prediction. And at the end of it, they're asking, oh, do you see any baby in the cards like you saw for me? And mom was like, no, not really. And I see no baby. And they're like, okay. And then they leave. And then they find out a little bit later that she was pregnant and she lost the baby within 3 months.
Wow.
Another one that happened last year is when my sister all of a sudden just said to mom, I need you to do the tarot cards. I need it. I'm coming over. And my mom was like, okay. She's like, I need this for my friend, the one that lives in Sweden. I need you to do a tarot card on him. So mom does that, and she's like, I see a man surrounded by water. The female people in his clan or his relatives, female relatives, are looking out for him, and strength and like determination. And she asks, what's going on with this man? Turns out he'd been jet skiing, and he got lost at sea, and he was still lost at sea. And my sister asked her to check if he was still alive, basically, because his mother was thinking about flying to Sweden to keep searching because the government gave up right away.
Wow.
And they ended up doing a search party with friends and family and all kinds of things. We even watched our nephew while my sister went out to search. And for many days, it turned out the tarot kept saying, he's alive, and she kept saying, search further, search further. And then one day it came up, no. And he ended up not being found.
Oh no.
But the day that it came up as no was like, oh no.
Yeah, that
Because
sucks.
he was wearing a wetsuit and everything, so he was like fit, so he had a chance in the beginning. The government had searched properly where the stream leads and everything in Sweden. It would have worked out. And a lot of the people were very kind of mad about this, the Icelandic ones, because if this had happened in Iceland, nobody would have given up. Everybody would have gone. Even just people living nearby would have rallied. Yeah, we had a giant search party of just Icelandic people going out to Sweden to search because Sweden shit the bed.
I heard Iceland is like the happiest place to live on Earth.
Sorry, what was that? What did you say?
I said that I've heard that Iceland was the happiest place to live on Earth.
Well, we have very low crime. I think 1 or 2 murders in my lifetime at most.
Holy cow.
And I know of. And we make a huge deal. I think that one time that those foreigners killed the girl and tried to escape on a boat, we called out pretty much everything. The whole nation was searching. Everybody knew her name. Everybody knew somebody who knew the girl. And everybody, whether it be rescue teams that go on the glacier, whether it be the fire department, police, or just random civilians, everyone was searching. And as soon as they found out, oh, they're trying to get away on a boat with containers and shit, they sent out the Coast Guard and everything. And they were like, we are catching those motherfuckers. You do not murder in Iceland and get away.
Yeah, holy cow.
The only way to do so is if you hide them in the dried lava, you know, all the huge cracks and stuff. You know, there's a few places where you could hide somebody and they just disappear forever. But other than that, you know, it's pretty safe.
Yeah, other than that, you know, even though I know all the murderous places, it's safe.
But we know that because there are people who think about these things, and you know, father was, you know, a bit of a criminal, you know, stuff like that. Actually, Trace got a good point there with the new lava, with the active volcano that's been going for like 9 months. That would be pretty hard to hit them since we have like cameras on that all the time. But if you look at where all the cameras are, you could probably find a blind spot and throw them in an active one. I mean,
Oh, I thought he was joking. That's funny. Okay.
Oh, genius, Dre's got a good one. You just, plant them where it's about to leak more lava, and then it'll just get covered by lava, and no one will ever find him.
He just fell asleep.
Yeah, he just fell asleep. Ho, 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 ho. The fumes got him. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, you got excellent stories about your mom. She's pretty interesting lady. I'd love to meet her.
Steve's been talking about maybe joining on a ladies' night.
Oh, heck yeah. The
She'd
more
be
the merrier.
welcome. She would
She even has a
definitely welcome.
Discord. The only problem is, she is a bit shy, especially when it comes to meeting people for the first time like this. So if I know
Aw.
her right, she'd probably want at least a shot of vodka before she gets on here. But she can't do that right now because she's on antibiotics for a tooth infection. So you guys are gonna have to wait a little bit longer until I get some liquid courage in the girl and bring her into this.
That's actually not a bad idea. I probably should take a shot. But I'm comfortable now, so I won't.
Yeah, it's just a kick in the butt to get out of her the first jitters of coming in for the first 2 times. She's been here once just to say hi and stuff, and she's heard a lot about everybody here, and she loves Kai's music. And I played her ODD with Steve Grant the other day, and she loved that. She was like, "Give me that! You got to get me that song." But yeah, I'll do my best to try to bring her in. It would be really fun to have her. She's used to using these kinds of things because she's a gamer. So they used to use Vet back in the day, so she knows how this goes.
Oh, is Drace your brother?
Yeah, he's my brother.
Okay.
He
Okay.
brought me here.
Oh, nice.
We're also best friends, and I'm the youngest, and he's the oldest in our sibling group. We have a middle sister who's how to put this? Not on our page, shall we say?
Yeah, I definitely understand that.
Sure do, and I'm pretty sure that's the one you were telling me about.
Yeah, that's the one. But she's a great tattoo artist, and she's good at drawing and great
Aw.
at makeup. She has some good qualities.
That's so sweet of you. I'm not that nice. I would have been like,
there was
my
a time
sister and
she
brother
thought she was
are.
being abducted by aliens, though. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I'm actually my dad's favorite, just because I know about flat Earth and other things, which is so nice because like me and my dad never had a relationship growing when I was little, so it's kind of nice.
Dude, I totally get you. For instance, because I'm the youngest and there's 9 years between me and my brother.
Oh wow!
When we were tiny, we weren't always hanging out and playing because there's a bit of an age difference. But he'd always been like the protector and good one, and he'd always been like, gotta keep the girls safe and make sure they don't feel the toxic relationship of our parents. And he'd go above and beyond. And he's my father figure. Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
When they try to argue with you guys, I would always stand up between so they would argue with me instead of you guys.
He's a really good brother. So when he moved back in, a long time ago, and we're taking care of mom together now, we bonded again because he showed me anime and stuff. And all of a sudden, I had this person in my life that's like, no judgment, just love. And I just thrived in that, honestly. Literally, I get choked up every time because when I say he saved my life, I'm not kidding. Because before we became best friends, I was very depressed. And I mean, I was 10 years old when he moved back in. And at that point, I didn't want to live. I wished I wasn't alive. But I felt that suicide was selfish and I'd never consider it. But I didn't want to be alive. But then he came in, made life better, brought me to all these truths, whether it be the Tao and the way the world works and the creator and all these different things. And all of a sudden, I had hope for the future again. You know what I mean? And that changes everything.
That is so sweet. Are you trying to sell your brother?
Well, he is
No.
single. Just if you're looking for a great man, that's it.
But you have to go to Iceland for him.
But seriously, I love him more than anything in the world because literally my brother is the best man I have ever met, which is a part of the reason why I've never had a boyfriend, because when your standards are this high,
Oh my
thanks to
god,
this
that's so
motherfucker,
sweet.
how am I supposed to find a guy who's good enough?
I've literally, like, this is like some like Disney stuff. I've never heard a sibling talk about their other sibling like this. It's so sweet.
Dude, I even have a favorite story that shows what a great brother he is. Because I tell a lot of stories at work, and you can tell which are the favorites and stuff. And the part that always gets everybody, and I get requested for this, is when our house caught fire. And my favorite part of that story is because I was only 6 years old. My older sister was 10, and my brother was 15. And when mom realized that there's a fire in the tattoo parlor next to our house, she comes in, she starts screaming, "Fire, fire, everybody out." My brother's downstairs and he hears this. My sister wakes up, but I'm only 6, so I hear something, I don't know what it is, and I go back to sleep. The first thing he thinks is, I gotta protect the girls. So he runs upstairs, he grabs my hand, he sees I'm asleep, so he just grabs me into his arms and starts running us out. And I remember starting to wake up in my brother's arms, and it's dark in the house, and we're going through the living room, and I'm wondering, why is my brother carrying me? And then we get to the front door, and
Is your stepbro?
and I think it's the middle of the day because it's so bright, I get light blinded. But it's just the fire. And he carries us out. And to make a short story, I'm gonna shorten the rest of the story a little bit just to give you the highlights of how great he is. Because the police thought that it might have been arson or something. They want to talk to mom right away, and they take her away. So now all of a sudden you got 3 kids in the middle of the night that you can't leave on the street. So they ship us off to some place that I have no idea where it was. Child Protective Services, he says. At the time, they didn't tell me where I was going. They didn't tell me where my parents was. And then they refused. Yeah, they threatened to take us, yeah. The thing is, they refused to have us girls and my brother together in a room. So they shoved him in one room and put me and my sister in another room. And there was these 2 old hags, really nasty ladies, who were like, gave us these way too tiny clothes to wear and like, put this on and being super like mean. And I was terrified. I found out later that during this time when this was happening, he had already devised a way to break out, get us out, and then he was just gonna find a way for us to get home. He was like, "There's no way we're staying here. I'm taking the girls." And just as he was about to enact this great escape, our grandmother, which we don't see very often, the one we see the least, all of a sudden shows up in the middle of the night with a homemade gigantic cake. And is like, "Thank you for taking care of my grandchildren. I shall be taking them with me now." And whisks us away, and I was just like so confused. But
Oh my
that's the
goodness.
highlight of how great he was during that.
Yo, where you from?
You're such a hero, Dre.
I'm from Iceland.
You say Ireland?
And yeah, he's always been my hero. But yeah, we're from Iceland, the tiny island in the North Atlantic. We're technically bigger than Denmark, but we only have 35,000 people.
What?
Yeah, our land mass is bigger. We just don't have that many people.
No. You said Iceland is only 35,000 people?
That's about the size of the city I grew up in.
What
That's like a small town.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I need to Google this. I don't believe this.
We even have there's a burger joint that has a big ass number on the wall that counts every single Icelandic person. So whenever someone's born, they put the number up. Because we're like, "Yay, there's one more of us now."
Jesus.
Wait, do you mean 300,000 or 35,000? Oh wait, no.
350,000.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 35,000. I was like, what?
Oh, I hope I didn't say that, but I might have. It's late. I go to
No, it's
sleep.
okay. It's okay.
Like,
Even at 350, that's why everybody there has some connection to every person. They know each other. I mean, they
Exactly.
in
know
the fifth
each other.
degree, or you're like your boyfriend's girlfriend's cousin's nephew. Yeah.
So you have to figure out if someone's related to you, like a cousin, before you meet them or something.
Nah, you know who your cousins are. You don't know who your cousins are? Although there's a lot of things like I just found out recently that my coworker is dating the girl whose father is dating my dad's sister, whose children I'm
Holy.
taking care of at work.
I'm gonna have to draw a map for that one. Holy cow.
That's a
I have a
Venn
best one.
diagram waiting for
My good
something
friend
now.
has a sister and a brother who are married to each other.
What's wrong with
Not
that?
related.
I bet you guys
It's
have
hilarious.
all the drama.
No, because okay, think of it this way: John and Jane have a baby, and his name is Joe. Then we have Susan and San Diego, who have a child too.
San
Now
Diego.
Joe and Sue get married, but Joe's dad and Sue's mother have another daughter, and that's my friend. And they didn't figure out that they had the same sister until well into the relationship, which was pretty funny when they found out my sister is your sister. Hang on.
Dang.
It was hilarious.
Do you eat that fucked up fish?
Depends. Which one are you talking about?
The rotten fish.
I'm not fond of that, but I know people who eat shark and whale and that kind of shit. But there's
that
also
nasty
things
shark.
like
Oh,
sheep face. I know more people that eat the sheep face than the shark and the whale.
Okay. So do I prefer people that eat sheep face or shark? I think sheep face I like better too.
Better. They can fight over the eyeball.
There you go.
And at least it doesn't smell nasty like that other shit. I mean, I not eat the sheep's face. That's just me. But there's plenty of people who do that, including mom. I've had to go buy sheep face for mom.
You had to buy hard fish for today. Now you're gonna have to go buy a sheep face for tomorrow.
I buy cigarettes from.
I want a sheep face. Now that I think about it, I should offer her sheep face soon. That's a great idea, medic. I'm gonna get her some sheep face.
It's perfect weather for sheep face soup. I just know it.
Yeah, and whenever it's cold, Icelandic people want ice cream. We're not like, oh, it's summer, we need ice cream. We're like, it's cold, I feel like getting ice cream.
Well, that's easy to make then too, because you don't have to like go very far for ice.
Yeah, you can make it outside, bro.
It's also we have better ice cream than most of you people because we don't.
Wow.
When we do a shake, it's not a milkshake. There's not supposed to be 90% milk. That's just like Nesquik, you know. What you're supposed to do is take 90% ice cream, tiny bit of milk, so you can actually stir it, and then you put shit in it.
Bro, that's how I make it too. What the fuck?
That's like a blizzard. That's what we call a blizzard here in Dairy Queen because they make them like super thick.
That's a milkshake in Iceland.
I like that kind. That sounds good.
I'm always so disappointed when I go overseas and I want a milkshake, and it's all just like, you call this ice cream?
Yeah, no. You got to go to somebody that makes them homemade. Makes like we did make ice cream from our own cow's cream when I was raising cattle.
That's amazing.
That's the best way. Make it by hand. Yeah. And then you get the best because then you use the same milk to make the milkshake part, and you can make it as thick as you want, like that.
That sounds absolutely amazing. I gotta admit.
Oh, it was. It is.
We're also known for having really good candy.
What kind of candy are we talking here? Are we talking like caramel? Are we talking hard candy? What are we talking here?
We have
Chocolate?
exceptionally good chocolates, like milk chocolate and some
Yeah.
things. And we have really good types of licorice. We're known for loving that shit. And yeah, like for instance, like when you get the salt flaky milk thingy chocolate, it's really yummy. And we have all kinds of different stuff that you just find here. Whenever I go overseas, I have to bring Icelandic candies, especially for people who've lived here, because they miss, especially the licorice ones with the milk chocolate.
Yeah, you never can find exactly what you have back in your hometown that you love. That's the problem. So yeah, you'll have to bring a bunch if you ever get a chance to come here again. Like I said, if I ever get a chance, if they ever stop this craziness, I'd come visit y'all.
I would love that. I'd totally show you around. And the best thing is tap water is mineral water here, so you don't have to buy water.
Oh, that's awesome. Yep, I'd definitely come.
Yeah, I'm
Do
moving tomorrow.
do you go fishing?
Yeah.
You guys go fishing at all?
There's a ton of places to go fishing. I remember Dad used to own a river with salmon.
Oh, yes. I love fishing. I do that
So does
up in
Mom.
Pacific
We could
Northwest.
go
Yeah.
fishing. She would love that.
Yep. I've fished all over the world. Every time I've traveled, I've tried to make sure I fished. The only place I couldn't do it was Iraq and Saudi Arabia. I just could not find a place to go that was doable.
It's Saudi Arabia. Why were you in Saudi?
Saudi Arabia. I was in Saudi Arabia with the Air Force just before Iraq kicked off. So I was in the middle of over by Riyadh, way out in the middle of lots of sand. And then in
They make you wear the fucking Arab hat.
Iraq, I did get to see the Euphrates, but I wasn't about to fish it because I probably would have got shot.
Do you have to wear the hat for ladies?
Nope, and I can actually say I'm one of the only women that has driven an ambulance all over Saudi Arabia. And I did it without a head covering and in uniform because they called me a soldier. They called me a soldier instead of a woman.
That's dope.
So I did drive all over Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that was illegal till like a couple of years ago. Ladies can't drive there.
Yeah, that was in 2003.
You're amazing, damsel.
Thank you. I just had some crazy times in my life, which was good because at least I had lived a lot of life before I got sick enough to be in a wheelchair for 10 years. It gave me lots to think about, lots to remember. I made sure I went over my memories a lot when I was ill. It was good. I'm glad I had all that.
I gotta say, we got so many awesome legends in here, and you're definitely one of them, because this is the most interesting collection of people I have found just ever.
Yeah, I'd say we all got unique personalities and unique experiences. I love it. That's one of the things that has drawn me to this group. It's fun.
Aw.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, since it's calming down and stuff, should we end it on the next hour?
Yeah, let's do that. That gives us 30 more minutes or so, and then I can play the Matrix song at the end if you want.
Dope.
Or another one, or a couple of them if you want.
Nothing wrong with doing two, because we do have a lot of amazing music.
Yeah, so put some requests together. We know we got the Matrix one, so if you want two other ones, I'll try to find them if I can, or somebody can post them for us too. Play them.
Do you have a favorite chick?
I have a lot of different ones I like. I actually heard one, some guy, Just Jack. I'll have to pull it up. I just was listening to it the other day, of a new Flat Earth song that I had never heard before, and I really like it. So maybe I'll post that one.
Ooh, that sounds good. We'll be AFK for a couple minutes. Be right back.
I can't believe it's already 9:30. Well,
It's
what, like
2:30 here.
2:30 what, at night?
Yep, at night.
Holy cow.
Thanks to you guys having that stupid daylight saving thing, it's all of a sudden starting at 10 instead of 9 here.
That's funny. Yeah, we keep doing that stupid stuff.
Yeah, I hate it so much. You know what's funny? That states don't do it.
Okay, that is hilarious because you can't even do it across your whole country.
Exactly.
Arizona has your own time.
I think Hawaii is one of them. Let me double check.
Arizona is one. I know for a fact. I live here.
Okay, that's interesting.
And
I
if
know
you look
Puerto
at
Rico
time
doesn't.
zones, if you look at time zones, it says Phoenix time zone. On all the time zones, it'll Phoenix or Arizona.
Oh, that's a fun fact. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's crazy how I never noticed it when it's like Pacific Standard Time.
You know, all this dead air is just tempting me to give you another shitty joke.
You have another
Do you wanna
joke?
hear? Oh, I have endless jokes, honey. Do you
Okay,
want the
yeah.
owl series, or do you want the one that has an American couple, an English couple, and an Icelandic couple?
Okay, the second one, because I know the owl one is the Who one.
Oh, it has a little twist on it. Okay, anyways, there are 3 couples, and so they go to dinner together. One is from America, one is from England, and one is from Iceland. They're all having a lovely time when the American man looks at his wife and says, "Pass me the sugar, sugar." And she giggles and hands him the sugar, like, "Here you go, dear." And then the Englishman, he looks at his wife and he says, "Pass me the honey, honey." She giggles and hands him the honey. And now the Icelandic woman is looking at her man very expectantly. He starts getting nervous and looks around the table and he says, "Réttu mér mjólkina, belja þín," which basically translates to, "Pass me the milk, you cow." Because we don't have any synonyms for cute things.
Oh. Divorce.
She set him up to fail. The Icelandic language does not offer this.
Y'all
Well,
need to
that's
come up
actually
with
funny in
something.
Icelandic, I guess. I do also have a lot of like dirty jokes, but that's a whole other folder in my brain.
I kind of have a dirty one, but it's kind of cute. What do
Know
you
what I mean?
see? What do you see when the Pillsbury Doughboy bends down? His donuts.
Oh,
Oh my!
I like it.
Oh,
My dad made that one up.
that's classic. That's a good one. Okay, do you want a riddle that most adults can't guess?
Yes, I love riddles.
Okay, I've got 2. Okay, first one is homemade. What's brown and fuzzy and green and wet?
Oh no. I have a dirty riddle that reminded me of it. Okay. Brown and fuzzy, green and wet. I don't know.
It's a kiwi.
It's a what?
It's a kiwi. It's fuzzy and brown on the outside, and then it's green and wet on the inside where you eat it.
Fruit.
Oh, a kiwi. Oh, a kiwi.
Yeah, a fruit.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what?
Okay, I have a harder one. I have a harder one.
Kiwi as a
This is-
person kiwi.
Okay. Here's a harder one that's official. Okay. This is an object riddle. This is one of those what am I? Okay. Those who buy me do not need me nor want me, yet those who use me know it not. What am I?
Utilities?
Is the person using it not aware that they're using it?
Oh.
And the person who pays for it does not want it or desire the object.
Bills.
Oh, but you're aware that you're paying for your
Oh,
bills, are you
shit.
not?
Okay. Yeah, hold on.
This is my favorite one.
Taxes?
You're still aware of it, honey?
No, hold on.
I believe in you.
Mm.
Those who buy me do not use me, nor want me, but those who use me know it not. So you're buying this for someone else. That's your last hint.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Oh, no, I don't know.
Stamps?
Incorrect. Tell me when you give up. I'll give you the answer.
Yeah, I give up.
It's a coffin.
Oh. Oh. Well,
You did.
technically, you're
Don't know
not
you in it.
buying it.
The guy who buys it doesn't use it, nor does he want it. Because who wants to buy a coffin? Your
Oh.
family died. You have to buy it.
Yeah, okay.
But the guy
I thought
who's
it was a
using it is dead. He doesn't know shit. Okay, here's a simpler one. 4 men are in a boat in the middle of a deep lake. The boat capsizes, and all 4 men sink to the bottom. Yet not a single man is wet. How can this be?
Wait, repeat it?
There are 4 men in a boat in the middle of a large, deep lake. The boat capsizes, and all men sink to the bottom. Yet not a single man is wet. How can this be?
There is no water in the thing.
It is full of water.
What the f-
Floating on top of water. They all sink into the water.
Oh, they're underneath the boat.
They sink to the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, and the boat is underneath. No, over them.
No. Do you want to know what the answer is?
Yeah.
Not a single man got wet because they're all married.
Is this a dirty joke?
No, it's just a pun, and I love puns. It's kind of like, how do you catch a squirrel? You climb in a tree and act like a nut.
Okay, that one requires thinking.
Yeah, it's a riddle, so, But then there's the one that's like, if you have a bladder infection, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because you're in trouble and you're in trouble, Because it's a bladder infection.
How good.
I attached that to the end of an English essay when I was in Metaskole, which is the school you go to after you graduate. And apparently, I got an email back, and my English teacher said I laughed like a 3-year-old child. So I know that's a good one. Do you want to hear our mom's favorite joke? Nobody laughs at. Okay, 1 out of 100 person laughs at it. Okay?
Yes, though, I do want to hear it because I've loved the stories about your mom so far. I just can't wait to find out what her favorite joke is.
It's the only one she bothered to memorize. So anytime throughout our life that we have asked her for a joke, this is the joke you shall receive. Except in Icelandic. What did the big toe say to the little toe?
I have no idea.
Wiggle you later? I don't know.
There's a heel following me.
That's terrible. It's terrible. It's not funny very much, but that's so funny that your mom would pick that joke.
I know. I have a worse one though. I do the same thing when I don't feel like telling stories, and the kids at work say, "Tell me a story." I use one story again and again, and they get so exasperated with me. It's hilarious. So I kind of understand now why she did this.
I have a dirty joke.
Bring it.
It's kind of funny. Okay. Sorry, it makes me laugh thinking about it. What's long and green and smells like bacon?
Rotten bacon?
No. What's long and green and smells like bacon?
A very ill appendage of some sort, maybe.
No.
Do you give up?
I do give up.
But the frog's finger.
That's funny. I don't know very many jokes, but I do have a set of cow jokes I always tell because I was on a farm, so we had cattle, so I would tell cow jokes. So what do you call a cow that jumps over a barbed wire fence?
I don't know.
Shredded beef.
Very good. What do you call a cow with only 2 legs?
Lean beef.
Oh,
Very good. Very good. What do you call a cow with lean beef?
Oh.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
Round beef.
Very good. What do you call a cow having seizures?
Milkshake?
Beef jerky.
Damn it.
Oh, we have an Icelandic version of those cow jokes because our word for citizen and hamburger is almost the same because burger and citizen is almost the same word. So we ask, what do you do with old beef? And then you say you make what could either mean old hamburger or senior citizen. Same word bent in the weird way can mean the same thing.
So what do you call a milk cow jumping over a barbed wire fence?
I feel like I should be able to get this.
Utter destruction. Blah, blah, blah.
Damn, that was a good one. Ooh. Okay, what do you call a pony with a cough?
Horse.
A little horse.
Aww. That's cute.
Yeah, I like that one. Okay, Drace just... Oh, come on, that's an easy one. Okay, he just said, what's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman?
I said boobs.
Snowballs.
Oh, snowballs.
Yeah, he told me that.
That's great.
I managed to steal his punchline because my dick. Uh-huh.
That's great.
Okay, he brought me another one. Patient asks his doctor, "Can I take a bath with diarrhea?" And the doctor says, "Yes, if you're able to fill it up." Actually, I have a funny poop parable that always makes me laugh. There's men at a construction site when the worker comes to his boss and says, "The porter potty hasn't arrived yet, but I really need to take a shit. I'm gonna walk into town and find a toilet." And the boss says, "Just go in the van," and hands him the keys. The man proceeds to go into the van and take a shit.
Oh my gosh.
And this is why it's good when giving instructions to account for the fact that the person listening to the instructions might be a dumbass. Okay, I do have one funny story that isn't quite a joke because this happened in real life, but you want to hear about the time my sister gave her friend an amazing birthday present?
Uh-oh.
It was truly amazing.
I feel like you're being sarcastic, but yeah, tell.
Okay, so when she was very young and, she starts school, they have a pretty big class. So in the beginning, the boys would invite the boys for birthdays and girls would invite girls just to split up the group. And then eventually they're gonna, a friend of hers, a boy who was her friend, was holding a birthday party for the whole class. And my sister realizes, oh my God, I've never given one of my guy friends any birthday presents, and he'll definitely not want a Barbie. So she decides to be a good friend, walk up to him and say, "What do you want for your birthday?" And he says like a really childish joke, which is, haha, poop on a stick. And this is a joke for children in Iceland. It's kind of like when you say, "What time is it?" and you can say a thing that rhymes with it that means poop on your finger. It's just a really stupid joke. It's like saying fart instead of an answer. But he's like, no. What do you want for your birthday? And he's like, poop on a stick.
Uh-oh.
And she's like, no, for reals, what do you really want for your birthday? And he's like, poop on a stick. So she leaves. And time passes. It's time for the birthday. She heads out an hour early, scours the neighborhood, finds a good stick, follows a man with a dog. Eventually, she finds the biggest dog turd in the whole neighborhood. And she shoves it onto her stick. Then she shows up to the birthday, rings the doorbell, and the birthday boy naturally comes to the door to receive his gifts. So she just says, "Congratulations, here's just what you asked for, a poop on a stick," and hands him the dog turd on a stick.
So gross.
Hilarious, though, that she'd pull this as a young child.
Yeah,
Yes, it
smart.
is.
I don't know if she was in second grade or something. I use this as an example for the kids that be careful what you wish for. If you say something stupid, someone might just take you seriously.
Yeah. That is a good lesson.
It's also weirdly one of the most popular stories that the kids want to hear.
That's funny. Do you teach English in the schools?
No, I'm not technically teaching because we're an after-school program.
Oh, okay.
So we focused on social skills and helping them get independence. For instance, we usually have a few kids that are either autistic or something along those lines. And we have a program and a routine to help them gain independence and learn how to play with the other kids. And if anybody has, for instance, a hard time befriending children and stuff like that, that's a part of the social skills we help them with. Every year, we have a program now that every year, all the staff members, we sit down and we go over every single child that we have. And we have over 100 children. And we evaluate how is that children sat with friends. Do they have a solid friend group? Do they have more than one friend? And then we rank them on where we think they are socially. And we pick out the kids that we either don't know enough about or the ones that aren't doing well socially. And we put in secret little conspiracies where we help them with this without them knowing. We conspire all the time. I work for the government. Confirmed conspiracies, just so you know.
That is awesome.
And the funny thing is, this is done over all of our after-school programs because there's 8 different ones throughout the capital, and we all work underneath the same offices, and we share resources between us. And we also have got school to do this as well, and they also rank them, so we compare how the scores are during the school and during after school because it's different environments. And then we also rank how we communicate with each child. So we go over whether we're having positive or negative communication. Are you always scolding them? Or do you have nice conversations? Is it balanced? And then we go over whichever child you have interacted with the least and things like that. And you go throughout the weeks where you try to take 10 minutes to talk to children that you don't know well enough and get to know them and let them get to know you a little bit so you have more trust there. And that's also how we catch the kids that usually go under the radar. Like when I was a kid, I'd be staying up until 4 a.m. reading because I had anxieties and stuff and other things. And then I'd show up to school with 3 hours of sleep, maybe 4 hours. And even when a staff member knew that I was staying awake until 4, nothing was ever done. Nobody ever noticed that I had no friends, and I was completely isolating myself from everybody. But in work, we catch this. We pay attention to what's happening at home. So, for instance, we have a child that's been acting out today because his dad is overseas working. So only his mom is at home. So the strong male role model is not at home. So he's been acting out more and acting more violently. But because everybody knows what's happening, we show him an extra patience and we help him, and we have maybe the boys step in more than the girls. So he gets that feeling of strong male, direction. And we do amazing progress with these kids. We help them with anxiety. We help them with disorders. We have had kids that have medical issues. I've had kids with things that are never going to get better, like heart diseases where she had to go and get replacement for the heart and has to have a plug in the stomach and stuff. But we even help them with anxiety about these kinds of things because kids can be like, I'm different. I don't want anybody to know I have a scar from when I went to surgery, or I don't want people to know I have to have a bag because I have a bad organ. And the best thing is we have such a diverse staff as well that one of my best friends that I met working there, she actually was born with a rare genetic disease that was so bad that most people thought she would die before she grew up to be a grown-up. And she has discoloration of the skin. One eye points a little bit to the side. She has like a crack down half her face that sometimes bleeds, and all kinds of things like this. And because we had somebody there who has illnesses and things, and we show her the consideration she doesn't need to do the physical things, the kid who actually has a medical condition finally got the confidence and the courage to talk about these things himself. And I will never forget that moment when this boy, who's been so ashamed of the back where his pee collects or whatever, and a scar on the side because of his kidneys being bad. And that moment when he was outside in front of everybody, he's talking to her, he lifts up his shirt and shows her his scar and talks about this like this is no big deal because she has shown him her scars and shown him that it's okay to talk about things and you don't have to be ashamed even if you're sick, because anybody can get sick and it's okay. And just having these role models can change a person's life. Because if you don't deal with this now, they're going to grow up with these insecurities and they fester. And it's dreadful. So, sorry, I'm rambling again. I love this job too much. Just stop me anytime.
Oh, you're fine.
I honestly could have gone on for hours. I just realized I've been talking for a long time. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing?
You're awesome, man. You got a lot of good stories. It's awesome.
There's a reason why my most popular club is Storytime.
My stories gross people out, so I can't tell my stories about my patients.
Those are the best stories, though.
You can always bring one now if you want to bring out a gory one. I won't you. I mean, hell, I've been pulling poop jokes and poop stories, so you can pull a gross one.
But mine are really pretty traumatic. So lots of blood and guts and pieces where they shouldn't be, things like that.
I can handle it. If somebody's squeamish, they can always just, deafen for a second. Bring it.
Actually, I wasn't very far from here when I did some training before I went to Iraq for combat, and it was a farm injury. We had a guy out here that decided he didn't want to practice farm equipment safety one day, and he was out by himself running a tractor. Decided to step over what we call the PTO. If you guys know what a PTO is, it's the spinning part of the rear of the tractor that hooks into the machinery, spins at thousands of RPMs per second per minute. And he decided to step over it and was wearing jeans. Well, he wasn't wearing jeans once he stepped over it. It took his jeans right off, but it also degloved everything that was dangling, let's just say.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when he arrived, his biggest concern was not that that he survived, because usually those people end up wrapped around the shaft of that thing, and people find them all what we call exsanguinated on the machinery. Luckily, he survived and was able to crawl into the house, call the life flight, and they flew him in, and we were taking care of him. And his biggest worry, he was 21, not married yet. All he cared about was, will I still be able to have children? It was like, well, all the parts are still there. They just don't have any skin on them left. You're going to be in a lot of pain for a while and a lot of skin grafts.
Oh my God.
Poor boy, the family jewels. Oof. There was a time when my last boss saved the...
Complete. I still have the pictures of that one somewhere.
Oh, God.
Yep, that was pretty amazing to see all the parts without any skin on them with somebody that was still living.
That reminds me of the first James Bond movie with Daniel Craig where he gets tortured. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, this was over in St. Louis, so not very far from where I'm at right now. That's when I
Yeah.
was practicing downtown. But that was some crazy stuff down there. They called it the Guns and Knives Club training because St. Louis have 24/7 people shooting each other, gang warfare, stabbings. So we were getting practiced up before we went into combat.
That's crazy.
Yep, Guns and Knives Club. Got the T-shirt.
That was a dope ass story, though. Like, so long as I don't see the pictures, I'm fine with these types of stories.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see the pictures. They're pretty traumatic.
Yeah, without the pictures, that's fine. I mean, hell, there was
The
one
question
time
is, why do you still have them? No, I'm just playing. I don't
For medical use, for
Hey, it's
showing
a once in a lifetime thing.
Showing other medics.
No,
It's for
no, sure,
informational
sure.
purposes.
Yeah, it's informational purposes. Check this out, ladies. I mean, I've been recording this the whole time, and I if you guys want to continue, top of the hour, let's go ahead and let it, because I upload this and nobody is going to watch 5 hour stream. That's why I want to kind of keep not ladies that short. I heard you, damsel, say that I want it to be like 1 or 2 hours. No, it's usually about 3 to 4 hours. Where
Oh, okay.
that's the
All right.
comfortable range. If people want to listen back if they missed it, that's and if it starts at the top of the hour and wherever you guys feel comfortable with, and I'm comfortable with this is getting really good. I'm not trying to stop it. I'm just saying for people that want to listen back, later when I upload it, they won't listen that long, as far as I know.
Well, hopefully this one will be worth listening to. We
Oh
try.
yeah, it's been great so far. I just wanted to say that. I'm not trying to interrupt you, ladies, or it's just like you guys are just flowing, and I didn't want to necessarily interrupt the flow, but I'm going to stop recording at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, and if you guys wanted to play a couple songs, for outros, and then continue the conversation, it's all good with me. Or you can just continue like this. Either way works for me.
Sounds good. I did post one song I know I wanted played, so you saw it probably come up in the feed.
That was like 20 minutes ago, I think.
I can drop the link again.
Yeah, do that. But either way, but you have the DJ role, so you can play it, right? Or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying women shut up or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. Anyway,
No worries,
we're on the fifth hour.
Hey, I got a
That's all I'm
question.
saying. Go ahead.
Go for it.
I think he got muted.
Really? Thought people were here to ask questions.
Sometimes I forget like this is live stream, so you do have to stop it at some point. But like, I'm totally okay if like.
Well, see, I'm just trying to say what's happening is just like when Ladies Night happens, I record it for an upload later, and if it goes too long, nobody's going to listen to it that long. If there's too long, if they see it's a 5 hour video, they're not even going to click on it.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I
totally,
mean?
yeah, I totally get it.
All right, cool.
Well, we can play this one. I've got it loaded, so I'll go ahead and hit the play on the first one here, and then I'll find the Matrix because I know we want to end with that. Do you want to do a third one though in the between? Do you want to pick one, somebody?
I'll pick a song. I don't know any Flat Earth songs.
Well, you pick something that's not copyrighted so we can play it.
You can play the one that you just posted if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to play that one first, and if somebody wants to do one in the middle, and then I know
I do love the one with ODD and Steve Grant, the Right to Remain Ignorant.
Right to Remain Ignorant. I don't remember that one, but I will look it up. I probably do remember it once I hear it. when we play the first one, and then I'll do that ODD one, and then we'll finish with KY's or Kai's last one.
Oh.
Love, 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 love. I met a girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda, she was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking, but it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where I get me some love. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveller, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme.
Woohoo! Like that song.
I had never heard that and I love it.
It's a beautiful song. I just really like it, and it's kind of appropriate for a lot of people who are struggling right now, even in the truth community. So hold on, guys.
It's just so cozy. I love it. I'm already downloading right now.
So was it ODD, Right to Remain Ignorant? Is that the one?
Yeah, I can go look for it. Otherwise,
I've got it.
Trace suggested ours.
I've got it.
Master DJ.
Here we
You
go.
have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage. I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government tax its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain ignorant. It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the blue lane. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmud Zionists, and when it comes to man, look at this shit. That germ theory got you scared of invisible figments.
That's not what we were saying a few seconds ago.
You have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Motherfucking TV off. Nigga, it's called television program. They telling you visually the program. You being programmed, nigga. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox.
You have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
Stay ignorant, if you wish.
That was a good one.
That's been my jam for a few days. When Mom heard that, she chuckled so hard at the goat line.
That is a good one. I like it. I had forgotten that one. I hadn't heard that in a long time. So, well,
I
we're
just
up.
found it the other day.
You just found it?
Yeah, I was going through ODD's music because he has so much good shit. So, found that and I was like, okay, that's my new favorite by him.
Well, it's too bad Kai wasn't here today. She would have been fun to have on here today. And same with I hope they're doing okay. I miss everybody. Dandelion couldn't make it. And I was trying to think. And Truth Prevails was off today, too, I think, doing something. So
Yeah. I
I'm
missed a
here
lot.
now, Dan. Mike.
Oh, you're
I just
here?
got here though.
Good.
But I didn't
Awesome.
really hear what happened, but I'm glad that you were able to carry on, and I'm glad it went well.
Yeah, we had a great time. We missed you though.
Good. I missed you too.
How's the car? Is it still running?
Yeah. I just had to drive my sons to one of their social events, so yeah, just driving around. It's pretty icy around here.
Yeah.
I survived.
No. It's been icy in quite a few places right now. We're supposed to get snow in a couple days, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I enjoyed those songs. I don't think I've heard either of those songs.
Well, good. Well, we got one last one that's been requested tonight. So it's The Matrix by Kai. So I'm sure you know that one.
Yep, that one I've heard, but I like that one. I'll look forward to hearing it.
Well, are you guys ready to stop tonight then? We good?
I think so. I mean, everybody's Trace keeps saying never on the side, but yeah,
No,
I
keep
think everybody's
going.
good. Well, we could.
My
keep
bad. I
going.
already
We're
stopped it.
Yeah.
Call me an asshole. I already stopped it. But
Oh, yeah. Well, that's okay.
That's fine. I mean, 5 hours.
I mean, nobody's going to
I-
listen that long. So anyway, but
Yeah.
gonna start it back in 10 minutes. We'll be back. But yeah, play that song. Everybody's
Yep. One last one.
waiting with
We'll
bated breath.
send
The
us
recording
off.
might have stopped, but Ladies' Night's not over.
Oh no,
It's never over.
I
is
hope
it?
not. Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's only 3 at night here. I'm up for staying up for you guys.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep going for a little while longer. Absolutely. Well, here's the last one rolling.
The show must go on.
Oh, now I have that song stuck in my head. James Bond.
Love you all. Living in the Matrix.
The last day's getting way too wicked. It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the Matrix. We in the Matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the Matrix. We in the Matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Hell yeah. Hey, check this out, guys. I'm not sure if you know, Joshua is live streaming on all the same platforms. You know, Joshua, is he still in here? Joshua, you here?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Yeah, Joshua's streaming on YouTube and D Live and Twitter, just like I am. And Roger, Roger, you guys know about Roger's stream, right?
Also
So,
Facebook.
Yeah. So, he's on Facebook. Yeah. Joshua's streaming on Facebook. And hey, Joshua, can you put your YouTube channel? I don't know if I'm already subscribed to you or not. See, like we stream at different times, so that's. And I've always encouraged. I mean, I've encouraged everyone if you want to stream what we're talking about in here, just freaking open up a live stream. Unless you're going to take the piss out of us, then we're going to roast your ass. But other than that, put it every platform everywhere. Everybody should live stream this shit. It's the best shit in the world. Pardon my French. But yeah, ladies' night was great, and we have ladies' night because all of us, us men are with testosterone all the time. We just freaking rumpus everybody all the time. But yeah,
No,
I mean, ladies'
you
night is
rumpus,
great.
Helio.
What the fuck? Are you saying that the only reason that ladies' night happens is because I'm not there? Is that what you're saying right now, Ron?
Well, people can get a word in edgewise. I know sometimes you ramble a little bit. Just saying.
I'm the only rambler.
No, you know what? The ladies are too nice to butt in. Just butt in when you hear like a blabbermouth like me or Helio. Just step on us. I don't care. I'm not.
Bro,
you're not accounting for the fact that we also enjoy listening to what you guys have to say. So it's hard to butt in when you want to hear what they say.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, you just ran her over, Helio.
Hold on, but they just went for 4 hours without me saying a goddamn word, and now you're saying that I just rumpus all the women all the time. I mean, fucking,
I'm joking.
What the fuck is your problem?
I think Karma was trying to say something nice too.
I know. I'm just playing.
Yeah, it was actually in defense of Helio's point, which made it extra funny. I'm like, okay, you handle it yourself. The one my backup won't get it.
No,
I think
it's all
Helio,
good.
he's a little.
I
hard
love
of
the
hearing.
ladies. I love the ladies, man. I fucking love it.
I think sometimes you don't hear very well. Maybe working around the bandsaw or the table saw all day might have damaged your hearing.
I've always kind of been hard of hearing. I had like plugs in my ears when I was a little kid. I had like tonsils taken out and plugs put in my ears at the same time. Was when I was 5 years old. And that was a pretty horrific experience. I experienced the horrific thing with the medical system very early in my life.
I didn't know that. Tubes in your ears, not plugs. I hope they put tubes in your ears.
Well, they put tubes in, and then I couldn't swim for a while, and they were like, "Don't go in the swimming pool because until you until the
get water in
tubes
your
get
ear."
taken out or what? Yeah, all that." But I mean, that was like very young. I was like 5, 6 years old. And then,
you know what's crazy?
you know what's really crazy about that is like I can't swim deep much anymore because it's very painful for me to swim past like 8, 9, 10 feet. It's just like, oh man, I have a busted eardrum too. I mean, my hearing is off, and my eyesight has been good, but it's starting to fail now because I'm older. I'm freaking out about my eyesight right now.
I'm too soft spoken, and when Helio's and you guys are speaking, and I want to join in. I should just go, "Hey, you guys, how are you doing?" And that will work.
Actually,
well, I mean,
it drowns
depends
out
on
your
if you have
volume when you do that.
Yeah, it depends on if you have a good microphone because when you yell, it kind of distorts it.
Oh, that didn't work at all. Here I was laughing my ass off.
It's like when I want to talk really sexy and stuff, like I can talk really close to my microphone. But if I want to yell or sing, I have to back way away from my microphone. Anyway, go ahead. I'm just fucking with you. Anyway. I'm just trying to be funny.
You know,
And
it's
if I'm
crazy
not
that you
funny,
turned
I
into a
don't. It doesn't
decent
matter.
singer, being hard of hearing. It's people that can't hear very well have a hard time singing.
No, I didn't say I can't hear very well.
Well, you just don't hear me very well. You misinterpret what I say. Like 50% of the time, you make claims that I never said.
So that's interpretation, not hearing.
I don't know. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt that maybe the power tools damage your hearing. I don't know.
Ron, you're fucking crazy.
I work with power tools too, so I get the ringing in my ears sometimes.
No. Well,
Blinders and
I
things.
use earplugs at work, which are my headphones where I listen to audiobooks all day long while I'm working, and so
Are they
I have some
wireless?
like decent headphones that plug out
Are they wireless ones, or they got a cord?
yeah, they're wireless, and I use
Did you
them
ever
while
get
I'm
the cord
using a
caught on
table saw
something?
and.
Working
No,
around
they're
power
wireless.
tools, you
I mean,
get
they're
the
around my neck, and I just
no.
use them.
I know. I wear the other ones at work, and I was I was a mechanic when I was fixing forklifts and stuff, and a lot of times it would get caught, and then the cord gets caught on something, and it rips them out of my ears. I'm like,
I'll
ah!
tell you what. I used power tools for a very long time without using earplugs. And now every time I have an earplug out or a headphone out, I mean, I try to get the best quality, headphones that I can while I will listen to audiobooks and shut out the world and just go into fiction and just listen to murder mysteries or whatever the fuck I want to listen to and audiobooks and stuff. And because I have to work for 8 hours a fucking day with power tools and they're so fucking loud. It's insane. And I was already hard of hearing, before that. So anyway, so
I'll cut you some slack, dude. I'll cut you some slack.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for cutting me some slack. I've been working with power tools for freaking 30
Well, don't go
years.
off so quick because you misinterpret what I say a lot, and you go off, and it's like, wait, I never said that. It's like, what?
Oh, no. See, you came in saying something that I didn't say. Anyway, go ahead.
Such as what did I say?
I don't fucking remember because I think everybody else remembers though. I didn't.
Is this the Flat Fight Club? What's going on?
No, it's ladies' night. Ladies are like, oh
Me and
fuck,
Helio,
here we go again.
We just joke around. We're like brothers, right? We fight like brothers. I love Helio.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, here we go again. It's just like, that's why we have ladies' night, because ladies don't have, getting words in edgewise. But yeah, it was a really great ladies' night. All of us love to listen to ladies' night. And we, as much as we want to jump in, we're just like, hold back. We're just like, hell yeah! We're just like rooting them on.
I feel like a fly on the wall. I'm like, what is this? The women flat earthers chatting. It's like, what is this?
It's
because when I first came here, there was only there was Marlena, there was Karen and Jen. They were the only women, and then I brought Blaze and
all right, Trace, I'll shut up. I mean, yeah, I'll shut up. And that's the deal.
But it's good we're getting more in the movement. Like it is mostly a male subject topic for the most part. There's like 99% of flat earthers seem to be men. Maybe the women will feel more comfortable speaking out, knowing that it's not that strict of a topic.
I disagree, bro. I think women are the silent majority because women are more open-minded than men are usually. Men are usually the ones who like to argue and, old dog, new tricks. I think that pertains to men more than women. So yeah, I think there's a lot of women out there who. And Helio, tell me if I'm right with the numbers. I don't have any numbers to reference, but that's what I believe.
No, I'm saying that.
What do you mean by numbers?
They're
as
not
far as
speaking
people
up.
would rather? Are you talking about?
Don't you have the analytics on the people who listen who don't talk?
Sure. Well, let me ask you: are you talking about some of the ladies' night videos that I upload and the analytics involved, where people wanted to talk to the ladies, or I mean, which analytics? I mean, yes, I do have access to the analytics of
The
the
silent
channel.
YouTube watchers. The silent YouTube watchers. Are they
Well,
mostly female?
but they don't. They don't.
It doesn't list gender.
YouTube, yeah, it doesn't list that. As
They're
analytics.
genderless. That's like
I
a.
mean, it goes by country, or that's pretty much all you get. From the analytics from the
I
channel.
only met one dude that was a flat earther in the wild. The rest of them were women.
What I was saying is, a lot of women don't
Let me
like to
check it
speak
out.
up.
Now, I'll make sure. But there is a statistic there, male or female, but as far as I can tell, it's fairly equal as far as listeners go. But participants, that's kind of a Discord thing. Or no, I'll check it out. Let me look. I'll check out the. Go ahead, Ron.
No, I'm saying even their stories, a lot of them said, well, I just used to listen because I didn't feel comfortable. Whereas the guys really don't give a damn, but the girls kind of don't like to not fit in. They don't like to be ostracized, but a lot of guys don't give a fuck. Like, I don't really give a fuck. I'm the black sheep. So I don't fit in. Like, I'm kind of the black sheep of my family, too, like the conspiracy theorist, right? And they're like, you think everything's fake. I'm like, almost everything that you see coming out of that box, if you watch a television, 99% of what you see through that box is propaganda and
What
lies.
does that accusation imply, though? You
What I'm
think
saying is,
everything's fake. No, this isn't against you. On their side, you think everything's fake, as if everything that they believe is completely real.
well, it's when you're stuck in that matrix, it's hard to a lot of these things are hard to accept. Like flat Earth is probably the hardest one, but then there's a lot of smaller ones, like all these trannies in the media, like right in our face. Like,
That's generic. That's some generic
oh, like the
freaking
first lady
propaganda
is a
bullshit.
man. Things like
That's why I
people
wanted to
are
go
just
to the analytics where people like women that watch this channel or participate or whatever. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. You guys told me to shut up earlier. I definitely will shut up this time. Go ahead.
Did you guys want us girls to continue to talk a little?
Go for it. Yes.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Shut me up, please, because we're offline.
We like the
And
ladies.
I'm
I
going to
know.
go ahead and restart the live stream, and we'll go back to Flat Earth. And please, all the ladies that are still here, we're not trying to cut you off. I mean, it's not. We just like have this pent up energy while we're listening to you, and we can't tell. You know how it goes.
I know how it goes, but now you can join us. I'm just laughing though because Karma was like, "Oh, I think we might go to a different room if you guys are going to take over."
No. Let's continue here. All right, and I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Well, not entirely. Just help us out. Give us a little room. So where were we anyway? We were talking about all kinds of stuff.
Sorry, I'm
honestly
getting
forgot.
distracted by the erotic fruit and vegetable in the chat.
I noticed a lot of funny fruit is coming up, yes, or vegetables in the chat. A Peter
My
Pecker
favorite thing is
pepper,
how much
maybe?
Flo hates this. That's just making me laugh more than anything.
Someone said, please stop.
That's what I was laughing at. Gladflow. He's like, I hate this. Please stop. And that made me want more of these.
I'm totally okay with anyone else chiming in because, like, I'm kind of half asleep, but I drink a Coke, so, like, the caffeine is trying to keep me up.
Yeah, I've got a little bit more energy yet still before I fall asleep, too. How you doing there, Karma? You're the one that's got the latest night going.
I was just about to say, I'm getting my second wind. Because what do you guys call that sleep deprived state when you go from being very sleepy to being like, I'm super awake and I want to do a lot of things now?
Yeah, the wired. Wired.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we
call
call it the
stress
second wind, right? It's like roll it.
That's every day. I think there's a lot of insomniacs here. When you do when you're a flat earther, you don't sleep much. At least I found that to be every time I come in, always people, but sometimes they're not speaking, but they're here. They're just
Yes,
chilling.
they're here chilling.
To
Yeah.
be fair, the only
That's how
reason
I
why I'm
started.
staying up this late is all you guys' fault for being like in different time zones and stuff. So if I want to listen to my favorite flat earthers or show up to ladies' night, I have to stay up because my waking hours are different than yours. So
Who are
just,
your
you know,
favorite flat earthers?
Yeah.
Karma, who are your favorite ones? I guess Helio's always on. He's on 24/7.
you want me to tell you my favorites? Is that even fair?
Yes.
No, hold on. The live stream runs 24/7, but I'm not on 24/7. That's not.
You're on 18 hours a day.
But I don't always listen, and I'm never, almost never here. I mean, and except for on the weekends, like right now, it's a weekend. But
You're a weekend guy mostly, I've noticed, and late nights sometimes too. You and who is it? Battlemod, of course, is how I got to know him, was through late nights. So
sure, BattleBot has a different schedule, and he's got a farm to run and shit, and he's got a business to run. I mean, it's just we join when we can. Hey, Ron, by the way, when the fuck are you here?
I've been absent.
You got shit to do too, right? All right,
Yeah.
cool. So when you're here, you're here. Now you're here.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're here.
back
I'm
to
about
Karma.
to start my live stream again, but we have 2 other live streams running, and so we're going to hit. I'm going to hit play on mine, but the play is already going on the other ones. What were we talking about?
Well, Karma was about to tell us who her favorite flat earthers were on the
Ooh, I'm
She
curious
wasn't
about
bad
that one.
to.
The favorite
It's gonna be a long
flat
list, though.
earthers. I'm pretty sure I'm not one of them. Go ahead.
No, you make the list. Don't worry, Helio.
Nah, I don't care.
You have that velvety smooth voice that's just so nice to listen to. Especially when I'm like semi falling asleep and Trace is still listening to this. When you're talking, I just conk straight out because it's just so cozy. It's like I could listen to audiobooks and fall asleep to them if you would read into those.
You know, a lot of people have said that I could actually do that, but I don't think I can because I listen to a lot of audiobooks, and the way that people present audiobooks, they have to create voices for different characters while they're reading them. And so that means you have to read the whole book. I mean, that's a job right there, bro.
Oh, it is a job.
There's also audiobooks that aren't like about books with stories in them. For instance, like my favorite audiobook is 101 Ways to Transform Your Life. And it's just general good advice being read to you in a calm, cozy, soothing voice using good neurolinguistic programming.
Yeah, I guess
Nice
I
fall
guess I
asleep and
could
wake
do
up to that
something.
shit.
Yeah, I guess I could do something like that, but I wouldn't. You know, as far as professional reader, I don't think I could actually do it that
I have
way.
a plan. You know what you gotta do? You
What?
start with something like basic, nice things like positive affirmations and things, but you have it like 2 or 3 hours. So people are using this to fall asleep because you have cozy music underneath. And then slowly but surely you start
Oh, so it'd
planting
be
in
like
their subconscious all the flat earth proofs and all the things they need to
There
focus
you
on.
go.
Oh, maybe. Oh man. Well, that's kind of
Subliminal, yeah.
manipulative, though, man. I don't want to manipulate someone into a process that they can't possibly understand. And in their intellectual processing. I don't want to manipulate anyone in that
Is it
way.
manipulation if you're giving them self-help? Aren't you just helping them get to the truth?
Oh, well, I think I'm already doing that.
I'm just saying, this is one of many ways to use the tools at your advantage.
We should have you read like a Genesis or something so you can fit the flat earth in with the scripture. I bet you could do good on that. Read the first
In the
couple chapters.
beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth
Yeah.
was without form and void.
Can you try saying "in a world" from that
In a
movie again?
world. Yeah, we've been through that before. Yeah, I can do
I
that.
haven't heard that yet. We need that as an audio clip I can have on my phone. So whenever I get an SMS, it should be something like that.
Well, it's just like if you heard me on a different microphone, which this microphone's like 10 years old. It's a Blue Yeti, but I was just looking at some Blue Yetis on Amazon today. I mean, but this one, it's kind of messed up. It's just like I can turn this Blue Yeti around. Let me see if this. Tell me if this one sounds different when I turn it around to the other side, because I have it set a certain way. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, does it sound different now than it did the other way?
I don't know. Maybe clearer? I'm not sure.
Well, it's just like this microphone is designed where you can have it between you if you're interviewing someone, where it has the microphone on the back side and the front side, and you can do a single interview. To me, it sounds different because I can hear myself back through my headphones. But the front microphone sounds like deeper. Like let me twist it around again. See, like you can definitely tell a difference now, right? Look, this is check 1 2 check 1 2. Now I turn it around. The back microphone's a check 1. It's just weaker. It's weaker. So anyway, you can tell the difference here. I mean,
It's not a big difference though, but it's a little bit clearer on one side.
Oh, it's
I remember looking at this mic when Drace was choosing his own. He ended up with a studio mic.
Well, shit, I bought this as a secondhand thing from a guy. He's like, "Hey, I'll sell you this for $75." He's like, "Well, I need it, so hell yeah." Because it was like $130 for that microphone at the time. He's like, I bought it, but I can't use it and so I just bought it. And
dude, I have the Blue Yeti, and I could hear like things through when I'm wearing the headphones. The mic picks up shit like outside the house. I could hear someone dribbling a basketball.
Yeah, it's pretty sensitive. I mean, it has 4 settings for the microphone. I mean, it actually has 2 diaphragms inside where, like I said, you can put your microphone in between you and interviewing someone else, like sitting on both sides. And that's the way I have it set. And I think that's why it sounds good here, with, I'm in a small room, so you can hear the reflection back from the other
reverb, yeah,
the reverb. But I mean, if I dial the settings around you, it would sound different. But anyway,
which setting do you use? There's like 4 settings on it.
Yeah, I use the one that's like the interview thing, where if there was somebody sitting on the other side, like I was saying, I mean, if you guys, I just showed it to you, I don't have to do it again. Whatever, it does sound different, but you can't tell the difference.
It's hard to tell on Discord, like when you switch between your device, which you're using your phone, and then the Yeti mic. I couldn't tell much difference because I think it's all compressed coming through Discord.
Dude, I bet if I switched to my Bluetooth headphones, you would definitely be able to.
Well, I mean, there's a subtle difference. I'm not saying it's nothing, but it's not as perceivable as like when I record
every
something.
Time I talk to somebody on here with my Bluetooth headphones, they're like, "Why the fuck do you sound like that? What's going on?" It's like, I'm using my Bluetooth, and just like,
what are you using right now?
Using my Blue Yeti, man.
Oh, okay. I think when you were on your phone, I don't know.
Let's
if they were the
fucking stop talking about me. We're going back to what we were talking about.
Whatever.
I don't give a fuck. Anyway, what were we talking about?
1 minute later.
I know Jimsy's right. I mean, I tend to bloviate. Go ahead. I know ladies' night is over, but I said it can continue, but I just don't No, anyway.
We're still here.
Yeah, I know you're still here, and you can call me an.
Yeah, you said it can continue, but you keep.
I keep talking, and I was trying not to. Okay,
Well, no, you keep telling
It's a
stories which
cock.
are interesting. That's
Cock-blocking,
the thing.
cock-blocking
Well, I
reason.
know people are asking me questions, and I try to answer
Yeah.
them, and then I, it's just like, holy shit!
Actually, the question was asked for the ladies, but you spoke for them.
I'm
And we
sorry,
learned something
ladies.
about your
Whatever
headphones.
pod began, but somebody asked them a question, so we should just hold the question asker the response. Oh.
Anyway,
What's the question?
What was the original question?
yeah, nobody remembers.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the
I'll leave
question that was asked. It wasn't for me, but I'm gonna answer the question. My favorite flat earther is Helio Skeptic.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Well, nice, Helio. You're supposed to be gracious. Hey, thank you so much.
Actually, bro, I think that was sincere. He's always knocking shit off your back and
I know. I mean, it's
straightening you up and
every
putting you
time.
back in working order in front of the boss. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
mean,
he's that guy
it
taking
could,
care of you, bro.
it could or could not be true. He does give me a lot of shit, and I always get in some major not fisticuffs, but like times with people I respect. I always I do have some arguments with them. So yeah, and so he may be true about that. I mean, it's so yeah. I mean, I think I've had some words with a lot of people that I respect on here. So yeah,
That's why you're my favorite flat earther.
Yeah, I always count on when I have words with Helio that he just won't remember the next day. So hopefully that's true. Have we ever had words, Helio?
Maybe
Yeah, we have.
Remember.
I know you do.
Well, it's
What kind of
it's
words
kind of the
did
way
you
my
have?
brain. It's kind of the way my brain works. I don't hold grudges and shit. I mean, it's just like I live in the moment.
What the same words over repeated?
I don't know. It may have been. You're gonna have to ask the person that had words with me.
Well, no, because remember you guys met in person, right? You guys exchanged
No,
lingo.
that was
Damsel Medic, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Dandelion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Dandelions. Yeah, me.
I'll shut up
I
now.
mean, she has something to say about me or whatever. I mean, I've been here for a long time. All of us have. So anyway, but yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, I'm talking mostly about the guys. I don't think I've really had a big argument with ladies.
Helio's got thick skin. He can handle it. You got to have thick skin to be a flat earther. You can't be a little bitch. You can't let things bother you.
Well, it's just like it's like yeah, I don't really if we have an argument one night, whether it's a lady or a dude, it's just like I don't want to offend you, but you don't want to offend me unless
Helio, can I ask you something, bro?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
No, I just want to ask you a question. Do you think we're supposed to be like cats fighting all the fucking time? Like if we weren't domesticated, do you think we would just be in the streets like standing up on two legs and making noises?
As humans?
Like what? Yeah, as men,
No.
like we're supposed to be fighting. No,
No,
I think we're
I
supposed
wouldn't
to fight
say
all
as
the
men. I
time.
would
It's supposed
say
to
as
be normal.
humans. But I think respectable men and women would not be involved in that kind of thing. I mean, as far
I
as
don't know, man. I
especially
kind
as
of think you're supposed to. Don't children?
especially as serious as this conversation is and affects humanity. I think that this it's a very important conversation that we should have.
Yeah, but hasn't there been times where you wanted to get in the glove, get in the ring, and do your thing with the person you're arguing with, right? Come on.
Yeah, but bro, I mean, it's already happened for me several times because it do what it do, and I'm I'm a complete asshole sometimes.
And I'm not talking about hitting people while they're down, but because cats don't usually do that. But just like, aren't we supposed to like smack each other around and give each other a hard time and play the open chest and hit people in the sternum? Like those are games we played. Doorknob. Did you play that stuff growing up? Open chest, doorknob, Wall ball, hacky sack.
What's
Butts up.
doorknob?
Come on, man.
What's doorknob?
When you fart, you don't say doorknob or burp. Yeah. You get
We didn't
belted
call
till you
it
touch a
I
doorknob.
don't think I've ever played that game before, but yeah, but I guess it makes sense for boys.
Or no, you have to say safety, because if somebody says doorknob, if somebody calls doorknob before you call safety, then they start belting you.
That's an
No,
accurate
What's a
recollection.
guy
I
thing?
don't think girls play that game. Do girls play that game? That would be weird.
Not, but I.
Yes, I learned it from girls. Am I the only
Okay,
one that
well,
had more female friends in high school than I did male friends?
there's a lot of
You know
shit that girls don't tell us, man. It's all right. It's all right. I'll shut up. Who was talking?
It's all right, bro. I was asking you what you thought, and you said no, we should be more civilized. But that was exactly what I was saying.
Well,
I was saying if we weren't so
civilized
damn
means that
civilized,
we actually own our shit. You know what I mean? We're not affected necessarily by propaganda bullshit. We own our shit as we live on Earth, and we do the best we can with the information we're given.
Define owning.
We own it. It's just like I'm a man, you know, and I'm gonna do.
So you mean temporary possession? Because anything that you might have permanently is just
I'm talking about in spirit. In spirit.
Oh.
You mean distilled spirits, right?
Oh God, you guys are freaking.
Is this in an amber bottle? The spirit. I'm joshing you, Helio. Come on, man.
I know, but it's just like I think the women know what I'm talking about. But whatever. You guys want to kind of? Hey, go ahead and roast me if you want to. Go ahead and roast me. It's good.
Why do you expect us to roast you?
I don't know.
no
It's
fun
just
anymore,
weird. I mean,
Helio.
it's just like they're trying to take the piss out of me for some reason.
It's
I'm
no
just
fun.
saying, in spirit, you're going to own your own ideas, and we actually have a complicated relationship with each other here in the server. And we've come to know each other in the way we have, and how the server is to promote. We're not here to sell flat earth to people. We're actually here to have a conversation with people about what they've been taught and what they're supposed to learn. I see, now you guys have triggered me. Now I'm on a preaching.
So we're here to talk about what we're supposed to be talking about. What we are talking about.
You fucking guys.
In the last 12 months, there's been a lot less globies coming in here. Have you noticed that? Like
They
scared.
They scared.
They're going extinct, and they're scared, just like their arguments. Right?
That's what I mean. The supply has gone down because I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that not just us, but the flat Earth in general has been effective. That no one thinks it's that crazy anymore. It used to be the craziest thing you talk about, but not so much anymore.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's been hitting that globy stuff a little bit too hard. Yeah.
We normalize the conversation to where now people can openly talk about it in open forums, like coffee shops. You know, people put up signs, and we've all seen it and heard it now. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like, well, now that you've heard about it, you're either going to look into it or you're not.
Hey, what if we set up a campaign, where just each of us individuals is just like, everyone has a Starbucks in their town, right? You just take a placard and just stand out in front of Starbucks with some type of flat earth thing. Just stand there on the street with the fucking
on the
earth
sidewalk.
flat.
No, not in the street. That'll get you a ticket. Do
No,
it
on the sidewalk. The sidewalk is the public. You just stand there with the sign that says "Earth is flat" or something. Just something simple. It's just like, and everybody walking into Starbucks, see that motherfucker.
I would rather boycott Starbucks. I don't like them, but
No, I don't like Starbucks either. That's why we're doing it in front of Starbucks.
Oh, to drive out their customers?
No, I don't give a fuck about Starbucks. we're not
What
trying
you
to
yelling for,
drive them
bro?
out.
Are you sure?
Why are you yelling at me?
Starbucks has
Jesus.
thousands of
Why are you
customers
yelling?
every single
You're
day.
Holy
civilized.
shit, man.
Don't
Why
you
you
want
gotta yell at
civilized?
me?
Oh, I
What did I
said I was going
do?
to shut up. I said I was going to shut up. My bad.
If
I'm
you're
going to go
gonna sit
smoke.
in the Starbucks, you
I'm
have
going
to
to
buy
listen.
their
Yeah, you've been
coffee.
talking a lot.
1
Sad.
minute
Isn't
later.
Starbucks just a fancy coffee shop anyway?
Yeah, it's like if you want a $5 coffee, that's your place.
It's poison. Yeah, it's
We don't
poison.
even have
You want
Starbucks
I
here.
$5
stay
worth
away
of
from
poison.
Starbucks, and I'm from a Starbucks state, so I've even been to the very first Starbucks just to walk in. It's at Pike Street Market, which is one of my favorite places to go.
I buy from the local shops. I don't like those
Me
big chain
too.
stores.
I don't like big chains either, but Starbucks coffee doesn't taste that good either, so I don't think it's that
No, it's
great.
always burnt. It tastes burnt to me.
Yeah, exactly. That's my opinion of it too. It tastes really
Oh,
Not exactly
So
burnt,
it's just
but an
another one of those
overshot.
brands
the
that people
They-
buy
Christmas
for the
blend
brand.
is pretty good. The Christmas blend is pretty good.
They don't have proper baristas. They're not trained properly. They don't know how to
Well,
run
the
a
beans are
semi-automatic
burned.
machine.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the
They
roast
over
is
roast
the
them.
beans. Yeah.
It's no joke using a fancy coffee machine if you don't know what you're doing. I have tried that and it is horrendous.
Yeah, you constantly have
Well,
to be adjusting the grind throughout the day to make sure it always has a consistency of coarse
it's
sugar.
only as good as the beans, right? So if your coffee beans are, if they're burnt or whatever, you're not going to make good coffee from it.
Right. And you have to use a bird grinder too, not like a coffee grinder that most people get.
Yeah, I'm retarded when it comes to coffee machines because I don't drink coffee, but I like making hot chocolate by like skimming the milk or whatever the hell you call it when you put the
steamer.
in the milk.
It should
Steamer.
take
Steamer.
about
steamer.
23 seconds to
Cannot
pull a
work
shot.
the steamer on the new machine.
If
We got a new machine and I cannot do it.
You have a
If
hot
you-
chocolate machine?
No, it's an
It's a coffee
espresso to
machine
do
itself
the.
for the coffee.
Yeah,
is
to
it
do
like
I steam it for
Keurig?
cocoa. It's just it has so many fancy buttons. I don't know how to work it anymore. And our own we had a lady working with us that's literally used to be a barista. So she would make me these delicious hot chocolates. But now she's overseas for a few months and I am dying from like hot chocolate deprivation.
I love hot chocolate. I
I'm
buy
not
the
a
ones.
I'm not a good steamer either, Karma. I had an espresso maker. I was just steaming the milk. I just couldn't figure it out.
You'd
I've been drinking instant coffee.
It was really
No,
fun
I
as
didn't
well.
curdle it. I mean, I attempted it
scald it or
many
whatever.
times. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
scald it.
my
I mean, it
problem
was just
is you
like
can go full
it'd
force.
be okay, and I was just like, "Fuck it, I'll just drink the espresso."
I've been drinking the instant coffee granules, the freeze dried shit. I don't have a coffee machine, so it's just easier for me to just make it one cup at a time. The freeze dried isn't half bad for what it is, and
It's actually
it
really
doesn't go bad.
I love instant coffee, and I suck at making coffee. I'm like new to drinking coffee. So instant coffee is like really convenient and helpful.
Nice.
Like-
We're on the same page.
used
What
to
kind
when
do
we
you
were
drink?
You
Until
ever
we got the
tried?
barista life.
You ever tried it through the French press?
I
Yeah.
don't, I have a French press, but it just tastes
It's a little
burnt.
muddier. Yeah, it's a little muddier, but it's not.
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
you
that
get the
depends on
grinds in
your
the coffee?
coffee.
You get some of that stuff, the
Oh, that
grinds.
doesn't bother me.
I never had it. Like I never tried a French press. I don't have any like
I
equipment
have a
for
French
making.
press for tea because I'm a big tea drinker.
Shit, French presses are
I have
cheap.
big one
They're
too,
like
but I
20,
know
you can get a French press for $20, Ron.
Yeah, it's
No, I
like
know,
an
but
instant cup
it's
of
just more
coffee
shit
too.
to clean up. Like words, you got to clean it out and whatnot.
Yeah,
To me,
it's kind of not convenient. It's easier to get a coffee pot or something.
yeah. And I drink coffee sometimes at night. I stay up all night, so
Decaf.
it doesn't keep me up. That's the thing. If I right now I can go make a 16-ounce coffee and it won't wake me up. I could drink a cup of coffee and go to sleep, like a big cup.
If I
Crazy.
maybe 2
I
years
can't
ago.
drink coffee at all anymore. I don't drink
No?
coffee. No, I can't.
I just don't like the taste.
It gives me heart anxiety.
Really?
I can't
Yeah, it makes
even
your
drink
blood
coffee
thicker.
anymore, bro. I
I
can't
must
even.
be a caffeine brute. I can.
love
No, dude. I used to
It's
drink.
not the
I used
caffeine.
to drink
It's
Monsters.
those
I used to chug like 2 big ass monsters every day, and I can't even do it anymore. It gives me such anxiety. I just
Caffeine
like
don't do shit to me.
Monsters. That's poison. Why would you drink
You know
that?
what?
Yeah.
It
that
would be
was a
You know, there's
while
also
ago.
caffeinated teas.
I just
me.
I can
Me.
drink it. I can drink a little bit of tea.
You know what it
Other
is,
than that,
Helio?
I just fucking
Me drinking like 2 16-ounce coffees would be like you drinking 1 beer. It won't do shit. Like I think you know how
yeah.
like
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's related to me drinking a lot of beer. But yeah, I mean, when I drink
same here.
caffeine, a lot of caffeine, it just
Caffeine
doesn't
has no
agree with
effect.
me.
Yeah, it has no
No,
effect
no,
on
it
me
does
anymore.
have an effect. That's why I
Not
can't
on me
drink it.
though. That's
No, I'm not judging you, but I do know somebody that, or I know somebody that would drink like at least a 30 pack a day, right? He would wake up in the morning, drink a 6-pack before going to work.
Well, that's
And I
like
don't think you're
that's
that
like people on
bad
here
of,
say
I
I
don't think you're
smoke
that
weed
bad
all
yet, Helio.
day. People on here be like, I smoke weed all day. If I take one hit off of weed, I'm somewhere I don't want to be.
Yeah, and if I drink one
Yeah,
beer,
but
I'll be
where's that?
wasted.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm
Where do you
saying. I
go?
mean, it's just
Where's the
like
place?
caffeine and weed don't work for me anymore. I'm just like doing my own
Man,
thing. You know,
you should drink pot coffee, Helio.
I should do what?
Oh yeah.
Drink pot coffee.
You mean
Pot
cannabis
coffee?
coffee?
No,
The cannabis coffee.
no,
No.
no. I shouldn't. Not if I'm going to drink beer at night. No.
You ever drink bong water? Come on. You know you're a pothead if you drink bong water.
No, I've never drank the bong water. I could.
Dude, I almost did that last
Dude,
night.
really, no, fuck that shit. I ain't never drinking that
I think
bullshit.
Bong has the good
I
island
have
water.
smoked resin from the bowl and,
When you
pull it
say
out
bong
and
water,
put
you're
it
talking
back.
about pipe water, or you're talking about Bong's bath water?
No.
Bong's bath
Coconut
water!
Hey.
That was a good
Bong,
joke
come on.
right there. That was a good joke.
That's funny. You know, they're
I
selling
mean, if
her as the
Delphine can
streamer.
sell her for some money, maybe Bong can make a business.
Yeah, that's who it was. She was selling
We're
it.
gonna have to
Gamer
get a
girl.
distillation from Bong just soaking in the tub.
Well, if you don't have a bath
Bong's
bomb,
bath
get in a big
water.
bucket or something. One limit of time.
You can sell the
Oh
Bong
shit,
Stew
Karma,
bath
that's
water to
fucking
your
Bong
You,
soup.
New
you can sell them
perfume.
specialized like this is foot bathwater. This is bathwater. This is butt bathwater, and because you just use different buckets of water, you know.
That was a good one, Karma. That was really fucking brilliant.
This
You
is
got the
bong
idea.
toe water.
What was her
All the
name?
time. You guys just
Bong
use me in this one
salada.
because I don't do them on the mic. So you guys are.
What's it? That girl, Belle Delphine. She was selling
Be water.
gamer girl water, whatever, like her bath water to
They
these.
still sell it. There was a girl who was selling her farts in a jar.
Her farts in a jar. What?
That was hilarious. What the hell was up with that?
I think she had like a OnlyFans or something, and then she would fart in like these little jars and then sell them. But I think she recently had like a heart attack at like 20, and so
Were
she
they
stopped
guaranteed
doing it.
Probably squeezed too much to get.
Yeah,
Guaranteed
the
fresh.
farts affected her heart.
I've heard it's
Oh,
bad for your health to. What is it?
and y'all
Fight too
motherfuckers
hard
think
on
I'm
the cradle.
crazy.
No, we just think you hog the mic a little bit.
And I have been, and I will shut up again later.
Truly.
People?
Don't rompas the ladies in the middle of their sentence. It's not that complicated.
Oh,
Even if those were overnighted, are they still considered fresh?
I mean, if it's in a sealed jar, I assume so.
It's
Gotta
really
have
some
containment.
how do you
sweaty
know
fat
it's not
guy
just
farted in
a
there.
jar with nothing in it? Do they open it and sniff? I mean,
You know, it's
what are they
not
gonna
some
do with this fart?
fat balding dude in his like late 40s just sitting there chilling behind like a console or
Yeah, I'm
whatever,
sure
you
she's
know,
got
just
issues
filling
with
up bottles of
She's
water. I'm making
she's
a
probably
mint.
feeding that dude beans.
I think
Right?
it's
And going
real.
over.
She had a whole heart attack.
Well, I
What was
suppose.
her name?
Hold on, let me find her
Yeah,
real
she's
quick.
probably outsourcing this. If she really wants to make some good money, right?
See, if she
And
was
pay for her
smart,
drug
she'd be
habit.
outsourcing it. But then she wouldn't have gotten a heart attack, is what she's saying. Because she wasn't smart enough to outsource, and therefore she faced health problems. But
Yeah,
if she
she's.
had outsourced, she'd be fine, right?
Oh, okay. Here it is. Woman who made $200,000 from selling farts in jars suffers a heart attack scare caused by excess gas. Her name. Oh, she's not even OnlyFans. She's from 90 Day Fiance. Stephanie Matto.
That is beautiful.
That sounds like a fake story. I don't believe
Who
it.
wants to marry her?
She did that for publicity. Almost dies, right? She wanted her name out there.
Ron,
But people
think,
bought
I
it. She
think,
made
Their
money.
I
name out
think
there
this is
associated
plausible.
with
Hold on,
fart.
Ron. As demented as people are that we know in the world, I think you could sell a fart in a jar.
She
But
did.
this is a
200K.
possibility.
She sold 200,000 of farts. I mean, come on.
Well, not
How does
200,000.
every
I don't think
conversation
anybody could
always
sell that
end
many
up
farts.
to
But
farts?
How much did she charge per jar?
I don't know. I
You have to pay
sent the link
extra
in the
for the
chat.
Zelda noise?
I sent the link in the chat.
Maybe
Let's see.
she said it too cheap, and that's why she had the heart attack. Because she had such high supply and demand ratio.
She said, I want to thank you so much for the 97 people who have already purchased their jar of farts, she said in the video. And as you know, they're on sale right now, 50% off for only $1,000.
What? $1,000? 50% off. How big of a simp do you have to be to buy a shard? You know, like
For
There's desperate
$2,000.
men out there.
For $2,000, I want to sniff her farts for $2,000.
Honestly, this is worse than when people were buying literal bull species.
For
they want
what?
to see if
Remember, okay, you know that game Cards Against Humanity?
Yeah.
For April Fools, they gave out a special pack called Bullshit. And inside the pack was a literal piece of bullshit.
What?
And there's
Oh
a
my
bunch of
God.
unboxing videos of people who were like in disbelief that they'd spent this money on literal shit. And they're like,
oh shit! I'm about to take advantage of that one.
That's
I need
crazy.
some money. I'm gonna sell some bullshit this year on April 1st.
Well, are there mushrooms though on it? Oh, because I'll buy that for $1. It's very hard to find bullshit here. You can get mushrooms from. Well, it's a bit far away, but
maybe Helio
It's
could
not
sell
as
his
big.
beer burps. Drinking beer and belching.
No, I'm thinking. I mean, this kind of makes me think. I mean, maybe I should sell some bullshit on the internet and go out in some fields around here where I live and just pick up some bullshit and send it to somebody, and they're gonna buy it for $10-$20, and I'm gonna give them a pile of bullshit. Maybe they'll buy it on eBay. I mean, fucking hey,
Did you hear about the guy?
that's legal, isn't it? I can just pick up a pile of bullshit and just send it to them, and they're gonna give me
we
$20
do that?
for it.
Helio tried
What
to
if
froth
everyone
coffee and he
here-
just steamed it.
No, I haven't
Well, I
drank.
got-
I
I
haven't.
got
I
one
haven't
thing
had
with
any
bullshit.
coffee in months.
He tried to
what
froth
about
milk and he just steamed it.
You know,
It's like,
batshit is very, very lucrative, right? Batshit guana.
Actually, we buy that bat
I say with
guano.
I don't have a farm, but I could probably steal some bullshit from the next to me. I live in the country. I can just steal their
I've
bullshit
bought
and send it to somebody else, and they'll give me
farm.
$20 for their bullshit.
Hey,
You
would
can
anybody
always
be
just be in a
interested
jar
in
and
buying
sell it
some
as a
fresh?
Wii. Like a Nintendo Wii, you spell it like that. There was a guy who sold somebody a Wii, and the guy thought he was getting a Nintendo Wii, but instead he got a giant jar of piss.
Nice. I want a refund. Where's my Nintendo Wii?
He didn't get a refund.
Yeah, so it's just like I could just fucking put bullshit up that I collected from a field on eBay, and somebody would probably buy it.
We need to mail a box of bullshit to NASA, like every one of us. Say
No,
we
you
know
need to
that
make-
you're
day.
bullshit. Yeah.
Make the package misleading, Helio. Like make it seem like there's a $100 bill inside of it, right? Sell it for like $150, a novelty item, right? And then like when they get it, like on the package, it'll
No,
say,
I'm not looking to
"Do you
get
think
busted
you
for.
think you might?"
for
No, listen.
I
You
know how
think you
to.
might win the $100, but it's just bullshit, right? And it'll look like the theme of the title or whatnot. So technically, you're sitting there saying there's no money in it. It's just bullshit.
Wait, are you already doing this on eBay? I don't think that's the way it works, bro.
Yeah, it is, because it's all in the wording. You don't say that there's actual money inside. It's just on the package.
eBay sometimes will sell a piece of toast that has Jesus's images on it. Image on it.
Yeah.
Say, hey, $350,000.
We all send NASA a package with the return address 123 Front Street, Jeff Beach, as a name, and then they'll be like, "Who the fuck is this Jeff Beach everywhere, pooping in boxes and sending it to us?"
This isn't even human. This looks like a goat. What the hell?
I can walk like less than a mile from my house and collect bullshit and make it. Weren't you guys talking about poop on a stick in the ladies' night thing?
Yeah, that's my sister
I
gave us.
grab some poop on a stick, and freaking sell it on eBay. Whatever image, whatever, that it do what it do.
You know what? I'm pretty sure people would buy it, Helio.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not a fucking deceiver. I'm not a deceiver. I try to come on here and tell
Thanks
the
for
truth.
giving away
But
my
I make
business
a lot
like
of
an
jokes,
asshole.
and everybody else here does too.
You just run past one after the other one, huh? So, hey, thank you for filling the ladies' night with a bunch of bullshit. Thank you, Helio.
Bunch of bullshit.
Wait, ladies' night's over, so I can say whatever the fuck I want to right now, Bonzo.
Thank you, Helio. Ending ladies' night. Now is
I'm
the
going to
Helio
suggest calling it a shit stick and selling, if you're going to sell it on eBay. Just on last topic.
It's become a shitstorm.
There it is. That's a good comeback. Yeah, shitstorm.
Don't be stealing my jars of farts.
How did we end up talking about this again?
Oh, it always comes back to
You guys want to hear
feces.
a funny story about some Chinese dudes back in the day?
If as long as it doesn't talk, or if as long as it's not about BMs, for the love of God.
Well, well, there's a fart though.
Hey, when you become embarrassed, that's where you start. Hold on, when you become embarrassed, that's where you start from.
No, you become embarrassed when you try to fart and something.
Hold on. When you become drunk, that's when you stop opening your mic.
No.
Yeah, that's a rule.
Listen, I listen to you, all you motherfuckers talk all day
just
long,
because I have
every day, and if you're not embarrassed about something you say all day long, then you should be. When you become embarrassed, that's where you start.
Yeah, but you could say that after someone has finished their sentence, not on the middle of it.
No, I'm just telling you as a personal experience of
No,
my
but I'm
life
telling you that you've been jumping on
over several years. When you become embarrassed, that's where you start from in the conversation if you really want to be involved.
Anyone else notice when Helio gets heated about something, when you start talking about something and he'll start talking, and if you don't stop talking, he'll start talking and then emphasize on the word he's talking about, and you're just okay.
Well, eventually, I don't mind that. All right, and I'll shut up after this. If you don't recognize that, you'll find out that I'm right about this. Go ahead.
No, I'm just it's an observation. I can't help it.
Stop being so naive, Julio. I mean, people have been selling farts online for a long time now. Like, gosh.
Yeah, a fart is pressure without a container finding equilibrium.
Does anybody want to hear the Chinese fart story?
Oh gosh.
What's
sure.
Okay.
Sorry if I roast you. Go ahead.
No worries. Listen to this, Helio. You're gonna love this. Okay, so back in the day in ancient China, or old China, back when scholars were still, big ass thing, there were these two Chinese scholars that lived on opposite sides of a lake. And one of the scholars, being a bit of a narcissist, decides to send a poem to the other one about how he's immovable as a mountain and how all the cardinal winds would not be able to move him, for he will stand tall and strong and blah blah. The guy sends it back, having only written fart over it. And the guy who made the poem, he takes his ass all over across the lake and comes to bitch at him about this. Like, how dare you write fart on my poem? This was a magnificent poem. And the guy says, so all the cardinal winds couldn't move you, but a single fart sent you across the lake.
That's
I hope you guys like the story. It's funny.
Exactly.
That was pretty funny.
That's Helio. Helio was moved by a fart.
Dude, I just posted in Livestream voice chat, the scintillator. The scintillator. And that's the fucking roaster. Dude, it didn't even autocorrect me when I spelled it.
The
scintillator.
What roaster?
They have autocorrect didn't even say, hey, you didn't spell this wrong.
Because you didn't.
Okay, I'm lost.
Scintillator sounds like a weapon made by Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Just saying.
It might be, right? Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying.
Parents deprived me of smelling roses when I was a child.
I'm smelling thousands of millions of
Lord.
I'm just overwhelmed with my senses of I'm the scintillator. And
like a skunk. We should have named it the
space, you
scintillator.
move forward.
That might be a good name for a skunk.
See, I think Karma's closer to what I'm getting at, and you guys were giving me shit. Oh goddamn, that was another friggin'.
That was a good story, though.
No, Helio, you're giving us shit.
Yeah, I'm giving you shit because you didn't understand exactly the whole story. Well, whatever.
Your
humor. Okay, this is not FCC compliance.
Hey, do what it do, and I always say that.
Air. Your airwings have just been clipped.
Anyway, whatever. Hey,
FCC complaint coming through. Watch out.
All right, well, fucking call the FCC on me.
It's not me.
And I'll tell them.
Because the FCC won't let me be, so everybody just follow me.
There you go. Yeah, that was good. That was a good one, Karma. I like that. That was good.
Thank you. See, when I'm talking, I'm generally pretty funny. You see, it's just Trace that gets to enjoy all my jokes here, and we're laughing our asses off, and you guys are just missing out.
Yeah, no, that's what I listen to you and Trace. I mean, it's like it's jokes, but at the same time, jokes only work when it has an aspect of truth, right? So
yep, that's how it goes.
Some super freaky weirdos like, I'll pay you $4,000 to fly here and fart directly in my face instead of sending a jar.
Amen. That's an amen. You know what amen means? It means done.
So let it be.
Let it be.
Nah,
you can call it whatever you want. I mean, amen could mean it in different languages. I mean, I understand some portion of
I'm not flying anywhere if it's not 10,000 or more, because like accommodation, food, fart preps, it's very expensive these days. And then there's the pandemic, quarantine. Yeah, 10 grand.
It was fucking cool, Karma. I'm glad you freaking brought that shit. Was so fucking cool.
And maybe 10 grand is below.
Hey, Bog. How is the protests going in Australia? Are people still kicking ass?
No one is wearing masks.
Nice.
Yeah. If you wear a mask, you might get approached by police.
I like
But
the
police,
rebellious Aussies.
yeah, They don't, yeah. It's only the that makes out like.
Hey, let me ask you guys: do you guys think everyone in the room? Do you think sarcasm actually helps you to
Yes.
understand any aspect of truth?
Dude,
Yes.
sarcasm gets past the bots, the artificial intelligence bots. You can say things sarcastically that are funny. Like if you know my opinion of things, you know I'm using sarcasm, right? Like if I said, "Oh yeah, everyone go get your vax and your booster," you
Yeah.
know it's
Hey,
sarcasm, and you
check
can
this
get it
out. I mean,
public.
if you ever watch Star Trek, like Spock was, it was rare that he ever understood sarcasm, right? Because he was always on logic. But when he
Right.
did capture the sarcasm, you could see him laugh a little bit when he really kind of got it, right? So a logical person can understand sarcasm, but a sarcastic person can't totally understand logic the complete way.
I
And
wouldn't
so,
say that. I wouldn't,
well,
because I
well, they
understand
might.
both.
Well, it could be. Well, I do too, but it can be misrepresented by someone else that you respect or whatever. So I mean, there's. But
You
anyway,
know
I
what
mean,
it is?
it's a dichotomy, with
You
sarcasm
have
and
to be
logic.
good at it. You have to be good at the sarcasm.
Of
Otherwise,
course, that's what I'm saying. I'm just pointing that out, and
I
I
mean,
said
Jake
I
if
was
you're
going to
does
not
it
shut up.
pretty
if
well
you're
as well.
not good
And
at
he's
it,
he's sarcastic as hell, and then he also deadpans the truth. And when you think he's speaking truth, then he's gonna go, "But of course that's how it is, because we here at Fake News, da, 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 da," you know.
You know
Julio,
what's really cool in Star
Julio,
Trek when
excuse me.
hold on
Julio,
when
you are a master of sarcasm, especially when you say that you're gonna shut up. That's definitely sarcasm.
yeah, it is. And when Spock was trying to use sarcasm with Captain Kirk, and it worked, it cracked his ass up.
I love Spock.
but you know what? It's all
You know, I actually have a
propaganda.
shirt that says Star Wars #1 fan, and then has a picture of the Enterprise, which fits really well with what you said.
I was said Star Trek. You said Star Wars.
Star Trek
Anyway,
and Star Wars, it's
yeah,
all
Star
space
Wars. Yeah,
propaganda.
all of
I
it.
used
It's
to
all
laugh every time I walked past the mirror when I wore that shirt the first week.
But you see how that's become normalized in culture, like Star Trek, Star Wars, all these Independence Day, every single space or alien movie, they've over 100 years they've been doing this stuff. If you go back to black and white movies, they were doing like Flash Gordon and what's another one from that era, like really old shit. They've been doing space propaganda.
Barbarella.
What is it called?
Lost in
Wasn't it
space.
Barbarella? There's the one. I called
I
her
don't know.
Boobarella because I misremembered, but it was Barbarella. That's around the same time as Flash Gordon, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they were really. That's what I mean. They've
Same
been
one.
doing this shit a long time. So even your great grandparents were getting hit with this propaganda. Even I think the first movie ever was a silent film where the guy landed on the moon. Like the moon had a face and he was shot up there in this projectile and he hit the moon and walked out. That was all
Yeah,
I've
propaganda.
seen that.
yeah, it's the one
Yeah.
with the wizards that go. They all dress like wizards or something and go into the moon. Yeah.
Even Bugs Bunny. I have a set of Bugs Bunny DVD for my nephew, and they had this little guy. He had this little brush on his head. He goes,
The
"I'm going to blow
Martian.
up
He
the
was
Earth."
wearing a Roman helmet, the little Martian. Yes.
Yeah, the Martian. I'm going to blow up the Earth. Wait a minute, you can't do that. That's my home. It's like
You ultramaroon.
even in cartoons, they're hitting them from. These are cartoons that are really old. The Bugs Bunny one was an old cartoon, but the new ones are just they're loaded with propaganda, globe propaganda, space propaganda.
And around the same
Yeah,
time,
cartoon
right at
stuff.
the beginning, there were Disney was coming out with the the original Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and all kinds of different shit.
But were they in outer space? I mean, the outer space narrative has been pushed on us so long, it's become normalized to most people. Like, of course, there's
But
people in
it's
outer
very
space.
young, as far as human history goes. It's only
For sure,
Even
but I mean,
within
radio
the
it's three
past
shows
100
generations.
years. Yeah,
It's
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 very
like three
young.
before TV,
generations of us, maybe four.
Yeah.
Radio shows before TV, they were still pushing the narrative too. Orson Welles, that was a radio show. War of the Worlds.
Oh yeah, they hit us from many angles. Magazines, every type of medium, like media, like radio, television, newspapers.
No, I'm
That's
talking
Marvin the
before
Martian, by
television.
the way.
Oh yeah,
Before there was television, they were doing this with radio. So goes way, way back.
oh for sure. Like even around the turn of the century, there was a big battle with Robotham and Gleason's. They were trying to revive truth, and they were catching hell back then, 120 years ago. But most people, they were on the winning side. 120 years ago, the globe was silliness. That was just silliness. Like, what are you talking about? The Earth is a globe. Get out of here with that. Like, people were more sensible back then.
they
Well,
hadn't corroded their
120 years
morals
ago,
and
they had a
values
lot more
enough
to
yet.
deal with. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying they weren't as far along with corroding the values and morals, and people are still teaching their kids a bit of logic here and there. So they hadn't broken people enough yet.
You know what? I think the wars destroyed a lot of that. World War One and World War Two. The elders were killed off, and then the remainder of people were so traumatized by those events that it was easy to reshape them. A lot of knowledge was
Yeah.
lost, and you know what I mean. Like a lot of the elders, because if you go to any tribe or whatever, they always take you who's the leader to the elder because they know the most. They've lived through the most. That's how they pass down knowledge. If you kill off all your elders, you can reset. Like when they want to brainwash the children and they don't want the parents to know what the children are being taught. And I think that's what they're doing right now. Like the next generation, there's a couple good ones. Like my nephew, he we told him when he was like 4 years old, 4.5, that there's no Santa Claus and that the
Hey,
Earth is flat.
Ron, on that point, if I may interject just shortly, the parents of the children are manipulated as well through the propaganda.
Hey,
So they're
Helio, on
going
that
to.
point, hey, Helio, on that point, not all parents were manipulated. There was only a percentage of people. Not everybody
Right.
bought into the
In in World War One, World War Two, is that what you're talking about, Jimsy?
about any given time. Not everybody buys to the BS.
No, it doesn't take
Okay, well,
everybody.
how did it happen then?
A majority, when you like, if there's a majority of the people that are believing the narrative, it's hard to overcome that majority. Like the majority
Yeah,
of
but
people believe
Yeah, I
something
mean, what
that's
are you so scared of for me to say what I was going to say, Jimsy? I was going to say it
because
and then jump back out.
yeah, because I said what I had to say in the middle of what you had to say.
Really? So your parents, I don't know where they came from or whatever, what was happening during their time. It may, over the during the 1900s when World War One, World War Two happened, there were a lot of people that were affected by propaganda and world wars, just all kinds of destruction and war and propaganda and everything. We're not affected by that necessarily now, but as far as looking through history, how the propaganda was developed and promoted to people that were involved or affected, inadvertently by what they thought was happening during the war and how they were manipulated into understanding, whether communism is going to win or Nazis or whatever democratic system they thought might exist, and how this is going to help humanity and all this kind of shit. I mean, is this what you're trying to
Can you be
prevent me
concise, Helio? Can you
from
be
saying?
concise? You're gonna have to be more specific and concise.
Okay,
Do you
well, I
get
was
paid for the
trying
word?
to, but then you wouldn't even let me freaking put it out there. I mean, I thought I was trying to address exactly what Bong was addressing, but then you came in and said, "Hey, Helio, shut the fuck up."
Just be concise. No, nobody said shut the fuck up.
All
Just be
right,
concise.
cool. He was talking about the world wars, and I was trying to address that, and you came in here and interrupted me.
No, you've been talking for over 3 minutes, bro.
Okay, well, your mama. How about that?
You need 2 more minutes.
Oh snap!
We just move on from this.
Go ahead, Bong. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. I think I was
No, it
interrupting
wasn't
you.
Bong. It was Ron. Ron was speaking when you
I mean,
interrupted in the middle of the
Yeah, yeah. I
sentence.
mean, yeah. I'm sorry, Ron.
No, no worries, dude. I forget what I was talking about. World War II, how the
No, we were
people.
talking about
Oh,
the World
yeah,
War.
what I
Go
think.
ahead.
Okay, here's what I think. I looked back at some footage, and people, even back in the 1800s, they were getting jabbed, and I think that's what those orphan trains were about. Like what happened to the parents? I think they jabbed them, and I think the war took a lot of them, and then they brainwash the children and they reset. They do a reset of the nation. They erase past history and they replace it with the shit that we have now. So over a course of like 100 years, you're like, well, how did they go from everyone knowing that it's flat to a globe? How did they transition? Just like I said, that
Yeah.
you look back at what was going on in the 1800s. There was a pandemic, and there was also jabs. There was also world wars. So the majority of the elders were wiped out. And you had all these orphans. Like, where are all these orphans coming from? Where's their parents? And this was
How do
like,
we know that there were jabs in the 1800s?
well, you can read the newspapers. There's articles.
Can you show me one?
Yeah. Hold on.
Not to mention some other shit that went on in the early 1900s in America about the eugenics program. There's all kinds of shit going on there.
It was,
Yeah, I
mean, you
heard the
saw
Native Americans had it kind of rough.
there was early newspapers in the early 1900s, but you say you have some information about the 1800s about because I've seen
Yeah.
newspapers.
Hold on. I'm
1900s.
getting it right now. Send it. I'll put it in the chat.
Has anybody read the book A Brave New World?
No, but I've seen the
Yeah, I read it
movie
when I was.
adapted for TV.
Yeah, yeah.
I read
Yeah.
it when I was in high
They made a
school.
movie about it. I
Yeah.
just couldn't imagine them doing that because I don't know. But it's about cloning people, mass production of human life.
Yep.
You know, everybody wonders where they had, where did they get 8,000 premature babies for the World Fair? They cloned them all. I mean, it's only if you read the book, it's pretty insane, man. When you think about it, and then you find out about all the orphan trains and all the orphanages that were all over the place. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, and they say that the child trains didn't stop until like the 1920s, I think. So where do all these children come from? They're factory workers, bro.
Yeah, I heard somebody say something about it earlier. That's why I brought it up because they were talking about, well, who would you want to fill up a country that you just wiped out several million people, 6 million people or whatever it was, the Americans, the American natives, the population was a lot, and they wiped them all out, and so they had to repopulate all the land. Who would you want to repopulate it with? Your own kind, right? I don't know. That's just what they were talking about. I don't know if I even buy into all of it. I'm not sure what to think of it yet.
I posted the movie in the back chat. It's available on YouTube. Oxtis Huxley or something. I can't remember his name.
Aldous Huxley.
Yeah, Aldous. Yeah.
I listened to it on LibriVox. I think I
Yeah, the
paid
audio book.
I think I paid $2 to listen to it, but the reviews got my attention.
Did you say you paid $2 to listen to it on LibriVox? But
Yeah, some
that's in the
people
public
charge for
domain. How do
reading,
you pay
but
for
I
that?
really like this guy. He reads very clearly, and his voice is very pronounced to me and easy for me to understand. So I don't mind paying to listen to him.
Oh, is that why the Hindu's been reading it and I've been getting it for free? Because I can understand most people, but the Scottish, the Highlanders, and the Hindus, I can't understand either one of those guys.
Well, I'm tone deaf from working construction for so many years, so I have a hard time hearing some people.
Don't worry, bro. I can't hold a pitch. I can't sing.
It seems
I
like
do
every
have a
100.
question.
On you go, Papa.
I have a question that I've been trying to wrap my head around for a while, and nobody can even come close to giving me an answer that is even close to being any kind of satisfying. All right, I live in the hemisphere, and on the flat Earth model, okay, and I know most people say we don't really have a model, but I'm basing it off of the equal azimuthal. No,
Is it me or is it him that is cutting out and we
He's
can't
cutting
hear
out.
him? Yeah, turn on
Yeah, we
your
can't blame.
5G, bro. Turn on your
sorry about
5G so we can hear you.
no, my granddaughter was in here talking to me, and she's more important. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to shut. All right. So I live in the northern hemisphere, and if it's like a slice of pie going out to the southern hemisphere, right? You following what I'm saying? Because the sun
No.
travels like on a wheel. Okay, when it's our summertime in the northern hemisphere. The sun is in the center of the wheel, closer, right? And then toward the winter time, it starts sliding out, and in dead of winter, it's all the way out to the southern hemisphere, correct? Going in a circle. And,
In the
right?
tropics. Yeah, in between the tropics.
Right, northern and southern. Okay.
Right.
My point is the time that it takes it to travel a mile where I live, the sun over me, you know, and then the time that it takes to travel over Australia. Okay, the distance is further. The sun is going a lot further, but in the same amount of time. So it's like time sped up in Australia.
Can you
Everybody,
confirm that? Can you
The
confirm
light
that?
is going. The light is being projected towards the ground, and the sun. The light is being refracted from the layers above, so it's like a focal area that is brightening up a lot of the area down on below, right? So
So I want to answer. Sorry.
when
okay,
you see the
let's
sun
bring it
dogs and
bicycle room. Take a bicycle room for an instance, okay? If I measure between two spokes at the hub and go down to the rim and measure this between the same two spokes, which is representing 1 minute of time, okay? The distance is way greater in the southern hemisphere is what I'm getting at. So, but it's
Bro,
the
your
same amount
problem
of
is
time.
1 minute at a time. What are you talking about? A minute at a time on the spoke of the wheel. You measure a minute at a time on the spoke of the wheel. Is that what you just said? Is that
No,
what you meant
no,
to
no.
say?
Okay, you guys aren't following what I'm saying. I don't know how to explain it.
I
I
think what he's saying is the sun passes over Australia faster than it passes over US. That's what he's saying. It's roughly the same distance. Am I right?
Yeah. So is it? Yeah. So the miles is. I don't understand how the miles per hour or kilometers per hour could be the same here as it is there. It just is kind of. I can't wrap my head around it because of the movement of the sun.
We'd have to somehow verify it, first of all.
Right. I don't know anybody in Australia
Just so maybe
personally.
the time New York and Los Angeles, and then the time Australia and Perth, both ends, and time when the sun passes at 12 noon, and see what happens. And maybe we can check the distance from there.
Australia. Australia and Alaska. That would be the best variables. Australia and Alaska.
Do you know anybody in those regions?
Yeah, I do
Compare
know
the
some. I
outback
know
to
some people
tundra.
in
What?
Australia. Long is in Australia. He's in here right now. The thing is, though, Australia has some weird looking time zones. If you ever look at a map of time zones, they have like an intermediate one, and they don't line up where they should be lining up. And if you look
That's
at
what I'm.
South America, they got weird shaped time zones too. Like
That's
they're
what I'm saying. I don't get it. I'm trying to wrap
well,
my head around it, and I
they're
can't.
crunching. Okay, like a time zone should be a uniform area. When they're crunching parts of the map, they're probably removing land. So the time zone is looks irregular. Like why is this time zone so short? Because they're cutting out sections of things that they don't want you to know about. Like okay, let's remove Australia is obviously longer than they're depicting, so let's make it short and fat and we'll just change the time zones.
You can't use time zones at all in measuring the distance over land, the sun's
No,
movement,
you
and the
use the
speed.
sun. Use the sun. If it's noon in an area, right? If my time zone says it's 2 o'clock, but it's actually noon, something's not jiving. Something's not jiving. The sun is moving a uniform speed across an area, like across the United States, let's say. And you can keep time zones. Ours are relatively uniform from east to west. But you go somewhere like Australia, and there's abbreviated time zones. There's one that's crunched in. It's like there's some funny business going on. And then there's two islands in Alaska that are right. You could piss across them, and yet there's like 3 hours difference between the two islands. It's like what's going on here? Are they actually that close, or are they farther
I
apart?
never tried it, but you have to get like the concept, the flat is about the concept laid out, and then take like a little nightlight and move it over and see if you can get those times. The only thing I can think. Keep in mind that on a globe per se, you should have faster moving objects on the equator and slower objects moving on the poles because it's less distance traveled, right?
Did you ask about the vaccine or the jab thing? I posted the video. You got to go into it a little ways. It's like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
So
that was me.
it starts out at 1909 is when that's when the newspaper was written. But in there, he cites previous jabs. In the 1800s, people were being
Now, I have a
jabbed.
question for you. What's to say that this newspaper was fabricated 100%?
Go watch it first. Go watch it, and then you can check the article. There's a link to the paper, so you can make your own mind
Yeah,
up.
there is of public letters that people used to have in the past, like people that used to work on this kind of stuff and doctors. They will do public letters, and everybody could read them. And we're talking about hundreds or thousands of letters, about millions of letters about different topics. And this is one of the topics that people used to talk in the past. And some doctors didn't agree with that kind of stuff. I read a few letters of doctors and experts on these on health things talking about going against the recommendations of certain group of doing this stuff, like the GB jabs.
What are
So
you
yeah,
talking about?
people
The
talked
ancient
about
ones?
witchcraft in letters and stuff, and that kind of stuff. What was that?
Are you talking stuff back from 100+ years ago?
Yeah, people used to share letters. They would write letters to
Sure.
each other.
That's what I mean. That's what this stuff was. There was debates about it even back then, and they were trying to
I'm
force
not
it on.
talking
I'm just
about
saying.
one paragraph letter. People will talk really extensive things in public form in letters.
Yes,
The
they were
doctor that wrote
challenging the
this letter he's
efficacy.
talking about, the doctor that wrote the letter he's talking about was one of the most esteemed doctors in his field, and he said everything is poppycock, man. It's all a bunch of crap. He basically he said that the study in London proves that it is nothing but poison and killing people. And anyways, I can give you the link if you want to the Library of Congress, because that's where the archives are. And I read the same article from 1909.
Can you share a link about the archive itself?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
share the link with the archive itself. I've got it.
I think it's in the video description too. It's
Well, I regular the website, so it is the Library of Congress.
Yeah, the Library of Congress with the newspapers, chroniclingamerica.gov or whatever. Yeah, that stuff. You can find a lot of stuff in there before 1920.
1777 to 1956, I think.
the newspapers had some independence back then. They weren't all monopolized just yet, right? There was I mean, the same people that run everything today owned a lot of the papers, but there were still some independent voices back then.
Yeah, when they found giant bones, they didn't know they weren't supposed to like publicize it, because then the Smithsonian comes in and takes everything, right? But if it was bones that were human bones, how come they couldn't go up, like in a museum, right? They don't want you doing that. They want the dinosaur bones in there. And a
They
lot of
changed the
times
narrative.
you read the stories about the bones, and it's like the Smithsonian came in, they took the bones, and they were never seen again, or they were never heard again, or the Smithsonian lost them. And it's like, damn,
We've
what is
heard
this
that
narrative? Like, yeah, over and over.
100 times. That's happened. Like every time. Those fuckers, they erased every time someone finds a giant skeleton, they called, "Ooh, let's preserve it. Let's call the Smithsonian." Those fuckers make them disappear. So obviously, don't call those pieces of shit. If anyone finds some giant bones, actually, you know what? There's some of them still on displays in like private museums and shit, like oddities and things.
That's what's hurting them now is live stream. People are live streaming everything and all their finds and everything, so that it's harder for them to hide stuff.
Or private collectors, people who are private collectors, like, hey, I'll give you $1,000 for that skeleton, okay, and it winds up in like a roadside museum. Someone charges you $1 to go look at it as an oddity, right? Or like a freak show or whatever. But it's like, wow, giant man, 10 foot tall, and back then that might not have been that odd. There might have been. I mean, if you look at the scale of some of these old buildings that they're demolishing, the scale is built for people of a taller stature. And if resources were valuable, why would you have ceiling heights twice as high as necessary? Why would the doors be so tall? The windows, all these things cost money. You can only fit so many levels in a building. Why would you make the levels so tall? Would you rather have like 30 floors or 20 floors?
Also, the honest wagons could fit.
What's that?
You're making this way too complicated.
Like if you look at today how they build things, they cram as many units as possible. Like they don't care. They'll make the unit smaller, like apartments or whatever. They'll cram them tight. If the ceiling height could be any less, I mean, our ceilings now are 8 foot.
Does that mean people are shrinking?
No.
Oh.
It means that there was a taller breed of people. I don't know that we're shrinking. And here's the thing, they tell us people were shorter back then. That's another lie. You see the automobiles, the locomotives. When you see like one of those old locomotives they were doing in train wrecks, they were head-on colliding them. You see a guy in the conductor's cabin, right? The engineer, and he looks like a child. It's like, why is the train so tall? Why is it like he's barely reaching to the bottom of a window, the full-grown man? Why is this train so giant?
He stole it from
A
a
lot of
giant.
that shit's been destroyed. Why would you wreck them? In an era like that, how would you even build a train? But why would you wreck something that took so much labor to build? They were like crashing them at head-on collision to just destroy them. It didn't fit the model. Hey, we can't have this. I know. Let's have a sideshow. Let's collide them and destroy these that would probably be worth like $100 million in today's money. Let's destroy two of them at once.
Literal works of art and marvel.
Yeah.
Buildings and the trains, yeah, it was all destroyed, and it fancy, way nicer shit than we have today. So you make a valid point, but where does it leave us today? I mean, what,
Leaves us question marks. Everything
well,
that
yeah,
you
of course it
think
does.
is official, draw a question mark on it. Like, okay, is this really our history? Or maybe look a little deeper. Like any chance they get to lie, the people that are running the show, they like to lie about everything. So I guess that era was erased for a reason, because in comparison, it looks a lot better than what we have now, the surveillance state. It just looks a lot better. We don't know the living conditions of people back then, but at least they had nice buildings. It's like, damn, this is some good shit. They're like now, compare our average building is a concrete block Walmart or Home Depot style building that's disposable, and you compare it to what they were building back then. It's like, how did they have the capacity to build such beautiful buildings and so durable? Like those buildings that are old, how are they holding up so much better than a building that's 20 years old that's already having problems with the mortar joints and stuff? I always wondered that too, because I do I do roofing, and I'd go on the roofs of these older houses, and the brick chimney, the mortar joints are still intact. They're solid. And these are just buildings. They were probably 80, 100 years old, and the mortar joints on the chimney were fine. And then I do newer houses that are 20 years old, and the mortar's falling apart because when I go nail into it with new flashing, the shit's crumbling. But yet this old stuff is rock hard, and it's weathered for 80 to 100 years, and it's still solid. And that's just a house. And then you look at some of these really old buildings, and that shit's still intact. Like the real old, like Roman stuff, what we would call Roman.
They probably had hempcrete, bro. The shit we're dealing with ain't got no hemp in it.
No, there was no organic matter. It was all stone. There was nothing organic. But I know someone who makes hempcrete. JJ Hempcrete. He's my boy from he's an OG flat
Yeah.
earther.
Yeah, does that shit work good?
I don't know. He makes it. I don't know what he does with hempcrete, but I don't know. I don't know. Would you put the hemp in the concrete? It's organic, so I don't know how it would hold up over time. I don't know how long. You know, if it's 100 years old, I'd rather not have any organic material. Anything that could decompose. I have fiberglass in my concrete that I use. I get the stuff with
Actually,
fiber in it.
hempcrete, when you mix it with limestone and water, it turns
doesn't
into it turns into this cement that will petrify and turn into stone, and
Yeah.
it's lighter, stronger than cement, right? And also it's flame resistant and also insulating, because it has like certain like a pore aspect to it, so certain amount of air will flow through it, so it will breathe. It will take the humidity and it will release it depending on the temperature outside, so it will keep certain temperature in the inside of the structure. It's an amazing material. This is the hemp fiber with the with limestone. It's a very interesting material. Some people mix it with other stuff, but
Yeah, my
yeah.
friend JJ sells it.
I'm sorry, bro. Ron, it lasts longer than hundreds of years. There is
What, the hempcrete?
a hempcrete goes for more than 100 years, way more.
I don't know. I've never used it, so
Yeah.
I'm just saying the old shit from these buildings, that at least even the old houses I've worked on that are over 100 years old, the cement and the mortar joints on the bricks is it's a lot better than the mortar they're using today. That's 20 years old. I can go and the
Oh, yeah.
stuff now is like chalk. It's dog shit. And I was like,
Yeah.
why
I
don't
did
they
a
you think
remodel.
concrete would be better? You know
Go
what I
ahead, go
mean?
ahead.
Like you think the ready mix would be better than it is, but it's not. Like they had superior stuff even 100 years ago.
There is
About
hempcrete,
20,
like your friend that makes hempcrete. There is hempcrete available right now. There's companies that you could buy the fiber from, the hemp fiber, and you can buy the fiber, the limestone, add water, mix it at the correct ratio, and you'll get cement, hempcrete, and you
And
put it
probably
on the.
right from the plant, from the cement plant. I can order with fiberglass mesh in it. Instead of hemp, they put fiber, the
Yeah, you
fiberglass
don't want to put
strand.
that on your wall.
I used it on my front porch and it hasn't cracked in like 10 years. And
Oh, okay.
normally they would crack because the harsh weather in my area, we have cold winters, warm summers, you get frost heave and the shit cracks. But with the fiber in it, it doesn't crack. It's been a lot
Oh
more
yeah, like
durable.
I imagine that fiber, yeah. So like the fiber from the hemp plant, I guess is something kind of similar, but fiberglass it's in his own realm, right? Fiberglass, and then the hemp fiber that is um I guess cellulose or something like that. I'm not sure.
Well, I didn't use the hemp. I just used
No,
fiber.
I know
I
you
got
didn't use
fiber.
the hemp. You use hemp fiberglass. You use fiberglass. But, yeah,
Yeah,
you use.
you order it from the cement plant and they throw whatever amount in there instead of using like rebar. You can use rebar. Rebar's a pain in the ass to lace in there. You could use wire mesh, but this you don't have to mess with all that shit. You just pour it.
Yeah, because for example, these days when you see a lot of the new constructions, new buildings, it's a lot of this fake wood, Jason board, and they put all the panels on top of each other, and at the end of that, they plaster it and paint it, and it looks pretty from the outside, but it's just it's so cheap and
Everything's
flammable
disposable. It's
and
like IKEA
flammable.
furniture. Nothing is made to last. If you look at the press board, particle board shit, the furniture that comes in a box and you assemble it, like you can't even buy good furniture anymore, like actual wood. I mean, you can if you want to spend thousands of dollars, but like the average person, everything they have is just it's not made to last. Press board shit.
Yeah, on this side of things, but there's stuff that is being built these days that is gonna last a long time.
Not for the general consumer though, not for
Not for
us,
the
for the
general, but there's other people building some structures that are really solid. Not
the
the
Is
genuine ones, but
everything counterfeit? I know that you guys are real, but other than like you handful of folks, like is everything counterfeit? I mean, I know that Japanese engines, like a Honda, will run forever, but other than that, or maybe a Toyota transmission engine, other than that, what what else runs that long? I
well,
mean,
they
we're
make
talking
fake
like a
Hondas.
diesel engine goes like a million miles, right?
Did you see the fake Hondas? They're making fake Hondas for
What?
like the Harbor Freight generators. Yeah, it's like a fake Honda engine. It's the same
It's
design, but it's a
terrible.
Chanda. It's called a Chanda. It's a
Oh no,
Chinese Honda. Yeah.
disgusting. Ugh, that's
I mean, but
disgusting.
if it'll run, like a Honda
Counterfeit? No,
generator.
bro, it's a counterfeit.
a Honda generator will set you back like $5,000, and the Chanda generator. Oh, I know. It's going to be it's a knockoff. I don't know that it's not patented. Like you can you're allowed to make knockoffs after a patent only lasts 17 years. So anything you can make clones. Like you look at firearms, you look at Glock. Look how many people copied a Glock. Everything now is polymer. Almost every gun being built is polymer, and it's like a knockoff of a Glock.
Yeah, I got to admit that 9VE by Smith & Wesson is a pretty damn good knockoff.
Well, they all look similar. Not just Smith & Wesson, Ruger. Like all of them are making. Well, I mean they're polymer frames. Almost everything made is a polymer frame. There's very few metal guns anymore. At least semi-autos. There's I mean, you have your 1911s, but
I've seen the documentary on Glock, and apparently somebody figured out how to take all the elements out of like certain types of metal and make it harder. And then he started doing it with plastic. And I guess he's the one that like invented polymer. And then that's when they started making that plastic. And I used to think that the plastic wouldn't be hard enough, but I've kind of dropped it a few times. It's
a
okay.
different. The Glock polymer, it absorbs a lot. Then that's what I thought they would wear out, but they don't. They don't wear out. They'll go longer than a metal. They have metal slides in the Glock, and then they have like the part of the slide that interacts with the frame has steel inserts. So it's not all plastic. Just the part of it that would normally rust and that weighs the most and costs the most to manufacture. They found a way to make it out of polymer and cut the manufacturing cost and the weight, save all that weight. Because if you have something you can manufacture, they used to be cheap. The Glocks used to be they're not terribly expensive now, but
And they're like $500 now. That's not too bad.
yeah, they're not bad. But I mean, you can get a knockoff one for like two or three. You can get like a Taurus that's like an imitation for like half the price. And they're not too bad. They're not actually too bad. I mean, but still, they all have their little design things. You know what I mean? Like that are just slightly different. And I don't think they're necessarily patented, but they're all clones. They're like Glock clones. You know what I mean? But like I said, you can't. After so many years, you can't go after them for infringement anyway. I think it's 17, and then if you add you can alter certain things and then get a patent on that, but it's not worth it. They all rip each other off. At the end of the day, people are just going to pay for what they like. Like, you know what? I'd rather have this one, or they buy the original one, or like a Glock doesn't have a manual safety, so maybe they get one that does. A Glock doesn't have a restrike.
You just keep it in the holster. You don't need a safety if you keep it in the holster.
Well, to each his own. Some people keep it on their nightstand or whatever, or they don't. Maybe they feel safer having a safety on it. But whatever.
I love my Glock. I can hit my target pretty far away. For a pistol,
Glocks are good, man. I hated them because they're so ugly, but they work. They're definitely efficient.
I don't ever look at it. It's always in the holster. The holster covers the whole darn thing. I hardly ever see it.
No, well, you got to clean it.
Yeah, I mean, I clean it. That's what I'm saying. I hardly ever see it. I cleaned it the other night.
The good thing is they don't rust and they don't weigh much. They're lightweight. You don't feel bad if you drop it. It's all plastic. You take a nice 1911, you're almost scared to take it out. It's like, man, I don't want to drop this. This thing's too pretty. I'd hate to put a scratch in it. And they're heavy. You know, you tow a big old 1911. Who wants to haul around like 3 pounds of steel? You pull it on your put that on your. You're gonna be pulling your pants with that thing.
3 pounds. It's barely a pound.
Loaded, it's barely a pound.
No, loaded, it's different.
Oh,
What weighs a pound?
Mine weighs less than a pound.
What do you got, like a Hellcat or a
It's
Sig?
Mach 1. It's 3 numbers on the serial.
A Mach 1?
Yeah, like
Who makes
one of the
it?
first ones made. This
Share a
one was
picture,
done by
Joshua.
Century Arms.
Share a photograph in the live stream, bro.
Man, that means I gotta go grab it.
Oh, all right. You don't have to.
Hang on,
We
I
can
got
There's not too
Google
many.
search it. Just a Google search one.
Well, the ammo, you can't get around that. If you got a double stack mag, you're going to have some weight just from the ammo.
You have to count the ammo. What the gun doesn't count without the ammo.
No,
that's
I'm
right.
saying the weight of it, if you're weighing it empty versus loaded,
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
you
that's
asking.
weight
why you
might
Who
be.
always
carries
have
it
to take
empty?
it into account when loaded because you want it loaded. No.
Well, obviously, I'm just saying, and he's saying he has a 16-ounce gun. Obviously, that's naked. There's no ammo in it. It's an empty weight. But even so, that's a light weight.
Hey, maybe Joshua uses it unloaded all the time. He carries unloaded.
It's funner to pistol whip people anyway.
And the bigger the ammo, well, that's where you use a 1911. But I like them. I wouldn't want to bend my frame. Like, I mean, I would beat someone with a Glock, but not a 1911. It's like, not if I could, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to damage my nice 1911.
It's better to run than to mess up the gun.
Yeah. Well, you know what it is? It's like a 1911 is like a Rolex watch, and a Glock is like a Timex. They both tell time. One has elegance, and one is just for function. You can take the Timex watch. You could put it in the snow and mud. You're not going to get upset. You don't want to do that with a Rolex watch. It's like a fine machine. And it's not practical. Like a Rolex watch is not necessarily practical for what you want to do. Like that's a dress watch, right? You wouldn't wear it. A working man wouldn't wear that. And that's kind of like a Glock is a working man's gun. It's it can get sweaty. It's not going to rust. Whereas something like a finer tuned machine, it's not practical for everyday use.
So
gotta
the
say, my
Glock will be
favorite.
more weatherproof long term. The Glock
Oh, the Glocks are pretty bulletproof. You can beat them
There you
up.
go.
They take abuse.
weatherproof.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, with
weatherproof.
this one, I have to constantly clean it and oil it and make sure it's oiled. If the oil's not on there, then it may rust, and if it rusts, then
Wait, that you
things
saying
start
that
jamming
weighs
up.
16 ounces?
Yeah, it weighs less than 16 ounces. Not with the fucking magazine in it. I have an 8-round magazine in it right now, so with the
What's that
magazine,
frame
it's
made
like
of? Is that a
pound and a
scandium
half
frame?
steel. It's just steel.
Steel?
Yep, it's like real hollow.
Mine weighs
It's
like
like
3 pounds. I don't know.
is yours A1
I
or
got a
is it
Kimber. I got a stainless steel Kimber.
well, stainless
I'll
steel
throw
weighs
it
a
on the
little bit
scale.
more
I
too.
think it weighs around 30 ounces. Let me go check.
Stainless steel is a little bit less than regular steel,
I'll have
but
to weigh it.
the other thing is this is mild steel. I know it is. I know it's cheap military grade
I don't know about 16 ounces. That seems pretty light.
because the scales are plastic. The barrel's small,
What does yours weigh,
right?
Hank? What does your Glock weigh?
You'd have to look it up. I couldn't tell you what it weighs.
You're not
But
sure?
you count 18 rounds plus the pistol itself, plus the magazine,
Yeah. Well,
whatever that is.
the pistol itself is pretty light compared to a steel frame.
Yeah, it holds 18 rounds, so whatever that would be.
18
Yeah, like
rounds
most,
of 9.
like that's the other thing
That's
too. Is
right.
yours a single stack or a double stack?
Oh, the Glocks are double.
Mine's
No,
double. Yeah.
yours, Ron, is your
No, mine's a
1911.
1911. It's not a 2011. Let me go see what it weighs. I'm pretty sure. I know the Glocks, they weigh about half of what a steel frame weighs.
So I do this thing where I like certain words grouped together. One of my favorites, shit kicker.
Hmm.
That's a derogatory term for someone who works in the cattle industry.
Dude.
A gentleman working in the cattle industry. It's called a shit kicker.
But what's a dude? 'Cause you always hear about those dude ranches, right?
Dude is a city boy wannabe shit kicker.
When I was like 5 or 6, I was like 100% shit kicker. Like straight up country boy. Milk from the cow, fresh eggs. Didn't even have to leave the house.
Back then, life was just a little simpler too.
Bro, I'm telling you, you just get a towel, a brand new towel. You filter the milk. You're good.
Me and my sister used to roll a mayonnaise jar full of the cream every morning. We'd get the milk that day, and in the morning, my mom would skim the cream off, and yeah, we'd filter it through cheesecloth. I remember that, and then it'd sit and overnight, and we'd skim the cream off of it, and then because it came straight from the cow. Anyways, but yeah, we'd roll a mayonnaise jar full of the cream back and forth, a pinch of salt in it, and make butter every morning while my mom was making pancakes.
Mine weighs 2 pounds 12 ounces with the mag, and then without even a mag, it's 2 pounds 3 ounces with no mag at all. So
That's a
yours,
gun.
how would yours be half the weight? A steel frame be half the weight of mine?
Oh, all I know is I looked it up, and it's like not as heavy as you would think. Like I always thought it was like 3.5 pounds, right? I've always heard tales that it was 3.5 pounds.
Well, have you weighed it?
Yeah, I don't like really have a triple beam on hand, but I can get one.
No, I just weighed it on a postage scale. I just weighed mine. It weighs almost 3 pounds loaded. and then empty, it's over 2 pounds, 3 ounces. I want to know what material it's made out of. That's half the weight of mine.
Well, yours is made out of stainless, right?
Right. Even aluminum weighs about 2 pounds. It's about 3 ounces lighter. Aluminum frame. I have aluminum frame one too.
Oh, it's a steel frame. It's got like
Oh yeah,
patina on it.
it's more than 16 ounces. It's double that at least.
But like all the other parts that's on it, those aren't like the hammer's not a steel hammer. The struts, titanium. The spring's different. The block that the strut spring housings in for the hammer, that's like aluminum or some other kind of metal.
I'm just trying to figure out how
You
they
take the
shave
scales
50%
off.
of the weight.
You take the scales off, and that whole part is like scaled out. And there's no safety on this thing. The only safety is the half cock.
Got a 1911 with no safety.
It's the earlier version where the only safety was the grip safety, and then the manual safety. There is no firing pin safety. This one, if I drop it, it might go off because it's a free floating
Auto
firing pin.
ordnance.
That's just the slide. It's an aftermarket slide. I don't know what happened to the original. The original was numbered to match the serial. The barrels matched with the frame, but I'm missing the original slide. The original slide was a steel slide. This one, it's a little bit beefier, but it's lighter than the original one. It works because I can put like a spring-loaded plunger in it to take up the difference of the mass.
What is that picture of? That looks like something like that white thing. What is that? Someone left it
One
outside
of
your
Matt's
store?
idiots left his spine outside the store and never bothered picking it up again because he wasn't using it.
A piece of a spine?
That's Joe Biden's spine, guys.
Is that like plastic or something?
No, that's a bone.
It's real bone? Holy shit.
Yeah. It was just lying outside our store. Well, Trace went inside to buy hard fish.
Oh, it's from a fish?
You should pick it up, Carmen. The next time you're across someone who acts spineless, say, "Here, I think you lost this."
It looks like
I
plastic.
said that when I
It
was
looks
still
like
outside the store. That would have been awesome.
it didn't look real.
Yeah, I saw it. It was definitely bone.
Gross. It probably stinks,
the
huh?
chat on
Is
the
it from a fish, you said? Like a large fish?
No. That's not a fish. That's definitely not a fish. If I had to
No?
guess, I would guess it's from like either a pig or a cow.
Yeah, it looks
Based
like
on
a cow size. Maybe a pig. Yeah, that's not quite as big as a cow.
it was pretty big.
Well, I don't know if your bricks are the same size as ours. If those pavers are like the same size as we use.
But you can see the top of my shoe in front of the spine, and I was wearing 8 sizes too big, so that's a size 45 shoe because those are waterproof.
I don't
So
see your
just
foot.
imagine a biggest shoe you can buy, and then the top end of that is there in the bottom of the picture. So base the size of that.
I don't know. I can't see your foot in the picture. I just see the bone.
Yeah, it was just barely in the end of there.
If your bricks are the same as ours, our paver bricks, you might have a metric size that's not the same as we use.
And I'm adding the second picture that was a little moved, but you can see the size of the door compared to the bone. That should help you with size.
Well, I could scale it off that brick. It's pretty damn big.
Right? Because doors are pretty uniform.
I don't know. I don't know what you guys use over there. I know
I've
ours
been
are
overseas.
measured.
It's a normal size door, okay? It's a door for a person. It's just a door.
Oh, right. But I mean, like,
So
our doors were measured in feet. Like 6'8" is a standard door opening in the U.S. And the
That
width
hinge is about.
is.
Look at the hinge. The hinge is about 4 inches tall. Go off the hinge.
I could tell from the paver. The paver brick's about that wide as well.
So yeah, someone's walking around spineless.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought it was funny.
It's got all the flesh
Yeah,
off of
such
it.
a random thing. It's just like that. I mean, a person wouldn't live their whole life and not run across something like that.
You know what they do to strip all the
That's a lot of
flesh?
weird things.
How did they strip all the flesh off of it? They
Animals, man, it's outside.
they picked it
This is
clean.
a strong cat neighborhood, my friend. And maybe there's a rat. I don't know.
So it does look
Maybe
like
another
it's
rat
actual
like
bone.
It's definitely actual bone. I saw it pretty close up.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it's got a little hook on it to hang it off of something too. I don't know. It's hard to tell in pictures.
What's funny is I would expect there to be some spacing between the vertebrae, like a little disc. Like on a human spine, you'd have little disc, the
If it's
cushions
still there
between there.
tomorrow, I can investigate further. Choose.
No, just throw it in the trash. Don't touch it.
The great mystery of this missing spine.
Get some nasty
Could be fun.
disease from that dirty bones, whatever it is.
What, you think I'm just gonna walk up to it, pick it up and lick?
No, don't
Come
even
on,
don't even get near it. Just get that
Peter.
shit. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Well, that's
I don't bet.
Well, it's better than some other things we found, like at work and stuff.
It's like, well, you guys were talking earlier. You said the poop on a stick. I know that the bad kids would take a bag of dog crap and light it on fire, and then ring someone's doorbell that they didn't like, and hoping that the person would go outside and say, "Oh, something's on fire," and just start stepping on it, and they'd get crap all over their shoes.
It's a baby level prank. You know what I've had a kid do at work?
Huh?
I had a second grader take a shit in the toilet, reach his hand in, pick up the
Ew.
feces, and then rub it over the walls of the cubicle as high as he could reach. And that,
Ew. That's disgusting. Was he
and he
retarded?
did try
He
to
was
blame
being
it on staff
artistic.
I've seen that. I've seen something similar. This retarded kid did it. He wiped his butt and he stuck the toilet paper to the wall. He was a retarded kid at my school. It was disgusting.
That is pretty gross.
Yeah. But like I said, he was mentally challenged. He was not normal. We all know who did it.
Yeah, I've heard plenty of stories like that. I know one that's helping a teenage mentally challenged kid, and she would sometimes just reach into her pants, take feces out of it, and throw at people because she has to wear a diaper and everything. It's like full on.
Gross.
When I was in kindergarten, my best friend was sitting in a urinal after a very vigorous play time outside. And as he sat there, I walked up to it and I flushed it and got his ass wet. Can't be sitting in no bro. Can't be sitting in no urinal. That's not a place to sit
He's
at.
sitting on the urinal. At least he didn't poop in it. He's like, why is he sitting?
The only time there was anything funny bathroom related at school was when I was in first grade. I remember there was that one time that kid in my class pooped and didn't hit the toilet. He was like, "Teacher, I missed the toilet." And on the floor, everybody was just like, "How? How did you not hit the toilet? What were you doing?"
He's standing above it. I don't know.
It was
Kids do
hilarious.
weird stuff. How old was he?
Yeah, like 6. It was hilarious though.
He's not potty trained. You must sit on the toilet and then you poop.
I'm thinking he might have pulled the classic. You pull down your pants, then you hold up your shirt, and then you back up to the toilet and sit down. But he probably just pooped before he made it to the toilet. So the poop was in the middle of the floor.
See, you get to take care of that type of. See, the older students don't do that stuff unless they're like mentally challenged.
Yeah, generally they are pretty well potty trained at 6. There's like
I would
one or
hope
two
so, yeah.
kids who might have they hold it in too long and they'll have accidents, but they'll have extra clothes, and generally it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it probably don't happen too much.
It's usually more just in the beginning of the year when the school year, when we get the first graders that just finished kindergarten. That's when the slower learners with this kind of things kind of take a week or two, maybe a month, to pick up on how things work and how to go to the bathroom when you need it. But they pick it up fast.
What time is it by you? What time is it in Iceland?
It's 5:18 in the middle of the night. Well, technically it's morning now if it's 5, right?
5 a.m. Okay. So I'm at, let's see, I'm at like midnight. Let me see exactly. Oh, I'm at 12:19.
I'm at
Those
10:19.
Icelanders must really love us to stay up that late.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Those Icelanders. Good catch. Good catch.
Your favorite Icelanders.
Our favorite Icelanders.
Mm-hmm.
What are the rest of them like? Are
I
they
think we only have
assholes?
one more.
Kind of
Are
depends.
they ethnocentric?
But I want to know:
I would say
are
they're
they flat?
generally just well-meaning idiots.
Are they flat earthers? Is what I want to know.
They're
Well, I just get
heliocentric.
the app with the sun, moon, and zodiac clock or something because I was curious. And there were like at least 3 or 4 dots in the capital area. So, that's something.
Okay.
We have had at least like 1 or 2 Icelandic people come into this Discord.
Yeah, there was a couple. There was another guy. His dad was he was a fisherman, and he traveled on a Russian shipping vessel. I don't know. He was also a mechanic that kept the ship running. He was on a Russian ship.
How old was he?
The guy that came in, he's probably in his 20s, maybe 25, I would say.
So you're telling me you guys found an Icelandic flat earther with a bunch of applicable skills. Nobody tried to hook me up? What kind of wingmanning is this?
No, he's not a flat earther. He was his dad was a fisherman, and he was like he came in here out of curiosity. That was the only other Icelandic person I ever met here. And he said
the other thing was too good to be true. I get.
Well, you might run into him if there's not that many people in Iceland. You might actually run into this guy. But he said he could see Greenland from Iceland. I'm like, what? And he's not a flat earther? He was in here about 4 months ago, I want to say. I haven't been here so much, but I forget his username. And plus it was on my other account. I wouldn't know. This is a newer account. So I don't know if I would have sent him a DM. Like I think I sent him some DMs, or he sent me some stuff some pictures his dad had from down in Antarctica, and I would have had his username, but I don't have it because that account is gone.
Okay, Trace posted a name. Could it be what looks like a bonus pokey to you guys?
Let me see.
Because that's a hilarious handle name.
No, I can't remember because I talked to so many people. I don't remember all this. And then they changed their usernames. Like, I changed my username, but people do it randomly all the time. They keep changing their name up. And then
I
they
have
make
always had and shall always be Karma.
You might know these guys. I mean, yeah.
But I wouldn't know that I know them even if I did know them. But if his
And
name
that's
was
the thing.
Bonus Pokey, that would be kind of like being called Walmart bag,
Okay.
So that's a great name.
But yeah, I think in a country with so few people that probably word gets around. You know what I mean? If people were to know, oh yeah, this one's a flat earther. Yeah, like the word would get around town pretty quick.
Unless
That
they're
depends on
quiet.
social groups, I guess. Besides, I think like 90% of Icelandic people are on Facebook. So
Really? Wow. I would think a lot of them are being on an island, right? Living on an island is pretty obvious when you start thinking, like, wait a minute. The water on one side of the island, the north side versus the south versus the east versus the west, it's all one height, right? It's not like it's easy to figure shit out. You see lighthouses and things as you're out to sea. You come probably I would say how many Icelandic people travel on the ocean, like on a shipping boat, at least once? Almost
Not many.
90%. Not
Not
many,
many.
really.
Uh, s- some do when they travel between like the ferries to go over to Norway and Denmark, and there we use a ferry. Yeah, Herjolfur and that kind of stuff. So the normal people sometimes use one or two boats that we have, and then the fishermen go out in the sea a lot. And the problem is all our buildings are next to the sea, but the whole land is like a mountain. It's like the whole interior of the island is just mountainous region, like a
Yeah.
giant plateau.
Can't live on it, yeah.
Yeah, but with mountains and stuff sticking up out of it, so it's like cold. It's not very accessible to anything. It's not used for anything. So the people just stay in the fjords generally.
Well, that's the good part. You got all the flatlands that you can habitat. So at least you can reach them. If they're all on the shoreline, that's good to flat smack people. They see the ocean every day.
I mean, we can see it from downtown and stuff because the harbor's pretty much there. And anybody who's a hardcore party person is definitely have gone on a ferry before because the biggest party is on an island.
Yeah, well, like
Well,
once a year we hold a celebratory party day, and there's parties all over, and the biggest party is always held on a tiny island, independent.
But isn't most of the economy fishing? Like most of the jobs have to do with the fishing industry.
Used
So
to be.
most of them used to be. What do you
Yeah.
guys do now? Like what's the economy?
Now it's what's it called again? Tourism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we also have a lot of human resources where we educate and have.
Tourism. Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, we get I think tourism took ahead of our fishing like 10 years ago or something like that.
That's amazing. You know what? And didn't you say there was some oil? You have oil like in the ocean, like the North Slope, the North
Yeah,
Sea.
there's supposed to be some oil to the north of us, but Norway is like it's mine. It's my oil, and so they've been arguing about it, and no one's ever drilled anything.
Yeah, they probably have a lot more resources to drill something like that. It's difficult to get at. It's a bigger economy, so they stole it for themselves. But yeah, they probably do owe royalties if it's close enough to your shore, like your shoreline. Then they would have to pay royalties because they're drilling and they're probably horizontal drilling that shit. They're like, no, we're not inside yours, and they're like horizontal drilling that shit under there, stealing the oil from under you.
Oh, God knows.
I think it's BP. BP drills a lot out there, and they drill in the Gulf of Mexico too.
We at least have one up on the Norwegian because our language is actually closer to Old Norse than Norwegian.
Really? My neighbor was Norwegian.
We are 1/4 Norwegian. Our grandmother is from.
I would say almost didn't everyone come there from Eric the Red, or was it like one tribe of people? Mostly
It's from a
Icelandic
few of the
people.
different places around. There were some Danes as well, probably some Swedes. There was a bunch of northern countries. We have close ties with a lot of them, and in a lot of our old stories, the Vikings go over there either to work with the king to collect tax for him and get certain cut of that, or maybe going with somebody to Viking and they winter in Denmark and that kind of stuff. So they often appear in our old stories as well. So we had some ties with them.
But they don't try to
And
tax you. They don't
also
like.
conquer us at one point, or something
Weren't
like
you
that. They
like?
took control of us and forced us to take up Christianity under threat of death. And the Vikings were like, "Yes, sure, we're totally Christian. We'll just do our ceremonies and see." Which was working fine until they showed up with their bishops, and the bishops started teaching the kids when they were young, and that's when Christianity started taking hold. And that's one of the reasons why we have a saying that is "Engin er óbarinn biskup," which means you don't become a bishop without getting the shit kicked out of you, basically.
Well, you know who, like the Jesuits, I wouldn't call them Christian, but the Jesuits are sneaky bitches. They sneak into all countries. Yeah, the Jesuits. They stuck into Japan, right?
I
And
just heard somebody make that quote she made like just yesterday, or the day before, actually, 2 days ago. Somebody made that exact quote that she just said. I heard somebody on here say it.
Could be my brother. It's a nice Icelandic saying. It's a popular one. It's kind of like when you say Rome wasn't built in a day. Like you have to go through hardships to achieve your goals. And if you want to be a bishop, you have to be ready to get beaten up. Because Baron means beaten up. And if you say oh Baron, it's a double negative because he says nobody is not beaten to become a bishop. It's really weird way
He
of
said it exactly the way you did the first time. I mean, like word for word. Whoever
translation,
it
man.
was, I don't know who it was. Remember earlier I asked that question about the time and stuff, the distance. When you look at the AE map, that's actually the time zones. Somebody was saying the time zones didn't make sense. Well, they don't make sense in their time zones. They jump all over the place. But if you look at the AE map, that's what that map is the time zone. It is, based on the clock. So, when you look at it's a 24-hour clock.
Yeah, self-synchronicity throughout the world. It's beautiful, really.
Okay. Right. But you know what I'm saying about the AE map? New standard map of the world?
I think I know what you're talking about.
All right. Yeah, the one with it's got the red rim around it that's got the hours.
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
That's what I'm talking about. When you're like straight up from Australia, I guess would be China. But when you're in China, the time is like much closer together, where it is in Australia, it's all spread out. When
Bro,
you look,
we don't use that map here.
I
Like we
know,
generally, I know that's why we can't answer
but
questions
it's
about it. You got
accurate as far
questions
as
about
time
that
goes.
map. I know,
Which
bro.
question?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen
All
to what I'm
right.
saying. If you have questions about that map, we can't answer it all because there's too many assumptions. You're talking about the
Well,
apparent
okay.
location.
I'm using
Hear
for
me
an
out,
example.
bro. Hear me out, bro. Hear me out.
I'm just
You're
using it
talking
for an
about
example. Okay.
no, but hear
I
me
don't
out.
think
You're
it's
talking
accurate.
about the
100%.
apparent. Can you hear me, bro?
Yes. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, you're talking about the apparent size, location, distance, speed of the sun, and we don't generally make claims about stuff that we didn't bring up, or about maps that we didn't bring up, or about the sun, moon, and stars. So if you're asking us, certain questions, we can't answer everything, bro.
And it's not necessarily a question. It's more of a wonder. I've just been wondering about it, because of how the hemispheres are, northern and southern hemispheres, the tropics.
There's no half spheres.
Oh,
What?
yeah, but placeholder names until we have better ones. What should we call this?
I just
Center,
mentioned the tropics. What do you mean spheres?
outer rims, center and outer rims, or
The
realms.
inner ring and the I don't know what else the northern. Oh, I said hemisphere. I get what you're saying. Okay. Right.
Well, the
Another
Hemi
example
engine has
for
hemispherical
not a
heads.
literal word. So more of a biosphere, but still, the
No
bio
sphere,
is just half of
flat.
the sphere. No, bio is just half though. It'd be half. Anyways,
Hemi is half.
we know that it's a circle. Basically, we don't know what it might be a oval. We don't know. I don't know, but we know that it travels somewhat in a arc, right, around us. We know it travels in an arc around us. I mean, I witness it every day. All right, but what
That's
I'm
what it looks
saying
like.
though is
Yes.
when it's in the similar distance, it's wider on the spokes. Is all I'm saying. It just seems. I don't know. Does time speed up out there?
Well, you really, no one really knows the true path. You don't know if it's
Yeah.
you don't know if it's going in a spiral path that's like going higher up and then and lower and circling at some points or whatever. And if it is doing the circular while it's
All right.
going higher up, then it's going to appear to be going slower when it's actually just going the same size.
What
Or
I'm
if it's
basing
Yeah.
what I'm
There's also
basing is what pilots have said, what they
before
have seen of the
bef-
world flying from one place to another, listening to all these different pilots that believe the Earth is flat, and they've traveled from point A to point B, so they know that they are straight lines from each other, and but they don't even understand how it works because they understand what I'm saying, but you guys aren't picking up on what I'm saying. A
Yeah,
pilot understands
I
exactly
understand
what
what
I'm
you're
saying
saying.
because
Did you know that there's a difference to how daylight appears in the north and in the south?
I've never been in the southern hemisphere, so
Yeah, in the south, the night comes on much quicker than in the north. So there's a difference in how fast it becomes a very dark night versus in the north. We have a lot of twilight.
right. Yeah, I
and we
understand
know
how it works. I'm saying
we know what you mean about it, like it appearing to be like, if you're following its path, that it's appearing to be like it's speeding up and slowing down. But think about this for a minute. If you have something moving away from you, and if it stays like whatever altitude it's at, if it stays at that altitude and it moves away, it will seem like it's at a consistent speed. But if it's going higher up as it's moving away, it's still like crossing the same distance at the same speed. It's still moving at the same speed, right? But it will appear to you going slower. So, and we don't know what it's doing. We don't know if it's doing that or not. Like
That's not
that's
even
very
what I'm
very well
talking
could
about.
be.
That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm
Well,
talking
you're
about
asking if that it seems to be moving at different speeds in different locations.
no. Well, we know it does, basically, but
And well, think about it.
I
If
just
you're
really
in it,
need to
if you
talk
are
to somebody that lives in Australia. That's what I need to do.
right, well, I mean, if you're in an area and the sun is moving over your head, if it is like rising in altitude or descending in altitude as it's moving in its circular path or whatever, then it will be at your location longer because it's also moving upward, right, away from you. Like it's moving away from you and overhead. But it wouldn't. So if the speed stays the same and it rises in altitude, then the horizontal path is not going to cover as much distance because part of that speed is going to be shared with rising in altitude. Do you see what I'm saying? It will appear as if it's in that location for a longer period. If it's
It doesn't change the fact that if you measure the distance between two spokes at the hub, it's only a 1/4 inch, and you measure the distance on the rim and it's 3 inches, that's what I'm talking about. Okay,
Yeah,
and
that's assuming
time out
that's
there
assuming that
and
the sun
time
is a
in
physical
here are
object
two
within.
different things. And has
Look at
anybody ever just wondered about it? I mean,
Livestream voice text chat. Many of us have thought about this. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what's between us and the sun. So we
and I'm
don't
not
even know if the
talking about
sun
the
is a
sun at all.
physical
I'm talking about
object where it appears to be. So there's pointless to try to extrapolate or
move the
imagine
sun out of
how it's doing something when you don't have the information required to make a
Okay, so take the sun
determination
out of the
about that.
equation. Take the sun out of the equation. Okay? And just look at, okay, the videos from Antarctica show the sun coming toward you. It's right at you, then it moves away from you. In the North Pole, northern, when you video the sun going around you, it goes around you in a circle. And you could tell that it's going in a circle because they've tracked it all the way around in a circle, even though it disappears for a few seconds for a short period, but it comes back around. And you can watch the sun do the same thing from the videos of Antarctica, but it comes toward him in an opposite half circle. Okay,
You can see
right,
Godzilla on the TV. That does not mean Godzilla is real and
right.
is trampling down cities. So before you
Okay.
start bringing up video from Antarctica that many of us have looked
That,
into and have
that,
seen that it
no, I'm just
skips
saying that we know that the sun
and
goes
is
in a
cut
circle.
together and is
You
not a
don't
full
agree that the sun
24-hour
goes in a
video. Stop talking over me. We have seen the videos from Antarctica and they are not legitimate or evidence for us. You would need to provide any evidence of what you're claiming here, not just baseless claims.
Yeah, we're willing to address anything that you have, except for strawman maps that we didn't claim and videos that we can't verify. Right? You have to have something solid. I would recommend that you go to a large body of water at rest and try to bring some curvature. Do that.
I think that guy was a flat earther that he just left.
Yeah, he was. He just wasn't listening to a word anyone was saying and just kept on and on and on.
Oh well.
I mean, I understand it. Like I used to have all sorts of beliefs when I first got into this. I imagined how the world could be, and I tried to like, what if this is how the sun works, or this is how the world works? But you need the evidence as the foundation to build that on. You can't just imagine that up because that's just a folly.
Well, who's claiming they know?
Well, he was talking about the sun being where it apparently is, and then trying to extrapolate based off where the sun appears to be, as if the sun is physically there. And over an AE map, no less.
What happened to him? Did he dropped out?
I don't know. I think he left. He didn't feel like arguing.
Yeah.
He didn't have to leave. All he had to do was give us time to explain that, hey, this, that, and the other, we can't answer your question. Sorry.
Well, he felt like he's being attacked, maybe.
The thing is that the medium that the sun is going through and the effect that we observe from down here, we don't know those variables. So to answer why we see the effects that we see without knowing the cause or the variables, it's a difficult way to. We can speculate and maybe we can demonstrate similar things happening down here, like the examples that you get that is being shared, and things similar to what's happening can be demonstrated, but how to demonstrate the way it actually works and it's actually happening the way we observe it is it's a tough one because we can't
Nobody
go up
has
there.
all the answers. You know what I mean? Like there's things that there's a lot of answers we can't give you. Where does the sun get its energy? How do I know? Like there's a lot of questions that you can't answer.
Yeah, we see the effects and we can kind of demonstrate similar effects, but the cause of the effect we don't know. At least I don't know.
Also, like that's the difference between us and someone like NASA. They will purposely feed you a bullshit lie. Oh, the sun is nuclear fusion, and like they'll purposely lie to deceive. I don't think they know how it works either. But to outright lie to people when you don't know is that's what they do. That's what NASA does. Like I don't care if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
Mic check.
You're good.
All right, so you said you can't answer all questions. You can't answer any question when someone is powering right through you in the middle of you trying to address what just came out of their mouth, you know? And
Yeah, he might have
that was
been
my
drunk.
only issue. That was my only issue.
He sounded like he had a few drinks. You know how sometimes people get not naming names, I'm just saying. Some people some people talk like that when they're drunk.
Yeah, I mean, it's no big deal. It's just if you're going to say, I'm thinking about this, what do you guys think? How the hell should I know? Like,
Have
I
another
don't know, bro.
drink. I don't know. I don't know. He'll come back.
Yeah, just lay all the blame on me, man. It's all good.
No, it was on the booze, man. Blame it on the booze. Anyway, what were we talking about before that? We had I forgot what the subject was. Oh, we're trying to figure out who that other guy was from Iceland. Somebody was telling me that his dad worked in a Russian shipping whatever fishery, or I don't know what the fuck, if he was oil industry or fishing, I forget the story. I hear so many stories I can't remember who said what anymore. You talk to a couple thousand people, it's like I can't remember all the small details, but I do remember there was a guy here. What's that?
I feel the same. Get that? I'm the same with my kids at work. Like I'm like, yeah, a kid told me this story, but you want me to tell you which kid? Not a chance in hell.
It's hard to know. You know how many thousands of people come through here? It's like, damn, I can't remember all of them.
I get you.
I got so much crap in my head. It's hard for me to like go through all these folders, Plus, I got really bad ADD, or I don't know. That's what.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
has to.
people
You
say.
you can help with it. Can help if you make connectors between. Like for instance, I used to suck at names. I used to be horrible at learning people's names. And when I started working with kids, that's a no-go because learning their names is a big deal. So I just ended up having to make like a mind map. If you connect one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, and then when I get the next batch of kids, I just connect them to the kids I'd already learned the names of. Oh, this one has a name similar to that one. This one is this one's brother. Blah, 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 blah. You make a little tree in your head. It helps a lot.
Oh yeah, there's chaos. If you don't know who's who, there's chaos.
Yeah, it's also if you
That's
want
not
to
my
bond with
name.
them and you've known them for a year and you don't even remember
Oh
their
yeah,
name, that's just
I know.
that's bad.
I'm bad with names too. I can't. Like I have cousins and I forget their names. I'm like, oh fuck, what's his name? I don't know his name.
Oh, I
You know what I
forget
mean?
my cousins' names.
There's new ones all the time though. Like there's new ones all the time. They'd have another one. Oh, what's this one's name? Oh shit. Because I don't always see them, right? I don't see them. I'll see them once a year. Oh man, what was his name? You know what I mean? They're like children.
That's even
I can't
harder
keep
because if
track
you
of
don't
them.
see them often, you have no chance to stick it in your memory. In that case, just
Right.
go with deer and honey and cutie pie and stuff like that. That generally saves it.
Well, yeah, maybe for women call them that, but
Well, you can go with
I'll just
sport or champ or
I'll just
there's my
ask.
man. How you doing? You know?
I'm not afraid to ask them. What's your name? I don't. Okay. I know
I
who their
just say the
dad
word
is, but
chief.
I
Hey,
don't
chief,
know their name.
ma'am,
Yeah, chief is good.
sir.
Yeah, little man, come here, little man. Like whatever.
I love when you can
I had
pull
a
something
mama
like,
bear
"Come
jump
here,
all over my
Steve."
ass. Sorry.
They beam. Oh no, that was my bad. I had bad timing on my.
I'm going
I
to
had a
start.
mama
How many
bear jump
fingers do
all
you
over
have?
my ass because I said little man to this guy one time.
I
And
say
I don't know,
that.
maybe he was short for his age or something, but she got mad.
She got mad
If
about
he's,
what?
for instance, if he's being picked on by his classmates for being short, that might be a sensitive issue for her. I've had to step between a 6-year-old and a raging mom once. Parents can lose their rationality when it comes to their kids. It's crazy.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
all
I don't say
6-year-olds
little
are
man
small.
anymore.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
But,
all
you know,
children are small. Right, Hank?
I
I mean,
usually
if
just
he's
call people
even
man, you know?
man, even the boys you call
hey,
man?
man.
I used to call him little man, but now I just call him man. What's up, man? Because,
All right.
I say man, brother. Like, I usually use words to, like, let them know that we're on the same level.
I
Well,
like
even if
that.
he's just a small child, if he's 5 or 6 years old, I don't think he gets offended. I can't see a
Right.
small.
Yeah, the kid
They don't
doesn't get
really care.
offended.
Yeah,
It's the
especially
mom.
when you're an adult, or just you could say, "Son, come here, son," even though he's not your son. Like in the Southern thing, everyone is son. You know, hey, son. Like
Yeah, I don't
it's
do that.
not like rude. It's not rude or whatever, especially a young man like that, an adult talking to him, "Hey son, you don't want to put that dirty cigarette butt in your mouth." You know, you see some little children putting cigarettes in their mouth on off the playground. Something like that. Like it wouldn't be inappropriate to call him son.
Yeah, it's kind of like each place has their own version of this. For instance, in Icelandic, you can use friend in the word friend in the same way. It's kind of funny.
Right. That's yeah, people say that here. Hey partner, like that's a southern thing. Hey partner, you ain't from around here. Something. There's different, even the South has different regionals. Like and sometimes you have to go north to be back in the South. Like in Florida, you can go all the way to South Florida and it's not southern. There's no southern people living in Miami. You have to go to the Panhandle to be back in the South, where it's by Alabama, where there's still southern people that act southern, that live that culture. It's Florida's a weird state. It's all transient people from other states mostly. There's very few people in Florida that were born there. It's the majority of them come from other states and they resettle Florida. A lot of people from the snowbirds they call them, up here from Michigan or Ohio or New York. They move to Florida to get
Texas
away
used to
from
not
these.
be that way. Now Texas is that way, and we're just like, telling people like, hey, there's a reason you moved down here. Don't keep voting the same way and turn this place into a hellhole, right? Because we don't want all that communist bullshit here. He's
Yeah,
moving here, fleeing the communism, and acting the same way.
You know what brought them there is all the tech industry, like Texas Instruments and Dell Computer. There's a lot of tech companies, and they're getting these tech people from California, and they started moving there, unfortunately.
yeah, they changed the way from the Mexicans, the Texans, and they, now they speak this foreign language. They change everything.
I don't know,
You're
man.
right.
I don't know about that whole story about any of this. Like, if Texas was part of
Bro,
Mexico.
you think a gringo came up with the name Texas? Come on.
I don't
Come
think
on,
I
man.
think there was a
It
culture
was
before the
part of Mexico.
Texans. You look at the culture of those buildings. There's like look at go look at downtown, the downtown areas where
That's
they
what I'm
the
saying.
capital, like Austin and stuff.
Yeah, they
Well, I'm
changed
saying
administration, though. The
I don't
administrators
know
changed.
who built those aqueducts in Mexico.
The Mayan?
That sounds
Aztecas?
right.
The guys with the leaves in top of their private parts.
That's the guy. Yes, the guy with the blowgun and the loincloth built those.
Have you seen what those dudes can do with a freaking stick? They carve like beautiful like jungle houses out in the middle of the jungle, and it's like if they could do that with a stick, like imagine
I
what this little motherfucker
guarantee.
could do with some proper tools.
I guarantee he cut those stones with a stick. There's no way he didn't.
Nah, you don't know what I'm talking about. You ain't seen people like little tiny half pint, little brown fellas, and they got a stick, and they build this magnificent structure underground like resort. Like it's amazing, and they just dig it out
I've
of the clay
seen
and they just shape it.
on YouTube there were like these Asian
Hmm.
guys digging in the mud, and they built
Yeah,
all this cool shit. These forts, and
yeah,
they built some cool shit.
little half pint fuckers with just
Yeah,
endless
they'll
gas
work all
tanks.
day, man. They just got a
Yeah,
stick and a bowl. They'll just build some cool shit. Oh, this is what that guy was talking about. I found this meme of the sun, how it makes this path, the moon, the sun, and that's the infinity symbol because it has no beginning or no end. That's where they got that sideways 8.
Don't they call it the yin yang sign or something like that?
The analemma.
And the llama too, yeah.
You
It
know
has
what,
a lot of
too?
names.
That's on a globe as well. I have a globe with that. I still have it. I haven't thrown it out. I'll keep it for a relic, but it's a lamp globe, but it has this on it that represents the movement of the sun. It has side of it.
And a llama, yeah.
Do you guys? What's the official language in Iceland? Do you speak English like flawless? Do you speak Icelandic and you speak English this well?
No, normal Icelanders don't. They generally have such an horrible accent that I cringe. Mine comes out sometimes. Sometimes I just fall into speaking with an American accent or something.
I've even had we've
How
had
did
a
you learn?
time
How
when
did you
somebody
guys
thought
learn
we were
so many words? Like you know so many words for not being your first language.
I played online computer games and have American friends.
And you like to read.
And I like to read a lot.
we read a lot in this family, including like everybody in this family reads a lot of fantasy novels. Well, except for my middle sister. Whenever I say everybody in our family, just don't assume she's in there, you know? Anyways, so we all read a lot of amazing books, and whenever somebody discovers a good book series, we tend to share it around and stuff. So vocabulary grows. I used to have a problem in school where I would ask a teacher what a word means in my book that I didn't understand, and the teacher didn't know it. So I usually ended up with better vocabulary than the teacher. And when I finished my children's school and went into the next school, which is like 4 years, but it's not exactly college. We have a weird education system here. I had an English teacher that was so bad at English that I would be correcting his assignments, and he could never assist me with anything because if I didn't know it, he did not. And at one point, we were sitting in the common area, and my classmate was saying to me like, dude, he's worse at English than you. And I'm like, are you kidding me? He couldn't help me with jack shit. He sucks at English or something like this. Or I was like, I'm never learning anything from this man. And literally there's a stairway behind this sofa where we're sitting. and he was
So you're
walking up
saying
the stairway.
you were?
He was right behind me at the time.
Oh, he heard it all. Oh God.
Oh, he walked straight past us afterwards, and I was like, "How much did he hear?"
He heard all of it. Well,
We
you
were
should
never.
be the teacher, and he could be the student.
Honestly, yes.
Did you? Is that because these books weren't translated into Icelandic? You were reading books in English. Is that how you got so fluent in English?
Well, I'm kind of lucky because I'm kind of bilingual. Like, to me, English is the same as Icelandic almost in my head. And that's also
Really?
because I grew up with Drace and Mom playing online video games with Americans. Sometimes foreigners would even come visit Iceland because they loved them so much. And my dad had a tattoo parlor next to our house for the first 10 years of my life, and a lot of the customers were foreigners. So I would love going out and practicing talking to foreigners. I would just watch things in English, like Mom would be watching Bold and the Beautiful, and I'd be like learning words. I thought it was Bald and the Beautiful for so long because I didn't know Bold. uh, And then they got me into reading. I started gaming with Drace. There was just no way to not learn this. Besides, it's such a fun language. It's such an easy language. Like holy shit, it's so easy. I love it.
Yeah, and there's also you gotta consider when you watch entertainment, all of the entertainment is in English, and then you have subtitles. So you start learning the words naturally pretty easily.
Kind of like if you watch enough anime, you can eventually just kind of understand what they're saying most of the time. Except on an advanced level, like if you were inundated with that shit. Because oh, by the way, when things are dubbed, it's always the same people. So you know those voices by heart. You're like, there's Lotte. That's the one who played this character, that character, this character, that character, and this character. And it's usually like not that great. I could voice act better for these movies. I swear to God. I even had to do it once at work, and it was a huge success. For first 10 minutes of Lana, it was on mute, and nobody knew how to fix it. And I voice acted that whole thing. I swear, it was better.
So both of you could actually teach English if people wanted to learn like a night class. Like, hey, could you teach me English?
Probably. I
Is
mean,
that
I've helped tutor in Icelandic for people who don't know Icelandic but know English. I tutor them
uh-huh?
so they're better at it.
So what is you said that Icelandic is what would it be similar to?
I don't know
Like a
any other
Nordic?
language that does what we do. We bend our words depending on how and what you're saying.
Yeah, I was talking to two Mandarin girls yesterday, and they're both in the country learning Icelandic, and they're like, "Your language is just so hard." Now I'm learning Mandarin, and I'm like, "Yeah, I think their language is hard." I don't know.
You know what's hard about Asian language? A lot of the stuff sounds very similar. It's like, damn, what? And they talk so fast that it would be difficult if you weren't brought up. I think if you learned it early on, it's easier, when you're younger, but it's like, oh man, that's too much shit for me to learn. I can't pick up a language.
It's the same with Icelandic because for instance, we've often heard that Icelandic sounds very sing-songy when we talk.
Yes.
And like, for instance, any line is like, let's say, "Hi, hvað segirðu gott? Gaman að hitta þig maður." That would be like, "Hey, how are you doing? Nice to meet you, man." But if you were just learning Icelandic, that would be impossible to understand. And
It
then
was
we
too
have a weird
fast.
thing
It's
with
like,
bent
whoa,
words.
that
Yeah,
was
everybody talks
way
this
too fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we have so many words and they can become pretty long, and then we don't have the word "the" separate from the word. It adds to the end of the word, and it's different depending on what gender the word is.
Yeah, we also have a lot of words that are like combinations of other words and then put together. So, like, if all of that is really fast, it might sound really confusing to someone.
I know what you're saying. Like in Spanish or Italian, there's like a la if it's a female, like senorita, or there's like you say the gender of the person in the word.
Oh, but
There's a
no,
feminine and masculine.
yes, kind of. But there's also, depending on the gender of the word, is how you bend it changes as well. Because you gotta account for the bending of the word. For instance, best example of this is horse. Sorry, Josh, I'll let you say after this. Okay, so basically, you would say, here's a horse. This is about the horse. This is to a horse. And this is from a horse. We would say, here is a hestur. This is about the hest. This is hest, yeah. This is from a hesti, and this is to a hests. And then if you add the to it, it's about hesturin, to hestin, from hestinum to hestsins. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's hard to
and
do it
I
while
can
speaking
hear
English.
from the way she's bending that the word horse is a male word.
So okay, like in you would call different, like a buck is a male deer and a doe is a female deer. So you would use the same gender as like for a male or female person for the animal,
Maybe.
like for
Sometimes not. It's weird.
Doe and doe.
Yeah,
Deer, deer.
generally not each. It's kind of like each word has its own gender. It's either male or female, or it's neither, and then that's how the whole language is structured. And then everything is every word has is bent based on past tense, present tense, or
In future tense.
future tense. Yeah, it's all over the place. It's one of the most convoluted languages in existence. Even Latin isn't this convoluted.
Yeah, but the
subtlety.
specificity that you can portray is amazing.
Yeah, it can be very poetic and can be very hyper specific at the same time. So it's sometimes really awesome, but at the same time it's really hard to make it awesome. And so the general public doesn't really use good Icelandic. They just use slang.
Or urban Icelandic.
Yeah, or urban Icelandic essentially.
So they're not grammatically correct. They're just, even the native language they're speaking in slangs. That sounds like over here we have regional areas, like regions of the south or the north, where people have different accents. And
It's more like this. When you talk to someone who comes from a highly prestigious college or university, he will use big words and hyper specificity, whereas like some guy who's never been to school will try to explain a similar concept using very small words poorly. And that's kind of what you see a lot, is that the people who go through the higher education generally have a better Icelandic grasp, whereas the general population just uses the slang.
Although those who are
ability.
also use good vocabulary, because our literature is inundated with good vocabulary. Most of our children books use words that your grandparents would use. Every new children book you will find will use a vocabulary fancier than you will find in a general office worker.
Do you find your language being corrupted? Like certain words in English have been corrupted. Like the word gay has been hijacked and it's been co-opted and changed. Is that happening in your language, or do they keep it traditional?
I think all those kind of things just happen slower, but do change their meanings over time. That's somewhat normal, but we don't have as much of it here as when it's like forced forward.
I think it's more
I remember when
traditional culture.
I remember
Like
when
you
I
guys
was young that a lot of the older people, especially, were very adamant about trying to keep preserve the language and keep it going. So I don't know if that's just dying out with the current situation.
No, I still see it today because, for instance, we have every year is the National Day of the Icelandic Tongue, and there are a bunch of people that still pull that old saying that I used to hear all the time when I was in freaking grade school, which is, "You're in Iceland, speak Icelandic." I fucking hated that line. But especially as a bilingual, I'm like, I only have a certain amount of vocabulary in each language, motherfucker. But yeah.
Who can actually speak it? I mean, a native person that actually knows it, like someone from outside the country, would be like, they'd be so fucked. I wouldn't know,
Takes
like,
a few years. Let's just say that. And even after a
yeah.
few years, you can still hear the difference. I have an American colleague that I meet every now and then that used to be from, like, I think, was it Canada or America? Whatever. Anyway, he's lived here for probably close to 10 years, somewhere between 5 and 10. And he still says a bunch of hilarious shit because he doesn't bend things right, or he uses a word that you're like, did you direct translate that on Google? Because if you say it like that, that's gonna sound sexual. And he's explaining a children's game, and all the staff is just trying not to laugh, and it's beautiful.
Well, it's a very difficult language to master, it sounds like. And you know what? You should preserve that because there's only 350,000 people that speak that language or can figure it out.
Well, that's the funny part. Like that's one of the things that we joke about during our annual comedy show.
We have a New Year's
We have a New Year's parody comedy show that's broadcast every year. It's often made fun of how when Icelanders go out to be tourists in other countries, they oftentimes use Icelandic as this kind of secret language they can just speak openly, and they think no one will understand them. But the funniest thing is, like, generally there's like also other Icelandic tourists on the other tables just listening.
I've been that guy.
Yeah, me too.
So you
I was
think you're
on
just
a
using
relationship with Icelandic people, and mom didn't want them to know we were Icelandic.
Let me say this real fast. There's this really cute thing that Mexican men do, right? They love to talk shit, and it's a joking thing, right? But sometimes when they're joking around with each other, like they always do, they'll end up talking shit about us gringos, us foreigners, and they think that we can't understand it. So, like, the best thing you could do to scare the shit out of the Mexican man is to answer what he said in Spanish and be like, "Oh, you didn't think I knew about that? You didn't think I knew Spanish?" And like call him out on talking shit, because like most people, don't realize how much they joke around. And I say it's cute. It's fucking adorable when you catch them. When you catch them talking shit about you, because one of them will be talking shit about you on the phone, and then the other Mexican guy will be like, "Hey, do you speak Spanish?" And I'll be like, "I know what you guys are doing, man. I know he's talking
That's
shit.
hilarious.
Stupid old gringo. What does that mean?"
you're at Gringo Hill. What do they talk shit? I mean, they're talking shit about what, Hank?
Actually, Hank was born there, so they would be the gringo.
I don't know. Some of them
I
are
know
born
when
here.
they say gringo, that usually means like an American, what we would think of as an American.
Yeah, or a foreigner or something along those lines. Yeah. It's their nature to like talk shit and cut up with each other,
They
right?
call
But
us
when they do it
gringos
in
because
front
we
of us,
grow things.
I don't know. I think they grow shit better than we do.
I'd
It's
rather
green
have the
grows.
homegrown.
Get it?
The Mexicans, they don't grow such good weed. The old brickweed from Mexico is pretty nasty stuff. Now that you get used
Red
to
hair.
the stuff, yeah, the stuff we grow
Yeah,
here is so much better.
but it was so cheap one.
Theirs is cheaper, but it's harsh, man. It's like charcoal.
You don't
Go
call it red
homegrown.
hair.
next to what we grow here, like if you make it yourself and it's fresh, it's just like you won't touch that shit. It's like no thanks.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Make your own. What is this, like freedom you're talking about? I wouldn't know anything
You
about
grow
that.
your own, man. You grow your own.
Michigan is weird.
Domestically grown, man. You don't buy that shit from Mexico. You keep the American growers in business. I mean, you can get it cheap now. My friend just texted me, "Did you want an ounce for 100?" He has an ounce. I don't know if it's any good, but it was only $100. I don't know what it costs in Texas, but some of my friends where it's not legal, they'll pay like 200 or 300 for an ounce.
Yeah, it's about 100.
So back, it was like 60 an ounce. And now it's like, yeah.
What was 60? The Mexican stuff?
Yeah, and now it's like 100 an ounce for the low grade stuff, if you're lucky, and if you buy the
That's
whole ounce.
inflation, Hank. That's just inflation. You know what I mean? Like everything
like
costs more now. Like a
$15.
gallon of gas, but over here there's been deflation in weed.
Now, for years, bro, weed stayed the same price. Don't you remember that? It was pretty much the same price. You never paid more than like 40 or 50 bucks an eighth.
An eighth?
Now all of a sudden you have 75 bucks an eighth crap. Like,
where are you from? You're paying
crazy,
such
bro.
high prices.
I don't. I'm just saying some people do around here.
I know, but what state is that?
California.
Yeah, when
You
people
go to
start
like
to
the
charge.
stores, if you go to the legit stores, they're expensive.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And the stuff
When
that you
people
get
started
cheap is
charging,
cheap. It's like not worth buying usually. So it's
when
either
they
you
charge
pay
you
the
more
market
than
price or you don't.
35,
Those guys are robbing
But
you blind. That much for an eighth? Fuck.
when they charge more
yes,
than
well, if you buy just
$35,
an eighth, you can get it as low as 15 bucks, but it ain't worth smoking. You know.
Well,
What I
you
mean,
can
it's
get
like,
good smoke here. You can get good shit for $150. It would rival anything you have there. I mean, if you want the best, you're gonna like really primo. It's gonna be about 200, but it's like the stuff that you're paying like 2 or 3 times the price.
all right.
So when I would get a QP,
Or you
it
gotta
would
find
be
somebody that grows it or start growing it yourself.
200.
That's what it is.
So I guess they were going for 50 an ounce because QPs were 200.
50 an ounce. Yeah, if you get a lot of it, I
I
mean,
get a
but it's
QP
just
for 200 bucks.
yeah. It
And it's
just
good
depends.
weed.
The grade
Gets
the
me
grade is gonna vary a lot. $100 an ounce is not gonna be the best shit. It's gonna be kind of like mediocre. Because a lot of the better plants, you get a lower yield. That's just part of it. It's like you don't get big nugs. If you get really big nugs, it's usually low grade shit. Higher yield, lower quality, pretty much.
Well, I don't necessarily agree, but I know where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, yeah, I had one plant that gave me big buds and it was high quality, but it's not usually the case. If you want like
Yes.
Kush has small, tight buds, and some of the bigger yielding plants, the
find
smoke
yourself
is
some
not so. The
weed
flowers are
that's
kind of shitty.
find yourself some cheap weed that's like all right, but it's just got some seeds in it. Save those seeds and then mark what that was. Find out what that fucking strain was. Find out what that was. Then you have seeds. Then find out
Yeah.
how to sex the plants and then start growing the goddamn things and keep males. Don't throw those away because every once in a while you're going to run out of seeds. So boom, you put a male in the
I
ground
just
and a
clone them.
female
We just
and
clone them
you just
over.
let them create more seeds and then you got even more seeds
I
to go
wouldn't even
from.
mess with a male plant, dude. I'd get that shit out.
You still
We
need the
throw them
seed
out.
though.
We throw out the hermaphrodites. We get rid of all that shit. If you got pollen in your grow room, you'd be so fucked.
No, this is all outside, dude. I don't
We
grow
grow
inside.
indoors. Wait, it's too cold to grow outside here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get one crop in the summer, but for the most part. If you want to go year round, you gotta grow yours.
See, I'm got to get going with my first crop of the year because I just got done with my last crop.
Hey, Josh, if I move to Oklahoma, you gonna school me, bro? You gonna show me how to do it?
You'd have to move to Arizona.
It depends on what kind of setup you want, and I won't fly in a plane, so you're gonna have to fly in a plane, and then we'll get the material, and then we'll get on a rent a U-Haul or something, and drive all the way there. It'll be fun.
Wait,
Hey,
why
Hank,
Oklahoma?
Go like
you can
Las
grow right
Vegas and get
outside,
it cheap.
Hank, in Texas. You got the
No,
climate.
hell no.
Because Oklahoma, he can get away with the cops not trying to kidnap his wife again.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Baskin.
Well, you said fly so that he could school you, and I was like, wouldn't you want to like go where he's at? But okay,
No,
so
I was saying since I don't fly, and there's like meetup
sorry, you know,
spots and
yeah, I'm
conventions in
not.
Las Vegas, and then we could just rent like a U-Haul van or something from there with the equipment in it and drive all the way out to Oklahoma and set this shit up and give them the recipe.
Yeah,
I don't know if
sorry,
he's
I
ever taken horticulture.
didn't follow well, and you had to explain that. But
Well, the
that's
plants
me.
don't care. The
It
plants don't
sounds like
care
an
what side of the
absolutely
border
fantastic
it's
plan.
on.
But let me just say one thing. It's already 6 in the morning, so we're gonna catch a little shut-eye. So I just wanted to say this was a great evening, everybody. This has been absolutely wonderful, and I look forward to talking to y'all some other time. Good night, everybody.
All right, take care.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, Carmen.
I don't think the plant knows what side of the border it's on. If it's in Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, it don't care.
Oh yeah, but Texas, it's 25 years.
I don't know. I wouldn't count on that. Like, so I don't know if one plant is able to, then is it possible that they all could? They just react different, and we don't even know if that it can in fact know like where it's at on
Oh, they
Earth.
don't know.
But
They don't
but
know.
there's one tree, and North Star was like he purchased some, and he was going to do like grow them and change certain variables for each one just to see, like the electromagnetic field and so forth. But the cook tree, it's said and alleged that that tree will grow very sideways and tilted and slanted towards what they call the equator. And like if they're above it, then they'll grow toward it. And if they're below it, they'll still grow toward it. So no matter how you turn the tree. So he's going to, I don't know if he's still doing it, but he did say that he had purchased some and he was going to, but if it does, if there is anything to it, and I don't know, he's going to change different variables. But if there are anything to it, like it would make you wonder if maybe all plants do. Like,
most trees will grow vertically. They
well,
don't
yeah.
grow with a lean.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
mean, they
there's
compensate. Yeah.
one that's alleged that it does, and like just because, like if it can, that is actually what's in its genetics to do according to where it's at or whatever. I don't even know that it can, and I'm suspecting that he'll probably get some results that show that it's not like location, but it's more something else. But anyway, all I'm saying is if it can, just because it reacts that way doesn't mean that other plants aren't reacting in different ways that we just can't recognize, or that it's possible to, that. I mean, I don't know. Just never know.
Some are better suited for a dry climate, like the Afghanistan stuff is a dry place, and there is regional stuff that does better in different climates. But the climate in Texas and Oklahoma, well, I guess Texas is so big, there's different climate zones.
Yeah,
so
we got 5 different types of landmass with climate zones, like you said. Except tundra, we don't have tundra. But yeah, it's really crazy. You live in the east, southeast, it's like Florida. So hot and humid that it'll drive you crazy with the mosquitoes. But if you live in the west, like it can get so hot and you can run in the heat because it's not humid. And I remember one day, so I was at work and I like ran to delivery instead of getting in my car. I just like grabbed the pizza and took off running. And I got there, and the dude was like, "Did you run here?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "It's 115 degrees outside." Like they thought I was going to drop dead from running. Yeah, it was hot. I was like in 2012. That was a hot summer.
What do you mean? Did you run there? You ran from the pizza place to his house?
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't to his house; it was to his place of business. You know, like a couple
Oh,
blocks away.
oh, okay. Yeah, it ain't worth driving. Here, let me walk there.
Yeah, so I ran there and ran back, and he was like amazed that I could run in 115 degrees heat. It's like, man, I grew up in this shit.
You know what? If the humidity is low, it's not as bad. It's still hot as fuck. But if you did that in Houston, you'd be dripping sweat, like with that hot muggy shit.
Oh yeah, I was dripping sweat. That's how the guy knew I was running.
People from like Arizona, if they go even here in Michigan in the summer where it's hot and humid, they don't like it. They're like, oh, this is they'll be sweating because I have cousins that live in Arizona. Arizona is another place with different climate zones. Some like in Flagstaff, it's like a cooler climate. It's more north.
Yep, yep,
It's more
yep.
vertical. And the higher in elevation changes your climate zone.
I'm gonna vouch for Hank here. You know, Arkansas, Central Arkansas, when it's over 100 degrees, or even over 90, and the humidity's 90%, it's a miserable state. You know, it's like, I mean, he knows what I'm talking about. You know,
Yeah, it gets miserable at times.
it's
That's why I grew up
you
at
feel
like
like
a
you're in a
fish.
sauna. You're in a sauna all day long. Yeah, it's miserable. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up like a
But
fish, man. I was in the water 24/7.
Yeah, I
but
get that
when
shit.
it's hot and it's hot and it's
You
dry.
can't even talk about this. You're from Michigan, so you know, don't
No,
even start.
I've been in the hot zones.
I'm just fucking with you,
Trust me.
but
It's
anyway,
plenty
but
hot
yeah,
in the
it's
summer, Helio. It gets
I
hot up
know,
here too.
I know. Yeah, it gets
But
in the
you gotta
90s, or yeah, it does get in the
I
90s up
work
there,
on
doesn't it?
roofs, man. I work on roofs,
Oh,
and
I
in the
did too.
summertime, the roof will be 150 degrees or 140 degrees on the surface of those shingles. It's
Yeah,
hot. You
I've
could
done
fry an
that
egg
too.
on them. You
Yep.
could fry an
I'm,
egg on the shingles.
Dude,
That's how hot it is.
I prided myself when I was doing roofing, man. It was just like, yeah, I'm just like, but you just like half naked, just on top of a roof, just you know, putting shingles up there, decking and shit. You know, yeah, bro. I mean, that was one of my early 20s. If I tried to do it now, I'd probably die. That's all I'm saying right
I did roofing for one day. Decided it
now.
wasn't for me. I
uh,
got a little bit of
I did it for
PTSD.
about a year.
I'm
It's
scared of
funny.
heights. I ain't gonna lie.
I
I'm
did
scared
it
of
in the
heights.
winter and summer in Arkansas.
Oh, the winter time is brutal. I hate
Yeah.
winter. I
No, I
won't
mean
do it
you've
anymore.
like if there's frost on the roof, man, you're gonna fall off that motherfucker. You know?
I've done it and it sucks. The shingles get like brittle. They're
Yeah,
really brittle. So when they
yeah,
handle them,
they
they're
just start breaking up
cracking.
because they're made out of tar. They freeze and they
Yeah,
just
they
come up in
crack.
pieces. Yeah, if you're trying to take shingles off a roof to re-shingle something, they just come up in pieces. You know, because
Yeah,
they're
they
made out of
fracture
like
into
tar.
little
Yeah, yeah,
flakes.
you know. Yeah,
The,
yeah.
the problem is though, it's here's the thing. I wouldn't do it in that temperature because I mean, some people need it done. They absolutely need the roof replaced, but I tell
No,
them to
I
wait.
did it because I needed that hundred
I
dollars
needed
a
the money
day.
too. I hear you. But I'm saying the roof done in the wintertime will not be as good because the shingles don't seal down, right? You want them to seal down. Plus, you're breaking the shingles when you nail them in with the nail gun. That nail is going to perforate
Yeah.
the shingle. It's going to
Oh yeah, the
fracture.
shingles are cold and yeah, they're gonna fracture. Yeah, it won't even
Yeah,
seal right.
so
Yeah.
when they get a strong wind, they're gonna lose shingles. Even in the summertime after that shit sat there.
Hey,
When you get
but
a
hey,
storm,
I ain't getting paid to think about all that. I'm just getting paid to fucking deck
well, they
and
get damaged, is what I'm saying. They get
yeah, I
damaged when
know.
you install a roof in the winter. It's not
And
gonna
then it's
last
like,
you as
oh, my
long.
shingles are leaking. You know, I mean, I'll get a leak in my house. It's like it's because they were installed in the wintertime,
And they
dumbass.
blow off too. You can tell.
Yeah.
You know what happens too when the dust and shit is blowing up in there in the winter, and the shingles are just flapping. They get dust on the seal tabs, the little tar seal tabs that lock them down. So all that dust from the wind and shit, um,
Oh yeah.
they'll never seal
Well,
down
that's why it's
properly.
like you, if you ever want to get your roof fixed, do it in the summertime. Don't ever do it in the
Springtime,
winter.
do it in the springtime. Let it seal down all summer.
Spring or summer. You know,
Summertime is
so
rough.
that you don't want to install shingles in the winter because it's just not going to work.
I don't like to do it in the fall. It's the best roofing conditions. I like working in the conditions. But if you do it going into winter, they won't have a chance to seal down, like the seal tabs.
Yeah,
You
because
want those.
you put what they call tar paper down first under the shingles. Like you put
Well,
the
that's
tar
not, they
paper.
don't seal to that. Under,
No, they
there's
don't
a stick
seal
of
to
tar.
that, but the tar paper actually that's not the seal. I
On
mean,
the
there's
edge of the
several layers.
shingle, bottom edge of it, on the new ones, they put it the seal it on the underside of the front edge of the
Yeah,
shingle.
there's
But on the
there's like almost like a kind of a
It's
tape
tar.
thing. There's
There's a line of tar on there,
yeah,
and that
yeah,
tar
yeah.
melts when it gets hot.
Yep.
So when it's 150 degrees on those shingles or
It
150
seals
degrees,
to the lower
it
shingles.
liquefies. Yeah, it becomes like glue.
That's why you do it from the bottom up,
It
and then you
becomes
do the
like,
cap
well, you
on
have
top.
to. You always
Yeah,
have to do it because
you
water
have
runs
to.
down
Yeah, yeah,
slope.
of course.
You have to start at the bottom and work up. Water finds its level, right? So it's running down to the gutter. So you got
Right,
to
and
start at the bottom and
so when you
level.
have a leak in your house, it could be an older house. When it's like, all right, I'm going to find out where the leak isn't always when you go on your roof. The leak is not exactly above your head where
No,
it's
it
coming from.
runs.
Yeah, it runs.
You
Yeah, it
can't
runs.
tell. A lot of times you can't tell
So
at
you
all
have to go
because
up on the roof and look at the roof and say, all right, so here's the hole. Here's where the leak
it ain't
is.
necessarily obvious though. Like you don't always see a hole.
Not every time, no. Well, but I mean, it can be depending on
Not
where.
really. You know what? I check around the chimneys. They leak around the
Yeah, the
chimneys.
chimneys.
The
Yeah, yeah.
pipes.
That's what.
Pipes
Why the
leak
fuck? I was thinking the same thing, Ron. So you've done the
because
same
the
shit I've
flashing
done
goes
before.
bad. I was
Yeah, the
talking earlier
flashing.
about
Yeah, the flashing
the
around the
mortar
chimneys is
joints.
where a lot of those problems happen.
Because you know what
Anyway,
happens when it's cold like this? The mortar joints crack, and then you got your flashing tucked into the mortar joint, and then when that gets bad, right, you get a gap there, and water gets down in it. So you got to use different. The new caulking
exactly.
sucks. Like, yeah, some of the tar they took the
Yeah,
asbestos out of
but
it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're going to repair it, I mean, you have to know how to do it right, or else
But
it's just not ever going to
remember I
work.
was telling you about the old mortar joints and the old houses, how the mortar's so much stronger. When you replace the flashing, you go drive a nail into that old mortar. That stuff is hard as fuck, dude. It's like stone. That old mortar, it's like you take a masonry nail and try and pound it in, and that
No,
nail's
no,
bending.
you actually want to use screws and pre-drill
I
it.
use
And,
I use the blue screws now that tap goes. I don't
yeah,
drive nails in them. If I don't have to, if I can get away, like the new stuff is like chalk. The mortar on these newer homes, anything that's a newer home would be something 30 years, 30 years or newer. The
yeah. I mean,
mortar
you
is like
definitely want
shit.
to pre-drill
It's like
and put inside your drill hole. You want to like put a seal. I mean, you want to seal it up. Make sure if you're going to repair something. I mean, do it right. You
oh, I
want to
do.
make
I don't half-ass it, man. I don't get
yeah.
any. Yeah, I do my shit right. But the mortar joints, what I was saying, comparing the old mortar joints and even the tar had asbestos in it
Good.
back in
I'll
the
tell
day.
you what. If you're doing that for a customer, if it lasts 8 years, they're
Oh, it'll last 20
satisfied.
years, man.
Yeah,
My shit will
or it
last
could.
20 years.
I mean, it could, depending on how bad the roof is or whatever their leak is. I mean,
Well, a new roof should last you
if they have
25,
an
30 years.
immediate leak, that this is definitely where the water's coming from.
The
And
only
you can
time you
patch
could
that
tell,
up, but you can't freaking repair the whole fucking roof if it's over
well,
20 years old.
well, you could tell if you walk on the roof and it's mushy. You can see it's leaking in a certain area, or I mean, sometimes there's something obvious like a shingle's missing, or there's the crack in the flashing, like where the mortar joint is. There's a gap. There's some caulking missing. You could caulk it, or the valley is cracked.
Yeah, but the caulking doesn't necessarily
The
solve the
valley,
problem.
where the
Yeah.
valley is, that's the worst place to have a leak. Like where you have a trough where the two roofs are coming together in the valley.
Of course.
If you get that's why I don't do an open valley. I always do a closed valley.
Well,
The old
but depending on how long it's been there, I mean, the wood could be rotted underneath, and it's like, I could patch it
a
up,
lot of
but
old
I
like
recommend that
older
you would just replace the whole fucking part of it, and then
the older people, like back some older roofs in the older neighborhoods like Grosse Pointe, they had open valleys where the raw material was exposed to the weather, and that shit don't last long. Maybe 10, 15 years, and the sun will beat it up. So what you'll see
well,
people just smearing tar down the middle of the valley, just buttering it up with tar to try and
no,
the
yeah, I
valley.
mean, that's
Well, no, that it's
bullshit.
a repair. It's
No,
a patch. So to
no,
do the
fuck
whole
no.
roof is like $5,000, but to smear some tar on it is like $100, $200.
I
So just to get
know,
them,
but
I don't do that. I've done it a couple times where someone didn't have money to fix it, so I just did a booger job like that.
I mean,
But
I could do that too. Just like,
anyone could do it, dude. Go get a
yeah,
5-gallon bucket of tar and get your hands in there and start smearing it.
yeah, it's just like, all right, we'll patch your hole. It might last a little while. There ain't
Yeah,
no
but
telling how long
let's
it's gonna
say
last,
let's
but
say they don't have the money. Let's say they don't have
they
five
don't.
thousand
Most of the
dollars.
time, they don't. With
Right. So
a
it's like,
patch job
okay,
like that, right?
they could scrape up a couple $100 for me to slap a patch so it doesn't leak. So they're happy for me to go patch it, right? And we're both good with that. You know what I mean? It's like, okay,
Yeah,
fine, I'll
it
go
does.
patch it.
It do what it do. I always say,
It'll get you through until you can scrape up the money to fix it properly. But if the other shingles are not bad, what I was saying is the valley roll cracks well before the shingles are even wore out. Like you might have 10 more years left in all the shingles, they're not wore out, but your valley is wore out because you didn't lap the valley. So I always take mine and
Yeah,
I
that's the
run the
fault of the
shingles.
roofer before that didn't.
Yeah, I don't know why they cut them like
Hey
that.
guys, we have some people.
Three new people.
Yeah, let's do that instead of
Blue,
me and
All
Ron
right.
talking about roofing.
and Roblox. Blue, purple, and Roblox. Welcome to Flat Earth, where we will just blow your mind. I hope I blew your mind a little bit in the welcome.
I hope you didn't. I'm just fucking with you. Just fucking with you.
Yeah, I wasn't in there to hear any of it, so like all of it would be new to me
Just
too.
the end. You heard this, the end.
Yeah, so maybe Blue or any
Blue
of you. I
is
don't
on
want to
his
call any of
second
you out.
chance.
No, it's just an introduction. If you're very new to this topic, you can
Maybe
ask us
share
any
how.
question. You can ask
I
us
don't
any
think he's
questions, and
new.
we're willing to
Blue
answer.
has his second chance, so he's not new here.
They were both
I'm a
actually
female.
incognito when they first came in here. They didn't actually act very kindly, but it's okay. We are past that. Okay. So that's why they both have second chance.
Cool. So, Flat Earth.
Early release program.
Yes. Yes.
Tell us what you think about Flat Earth. We're open-minded. Our mind is so open that our brains are falling out.
Oh, shit.
Helio, stop projecting all over all of us. So, new guys, what brings you to
Oh
the
I do
Flat
have
gosh.
to
Earth
ask
Discord?
though. Did you have an insight before you came in? I know you heard all of my concepts and stuff in the Cogdis, and I got you for the live stream and whatnot. But when you first came in here, did you have like a picture in your head of flat Earth?
I pictured like the ice walls and stuff.
Gotcha.
Like water falling off the earth and shit.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Blue?
For me personally, it was kind of like the same. Also, the other picture, you were talking about how like in textbooks where they were saying like the water was going off the sides and stuff like that.
That, like I said, that is the globe side aspect of flat Earth. Okay, so they want to push that on you that flat earthers believe in.
It's a disinformation
which
campaign.
is completely different disinformation. Yes. So I
if you
hope
wanted to
we've
learn,
passed that, and you understand we do not have a model, we do not have a shape, and flat is an observation. Correct? We're past all of that, right? Okay. Just want to make sure. But yeah, any questions? We don't like to go to the sky per se, but you can always ask us about those questions. It's just, why are you going to the sky when we're trying to test the ground? Do you completely understand that logical question I just asked?
Yeah, I get that.
I know you want to say, well, what about all the stars in the sky and all the moon and the sun? They're all round. Everything is round and it looks like it's a globe, but that's where you got to stop. It looks like a globe. Well, no, it just looks round. You don't know the shape. You're told the shape. I want you to look in the live stream voice text. And I just want to put this into a perspective, like I said, concept model, as in different aspect of what the globe gives you, okay? But I'm going to show you, I think I showed you once before, but you may have overlooked it. It's, hold on, let me make sure. Where is it? I have so many links, so give me just a minute. Oh, I have to type.
Hey, Justin, do they know that they should be looking in the live stream voice texts?
Yeah. So if someone wants to ping them, we do have a live stream voice text for the live stream. So whenever someone's like just texting someone or sending a video, it correlates with the live stream. So right up above where you're in on the left hand side, just look up one notch. It says live stream voice text. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm in it right now.
Yeah, we post pertinent information, going along with the conversation. That's
Okay.
where we.
So I'm gonna
That's where.
post this, and I just want you, like I said, concept. Okay, so when you think about it, if you think about it biblical, okay, which I have to do that because water's above, water's below. Okay, so if this structure, this moon out there, is going into some sort of liquid, this is what the concept could be like. Does that kind of open your mind a little bit about moon phases and stuff? But
A little bit.
I have to show you something else too, though, because you have to look at the eclipse one too, because the eclipse one is absolutely incredible. And like I said, I'm just getting this from what my research is. Okay, I'm not saying that it's 100% factual, but what is truly in the sky? You do not know. Okay, and I just wanted to take a look just at that still shot right there. This is the 100% totality eclipse, where we could take massive cameras out there and take pictures. Well, this is a compilation of some of those being done. Okay? We truly do not know what's in the sky. What are those orbs in the sky? Okay? No one can tell me. No one knows. And they are not talked about.
Hey, I just want to say, as far as the moon and sun goes, orbs aren't confirmed.
No, I said that. No.
No,
I
you just said, what are these orbs in the sky? I just wanted to
I'm
say.
saying it from the video. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
This
cool,
is just from the research. So if there's being blocked out, like the sun is being blocked out by the moon, but yet you see all of this other stuff in the sky, with that happening, what is that other stuff in the sky? Have you seen this whole video, Helio? I hope you have, because I've watched it several times.
Which one are you talking about? The first one you posted?
It's the true cause of eclipse, real footage, flat Earth from flat water.
I'm not sure if I've seen that one.
Please watch that. This one opened my mind a little bit about eclipses. Not believing anything about
Right,
it.
and that pretty much. If I watched it, I'd probably come to the same conclusion that I.
And I'm not saying it's true.
It
Like I
wouldn't.
said, please, just these are not.
I mean,
facts.
no one can confirm this.
I'm not confirming anything. I am just stating what I have found in my.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something there. Well, so whatever it is, we don't know, but there's definitely something there. One thing we do know though, due to the Sentinelian eclipse, is that it's not during an eclipse. It's not the Earth blocking the sun, causing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to prove here.
Hey,
That's
truth prevails. Hold
it's
on,
not
truth
the Earth
prevails.
blocking.
No, of course not. Truth prevails. I just want to say, you're cutting out a little bit.
It was
you
a
might
lag.
want to jump
I
out and
think it was
jump
a
back
lag
in.
spike.
Yeah, something.
Oh, really?
It's okay
Yeah,
now. You sound better.
yeah, it sounds good now.
But
All
purple,
right. Well,
do you have any concept or comments on any of that? I just want to get your insight. Plus, what Truth just posted too. You truly don't know what you see unless you're actually there. You physically test it. So I want you to look at that picture right there. Open it up, click on it or whatnot, and see those orbs. Which one is actually an orb?
You know, I just want to say, truth avails. Your mic sounded great. It was just cutting out a little. I want you to, when you talk, I want you to come in clear. That's all I'm saying.
okay. Yeah, I just didn't mean to convolute the conversation with a choppy, not be able to understand it or whatever. While there's other people that can understand.
You sound great now.
But no, if you look at that, like there's another meme I can post too. But you can't just. I mean, you really can't. You can't go to these places where these lights are. You can't test them. You can't see what they are, and you can't confirm if there is even any shape to them at all.
To me,
but even if there were,
to me, it's the second one.
Yeah, I think the third one actually looks more like a sphere, but neither of them are, right?
I'm sorry, second one from second one from the right-hand side, third from the left. So yeah, third one.
You can't really tell by looking. So just, I mean,
but that one is actually off the table. Do you know that? That one is actually off the table. It's sitting on a little cube. Did you know? When she takes it off, it's a piece of paper, flat piece of paper, but it's sitting on a cube, so it's off the table a little bit. That's how she throws you off.
Oh, she's not trying to throw anybody off. She's trying to show you
that's how the picture throws you. Sorry, that's how the picture throws you.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't anyone's purpose in that that gift.
It's literally sitting on something. It's sitting on top of something, and it's black. It's black, but I know it's up above. It's up a little.
The black, the emptiness of space, right?
It's crazy.
And that's what I was when you were saying. It's like when you're saying the globular thing earlier. It's like, no, they don't necessarily appear. I mean, as globes, the globe is implanted in your mind, and that's when you see it's like you're on a globe, everything's globes spinning everywhere, and so since you're on a globe, everything else is a globe. That's not.
That was
not necessarily what's happening with us here.
My blue-pilled brother. He pointed at the sky like I was over his house. He has a pool, and he pointed at the moon. He's like, "You see that?" And I'm like, okay. So that determines, even if it was a ball, even if the moon was this perfect ball, right? Does I use the same analogy like everyone says. If I have a light bulb on my ceiling and the ceiling is and the light bulb is a globe, does that mean the floor is a globe? That's the same stupid rationale he was using, thinking that just because that looks like a ball, that means I'm standing on a ball because that's what everyone says it is. Everyone says
Hey,
it's a ball. That's what it is, damn it.
Ron, though, I ain't gonna lie. Though, I mean, with the shadows and stuff of the craters on the moon, some of
It does
this
look
shit
like a
looks like
ball. I can't argue.
it doesn't look flat to me. You know,
It
when
looks
I
like
see
a
the
ball.
moon.
I'll say it looks like a ball, but who
All right.
cares? If it's the same logic, if a light bulb on your ceiling is a globe, that doesn't mean the floor is. There's
Yeah, yeah, I
that
agree.
logic doesn't make sense, even if it was a ball.
The moon is very mysterious, and
It is
I'll leave it at
mysterious.
that.
The
So, did you
craters
guys have
do
any
appear.
questions like that were
Yeah,
with
sorry
the
for the
phone?
newbies. We talked this shit amongst ourselves quite a bit. But if newbies have
Well,
any questions, yeah, cool.
I've studied it in fine detail with my P900, and you can see every little crevice on the moon, these little craters,
Yeah, it's
and they do look to be wrapping around the fucking thing. But
yeah,
I don't know what it is. I really
me too.
couldn't tell you.
Yeah, me too.
But these
So
these things
newbie,
on the moon, they look like they come in only at a certain angle, right? There's not like some weird angle where it drags across the surface. It looks like the
Never,
impact.
never. They're always
Exactly.
90 degrees to the surface. Yeah.
that's really true. That's not, I mean, my
Well, I
study
mean,
of
the
the moon, I don't
selenium
think
is
that's
kind of more
true.
vertical, isn't it? Like with the selenium, is that what you're talking about? The
No,
No,
no, I'm
the
eclipses?
talking about
craters,
something
like if
else.
they were
But yeah,
being
the
bombarded,
Oh, the
selenium.
craters.
if
Okay.
you were being bombarded by things flying through space, they'd be coming in at different angles and having ruts
Oh,
and
are you
drag
talking
marks.
about if they were craters created by
If they were craters from impacts, they
from
would have
impact?
different angles, the different angle that they hit at. They wouldn't all be square to
Yeah,
the
their
face.
story doesn't make sense in that way. No, it
You'd have
doesn't.
streaks. You'd have streaks running across it and smear marks and a whole bunch of stuff.
Like when Superman came to Earth and be like a big, big streak and a
The
so like
moon is
all of the
constantly
craters that implies direct impact and just a explosion or whatever, and none of that exists the way that
Why don't we ever film it? Why aren't people filming? I could see the moon perfectly fine. Why is no one filming impacts? There's nothing impacting
and
the
it's the
moon.
same way with what they claim as asteroid impacts or whatever impact craters on Earth. It's the same way. There's no.
Can they demonstrate any new craters?
They're all
Hey,
90-degree, like direct impact.
could I see
Is this
I
craters
thought we
from
were
a
talking to new
50-year-old?
people. Where'd they go?
A
I
new
know.
50-year-old. Let's say I compare the moon from 50 years ago
Well, if
to a
they're still
picture of
here and they're
today.
listening, they might have some of these same questions. But if you, hey, for the new people that are listening, just interrupt us. We're
Ask
just
a
talking.
Yeah, if you've
question.
got any
That's all right.
question, just shoot, just spit it out. And is this less choppy, Glad? Or everybody? Like, is
Yeah,
this less
it's
choppy?
choppy.
Still choppy?
You're a little hissy too.
It's
No,
not
it's
like cutting you out.
a little hiss. Oh,
Say
It's not
Starbucks.
consistent. So once it fixes itself, it goes back out. Like once we're like, okay, it's clear, and then you speak for 5 seconds, then it goes back to shitty again.
hey, I'll be willing to go on a private call with you and get your mic all
Men are
set up so we
dogs.
can come back
All
in.
men are dogs.
I thought you were like,
Yeah,
you
I'll work
just
it out in another room for sure. Because
Yeah, cool.
anyway, go ahead, continue.
Yeah,
New
there's
people, I'll talk
something going
slow.
on.
That way, if it, I'll try not to say my S's too much, Hank. If you new people have any questions, just spit it out.
Questions.
Don't be shy to jump in.
Hey, truth prevails. I can go on a private call with you, and then we can get your mic sorted out, and then we'll go through your settings or whatever. Because I think I know what's going on with your mic.
Helio. What are you plans, bro.
My plans. I'm going to talk to Trooper Vales
Hey, man,
right now.
get going,
and
get
her
going.
mic.
What are you talking to us for?
Who was the new guy? Blue?
He was one of them.
Yeah, I'm new.
I'm also new.
Okay, so Blue, are you a female? Blue?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, cool. I was just wondering because otherwise you would be a very, very young man, and we would have to check your age before continuing the conversation.
No, I'm a woman.
Super. How about the other one there? Purple lady? I
am also a woman.
You're also a lady?
Yeah.
Hey, all right, cool. 2 ladies in the building. Sounds good to me. What brings you in tonight?
Just listening, observing, learning, you know what I mean?
Indeed. Are you interested in learning more about the flat earth topic?
Yeah, I just want to see, like, the perspective of other people, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Get the other side of it.
Alrighty. Have you done any observations, perhaps, of, like, Earth curvature?
What do you mean? Like, just, like, standing out, like, looking out in the horizon?
Well, let's just say in your entire life, do you remember going, look, there's the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, I could say I did that.
When was that?
I don't know.
Are you sure? Were you in a plane?
I was not in a plane.
Okay. Well, given the globe math that we're given by the smart men, the mainstream science, you should be able to see the curvature from pretty low. Even if you go up to the top of a 3-story building, you should see some drop, some curvature, but it's not happening. And that's a problem. So the globe math says we're on a ball, a specific size, right? And then we go out and we measure it with tools. And we find out that we can see way further than the math says we should be able to. Way further. Thousands of miles. I'm not even lying to you. In every direction. Depending on where we are.
Thousands?
Thousands.
Do you have, like, a picture or a link with, like, the math?
I do. Somebody else might beat me to it, though. But yes, let me look. Hang on. We'll have some gravy memes to post for you here in just a sec.
They came here late, man. It was ladies' night, but it's almost 2 a.m. on the East Coast. What time zone are you from, Purple Lady and Blue?
EST.
We're both in East Coast.
Eastern time zone, and so am I.
Sick.
So we don't get too many girls coming here asking about flat Earth. That's cool that you're interested in this.
All right. Everyone's posted a few things. I highly suggest taking a look at the Livestream voice texts while we're talking, but especially after we're done so that you can kind of catch up on the information. Because I wanted to talk to you specifically about the one that I posted, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So, the image atop that, right above mine, Hank Hill posted some. Let's see. That one is an image of what it should look like. It's a cartoon image of what the sphere should look like from a 2-dimensional slice from the side. Okay, but we can, since the sphere is supposed to be uniform everywhere, we can take any piece of it and say, well, there should be some drop here and there and so forth. So now look at the one below. Excuse me, the one I was just talking about. The thing I posted at 55 after the hour. See on the left it says statute miles, and it goes up by 1 and then tens. So, and then on the right it says drop below horizon due to Earth's supposed curvature. So at 1 mile above the observer's height, 1 mile out in the distance, you should see 8 inches of drop. 2 miles from the horizon, this is horizon distance, 32 inches. And so on and so forth. So there's a picture. You see how it gets exponential, right? It starts adding on itself and it goes from 66 to 266 really quick. See that? And then it goes from 600 to 1,000. So if you're if you're near a city that's close to you, 30, 40 miles, and you look out with like binoculars or something and you can see way over there, you shouldn't be able to with this math. There should be at least 600 or 1,000 plus feet of drop, which, you know what I mean? You'd notice, you'd see that. You'd be like, okay. And then as you walked, the buildings would be tilted until they got to your range of view. So like you'd see them kind of tilted just a little bit. And you never see buildings tilted no matter what we do. Leaning Tower of Pisa, huh? That's the only one.
How are you going to measure 1 degree of tilt at 59 miles? Like, I really don't think you could say that we'd see it tilting.
I want to believe that we would, Hank.
I don't think we would.
So anyway, that's not the point. This math checks out for what we're expected to see. And so now we can give you some things that disprove these numbers. Here's a more clear version of that, this guy here. That's what we should be seeing, but we don't see that. We only see flatness everywhere. Here's a good example.
So basically what this is proving is like however far you look out, you should be seeing like the curves start to happen.
Yeah, there should be, right, drop away from your view. See
Okay.
how this photo of Mount Fuji,
Mhm.
if you trust the photo is real, right? If you trust the photo is real, that is thousands of miles to Mount Fuji. There should be no way. So let's see how far. So there should be, gosh, at least, is it 2,000 feet? Shit, I don't know. I can't do this quick math.
Well, at 1,000 miles, it should be like 650,000 feet of drop.
Okay, so there we go. There you have it. You don't see any drop. In fact, if you start at the city that is above the words, the earth is flat, and then you go out to Mount Fuji, you're going up. You're not going down in the image, right? Isn't that weird? So you think at any point you'd start to see those things disappear, but the higher we go, the better equipment we get to see further. Better equipment gets, it's more tens and thousands of miles. I'm not even kidding you. Haven't found an edge. None of us know how big the fucking thing is. It's crazy. They're hiding the whole thing from us. But this is how we start understanding that. Any questions? I know I kind of rattled off a shitload of stuff, but I feel like this is a good time to stop for questions. If you want to ask anybody on the panel questions, or the panel wants to say some other stuff to y'all.
Yeah, no, I haven't got any questions. I was following along and it all makes sense.
Cool.
I mean, like, I can't do math, but yeah, it makes sense.
Well, that's the best part. You don't even have to be good at math. See, I proved that I wasn't good at math by not being able to like do it right away. But it's such a logical thing, and it really only takes using your eyes and a tiny bit of common sense. But it's the kind of common sense they don't teach you in school these days. Central space crab. I don't know the observer height. I know it's very high up. I know that's in an airplane.
I'll give him 30,000, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so even at 1,000 miles, 30,000 feet of observer height, you should still have over 100,000 feet of drop. That mountain is not 400,000 feet tall or anything like that.
And imagine this. Okay, you know how big a mile is. You know how long it takes to run a mile and drive, right? Do you guys know that?
Yep.
You guys driven enough yet to know that? Okay, so when you're on a long road trip, right, and you're driving, you're going 60 miles an hour. That means you're going 1 mile in 1 minute, mile a minute, right? Now, 60 miles an hour seems slow. You can bump it up to 80. It won't make much of a difference, but you can, listen, you could probably drive the entire circumference of the globe in a week, the globe that they say, that the size it is, right? 25,000 miles in circumference. That's not a lot of space. That's not a lot of stuff. But we're told the world is fucking huge. We can't see the curvature no matter how high we go up. Like, well, which one is it? Is it a ball that we 25,000 mile circumference, we could have easily explored every inch of it last week and have been done with it. It's much bigger than that, and we can't find any curvature. That's the main point.
Sound logic.
Well, I mean, that's totally unfalsifiable and not empirical evidence, but it's a good thought experiment.
To understand that observation, the only math you need to know is that 29,000 feet is less than 400,000 feet. And that's being generous with the Earth curvature numbers.
Another thing they love to tell you about is the radius, and they don't tell you about it because, well, they've never gotten it. But it is necessary to have a sphere, circle, or anything that they show us. But a couple things: the furthest, at least within the public realm, the furthest that humans have dug down into the ground is not even 8 miles. The core is supposed to be almost 4,000 miles from the surface. How'd they get there? See, the problem is they say, well, we use seismic activity and seismic stuff to make predictions and see where the blah, 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 blah. No, man. If you have a measurement, it's because you measured it yourself. You're not going to hear sound waves bouncing off plate tectonics and all this nonsense. So they didn't get their 3959, the 4,000 mile radius, so they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything. You don't know where to send things, so they start quote unquote orbiting. You don't know how to plan anything if you don't have the size of the shape that you're going to go put spaceships around. You know what I mean? Anybody else got some gravy for him? I'm kind of taking up the mic here.
Sounds like they're already stunned by what you've given them.
Sure. Truth is going to do that, man. And if it doesn't smack you in the face, then it's not truth.
Let's just have a little moment of silence for the ball Earth.
Okay, that was long enough. In fact, we gave him too long. 7 years, no curvature. And we know that because if there were even one instance of Earth curvature documented, they would be using that against us so often. Right? These people are already overzealous, bullying us because they got bullied. The second they get anything like a real curvature measurement, they would be throwing it at us. All of them. 17 of the people that pay attention to us. Globers, that is.
So what you think? Is Earth a ball?
It don't look like it. It don't feel like it.
Yeah, it's not quite adding up.
say.
It's not really adding up.
So, how old were you when they told you that it was a sphere? What, like 3, 5 years old, something like that?
Oh, I don't
And
remember.
then did they prove it to you, or is it just something they said?
No, they just got their claws into me before I could think.
So, how would you go about proving it? Well, you find a large body of water at rest, and you take as many measurements / observations as you can, and then you tell a friend, like, "Hey, these stupid flat earthers, they're saying that we can see farther than we're supposed to be able to see." Right? And they're going to say, "Oh, flat earthers are stupid." And you go say, "Why don't we go prove them wrong?" And they're going to be like, "Yeah, let's prove them wrong. Then we'll troll the hell out of them." And then you go out there and measure it, and then whatever happens next, well, I guess that's on you, because you're not going to be feeling like trolling much after you actually make a measurement. But that's the thing. We're telling you to measure it. And globe earthers, if you look at any of the YouTube videos, or if you go to their server, they're going to tell you to look at the sun and the moon and the stars. And Aristophanes, this caveman before Christ, played with some shadows, and he measured some sticks and shadows. And that's how we know that it's there. And then you got to ask yourself, how much do you trust a caveman that lived before Christ compared to how much do you trust yourself? You go out and measure it yourself. So fuck all the bullshit they're talking about. They can miss me with all that. Measure the sun, moon, the stars, and the shadows. How about you go measure the water for yourself? And if the water is 70% of the Earth's surface and it measures flat, then where the fuck is the curvature?
Where the curve at, Trigger? Where the curve at?
How many flat surfaces make a ball? The answer is 0. Balls are nothing but curvature. Kind of the exact opposite of what this seems to be. Everybody's in shock.
I don't know why I'm not that good of a public speaker.
You do good.
It's you do well, but thanks.
I like good.
I do too. Breaking the law. Actually, this isn't really public speaking. This is hiding behind a microphone. No offense, everybody.
Be easier to hide with no microphone.
None taken. We don't want to speak publicly. This is public enough.
Well, there you go. Who's that just spoke there? You were quiet.
There are dozens of people listening to us right now.
Yes, dozens.
You said I'm quiet?
Huh?
Yeah, you're a little low.
Mike's pretty close to me. Let's see if I can do anything.
That's a little better, actually, for me. That's fine. I can hear you just fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I can strain my ears, right?
Usually I can move away from it, and you can still hear me from kind of far away.
Yeah, it just sounds further away that way, but you sound great. I turned you up, and then it fixed my problem, so it was a personal issue, and I'm sorry I drug you in.
Quick question. What's the
Yes.
24/7 live and 24/7 live 2 role? Or not roles, but like people.
Those are our live streams to YouTube.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll put a link to the one that we spend a lot of time arguing with trolls in, and it's good fun. But in case you want to, you can't use Discord and you want to take a listen, this is a good way to do it.
So what do you think about what I said about the globe head logic? They say to look at the sun, the moon, and the stars and the shadows. And they say if you could walk 1,000 miles in one direction, like, have you seen a 1,000-mile road lately? Is there anywhere in the world where we could just walk straight with no topography bend, which means hills and valleys? And that's one of their proofs. Like, that's how we prove it. Like, okay, Glantz Loeb, I'm going to walk 1,000 miles in this direction. And I'm going to hand you the baton, and you're going to walk 1,000 miles. You can't do that. There's nowhere on the earth that you can walk for 1,000 miles, except for what, maybe Africa? But what happens when, there's like a mountain that you have to go around? Or a river, or topography, or a lion.
Well, the problem is they'll say, oh, satellites, but they are not. I mean, you can trust that that's completely perfectly accurate? Well, that's kind of sloppy.
How do you get satellites without R?
Right.
So what we're telling you is to go measure it directly. They say boats go over the horizon. They give us a radius of 3959 miles. Let's go test that shit. And if the shit don't add up, which it did not when I went to Corpus Christi, looking at buildings over 10 miles away from North Beach. And guess what? I can see them in the day, and I can see the lights at night.
Also, this is I think about this sometimes, not necessarily proof of anything, but it's just interesting. So if I were going to track things on the ground, take pictures of them, help with cell phone signal, all kinds of stuff, would you rather I be hundreds or thousands of miles from the object I'm trying to get a signal from through radiation belts and atmosphere and clouds and tons of distance, or a much closer thing that would get much more crisp data? Not a satellite, but a plane. Doesn't it makes a lot more sense to not have to send shit to space to do the work that a plane could do. So, I don't know. Like I said, not evidence for anything, but it's kind of like, oh yeah, totally. They'd save a lot of money. I don't know why they would send satellites there. Oh, because it's better signal. How? It's way further away.
Yeah, you're nailing it on the head. Once you think a few things through, it all kind of starts.
For sure.
So this guy called Bill Nye the Science Guy, he said that it would be harder to fake the paperwork going to the moon than actually going to the moon. So because it's too hard to fake, too expensive to fake the paperwork. And I don't know if you know much about paper, but you can make that shit out of hemp, marijuana's cousin, and that shit just grows for free.
Paperwork.
But, a space landing on another planet known as the moon, right? That shit's hard to fake. But the paper, impossible. It just costs way too much.
I mean, that's a lot of boxes of paperwork. Okay, you have no idea.
That's a lot of marijuana plants, man.
It was so much telemetry data and so much quality evidence of what had happened that they had to get rid of all of it because there was just too much. Overwhelming historical things.
$63 million a day wasn't enough money to buy some new tapes with. They had to record over it.
Yeah, they recorded over Happy Days. Wait, was that around then? Guess not.
I tell people to go check out the 5-hour or whatever video of the alleged original footage, right? Between even the president speaking to the astronauts, all that kind of thing. If you really go back and take a look, it's hard, you know? It's real hard.
Yeah, because in 1939, the first color movie was shot, right? Wizard of Oz. So in 1969, we got black and white, like filmed off of a projector screen, second hand, third hand, but they told us it was live. And the cool thing about live is it's live. If I fuck up one of my words right now, it's going to be on record forever, right? So the thing about not doing it live is if they fuck up, they can go back and edit that shit and fix everything that they fucked up on.
Not only that, how did they do a live stream in the 60s?
From the surface of the moon, because they
From
showed the limb.
250,000 miles away.
They showed the limb lander that landed on the moon
Right.
taking off. So who filmed that? And one of the astronauts get left behind? Just like
They said, no, we left the camera up there. Oh, so NASA's littering now. I'm just kidding. No, they said they left the camera up there. That's their excuse. Oh, we just left a camera up there and controlled it from the ground, from Earth.
They controlled it from Earth.
Right.
Right. But you can't go camping with a cell phone service.
It gets even worse. Buzz admits that parts of the moon landing footage were animations. So they're just telling you outright that it's a show.
They actually do say that in the TV version as well. I forgot about that.
And why do you have to animate any of it if you actually did this? Just show us the footage of you doing it, right? Isn't that the point? To prove that you went there? Or is the point to put on a show? If it's to put on a show, then you're going to give us animations.
Getting maybe a little off topic, but was hearing about some kind of VR experience when it comes to anything that has to do with Mars in the future. Anyone else got that?
No, but I know where you're going, if I may. May I?
Of course.
Okay. So, those of us who know this truth know that they're not going to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
They're not leaving Earth. So, then the question is, well, they say they are, so how will they fake it? And then I start thinking about deep ground military bases.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start thinking about this VR technology. And my gears are turning a little bit. Perhaps, in my mind, what I'm seeing is somebody hooked up to like a Matrix style thing. And they think they're on Mars.
Right. They think it. Yeah.
So, anyway, that's just, I mean, and what's funny about it is if there were a way to actually do that, plug people into a Matrix, which, I mean, technology's pretty crazy out there right now.
Neuralink sounds like the right direction.
Right.
I've been saying that for a while. As soon as they get the Neuralink going, they'll send you wherever they want to.
So yeah, we're going to Mars, we're going everywhere. Because we're going nowhere. Just going on deep underground, and instead of thriving and surviving the next cataclysms, whenever the fuck they are. They want us plugged into machines and they want to live underground. That's
Well, of
my
course-
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of speculation, especially when it comes to their reasoning, right? Like what they would get out of such a thing. Besides more trickery and deception.
Yeah, just to utterly deceive you about what this is.
Right.
Yeah,
I bet, you'd pay for it probably.
Well, and they would
Right?
hijack the only way to survive the next coming cataclysm. Right?
Okay, I see where you're going.
Right,
You think
so-
you're in some kind of I don't know, a vehicle where you're safe or something like that, traveling somewhere.
No.
No, not like the those Ark, right? Future Arks, big ships and things.
Oh,
Learning
sure.
some
Okay, that's
sci-fi
what I
on
mean.
that.
Yeah, but that's assuming it's going to be a water deluge, which we don't know the next way that this place is going to get all wiped out.
I think 2012 portrayed it as like there's been a couple movies on the core failure, right?
Yeah.
Where
Which
it
can't
stops
happen.
spinning and things.
Yeah.
Or maybe the core doesn't spin, but the molten lava spins. I don't want to talk about too much fantasy.
Right. That's funny. Oh yeah, Resolve posted a good GIF, a cartoon. Yep, exactly. Exactly right. Bunch of people, everyone has a VR headset, and they're all in the NASA control room hugging each other, saying, "We call this," and all it is just them looking at VR screens.
Matt thinks that original footage, especially of the people in the offices, that is some kind of held back CGI. And if you take a good look at it, it certainly could be. It's not necessarily clear, it's like an old.
What is it again?
Camera. This would have been like where NASA is watching their monitors and things.
Right. The
That's
control
what it
room.
would be. Right. The control room is probably pure CGI.
Oh, you think so?
Why fake that though?
Yeah. I mean, I guess who cares?
Just have people in a room with computers.
Yeah,
Well, I guess
but
that
you wouldn't
is
have to involve so many.
Well, okay. I'll take it back. Not who cares. How do we prove it?
Don't matter. How do they prove they went to the moon? By owning the largest green screen in the world? Nah.
Why
Well,
would
what
they
about
even need that?
What about the helium? Is that a balloon thing, or is that like a fuel thing?
How gravity works IRL.
Right. I'm just trying to come at it with like like something for someone to think about, the helium, but could they just think it away like, oh, it's just for like fuel or something like that?
No, obviously they've got a lot of balloons up there.
Balloons, right. I wonder if the normie makes that connection.
They don't. They're usually stunned to hear of such a thing. We're usually the first time they're finding out about that.
I mean, what about pure observation, just from standing on the ground and how slow things move in the sky? I mean, does that even add up? That shit's moving pretty damn slow.
It adds up with reality.
Exactly.
With the fictitious ball model that falls apart at its core claim, not so much.
I mean, what's the longest I've even looked at the moon? Probably like on a telescope for a half hour, maybe. I mean, shit's barely moving.
And that's what's crazy about it. I noticed it from when I was a kid. I was like, you see the sun at one part of the sky, then you go do a bunch of shit, and you come back, and it's a different part of the sky. You're like, oh, so it's moving. But then you just stare at it, and you're like, no, it's not.
Every time, yeah.
Wait, what?
It's like it only moves if you're not looking at it.
Right, which is clearly not the case.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, you got those plenty of high zoom, as much zoom as you can without losing so much quality, but high zoom on the moon. And you do have to move your camera or telescope, whatever you're using, just a little bit, right? Like that, you should look at that and think about that and be like, well, how much movement are they saying? But there's just really just no thought process on that.
Hell, if it's a ball, you should see the other side of it sometime in recorded history.
Yeah, right. What else is fun? The relativity stuff's pretty fun. If NASA, I think it's NASA, but they've sent out the Voyagers or whatever these things are supposed to be, right? And they go out past Pluto, and so not only are they traveling away from where we are, but without the relativity stuff of the Earth containment, it would just soar even that much faster away, right? I mean, the numbers we talk about, you're like soaring through space quick.
Yeah, you gotta be. There's like 4 or 5 different vectors of speed going on here. To keep up with the solar system itself, you've got to be going at like 420,000 miles per hour, plus whatever speeds you need to get through it. I guess they probably just explain that away with gravity.
Right. The slingshot.
Yeah, I mean, if we were lying at this point, or we thought we were right and we were wrong, like crazy people, that's a lot of us. And we're all really, really smart in our own areas. So I don't think it's a disability seeing the flat Earth. I think it's more an ability.
I don't think flat Earth would have even lasted this long if that was the case.
You know what I mean? Like a couple fucking 10, 20 idiots doing something funny on the internet. That's about how long it would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Tide Pods or something, and it would have been forgotten about as long ago as those were, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this has staying power. There's good reason for that.
That is true. In fact, I think after only hearing hearsay a few years back, and then realizing that it's still such a, there's like a movement behind it, you would call it. That's got to bring people in. Like, how is this still being talked about?
It's still bringing people in. Brought me in just a little while ago.
Right.
Are the new people still here?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm here.
What you guys think?
All right, so I'm gonna start talking to one of you. I need at least one of you to go back and forth. It's okay, Globe. Flobe. I want one of you to go back and forth with me. I'm gonna go over some things with you. Is that okay? Just one of the new people. Need a volunteer?
Strong silent type.
Yeah. I don't know if they want to know or not. Do you guys want to know? You want to know what we think?
I'm more of an observer. I don't really debate well.
I'm not asking you to debate. I'm asking, do you want to hear my spiel?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Listen.
Okay, cool. All right, so I just need minimal participation, right? I'll ask you a question every now and then just to make sure that you're listening because I don't like talking into the void, right?
Hey, Hank,
So,
before you go, is there anything you can do about your mic? It sounds a little muffled and far away.
yeah, how about that?
There you go.
That'll work.
That'll work? Excellent.
Yep.
All right. So, who am I talking to? Who's the person that's going to, and I'm not going to ask you hard questions that you don't know the answer to. I'm just going to only ask you enough questions to make sure that you're paying attention. So, what's your name? Who are you going to be? Who's going to be speaking with me?
I'm Blue.
All right, thanks, Blue. Appreciate that. All right, so the first thing I need to go over is the scientific method. So, there's three things that you have to have for an experiment, right? You have to have independent, dependent, and control variables, right? And those are funny words that just mean the cause and the effect and other variables that might affect the experiment, right? So all the other variables, you want to lock them down and hold them steady, right? And you want to manipulate the hypothesis, which is you want to manipulate the cause, which is called the independent variable. It's called the independent because it's the one you're independently manipulating. Think about it like a light switch. You flick it on and off to see what circuit switch goes to what bulb, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's really easy to understand, right? So think about a caveman. He finds water boiling in a hot spring, and he goes back to his cave, and he adds heat to water, right? It boils. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling, right? So the naturally observed phenomenon was water boiling. So he formed a hypothesis. He said maybe it's the heat that caused it to boil, right? Then he manipulated the heat on, off, on, off. And as he did, he saw the cause the effect on, off, right? So he proved with the scientific method that heat causes water to boil, right?
Yeah.
Okay, science has never settled. So at any time, another person could come along in the future and say, hey, low atmospheric pressure can also cause water to boil at much lower temperatures. Now, that doesn't disprove the first guy who did the first test, but it's new information. That's why science has never settled. So with religion, it's always settled. Jesus is always the Messiah, you know, Muhammad is always the prophet, and Moses is all, or Abraham is always Father Abraham, right? Those things never change. So in science, everything is open to change. So when people are questioning this and questioning that, well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to say, hey, what caused this phenomenon? Okay, so now that you understand how the scientific method works, if I observe something, right, let's say water boiling, and I say maybe it's my deodorant causing it, right? That's a hypothesis, right? So it should have a null hypothesis. This is the important part. So the null hypothesis is if I don't wear deodorant, right, and the water doesn't boil, and then I wear deodorant and the water boils, if that doesn't happen, then it's not my deodorant causing the water to boil. I know it sounds stupid, but that would be the null hypothesis. So with the water and the heat, if you add the heat to the water and it doesn't boil, then that's not the cause. You have to get a new hypothesis. So when we're observing the sun, the moon, the stars, right, these so-called heavenly bodies, you know, what we call lights in the sky, can we manipulate the variables up there?
Not that I know of.
Right, because we're here on Earth and we can't manipulate the moon's gravity, right? Can you manipulate the moon's gravity? Can you turn it off?
No.
Right, because you're just a woman, right? Like I'm just a man. I can't do it either, right? Right, so you've heard your whole life that the tides are caused by the moon's gravity, right? Am I speaking out into the...
Sorry, my Discord's like acting stupid, but yeah.
It's okay. I just want to make sure that you're following me because I'm taking time to explain this to you. So, if the moon is said to cause the tides, the moon's gravity caused the tides, who then manipulated the moon's gravity? That's a rhetorical question. Nobody did, obviously. Right? So, it's a just so story, right? It just so happens that Ben and Sally, right? But there's no proof, right? Nobody caught it on video. Nobody took a picture. No snapshots. They didn't have phones. But it's just a story that Ben and Sally, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's a justos story, meaning that it's like poetry and not like science. So everything you've ever heard about astronomy, cosmology, it's pseudoscience because none of it fits in the scientific method. The scientific method is a lot like a school thermometer. It can measure certain things, like between certain parameters, like the school thermometer between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take it home and bake Jiffy cornbread muffins with it. It's outside of the scope or the parameters of the instrument. Now, this method is the same way. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't fit into the question. So, what is the shape of the Earth? Well, that's a what is question. So that doesn't fit inside the scientific method. So what does it fit under? It fits under geometry. You measure it like a shape, right? Like an object, right? So you would measure it. This is more akin to math class, right? This isn't science class. We're not manipulating variables. We're not witnessing cause and effect, right? So everything you've ever heard about space has been, for lack of a better word, philosophy, because it doesn't meet the criteria of the scientific method. So when I say natural science, I mean the scientific method. Now, if you're talking about other stuff, we call that pseudoscience around here, right? Like if you think about psychiatry, right? I'm not saying they don't hold a valuable position in society, but it's not science in the meaning that it's not based on a cause and effect relationship. So now that you understand cause and effect, you've heard of mass attracting mass, right?
Yes.
So how do we prove that? Newton didn't give us a hypothesis, so we can't test it. So what does that mean?
So it's just another theory.
Right. But see, that's this word theory. Do you understand what ambiguity is?
Like a little bit.
So ambiguity. So it means that the word has multiple meanings, right? Like the word pen. Do I mean pig pen, writing utensil, hairpin? What am I talking about when I say pen? Right. So this word theory, a scientific theory is different than a colloquial theory. A colloquial theory is just like an explanation. Like any village idiot can give you an explanation of what he saw and what he thinks happened, right? But that's different than the scientific method because the scientific method is very keen on ruling out all the other variables and proving the cause to the effect. So when it comes to mass attracting mass, we can't prove that. If we put a whole bunch of gas in a container, like a propane tank, there's a lot of mass in that container. And we could make the PSI really high, like 250 PSI, pressure per square inch. And you open the valve and it's going to spew out the top and it's going to go away from the gravity, the pull of gravity, right? Because all the mass is down, the earth, the gas inside the tank and the tank itself. It's going to go away from the gravity, proving that mass doesn't really attract mass. That would be the null hypothesis. So then you get older. I don't know how old you are. You sound like you're college age or above. Then you learn about Einstein space-time, right? You heard about that?
Yeah, a little bit.
So this is also a colloquial theory, meaning that it has not been through the scientific method because Einstein had no hypothesis in his paper in 1915. So if we try to get space-time, we try to prove it. Okay, what causes the bending and warping of space-time? Well, that would be mass. Okay, so mass warps space-time, and then space-time then affects mass. The interesting thing about the space-time is that it exists in the so-called vacuum of space where there's barely any hydrogen and helium molecules in a square meter, right? It's almost a near perfect vacuum, meaning it's almost completely absent of all material. Almost, because there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So this is where space-time exists, allegedly, right? So how do we manipulate space-time to see if it's the cause? We can't manipulate it. It's a concept. And the fact that they say that it can bend and warp, those are physical attributes to a metaphysical concept. Now, when I think about liberty, right? Because I'm a Texan, I think about liberty and freedom. Can anyone bend and warp my liberty?
No.
No, because it's a concept, right? It's not. So what they're saying is that physical material warps non-physical material, and in return, the non-physical material can affect the physical material. That's kind of like saying I'm afraid to walk through a graveyard because a ghost might punch me in the mouth and I can't afford the dental work. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Ghosts don't have hands to hit you with, right? So if you're afraid of them, it's not because you're afraid they're going to beat your ass, right?
Yeah.
So here's the gravity that you can test through the scientific method. Are you ready for this? Is the real gravity. This is the third one that I'm talking about today. And this one's called specific gravity. Can you do a little quick search on your search engine for specific gravity? And this one's actually scientific. So this is the interesting one because you can test this one in your kitchen as soon as we're done talking. And you can prove to yourself and everyone that you know that this is the reason why things ascend and descend in nature, besides birds and their aerodynamics. So other than birds, I'm not talking about birds. That's the only other, reason that things rise and fall would be aerodynamics. Birds have really good aerodynamics. So what do you come up with? Are you there?
Yeah, what did you want me to look up? I was grabbing my computer.
It's called specific gravity because here we like to be specific. Tell me what you come up with.
You can't.
Relative density.
Exactly. Relative density. You know what that means, right?
Yeah.
The density between an object and the medium that it's sitting in. So let's say an apple falls off the tree, hits Newton in the head, and lands in a bucket, a pail of rainwater. What's the apple going to do inside that pail of rainwater?
It's gonna float or sink to the bottom.
It's going to float if it's a fresh apple because all the gases haven't eked out yet. So what happens if the thing has a leak and it stops raining and all the water drains out?
It's gonna be at the bottom.
Right. What happens if you add water again if it rains again?
It's gonna float.
What happens if the water drains out again and it's empty?
It's gonna sink.
Now, what was the cause of the apple rising and falling in this experiment?
Water.
Well, the relative density of the medium that it was in. Because when it's in gas, it's the heaviest thing around, and it has no ability to float because the atmosphere can't hold it up. The gas can't hold it up. Now, when you add the water, you change the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, and it causes it to rise, correct?
Yeah.
So what is the cause of things falling here on Earth?
The density.
The relative density. So what happens if you drop a helium balloon full of helium?
The helium's gonna rise.
Right, the balloon's going to take off and you're never going to see it again. What happens if you drop an anvil?
It's gonna fall.
What happens if you drop it in a pool of mercury?
We're gonna get some shows cuts, man. But yeah.
What happens if you drop?
Well,
hold on, bro. I'm almost done. What happens if you drop an anvil in a pool of mercury?
It drops.
Can you see the live stream voice text?
Oh no, I don't have that open right now.
All right. You said your name was Blue.
All right, there, yeah.
I
You
would
said into it.
contemplate that
Okay.
the difference of mercury
Yeah,
would be
float.
like a very higher value, man. It'd be like a somewhat stable structure within the volume when it's in, right?
Bro, can you let me finish? I'm almost done. Can you hold out just a few more minutes and I'll let you talk to whoever you want to? I'm kind of
Yeah.
in the middle of a spiel.
It's awesome. Sure.
All right, thanks, bro. All right, so you said you can't see the live stream voice text, right?
No, I just opened it. I didn't hear what you said for the last part, but yeah, it floats.
Okay, yeah, it floats. Okay, I don't have to send it to you then. Good. Okay, so this you can test anywhere. You can test relative density or specific gravity anywhere. And what's going to happen is all your friends are going to go, but you have to have gravity. Well, their theory of gravity is not scientific, which means it's philosophical, right? Your theory of gravity that you're going to show all your friends is actually experimental science, because if you take an egg and you put it in water, it's going to sink to the bottom. You add a shitload of salt to the water, it's going to change the relative density to the water, and then your egg is going to float. You take an orange, you peel it, you take one that's not peeled, and you chunk them in a jug of water. The one that's peeled is going to sink to the bottom because the peel that's around the orange is extremely buoyant, and the one that still has the peel intact is going to float. Every time you do this test, no matter what, you have an object, you drop it in a medium, it's going to seek what's called, what's it called? Equilibrium.
Yeah.
Right? So if you have a balloon that's a few days old and it's been around since your birthday and it's a few days after your birthday, and you walk in one day and it's like midway floating in the middle of your room, that's the equilibrium that it's at, because the balloon is slightly deflated, affecting the volume of the balloon, affecting the relative density. And eventually it'll be on the floor. Right? But at that moment you walk in and it's floating halfway in the middle of the room, that's equilibrium. It's at its equilibrium. But the thing is the balloon is always at its equilibrium, because objects in a medium always seek their equilibrium. So this is my theory, my postulation. I'm saying that this is part of entropy. And you can't find this anywhere. I can't back up my source. I could back up my source on everything I've said up till now. This is the part where I'm getting theoretical. I'm thinking that this is part of the second law of thermodynamics. It's called entropy. So if you got hot coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, the heat dissipates out of the coffee cup until it reaches equilibrium with the rest of the room. You come back and your coffee's 73 degrees and you don't want to drink it. If you got two batteries on a car, completely, one dead and one completely fully charged, you take them and you hook them up. You come back the next day, they're both halfway charged, because the high charge went from that battery to the low charge until it reached equilibrium, which is halfway. Right? And then the same thing goes with the gas pressure from the propane tank. If you got a PSI of 250, you open the tank, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, which at sea level is going to be 14.7 PSI. So all I'm saying is that this fourth thing that I'm talking about, specific gravity, it also does the same thing that we observe in nature, and it's going to reach its equilibrium no matter what you put it in. Now, if there's no medium, let's say you have some feathers and you drop it in a near perfect vacuum, as close as we can make it here on Earth, well, it's going to reach equilibrium. The matter is going to be the material of the feathers is going to be the heaviest thing in that container. So it's going to go and reach equilibrium. Then when it reaches the bottom of the container, well, it's not going to be any less dense than that. So it's going to be more buoyant and can't go down any further when it reaches the bottom. So after hearing this version of gravity, do you kind of wonder what was that bullshit they were teaching you in school about Newtonian mass attracting mass? And then when you got into college, they were teaching you about Einstein. But we all agree that Einstein and his theory, it goes against quantum mechanics. Now, quantum mechanics is experimental science. Like anybody can do the double slit experiment, right? Anybody can do that experiment. It doesn't matter how much money you have. Anybody can afford to do that experiment. So my question is, why would they teach you bullshit? Shit that you can't verify.
And there's going to be silence on that, man.
Yeah, you can have it, bro. It's all yours.
That's, how can you? How can you defend them on any situation? Living within the
Thank you for your
schooling. What?
Sorry,
Yeah.
bro. I mean,
No, man. That's cool, man.
yeah, thank you for your participation, Blue. Thank you, everyone else, for letting me finish. And I think it's really important to think about things through the scientific lens. If somebody says this causes that, you have to say, show me. Prove it to me. Let me see.
Turn the moon off and turn it back on again and show me that it's the cause of the Earth's tides.
Exactly, bro.
Right? There's a lot of questions, right?
Otherwise, all you got is cool stories. And that's all the globe is, just cool stories all the way down.
So
we've been able to answer a few of them, at least.
Here's the thing. There's this stuff that you have to be aware of. It's called logical fallacies. And if you don't understand logical fallacies, you could be easily led astray and convinced of something that has absolutely no logic behind the argument. So if I say the lamp is off again, it must be the bulb, right? Because I just changed the bulb last week. Well, that's a just so story, right? It could be that the dog unplugged it, the cat chewed through the wire, you didn't pay the electric bill. It could be that the breaker box needs to be flipped again, or the electricity is out in the whole city. Any of those could be the cause of the light. So this is called this is a formological fallacy. What is it called? Shit. Affirmation.
Eliminating the fucking next fucking possible thing, man.
Affirming the consequent, right? That's what
Yeah.
it's called. Affirming the consequent. So people are walking around with all these affirmations without scientific experimentation.
No, it's not.
They're calling it science, right? That's the problem that we're in right now. So it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or if it's a sphere. You can go check that out later. But you need to know this. Not everything they call science is actually science. So when a certain doctor, Dr. Grouchy, goes before the American public and he tells people that when you question him, you're questioning science, you begin to understand what I'm saying. This man doesn't embody science. He's not some sort of anthropomorphical science.
It might be a religion within the scripture of the dynamics that they build, right? Science becomes a religion, right?
Yeah, science has become a religion. Exactly. He's the high priest, and you better do what he says, or you're going to be excommunicated, and you won't be allowed to work. Because Dr. Grouchy.
Yeah, you gotta perform and say the proper things to the proper audience.
It's not the scientific method becoming a religion, though. It's just a religion that they created and called science. They called it that so that you would confuse it with the method and think that it's infallible and unquestionable and unimpeachable.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it, right?
But it's not science. Don't be confused by the name.
No, but Scientology at that point. I mean,
scientism, whatever you want to say.
Whatever it is, it's the understanding of
pseudoscience.
Yeah. And
Well,
call
that's funny.
science.
Science can't be science that can't be questioned. Ha ha ha. That's not science.
Well, no, science should be a physical thing that you or me or anybody could actually test. You don't have to say you're a scientist to do it, right? I just have to observe the world that I live in with honesty and truth with my calculations. That's what a scientist is at heart. I would think we're all scientists. Shouldn't we not?
That's right. We're all scientists. Every child growing up throws the bottle down 100 times to see how many times mom will pick it up.
Or whatever, right? That's the experiment,
whatever.
right? Yeah.
He'll break the vase. He'll pick the cat up by its neck. They'll do everything to see how many times they can get away with stuff, what they can do, what they can't do.
Yeah. Well, that's on, and that's what it is, right? And that's what they're doing now. I wasn't talking about that. But yeah, I'm the same strain.
Well,
We're
how
all
the
scientists.
hell does anybody learn anything if you can't question anything like science?
You
Right?
have to.
Well,
They don't learn; they get indoctrinated.
hold on, guys. I mean, do you think that a lot of people, just like Hank was describing, some people confuse natural laws with science?
I think there's a misinterpretation. Right?
Yeah, it's a misnomer. It's like when you're talking about natural laws, like the law of entropy. That's not scientific. It's just a natural law, something you observe that you don't have to apply science to it.
What I see is a void between the natural science and the bookwork science and the theoretical
No,
science.
natural
I see.
laws.
There's a
Come
big
on,
void. There's a big
dude.
void though, man. There's a big
No, I'm
void.
saying natural laws don't have to be proven with any science involved. This is something you observe.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I agree with you. 100%.
You don't have to apply the scientific method to a natural law.
But
It's complete misnomer. Go ahead.
But they exist, but we can't even identify them or confirm them or verify them or establish them to our as to be known natural laws without using the natural scientific method, like using the scientific method. That's
Right. And I think that's what Hank was trying to explain about entropy. There's no science involved with entropy. It's just a natural law.
Yeah, it's just a principle of nature that holds true through all observable reality.
Exactly. You wouldn't try to find cause and effect relationship with entropy. That's ridiculous. Anybody that tried to do that
Who can even say that happens? Who can even say why gases disperse to equilibrium? They just do. They always do in all observations and all known reality, right?
Yep.
Well, you can determine that the cause of the gases moving in one particular direction is that the cause is that the pressure was decreased in that area and it was increased in the other, like the differential has been shifted, right?
Well,
One is
that
higher
would
and
be
one is
more.
lower. So if it's equal and you manipulate one and make it lower, then you can establish that the lower is the cause of the other one. Now what?
That's that you're using the already existing, thing to, and it's not necessarily. I mean, you can well, I mean, if you're using gases, in a test,